Welcome to the Spurs DOF Supercut. This save was unreal, so we've compiled all of the episodes together into one bumper-long video for you guys to enjoy. The save, the premise of the save was that we took over at Spurs, but not as the manager. Instead, as the DOF, we deferred all of the responsibilities to a head coach, our assistant manager. They did all the matches and the training and all the game stuff. We did the transfers and the contracts and hiring, and consequently possibly firing our head coach. It was all in all a lot of fun, and I hope you enjoyed today's super long Supercut video. Subscribe to the channel if this is your type of thing. Maybe we'll do it for the next part of this series too, the Al Maria, maybe some past series as well. I hope you enjoy it. Stick with it. Stick it on during your lunchtimes, whatever you might want to do, and enjoy. I'll see you in a bit. I want to start an FM23 save with a twist. I want to become not a manager, but a director of football. It would be my responsibility to identify and hire a head coach and bring him in as assistant manager in game. He would be in charge of all matters on the pitch, team selection, tactics, training, and of course, match days. I would be in charge of recruitment, signing players, selling players for our head coach to use in the matches, and ultimately the decision of replacing the head coach if results weren't up to scratch.
You're fired.
I feel like this save could be a whole lot of fun. I think we should get into it. This is Director of Football 2020. That name is just dreadful. You know, you could see what I was going for though, right? Come on, let's do it. So as you would have already worked out from the thumbnail of today's video, I've chosen Spurs as my team, and I really want to find out in today's video just how plausible is it to become the director of football. Is it possible to go and hire that head coach and see just how it works? Because if it is possible and if this works nicely, I'm going to have so much fun with this, and this could even turn into a little bit of a series. So let's jump in. I've just been hired as the manager, as you can see here. The manager, of course, because that is what is possible in the game. But we're going to go to our responsibilities tab. We're going to select, or deselect most of them really. We're going to hand it over to the assistant manager. And the first thing we're going to look for is a brand new assistant manager who hopefully, I suppose, kind of goes with our own philosophies, the type of football that I want to play with, maybe a 4-3-3, the style of football that I like to go with. I guess that's what you're thinking about as a director of football, isn't it? Let's drop a quick save on this game and let's get searching for our new head coach. Okay, so we're in, and of course, at Spurs then, in the game here, we're currently working with Christian Stellini. There he is, look. Stellini, who famously recently led Spurs to a win against Manchester City when Conte was back in Italy. He had an operation. He's not been very well, has he? Stellini's actually taken charge of the first team. So, I mean, to be honest, he wouldn't be a bad choice to become our manager in this save. But I think for the sake of having fun with the save, I'm going to remove him from his post, which seems a bit harsh. I'm going to ask him to mutually terminate his contract. Okay, he's agreed to it. It costs £1 million. I'm now going to place this advert then for an assistant manager. I think rather than go and headhunt somebody, maybe we'll have a look at who's available. I wonder if we wait to see who applies for the role. A bit like a job application. We can go through the candidates and maybe choose from those ones. From this point, I think I'm going to set up the tactical direction that I'd look to go for. Maybe just put in something quite simple for now because I want the assistant or the head coach to go with what they choose. But I'll put a 4-3-3 in. We'll go through this. Look, we are expected to play attacking football, to play a possession football. That's in the board culture. So maybe we're looking for a head coach that is going to do these things as well. I also need to look at this, don't I? Sign players under the age of 22. Do not sign players over the age of 30. I'm doing the recruitment, so I'm going to need to look at that definitely. And I guess let's accept this current vision. We are expected to qualify for the Europa League. So top 6-ish for Spurs this year. I think also what I will do now to get it out of the way is to go to our responsibilities, and basically anything to do with the match, I'm going to delegate to our, well, at the moment, our goalkeeping coach, because that's just the way it is. But I want to basically put a lot of the responsibilities over tactics as well. I'm going to get my staff to do that one, training, get my staff to do all of that as well. I'm just doing media, get him to go and do all the press conferences and everything. Definitely, it's quite fun, isn't it? I don't have to do very much. Transfers, I'll leave all of this to me. Scouting, I guess I'm in charge of scouting as well alongside my staff. I want to as well. Is there a way that I can hiring and firing? I guess that's okay. I'll go through these and just check that I'm doing everything I need to. And of course, I will mention too that if you want to play this save, I'm going to drop a save file over onto my Patreon, the Claytreon, for the very start of this save so that you can go and do the exact same challenge alongside me if you're a Claytreon member. That is a cool thing that I will be cool to do. I'll drop the initial save file once it's all set up and you can go from there. I guess I continue now. Let's confirm those changes. Let's continue now until we get some managers, some head coaches applying for the job. Oh, hello. We've got some interest in our vacancy here. Bout wants Tottenham job. Marcel Bout is believed to be extremely interested in the vacant Tottenham Hotspur assistant manager's job should the opportunity be offered to him. Let's have a look at you, Marcel Bout. I mean, you're not too bad. What's your type of football? Fluid counter-attack. You were most recently a scout at Manchester United. I don't think we're going to get proper managers here because it's an assistant manager role. We're going to have to maybe find a slightly more unknown person to come and be our head coach. But Marcel Bout seems to be the first person to throw his hat into the ring. He plays a 4-2-3-1 DM-AM wide, which is not too bad. Playing style standard. He's got some okay attributes as well. Managerial wise is kind of what we're looking at actually here, isn't it? Rather than as a coach, because we're looking at his management. I like the look of him. Let's see who else he's up against. He's got a wealth of experience, apparently. We'll continue. I've not done any transfer stuff, by the way. I'm waiting to get our man into his job so that we can buy players that go with his principles. We can see how he sets up in a few of the friendlies. I've had a look at the transfer budget, by the way. 26 million to still go and spend with loads of wages too. I could put some of that into the transfers to go to about 33 million. I think we could go and get 1 or 2 players in, bolster this team. I've also had a look at the season preview as well. We are predicted to finish 5th. We don't have any players in the Dream 11. That's why recruitment could be important here. Let's continue and see if we get any actual applications for the job. The applications are in. Here they are. We are looking at a pretty big list, actually, including one of our own. Paul Bracewell has decided to apply for it. He's the under-18s coach at the club already. But some decently sized names in here as well, actually, that I'm looking through. I remember I've signed Oceano Cruz before because, yeah, there he is. Who did I sign him for? He's my assistant manager in a different save, or was at some point, I'm sure of it. We've got Neil Critchley, who has just been sacked by QPR recently. He is ex-Blackpool manager. He was at Liverpool in the under-23s. Did he go to Rangers? He went to Villa. He's been with Steven Gerrard a few times in his career, hasn't he? There's a few on here, though, as well that I think are quite interesting too, like Angelo Peruzzi, who is the former goalkeeper, who maybe I'm tempted to do this. With the Conte links from before and things, we've got an Italian who managerially, great determination, great motivation. Let's have a look at his football style. He plays tiki-taka. I don't hate that, you know. 5-2-2-1. And so the 5 at the back, which Conte did like, so maybe transitioning into a 5-2-2-1 DM-AM wouldn't be the worst thing as well. Do you know what? I feel like Angelo Peruzzi might be towards the top of my list here. Let's have a look at the other ones. We've got our judging ability and judging potential. This is for an assistant manager, so that's less important, I suppose, because we'll be doing the recruitment. But some other people here too. Pablo Sanz, who is former Real Madrid at some point. What was he at Real Madrid? He was assistant manager at Real Madrid, assistant manager at Sevilla. Probably at Sevilla during some of those Europa League wins as well, which maybe to Unai Emery, was it? Maybe could be an interesting one. Would be somebody that I think people would look for. He plays a 4-4-2, which I quite like. I'm not sure it's maybe the modern way. Control possession 4-4-2. I guess that's maybe one of the important things here as well, is that what type of football do we want to play? We've got Jesus Perez, who plays a gegenpress, a 4-2-3-1 gegenpress. I mean, you can't go wrong there. Oh, he's a former assistant manager at Spurs. That's interesting. He must have followed Poch then, because he's Poch's assistant manager at Southampton, then Tottenham, and then PSG. Oh, this could be, maybe if we want to go back towards that. Oh, there's a lot in this as well now. Between Peruzzi and Perez, I like the look of both of them, actually. Alexandre Silva is a Portuguese assistant manager, formerly of Wolves. He plays a vertical tiki-taka, 5-2-2, 5-2-1-2, similar to Peruzzi, actually. Orlando Trustfell is Dutch, control possession. He is a former Ajax under-19s manager. So there's a little bit in that as well, isn't there? That he's had the youth teams at Ajax, of course, are famous for the youngsters that they're producing. So maybe there's a bit of their total football from yesteryear. He was a former assistant manager at Palace. Was that under maybe Koeman, I want to guess? If it was at Palace during that time, that's just a guess. I could probably check here. I don't know. It's not going to say. He was at Inter before that and Atlanta United in the US after that. Wolfgang Rolf is the next one. Actually, one of the only ones on here that is a former manager. Laval United and Salmian. Not exactly the types of clubs you'd be looking for, but he does have a fantastic mullet. So something to think about. Park the bus. Okay, maybe not Wolfgang. Park the bus is his favourite type of football. We looked at Oceana Cruz. Paul Bracewell, he's an under-18s coach. I mean, what does he like to play? Gegenpress 4-3-3. That is kind of what I like to play. Or if I was a manager, something I'd like to play. Maybe he doesn't quite have the experience. Was Halifax manager. Was Fulham manager in 2000. I mean, how old are you? You're 60. That was quite a while ago. Diego Reyes is a former Leeds assistant manager. Was that Bielsa that he was assistant to? Could be, you know. For Chile, he was the performance analyst. I like that. He's also a Gegenpress player. So again, if we did want to go down that route, we could do. Bonetti is a former Watford assistant manager. Former Sampdoria, Roma, was a coach all the way, and then and a player in Italy. Again, that Italian link. Vertical tiki-taka, 4-2-3-1. I think I'm leaning towards Angelo Peruzzi, you know. It's Peruzzi or Perez with similar names. Tiki-taka, 5-2-2-1, DM-AM. I think I'm going to go with Angelo Peruzzi. At least let's see if he wants to actually talk. View applicants. Is this a nice screen? Oh, it actually shows you the screen with their abilities on the search screen. That's quite a nice little touch there. No, I don't really do adverts very often, but do you know what? I'm going to offer the job to Angelo Peruzzi. He wants 14.75k. Can I add anything here that helps me to get rid of him? If he gets a management role, we waive that. Not really. Let's put him on a 4-year deal. Oh, exactly what he wants. Just bring it down a little bit. At 14k, we're going to appoint our very first head coach. It's former Inter Milan goalkeeper, Angelo Peruzzi. And I've offered him a contract. Let's continue and see if he takes it. It's exciting. This is such a fun way to do a save. In fact, I should mention as well, I saw Second Yellow Cards video about becoming an agent in Football Manager, and it sprung this bit of inspiration in my mind. It's a save here that I've wanted to do for a long time. And I was like, do you know what? That works. Thank you, Second Yellow Card, for the inspiration. We're going to become the assistant manager here. Hopefully hiring Angelo Peruzzi as our very first head coach, as I'm going to call them here. It's assistant manager in-game. First hiccup. Slight issue. It's difficult, this director of football thing. He needs a work permit, Angelo Peruzzi, and he's not going to get a work permit until the 15th of August. So we've got 2 games in that time, and we're not going to have a manager for them. So I'm going to have to choose a different member of staff to go and manage the team for these first 2 games. Just so happens that these first 2 games are Manchester United, but first, Liverpool. I mean, look at this start to the season. We go Liverpool, United, and then Arsenal. Hopefully, if he gets that work permit, Peruzzi's first match in charge will be the North London derby away to Arsenal, which is quite exciting. But small hiccup is that I'm going to have to choose a different member of staff to take charge. At the moment, in terms of who's been doing most of the responsibilities, been this guy, Gianni Vio, which maybe presents a little bit of a problem. If he goes and beats Liverpool and then United, does this guy get the job permanently? Gianni Vio. I mean, maybe we'll need to think about that. But he's going to be in charge for the first game against Liverpool. I'm going to go and get myself up to that game, praying that Peruzzi gets a work permit before ahead of schedule. He won't do, though. So I'll see you at the Liverpool game. Okay, so it's the morning of the Liverpool game. A brand new season begins now, and we don't have a manager or even a head coach for that matter. We are waiting on the work permit for Angelo Peruzzi, as discussed before. That won't come through for a while, though. But because of this, and getting ahead of the game here, an Italian head coach coming in, I've decided to make a move for our first signing of the save. It's Alessandro Bastoni, one of my favourite defenders, one of my favourite centre-backs on FM23, an Italian centre-back. So that links with the new Italian manager or head coach. And also, he is reported to have been a real-life target for Spurs over the course of the summer, and maybe even in the future too. He's available for about 34 to 51 million pounds. I've decided to spend about 50 million pounds guaranteed, or not guaranteed, 35 million pounds guaranteed with future clauses that would take it up to about 50 million pounds. I've offered him about 100,000 pounds per week. I think he's well and truly worth it. He would come in and improve on a system that would look a little bit like this. I'm trying to fit into Peruzzi's 5-2-2-1 DM-AM tiki-taka style. Weird little situation with Son in behind Kane, Kulusevski. These could play a bit higher and a bit wider, which is a bit more like what Spurs use, but I'm trying to go with the way that Peruzzi likes to play. So maybe Son needs to learn this shadow striker role. We could even swap it, you know. Do you know what? I've used Kane as a shadow striker before to great effect. I might even swap this. Maybe use Son as more of an advance forward and do it like this, look. Maybe that could work nicely because Harry Kane is actually natural as a shadow striker in behind. Let's try it like this. We could swap these, of course. And do you know what? It doesn't matter what I say because it's not going to be me making these decisions anyway. I just think it might look a bit like this. We could bring in Bastoni to replace either Dyer, and Longley could go into the middle. We could bring in Bastoni here, or we could do it Bastoni in the middle. Either way, I think it makes us stronger. I am going to now leave this game up to Gianni Vio. In fact, I need to just make sure of that if... How do I do match days if I'm in... I don't know who's actually going to take charge. Hopefully it's going to be Vio, because what I'm going to do is go on holiday for 1 day. I'm not going to tell him to use the current match tactics. I'm not going to tell him to use the current team selection. I'm going to go on holiday. We're going to come back and see how our interim caretaker manager has done. What a weird start for this save here. We don't have a manager. How do we do against Liverpool at home using this? I don't even know what system they're going to use. I don't even know who's actually going to be in charge, but it's fun, isn't it? Let's find out what the result is. Oh, Jesus Christ. We've lost 5-1 at home. Whoever was in charge, I'm assuming Gianni Vio, has played a 4-4-2 and we've lost 5-1 at home. Let me see these goals. What this is my job on the line. This is a thing about this save, that if the manager doesn't do well, it's me that is going to take the flak for it. So I know that I can sack and rehire a new head coach, but ultimately, it's me that might get sacked, and I'm the one who's going to have to talk to the board about this. Firmino gives Liverpool... Oh, my word. That is horror defending. That's just bounced over Lloris and Firmino scored. I mean, up the pace of this, because we've got 5 goals to get through here. We did equalise as well, apparently. Son... I mean, that's terrible defending from Liverpool. Son equalised. That is as good as it got for us, though, because Liverpool then went and scored 4 more. Salah... I mean, Lloris. Oh, what? Did that bounce in as well? What am I watching here? I'm quite happy that I've gone for a new centre-back. Luis Diaz, that is a great goal. Firmino then scored a penalty to make it 4-1. And finally, in the second half, oh my word, that most of those were in the first half as well. Naby Keita makes it 5. We have got an uphill battle on our hands, I think, here. We're going to have to carry on. Oh my word. Yeah, it was Gianni Vio, look. It was impressed by Bobby Firmino. Vio, is it 4-4-2? He doesn't even want to play. He could have played 4-3-3. He went for 4-4-2. I mean, I don't know what to say. We're bottom of the league. This is dreadful. What do the board say about that? They're still... Okay, they've not... Daniel Levy hasn't realised that we've played a game. Hopefully that is the case. I'm going to continue and see if we can sign Bastoni and get ourselves up to this Manchester United game away from... It doesn't get easier, does it? I'll see you at United. Jesus Christ. Right, at least Bastoni is on his way in. He has accepted terms. We're going to confirm the signing of Alessandro Bastoni as our first signing as director of football. Still no sign of Angelo Peruzzi as the new manager, though. But at least we've got our first signing through the door to hopefully shore up a defence that's already conceded 5. I've also noticed, by the way, that Manchester City won 6-0 and Haaland scored 4 on the first day. So, I mean, that's what we're up against here. We've got Manchester United away coming up. There is Bastoni, though. He is in. This is a good start. I really like him as a player. Let's ask Lloris to welcome him. Let's make sure we give him a number and also make sure that he's registered for the squad. That's fairly important. And I should tell you, once I've registered him there, I've made a move for a second signing. Alexis McAllister looks like he might be joining. I have bid around about £25 million guaranteed, a little bit extra in terms of installments, and after he plays a few appearances, etc. It goes to about £35-40 million if he meets all of those installments, all of those incentives. Once he comes in, I hope that we've got ourselves a nice player that can play any of the midfield spots. He could play a deeper role in that 5-2-2-1 that Peruzzi likes to play, or he could play in behind the strikers too. He's really good, isn't he? Alexis McAllister probably would see the end of our business for the summer. I did have a look at Edson Alvarez, as it says here. Look, decided against him because we do have Bentancur, we've got Skip, we've got Højbjerg in those positions, Basuma as well, that we've pretty well stopped at DM. It was in behind the strikers that we don't have as many players natural there anyway, with Son not being able to play and having to play up front, etc. It remains to be seen what Peruzzi actually plays there, but I think with McAllister, he's got enough flexibility to be able to fit him into his side anyway. Let's get ourselves, as I said before, up to this Manchester United game. Okay, little bonus as we get to match day with Manchester United, and that bonus is that Alexis McAllister has joined. His move has gone through, completed on ahead of this first game. £25 million guaranteed, rising to about 40-ish at a maximum. He will come in and we could use him in a range of different positions, really. We could use him as a DLP like this instead of Bentancur, or maybe instead of Højbjerg, instead of Kulusevski if you wanted to move him further forward. Very adaptable, very flexible, we can bring him in. But the most problematic thing here right now is that we can't bring him into any of these positions because we're not in charge of the team, and nor is Angelo Peruzzi, who continues to be on... maybe he's on holiday as well. He's just not here yet. So we are going to holiday one day. Gianni Vio, who lost 5-1 to Liverpool, is going to take charge of the team and probably play some horrible 4-4-2. Let's find out how this Manchester United game goes now here at Old Trafford. So it's not easy. And then hopefully we get Peruzzi in afterwards. Come on, please don't lose by loads again, please. Oh my God, we've lost 5-0. We've lost. He's lost 5-0. This isn't making me look good, Gianni. This is not... Do you know what? In fact, this is really not making me look, Gianni, that I feel like I'm about to lash out. You're out. It's it. That's it. Goodbye, Gianni Viano. Oh, that's not even his name. Gianni Vio. He's out of here. 725k. He is going to do no more damage to this club. We've lost 5-1 and then 5-0. What did he play? 4-2-3-1. I mean, that's actually even more worrying. He's played a 4-2-3-1. He's panicked and gone to a 4-2-3-1 gegenpress, and we have been slaughtered by Manchester United. Let's have a look at these goals then. McAllister actually started. 6.2 from him on his debut. Bastoni also made his debut, and I think he got a 6.3. This might be tricky. You know what I said? Is this type of save possible? I mean, maybe it's not. Maybe this is going to be really hard work, even with Peruzzi coming in. Rashford was the player that scored the opening goal. Slots it past Lloris there. Look, let's up the speed on this because we've got another 4 more goals to come. Shaw down the left, Sancho down the left. That is a wild tackle from... Is it Emerson Royale, I want to say? It's a good finish from Christian Eriksen, a former Spurs player there, of course. Casemiro then picks it up in midfield, looking for the third. It's Anthony. Good touch. Dalot crosses, Rashford makes it 3. That was just after half-time. And then they continued to pile on the misery. And it has been a miserable start, hasn't it? Sancho, Bruno Fernandes into that top corner. Good finish. Then finally, Bastoni. I mean, he's crowded out there, Højbjerg, isn't he? Rashford just runs through and scores a 5-0. 5-0. I mean, I have lashed out and I have sacked Gianni Vio there. But I feel like he deserves it. Let's go through till tomorrow, and this is hopefully when Peruzzi is appointed as our new head coach or assistant manager in game, and we can go from there. The good thing, I suppose, to look at is that Arsenal are 19th. So it's us down the bottom. I think it was Arsenal that lost 6-0 to Manchester City on the first day. It was. So when I said that Haaland scored 4, it was against Arsenal. So, I mean... We're bad, but maybe Arsenal are just as bad. They play Everton before we play them next. I mean, this has been it's been tough. It's been tough. But let's see if... Let's just welcome Alexis McAllister. Let's just see if we're actually going to appoint Peruzzi, because it is now the 14th. He's supposed to have his work permit decision on the 15th. Let's go through and find out. Okay, so Arsenal have drawn 1-1, so it really hasn't been a good start from them. They're 17th. We're rock bottom with a -9 goal difference, but we can go above them if we beat them, and that's the positives, isn't it? We've got about a week to prepare. I don't think I'm going to do any signings. The only real signing I want to make right now is the new head coach, Angelo Peruzzi. Will he get that work permit, or will we have to look elsewhere? I won't be appointing Gianni Vio, that is for sure, though. Today is the day. It's Peruzzi Day. The Spurs fans have been waiting for it. Imagine they actually appointed Angelo Peruzzi. I don't think he's ever managed... Like, this is only going to go badly, isn't it? This can't go well. Let's find out. Oh, cool. We've paid to refund all of the fans, which is cool. Thank you, Emerson Royale, for telling the club website that. Okay. Second game in. Okay, and here it is then. He has got his work permit, and Angelo Peruzzi has been signed as our assistant manager in game, but we're going to treat him as our new head coach. He doesn't even know it yet, probably, but he is going to be our new man. Angelo Peruzzi, there he is. Very motivational. We're going to need all of that motivation from you now, Angelo, as you've got a team that's morale is probably not looking too good. In fact, what does the dynamics say? It's actually not as bad as I thought it might be, but yeah, you've got to pick them up off the floor, get them going, and hopefully get some results. Let's send him on that intensive language course, because we need that. Let's go to his here. Let's make sure we delegate him to take charge of the training, and I'll go through and I'll check all the responsibilities too. But the Peruzzi season at Spurs begins now. First up, it's Arsenal. Let's go and get to that game and see how it goes. Okay, it's North London derby time. It is the managerial debut time for Angelo Peruzzi. Our new motivational Italian is now in post. And we're getting ourselves ready for this Arsenal game. We do have most of our players back from injuries, by the way. Richarlison, who missed a couple. Bastoni's available too. I'm going to pop them in here. Not that what I'm doing here makes any odds on what Peruzzi's actually going to pick for the game or anything. But I'll just put them in. And I've added as well to our fixtures list here so that when we look at results, I've put in the formation too so that we can see what is Peruzzi playing in these games. We've lost both games so far, conceding five in both of them. Let's find out what Peruzzi does in this next one. I'm going to once again go on holiday for one day. I've not said anything about the team selection or the tactics. Let's find out what Peruzzi does. I've gone through all the responsibilities so that he is doing. It is January the 1st, 2023. We're 5th in the league, or should I say Angelo Peruzzi is 5th in the league with his Tottenham side, which, all things considered, I think is pretty successful, actually, considering that he lost 5-1 to Liverpool. He lost 5-0 to United. He lost the North London derby to Arsenal in his first, well, 2 of them weren't even his games, but in our first 3 games, the recovery's been pretty good. We sit in those Europa League spots. We're a point behind Arsenal, even though they do have a game in hand, but we're in these European spots. We're above teams like Newcastle, teams like Chelsea. We're in the mix. We're in there. I mean, we're quite a long way behind United, City and Liverpool, but if we can maybe try and sneak into that 4th spot and qualify for the Champions League, that would be glorious. It seems like it's going to be tricky, but there have been some really good signs of recovery from Angelo Peruzzi. Let's check in with Peruzzi's profile as well, just to remind ourselves who we are working with here. Here is Angelo Peruzzi. He is still currently studying for a Continental Pro license. I arranged that for him right at the start of our saves. That was about 6 months ago, and he's not managed to get it, which is maybe a little bit worrying, but he is getting results on the pitch with this 5-2-2-1 DM-AM style, this tiki-taka style, which I've tried to replicate on our tactics screen here. I've also tried to put the players in that he's been playing most. I've added the appearances here, look, so you can see some of their player stats. Before we go into this in a bit more detail, I do want to tell you that there was one more transfer that I did before the transfer window closed at the end of last episode. I did bring in Antonio Silva in the defence as well, a young 19-year-old centre-back. I brought him in for £24 million, confirmed guaranteed. It could rise to £40 million. I felt like that was the one area where Spurs were just a little bit weak in terms of defenders. We've got Dyer, Romero and Bastoni, of course, we brought in. We've got then Antonio Silva on the bench. We've got Ben Davies, who can play centre-back as well. We've got Tanganga, who's barely played. Davinson Sanchez, who got sent off in his one game and then apparently hasn't got back into the team at all. And then Longley, who has not been fancied by Peruzzi at all, looking at the squad here. You can see, though, the players that are making the team are these ones here. We've got a midfield of Højbjerg and Bissouma. McAllister's been playing further forward, it does seem, the best that I can see anyway, rather than Bentancur as well has been dropped to the bench but has played 14 games from there. In front of them, Heung-min Son hasn't been a starter. Now, is there a question mark about what we do with Son from this point? I mean, when he's been playing, I did have a look. When he's been playing, he has been playing as a striker, advanced forward look. Either he comes on off the bench, but he is playing as a striker rather than as one of these supporting midfielders where he doesn't really have any familiarity. But do we sell Son to try and get some money here? We are doing the transfers, aren't we? Peruzzi's doing the games. If he's not playing him, should we be cashing in on a 30-year-old that's got this value? I almost feel like that's the sensible thing to do because I can't force him into the team unless we replace Peruzzi with a manager that's going to play a system that has 2 strikers or uses wingers, which at the moment we don't. You can see it's McAllister, it's Kulusevski that's starting. It's Harry Kane, who's only got 9 goals, which is that disappointing? I feel like it might be. Let's have a look at the results anyway from the start of the season following our disastrous start where we lost all 3 games. We bounced back with a win against Brighton, a draw against Southampton, back-to-back wins against Everton, Dortmund, Brentford and Olympiacos. I should show you as well. Champions League group was tricky. We had Milan, Dortmund and Olympiacos. We topped the group. We've managed to come through that as the group winners. Round of 16, we've got Bayern. So the Champions League run might well end there. I'm praying for an Angelo Peruzzi masterclass in this one. We'll see. We'll see. Bayern Munich, not an easy draw. But yeah, following that really good run there, we drew with Leeds a 2-2, beat Fulham 3-1, drew to Milan and lost to Milan. They were better than us on those nights. It did seem to be anyway. Beat Villa in between that though. Drew to Leicester. We had a 1-0 win, a 1-0 win, a 4-0 win, and a 3-1 win. West Ham, Newcastle, Olympiacos, and Bournemouth. A 2-0 win against Dortmund. I mean, we're doing okay. Peruzzi's doing all right, isn't he, in this job? I don't think we can complain too much. He's been a good manager for Spurs so far. Not pulled up many trees. He's not in that top four and definitely not challenging for the title, but I think it's not too bad. There was a loss against Forest, but there's not many losses in here, especially in the league. Look, our last league, we haven't lost in the league actually since that Arsenal, since that those first three games that we played in the first episode. It's only this Forest loss in the league. A lot of draws, but that's pretty solid. Arsenal we beat as well. Carabao Cup third round. McAllister got the winner, our signing, which is quite nice. Chelsea we drew. Real Madrid beat them in a friendly, but I guess that doesn't really count. Through again in the Carabao Cup, by the way. We are still in the Carabao Cup going into the quarterfinals. Still in the Champions League. FA Cup hasn't started yet. We've got Carlisle, though. In today's episode, we're going to play games against Wolves, Carlisle, Brentford, or at least see how those games go, watch the goals go in, etc. And hopefully make some signings, because that's our main role here. We've brought in our boy, Angelo Peruzzi. Now we need to make sure we are giving him good players for his system to improve this team. And we've been given a bit of a budget for it. £33 million has been provided to us by the board. Happy days. £145,000 as well in wage. This is good. We can work with this. And I'm going to do some signings, but I'm also trying to do episodes so that we go to each transfer window, because those are the fun things to do if you are a director of football, isn't it? And I want you guys to tell me which players I should be trying to sign. Which position should I be trying to strengthen? Looking at this now, I think my next moves in this January window are going to be for a right wing back and a left wing back. Of course, in real life, they've gone for Pedro Porro in this right wing back position. Emerson's still getting games there, though. Perisic getting on a little bit. Maybe we could replace him. I feel like in midfield, we're okay. I wouldn't mind maybe one more DM, but I think we're okay there. And then with Kane and Son rotating up front, that's pretty good. Kulusevski and McAllister are great. And if Kane has to play deeper, he can. Has he actually played there, I wonder? Let's see. Does he play many games? He does. Look, he is picking him as the shadow striker in the Champions League, it would seem. Although these were friendlies. Maybe he's just testing him there in friendlies. But actually in competitive games, he's using him as a deep line play. Oh, no, look. Advanced playmaker, attacking midfielder. So he is playing him as an AMC in some games. I don't know why I didn't realise that before. I was just looking. Yeah, more recently, though, deep line forward as a striker, which maybe I need to change this because it's actually... He's not using that. He's using a deep line forward to have these guys supporting it. Anyway, that's interesting in itself. Just seeing the way and playing the game this different way is really, really fun. Either way, though, I think my targets are going to be a right wing back, perhaps Pedro Porro himself, who I did look at in the summer, but didn't want to join because he just signed a new contract. Maybe a left wing back too. I'm going to go through our January. I'm going to go through and play this Wolves game now, or at least Peruzzi is going to play this Wolves game, and we're going to see how it goes, and I'm going to put some bids in. I'll see you after Wolves. Okay, so he's just lost. He lost to Wolves. We've lost 2-1 to Wolves. Where is it? I mean, it's not great, is it? After that run that he's been on, after I talked about he's only lost one game in the league since the start of the season, this is what he's put out against Wolves. Silva did play actually well in the defence there. Son played up front, Kane in behind him. And yeah, they lost. They had a decent amount of shots as well. 17 shots, 5 on target. Worse XG, though, than Wolves, who got the 2 goals. It was a late winner from Boubacar Traore right at the end. In fact, let's watch those goals and see, as there's probably a bit of a conversation to have here, actually. There has been times during this save so far where they've been talking about me losing my job. And that's not my job as the director of football. That's because in game, I'm the manager, and these results are on me at the end of the day. And when Peruzzi's not winning them, there was times, especially after we drew to Milan and lost to Milan in the Champions League. There's Kane with the opening goal. We actually went in front in this game. Since after that, though, it was all Wolves, apparently, as it's Eric Dyer. That is terrible. Raul Jimenez slots it in, and then right at the death, Traore with the winner. It was a free kick from Neto. Lloris, that is not great. And then Kilman keeps it alive. I mean, sad times. We lost that game. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, there was a time where it was in the press where it looked like I would be sacked if we didn't manage to qualify from our Champions League group. We did bounce back and manage to do that. But there is definitely a conversation to be had that if things do start to go not so well, we will need to think about what we do to get out of that situation. If that means removing Peruzzi as our head coach and replacing him with a manager that is going to play a different system that might get better results, that is something we might have to do if we're going to keep our job. And just to say, if we lose our job, The save is not going to end because I'm having so much fun doing that. We'll go and find another job as the manager. We'll turn this into a director of football journeyman and we'll bring in our players. Maybe we'll bring Peruzzi to the next club that we go to. You know, I feel like we can have a lot of fun with this, even if we turn it into a journeyman. Let's continue from here then and tell you about the fact that I have now made a bid for Pedro Porro. It's £15 million up front. That could rise to 50, probably likely to rise to £40 million, but they have accepted that. He has a release clause of £39 million, and we're guaranteed to pay, I think, 40 with this one here, and we don't have to pay all of our money up front, meaning we could probably get another signing in if he chooses to sign. He did like the contract. Oh, no, in fact, I've not offered the contract to him yet. So I'm going to offer that to him, and we're going to move through, and then we'll think about who our other signing of the window is going to be. A left back, potentially. We do have Udogie out on loan, so I think maybe, I don't know if we even really need a left back. He's kind of our future one. He's really good on FM, isn't he? I'll show you him here, Udogie. I've signed him and tried to sign him in a few saves this year already. He's out on loan, look, from us to Udinese in Serie A. He comes back and starts at left back for us, doesn't he? So maybe not a left wing back, maybe just the right wing back now, and then from there maybe another attacking midfielder, so these rotate. Maybe another centre mid in here. If there's a really good one available, maybe here. Or is it still a centre back? Like a proper, like a Dyer replacement. I'll have a look what's about and I'll let you know. Then again, Lloris. How old is Lloris now? We just saw that mistake. He's 36. So maybe a really good keeper. Maybe a Diogo Costa or I don't know. There's a few options. I'm thinking out loud. If you have, if you're like, please do this. If you're a Spurs fan, let me know in the comments what you would be shouting for right now. And you can see whether I actually take your advice telepathically or not. Let's go through and play a couple more games. Let's go and play Carlisle and Brentford, both cup competitions, and I'll be back before Leeds to tell you what I've been up to. See you then. Okay, so I've gone big in the transfer window. Massive, actually. I have signed 2 new players, one of them being Pedro Porro, as discussed previously. The second of which, let me just show you on here, is Eduardo Camavinga from Real Madrid. He was interested in joining. I felt like we had to try and splash the cash, and I have absolutely splashed the cash on him. 20 years old, French midfielder, can play in this defensive midfield spot, which we use in this system that Angelo Peruzzi is playing with. We've brought him in for £65 million. It was £20 million up front, by the way, and then we are going to increase this. It could increase to 98 million, but I mean, he is so good, and he only gets better on Football Manager that I feel like we've just invested in the future and in the present. He's going to slot into that midfield, and he's going to slot in the midfield alongside a new right wing back in Pedro Porro, who has now joined. He's made his debut as well. Let me show you how he did on his debut. It literally says Porro impressive on return to English football. He got himself a nice assist, 7 key passes, an 8 out of 10 rating in the Carabao Cup game against Brentford. We're looking pretty good. I've put them into the side to show you how they might be fitting into this 11 for Peruzzi to go and play with. Camavinga, Bentancur, maybe Højbjerg, maybe Bissouma, who's played a lot of games too. That central midfield spot now is pretty good, I think. You got Porro on the right-hand side, Perisic. We looked at Udogie for the future. You got Bastoni, Dyer, Romero. Maybe a new central defender in the future instead of Dyer. Possibly, we'll see. Then you've got these 3 strikers, or these 3 forwards, with Son to replace them off the bench. Another thing to mention, actually, that I've just thought of is that Richarlison, he's barely played. No starts, in fact, for the club, and he wants to leave. So I do wonder if we need to offer him out. I've transfer listed him. I might just offer him out and see if we can get any money in for him, because that would go a long way to paying for Camavinga if we could do that. And he's just not being used by the manager. I think he's pretty good, Richarlison, but he's not being used by the manager, so I feel like we should let him go. We played 2 games, as I mentioned before, as I promised. We beat Carlisle 3-0. Heung-min Son starting in this one, as the striker, scored twice, and the other goal was from Harry Kane. Let's watch those goals. Bentancur played it out wide. Matt Doherty, he's also Tommy's going to leave on a free, by the way. He feeds it into Son, who scores the opener. 27 minutes on the clock. Longley then starting. You can see that he has rotated here, Peruzzi. Doherty into Kane. A lot of first teamers in the game. We're playing Carlisle, but like Kane scoring a goal there. But there are definitely players that haven't been given as much game time this year in this game. Perisic back into Son. That was 3-0. That was the end of that, really. And we backed it up. Really decent win, actually. Carabao Cup quarter-final. We're into a Carabao Cup semi-final, which is a real chance at silverware. If Peruzzi could win some silverware in his first season, that would be it would go a long way to impressing himself in the history books here at Spurs, because they don't win many trophies. Maybe if he kicks off with one, that'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? It was a 3-1 win. Let me load up the goals here. Kane with a penalty for the first one there, slotting home after 14 or so minutes. Brentford equalised, I think here it was Visser down the left-hand side. He's got 2 players in the box to find. One of them being Mbuemo, takes it down, puts it in past Lloris. Again, that always just reminds me, we do need a keeper at some point. Summer signing, goalkeeper. Let me know in the comments down below if you agree with that. I think that might be something to look for. Then it was bouncing around in there and Perisic scored to make it 2-1. I think that was a Perisic goal. They surely checked that for VAR, and I think well, they did, didn't they? And it was obviously given. Camavinga, look, played in this game. Porro played in this game. He's given game time to our new signings. It was Son with the header, which hit almost both posts as it went in there. 3-1 into a Carabao Cup semi-final where we don't know who we're going to play yet. I'm going to go now, and probably, I don't think we're going to do much more business because we've not got any money. We're over our wage budget. Although, actually, we've got 10 million in the bank because we've just signed, or sold, I should say, Davinson Sanchez gone to Zenit. He didn't play any games, basically. He got sent off in like an early game and then he was never picked again by Peruzzi. So he's gone for £10 million. And we've got a couple of other players that might be going out too. We've got, although actually, has he gone? Oh, he hasn't gone yet. He joins in a few weeks. We have already sold, I should say. Japhet Tanganga for £10 million has gone to Hoffenheim. That was the second one there. So we have got £10 million for him. I also sold Lucas Moura for 4.5 in the summer too, which is cheap, but he was never going to play. And his contract, I think, was running out as well. So yeah, I'm going to go through now until the end of January. Just in case any more transfer business happens, we'll include it in today's video. I'll show you these results. I'll let you know whether we're going to make a Carabao Cup final. And if we do, we'll have to come back for that one and see how he does, won't we? I will see you after the window has closed. Okay, we're back and the transfer window has now closed. Deadline day has passed. It's the 1st of Feb and we've had some results on the pitch as well. Let me show you, first of all, before we talk about transfer business, there's not been much. Let me show you the matches that have been played then. Since that Brentford game was the last one, we have played Leeds, Leicester, Arsenal, City, Arsenal, City. It's been a weird run. We've played Arsenal and City back to back twice because for some reason we have the worst cup luck ever this year. The teams we are drawing seems difficult, right? We've played Leeds and beat them 3-0. Let me click on this game and show you these goals. I want to show you as many of the goals as possible. You get to see the team that Peruzzi is putting out. You get to see that he's still using this system and how they're getting on, which I think is important for a save like this. You don't want to just look at transfers. We want to know that we've got a manager in place here who's doing things. I want to follow those things that he's doing. A 3-0 win away at Leeds here is just really, really good. I was genuinely worried that we were going to get the sack in this save, and I still am a little bit for next season, but now that we're bringing better players in as well, this is really good. Kane scores the opener just on the stroke of half-time, or just after half-time actually, and then from there we're pretty impressive. I'm going to turn the speed up a little bit. Kulusevski, Camavinga, Perisic, lovely through ball. There's Alexis McAllister. 2 of the new signings involved in that one as well. They checked it for offside. He was onside. Here's Heung-min Son back to Kulusevski. Son then drills it past Meslier, who kind of flaps it to let it in a little bit. But that was a 3-0 win. We don't need to look at the next one, really, because it was Leicester. It was a 0-0 draw. I'll show you the team that played. Son played striker again. I feel like we're not got quite as good when Son does play up front. Don't know. Maybe that's just a bit of a coincidence. But the rest of the team looked like this. Longley started ahead of our... Bastoni played central, sorry. And then Dyer was on the bench for that one, I think. We were the better team, but drew 0-0. Arsenal, this was in the league. Another win against Arsenal. Well, I say another win. A win against Arsenal. We lost early, very early in the season, didn't we? This time, despite having a worse XG and less shots on goal, we beat them 3-2 in a bit of a blockbuster. I'll show you the goals now. We started with a bang. Harry Kane straight out of the traps. 2nd minute, scoring the opening goal. And then he backed it up with the second as well. This was the opener. It was Ben White with not great play as he gave it away. Harry Kane smashed it in. I think he's playing as that shadow striker again, in behind Heung-min Son, who's playing as the striker. Here came the second as well. It was Harry Kane again. Camavinga winning it back. Kane on the volley. That is a beauty of a finish, isn't it, from Harry Kane? And then Arsenal started to fight back. 49 minutes from a corner. It was Gabriel. That was 2-1. And then it was 3-1 to us, I think. Porro crosses it in. Sonic bounces down. It's not good defending. That was 3-1. And then there was a final goal from Arsenal. 3-2 it finished. Tierney picks it up, drives through the middle, ball over the top. Odegaard looked like we played offside. Thought it was offside. He was onside. But we won again. North London derby. 3-2 win, and we'd go on to play Arsenal again in quick succession because we had them in the FA Cup 4th round. We beat Carlisle in the 3rd round. Got Arsenal in the 4th round. Beat them 2-1, by the way. I'm not going to show you the City goals, but before we look at that Arsenal game, we went to the Etihad and got well and truly humbled. We lost 4-0 to City. There's the team. It was Son up front again. I think Peruzzi has rotated a little bit here. It's not come off too well, though. 4-0 defeat in the away leg of that tie, meaning we had a lot to do in the home leg. The home leg, we drew 2-2. I mean, there it is. Look, we are out of the Carabao Cup. We're not going to win that trophy that we talked about earlier. The Spurs curse continues, at least until next season. We'll go again next year, if we're still here, that is. Which I'm hoping we will be. We're doing okay. We should be, right? This was the second leg. It was goals from Haaland that kept them through. It was, what, 6-2 on aggregate by the end of it. McAllister and Bastoni, 2 new signings scoring goals for us, which is pretty cool. But yeah, and then in between that though, happier news, we did beat Arsenal in the FA Cup 4th round. I'll show you the goals to this one. We bounced back from going a goal down. Gabby Jesus with the opener after 8 minutes. I'll show you that goal here. It's annoying that, why do I have to keep turning the speed up on this every single time? I'd like it if it would stay, but either way, it's fine. There was his goal in at the near post to head in. Then we bounced back. 22nd minute, it was Bentancur from the Porro corner. And then the winner, still in the first half, Porro's throw in. There's Son down the right-hand side, waiting for support. Kulusevski was that support. 2-1 win. And we've gone through to the 5th round of the FA Cup, where we've drawn United. Our draws have been really, really tricky, haven't they, so far in this saves? Considering 5th round, we've had Carlisle, not so hard. Arsenal, now United. We're doing it the hard way. Bayern in the Champions League, that's really tricky as well. I'm going to, after this video, go and play the rest of this season. Well, I am. I'm not going to, I should say. Peruzzi is going to play the rest of this season, hopefully keeping himself in a job. It's a C+ from the board. It's a C from the supporters. It's fine, but it is going to be decided by if he can qualify for the Europa League and he's already, I think, is that the latter stages? Are they happy with that? We're on course to reach the quarterfinal. I think they might want us to get through against Bayern, which might mean that we fail this one, which wouldn't be great. We are going to need to beat United as well for the FA Cup. I'm a bit worried because if we're only just in that top 6, look. We're very comfortably in the top 6, actually. Saying it. We are 6 is what I meant by that. We should finish in the Europa League spot though, shouldn't we? Which is the bare minimum for the league. So we should be fine. Peruzzi should be fine. But that is the situation after however many games it is. 22 games of our league season. Peruzzi has led us to 6 in the league. Through in the FA Cup, out of the Carabao Cup now. He's still playing his 5-2-2-1. We've signed some absolute ballers though. Camavinga coming in. Bastoni. We've got Porro. McAllister. Okay, so it is the end of our first season, and Peruzzi, our boy, our head coach, has led us to finish 6 in the league. He's done it. It's basically what we expected him to do. After 22 games, he sat 6 in the league, and he's there. He's still there. We've still got a job. The board are okay with us. We're on a C, which is about right. Yeah, we were supposed to finish in the Europa League places. We've done that. If I show you here, we've qualified for the Europa League through our league finish. So we've ticked that box off. He's done okay, actually, in the Champions League as well. If I show you the results on here, we got through to play Manchester City in the quarterfinal. He beat Bayern Munich. He beat Bayern Munich on penalties. He's done all right with a load of draws towards the end. Angelo Peruzzi is just about holding it down. If I show you on his profile here, just so we can check in just how good he is. Another thing to mention is, no, he's still not got his Continental Pro license. I don't know what's going on. I feel like he keeps failing and then is trying again. He doesn't even have his full license here, but he's doing fine. And just to show you as well, on my profile, I'm yet to manage any games. Games played, none. Look, you can see that Peruzzi has been taking charge of every single match. I don't know why the board are okay with this, but it works. A DOF save like this actually works. I'm having so much fun. We've finished 6 in the Premier League. We've also got, I'll just show you right now, one good player come through our youth intake because I've just seen him here. Evans Musa has come through our youth intake and he actually looks all right as a right back. 15-year-old Ghanaian right back. We could have him on the right and then Udogie when he comes back from his loan over in Italy at Udinese. We could have him as our left back. And actually, I do need to check, when does his loan finish? Because I think I might want to use him next year. Okay, he's almost back now. I think I might use him next year. Keep him in the squad. And I've been thinking about our squad in general. Let me show you how it's done. This is, I think, the team that Peruzzi's been playing. Again, some of the roles might be slightly different. I've got on here, look, the system he's been using. It has been this 5-2-2-1 all year. Have a look at some of the results on here, look. Some of them great. Some of them not so good. A 5-0 loss to City, for example, wasn't as good. We've got that in. Look how many chances they made. Oh, I guess they did have a red card. Okay, Kulusevski got sent off, so I guess you can understand it a bit, but oh my word, 33 shots from Manchester City. We've done okay. Load of weird draws towards the end of the season, just about sneaking into that 6th position. That's fine though. FA Cup, we went out in the no, we didn't. We went out in the 5th round. It was Manchester United who beat us 4-0. Again, not a great result, that one, but... And then I told you before, it was Manchester City in the Champions League that beat us in the quarter-final. We beat them away from home as well, and then lost 4-1 in the home leg. So there was a chance. I thought we might be able to make a Champions League semi-final and do basically as good as Spurs have ever done, except for that final before. But no, City did this to us. They beat us 4-1 in the home leg. So yeah, not so great. But this is the team, this is the side, this is the team that he's been playing in most of the games. Harry Kane as the striker, 18 goals. Is that a bit disappointing? I feel like it kind of is, but this system is a weird one. This is why I'm kind of umming and erring. I'm thinking we stick with Peruzzi for another season. He's our boy, he's done enough. But there were times where I was like, if we drop out of the Europa League places, if we go out of the Champions League, I don't know if the board would have been that happy with me. So I do need to watch it closely. I need to think. And basically, if it looks like I'm about to be sacked, I'm going to sack Peruzzi and bring somebody else in. Somebody that hopefully has a system that maybe gets a few more goals. Maybe a 4-2-3-1, maybe a 4-3-3, maybe something with 3 strikers. That's always really good, isn't it? I don't know if those staff members actually exist, but you can see some of the performances. Porro didn't play that many games. Weirdly, he prefers Emerson Royale, which I don't really understand. He's also wanted by Atletico Madrid and valued at £55 million. So if I can sell him for big money, I feel like I might actually do that in this transfer window in today's episode. I should say as well, today's episode, I'm going to do the transfer window. We're going to get up to the start of next season, and then we're going to go from there. And I'll let you know how the start to that season is. I've not made any signings yet, but I am on the cusp of one. This is happening right now. We've got £64 million to spend. In fact, no, that's extra from before. That is because I've sold somebody already, I think, at the end of this season. We've sold Matt Doherty for £14 million already to Everton. His contract, he's already told me he was considering his options and was going to leave, and I've let him go for £14 million. So we've got good money to spend here. However, we also are going to lose 30 million because the Kulusevski deal goes through permanently this summer. So I think that might come out of that, but we've still got money to spend. I've also, look, managed to get Oliver Skip to be going to Wolves for 25 million, rising to 30 million, which I think is good business considering how many games did Skip play last year under Peruzzi? Actually played 26, but 4 of them were starts, 34 sub appearances. I think 30 million for him. I think we take it. Gives us a lot of money to go into the market with, and I'm going to think about which positions we want to improve. Richarlison also might be off. This is cheap. £13 million for him. However, Peruzzi really doesn't fancy him. He made 1 start all season and scored no goals last year. It's quite a loss on 51 million, but if he's not being played, my hands are kind of tied. I can't force him into the team. 13 million. Shall I maybe look for a bit more money than that? Maybe. It is big wages off the wage budget as well. It would give us a bit of a war chest to take into the market though, and I kind of want to go and do that. So that's where we're at with transfers. That's how the season has gone. Any questions, let me know in the comments down below, and I'll let you know anything that I've missed. I want to kind of get into these transfers here. I think what we will do from this point on here is go to maybe the end of June so that I can see which transfers I get done. I'll come back and give you a bit of an update. Then we'll go through to the start of the season. I'll see you when I've done a bit more business. Okay, so I've actually gone a lot further than the end of June, as I did promise before. I've gone all the way up until the 27th of August. We have started our new season, and as you can see, Angelo Peruzzi has made a pretty decent start to another season here. I think he might be an all right manager, you know. I feel like we've done all right with our hiring process because he has drawn the first game and then won 4-0 2 matches in a row. Let's have a look at this second one here, and obviously there are going to be some signings to tell you about in here. You might have already spotted one. Do you know what? We'll come back to this game, in fact. Let me show you the signings first, but I just wanted to show you the results. 4-0 against Brighton, 4-0 against West Ham. We did just lose 2-0 to Liverpool, but that's Liverpool at Anfield. I feel like we can let him off that one. He's still playing this 5-2-2-1, but as I mentioned before, and as I said I was going to come back a little bit earlier for, I've been very busy in the transfer market. I want to show you all of the comings and all of the goings because Yeah, I've been pretty busy. This is our transfer business for summer 2023. We have spent, as you can just see, that apparently right now there's a bidding war for Eric Dyer. Honestly, I've got an auction going for Eric Dyer. Juventus, Newcastle and Inter all want Eric Dyer. So hopefully we get another 20 million here. We've still got so much money to go and spend. I could go and get another couple of players before the deadline in a couple of days here. Maybe next episode you'll find out if I actually end up going to do that, because I am tempted, especially if Eric Dyer does end up going. Anyway, let me show you the transfers here. I have spent £120 million. I have sold players for £74 million. The business, I think, is good, considering how much better this squad is looking now. £50 million net spend. I think that's all right. Actually, that's probably not true, because there is actually a signing on the end. Before it ticked over, I did sign Diogo Costa, the new goalkeeper, for £43 million. So maybe about 90 million spent this summer. Spurs have got money, you know. We qualified for the Europa League, but we've got actual money. So this is quite exciting. Diogo Costa in is a new goalkeeper. Was there anybody else before the end? Oh yeah, and also £30 million Oliver Skip went to Manchester City before the transfer, before the year ticked over to this new season. £30 million for Oliver Skip. I did a bit of an auction. I'm going to make a video showing you how I managed to do that, because I recorded the process to show you the transfer method that I'm using to get transfer fees like 30 million for Oliver Skip, to get 14 million pounds for Matt Doherty, who had his contract running out as this was happening. Like, he told me he was considering his options, and we've managed to sell him for 14 million pounds. I'll do a video about it. But going back to this season signings then, they are huge. I'll just sort these by price, actually. We've got some big sales. Giovanni Lo Celso. Loads of our loan players came back that I realised I can sell on. Like Joe Rodon for 8 million. Like Ndombele for 5 million. I know that's not huge, but he had a lot. I think he's on 120k a week. So actually, we've saved a load in wages there and got 5 mil for a player that was never going to be in my plans, was he? Joe Rodon and Ndombele, Brian Gill. That became permanent because he was out on loan at Dortmund. Emerson Royale did go to Dortmund for 20 million pounds. Not quite the 55 million that I was looking at earlier, but still 20 million. And we've got Pedro Porro already. I think it's good business. Then 27 million for Giovanni Lo Celso, who he's quite a good FM player, to be fair, but he was never in our plans. He's a long way down the pecking order. 27 million. I couldn't say no to that. So he has gone there. Couple of other big things to show you. Richarlison out on loan. £1.7 million loan fee. They could pay 7 million for him if they want to. It's not a lot, but he really wanted to leave and he didn't play a single game. I think he started one game actually last season under Angelo Peruzzi. So he had to move on. I know he's quite good and I quite like him, but hopefully you can understand why we've decided to sell him on. Harry Winks went to Brentford on loan, £1.1 million. There is a future fee in that one as well. Sergio Reguilon went to Fiorentina. Don't know. Yeah, 12 million for a future fee there. And then Troy Parrott, there's no future fee in this one, but he's gone out on loan to Rangers. Those are the transfers out. I'm sure you've been looking. I'm sure you've been peering over to the transfers in here. £120 million spent here then. The biggest. Josko Guardiola, probably one of the best young centre-backs in world football, both in real life and definitely in FM. He is going to make us so much better. I'm genuinely curious as to how Peruzzi is going to do this season, because I feel like I've presented him with an elite football team. I'll show you the tactic, how he might set up using them in his 5-2-2-1 system, but he's got Guardiola. He's now got Guardiola to go alongside Bastoni and to go alongside Romero, alongside Silva. That's a very good defence all of a sudden, isn't it? He cost us £53 million, which could rise to £79 million, but he's so worth it. He's already scored a goal, look, in one of his first 4 games. He's got 7.55 already. He's going to be so useful. Can play left back, can play centre back, of course. The next signing, Kulusevski, his loan became permanent from Juventus, £30 million. This one, love this bit of business. And if you know how much I love James Ward-Prowse, you'll know how much I am enjoying telling you about the fact that I've signed him for £16 million. Southampton got relegated last season. They are now playing in the Championship, meaning we could go and get these players at a cut price, which is excellent. I was actually thinking, shall I go and get Mohamed Salisu as well, who's another player I really like, and he could cost us, what, like 15 million? Do you know, if Dyer goes, maybe we go and get Salisu to replace him, and we'd still have a load of money left over, wouldn't we? I'm kind of tempted by that now that I'm thinking about it. Possibly. The other teams that went down, by the way, Bournemouth, do they have any players that I'd like to bring in? I actually really like Solanke in FM. I think he's brilliant. Probably not, though. I think, I've just thought of something that I do need to tell you as well. The final team that went down, by the way, was Forest. Do they have anybody? Possibly not. Probably not. Not that I'm particularly interested in anyway. But it's nice to pick some good talents out from those teams that get relegated, isn't it? The final signing then that I need to tell you about is this one here, Erasmus Highland, who is an excellent player, excellent striker, young striker, 20 years old. You're probably thinking, why have you signed another striker there, Clayts? Because you've got Harry Kane, you've got Heung-min Son, you've had Richarlison. Why have you brought another striker in? And that is because Harry Kane is out for 8 months or so. Harry Kane has damaged his cruciate ligament. It now says 3 to 6 months, but it was 6 to 8 months when he first did it. So he is going to be out for a significant chunk of this season. And at 30 years old, I really don't know where his physicals are going to go after this. I'm a bit worried about the type of player he's going to come back to be. Hopefully, we don't see too many adverse effects of this, but we needed to buy a striker to bring to replace him for that time. And I was actually thinking it's probably not going to be Highland starting. It'll probably be Heung-min Son, won't it? Starting for Peruzzi and his team. But Kane out for ages. We needed to sign somebody to play up front. I went for Highland because I think he's good and he's young and he would be happy to be a backup. He's actually got injured since then. Look, he's out for 4 weeks. Kane out for that 3 to 6 months. Perisic out for 8 weeks. Udogie, by the way, back from his loan. What a player. Genuinely, I think he might be one of the best fullbacks on the game this year. Any arguments on that? I do need to make that video, by the way, the top 10 wing backs. But Udogie, second season when he comes back from Udinese, look at him and look at how much he's improving. Look at the potential on him. He is starting in this team now. 4 starts, look, in the first 4 games under Angelo Peruzzi. He clearly likes him. And this team is becoming a bit of a menace. I actually think, and in fact, I want to see, what is our season preview now? We are predicted to finish 4th, which is an improvement from that 6th place. It's just Chelsea, City, and then Liverpool, the favourites. Do any of our players get into the Dream 11? Still no, that's disappointing, isn't it? Look at our team that it picks here. 4-2-3-1. Højbjerg playing at a cat. Okay, that is mental. I'm not sure anybody's playing Højbjerg as a cam, but there we go. Let's have a look at the side. If I set it up in here, I've not put anybody in because I don't want to influence who he picks. I don't think it does, but when I go on holiday, I don't want him to pick the players that I've picked. I want him to pick the players that he actually wants to pick. But if we go through the team to show you, it's going to be Costa as our goalkeeper. The 3 centre-backs, probably Romero, still just ahead of Silva, who's quite young. Probably Bastoni in the middle, and it's probably Guardiola there. Those two could maybe swap. They're both left-footed, aren't they? Right wing-back, Pedro Porro. Also bringing in James Ward-Prowse, by the way, can play as a wing-back if we need him to, which I think is quite useful. Udogie on the left when he's not injured. We'll probably go Camavinga on the left-hand side. He's left-footed. In fact, can Camavinga play left-back? I know he's been playing there for Real Madrid. He actually can't on FM. I wonder if he'd be a really good backup left-back if we wanted him to be. Maybe we'll train him. I can't actually. I don't think that's my job, is it, to train him there? That's up to the manager. We'll see if Peruzzi does that, right? The other centre mid is probably going to be James Ward-Prowse. Maybe it would be Basuma, Bentancur. We've got a load of centre mids in there if we want them. 2 players in behind the striker, Kulusevski and probably McAllister. Probably the other way around. We would see. It probably won't be a shadow striker, actually, if it is Peruzzi picking it. Probably going to be an attacking midfielder or something like that. Then up front, I think with Kane's injury, it's probably Heung-min Son, and the side probably looks a little bit like this with these players on the bench. I think, and let me know what you think in the comments down below, I think we've built a bit of a worldy team here. I'm really excited to see how it goes. Disappointing setback against Liverpool, but I'm a lot less worried about getting sacked right now. Peruzzi, our boy, let's check in on him. I just like to have a look at his profile here. Here he is, Angelo Peruzzi, assistant manager. I wish we could see how many games he's played. Like on here somewhere. I know that technically he hasn't, has he? So I guess that's not going to be possible, but I'd love to see how many games he was in charge of, because he has been in charge. But there he is, assistant manager or head coach for us. He's winning games. Did just lose against Liverpool, but oh my word, we got actually destroyed in that game as well. We had 1 shot on goal. That is actually very disappointing. But the other games were much better. Should we have a look at some of the goals in this West Ham game? London Derby, dominating performance. Let's watch the goals. Ward-Prowse corner. Antonio Silva got the opening goal starting then. I did wonder if it was going to be Romero over him. Seems like he started. Here's Udogie down the left-hand side, a player that I'm really enjoying having back in this team. Kulusevski Pulls it back. Alexis McAllister. He's been a really good signing, you know. I was wondering whether he's going to get into the first team squad, and he seems to have, doesn't he? He's been really, really important. Here's Porro down the right-hand side. Honestly, those wing-backs, I'm not sure you can get much better. Heung-min Son, now starting games. A lot happier. We did have bids from PSG in the summer, which I turned down. I did say I wonder if we get something like an £80 million bid for him, I'd maybe accept it. McAllister scored the penalty there to make it 4. But I think now with Kane's injury, we have to keep Son, and I think I'm probably happy to keep him. 4-0 win there. Let's watch the goals from this 4-0 win against Brighton as well, so you can see them in action. Look at that. It was 2 shots from Brighton, 1 on target. A bit like Liverpool did to us, actually. It was Heung-min Son with the opening goal. Let's watch them here. I've just seen Christian Romero scored twice in this game as well, by the way. That set pieces working their magic. I've not set up any set pieces, by the way, but I've seen James Ward-Prowse got 3 assists. So he's doing what he's doing what we need him to do. Here is the opener from Son. That's a good finish in off the post. Lovely through ball. I think was it Camavinga? Or was it one of the centre-backs? Either way, here's our first corner. James Ward-Prowse whips it to the back post with Guardiola, who heads it in. Back post corners, by the way. They're a thing. They're a thing. If you've not tried your back post corners, try them. That was a near post corner. It was Romero's first of his 2. Oh my word, I've just realised we've scored 4 inside the first 21 minutes. 2 of them from set pieces, and then I guess nothing else happened for the rest of that game. We scored all of those goals so early, look. Ward-Prowse with the assists. We're in a good spot. We're in a good spot. Peruzzi's doing his thing. He's at the wheel. And I think we need to be looking to see if we can get Champions League spots. The board expect us to finish in the Europa League places, which I think is very doable. We did it last year. I did notice, by the way, next season, it says challenge for the Premier Division title. So maybe that's when we lose our job. Maybe not, though. Maybe we continue to build this insane super team. When I sell Dyer, shall I go and buy somebody else? Because, I mean, I've got like 60 million to spend if I want to. Probably going to go and have some fun. I'm probably going to sign somebody else, aren't I? Season 2 is well and truly underway, and the situation looks like this. To dive straight into it, we're on New Year's Day 2024. The January window of Season 2 has just opened, and we're 8th in the league. We're outside of the European places. We're behind Chelsea, Villa, United, Newcastle, Arsenal, Liverpool, and City, and we've got a decision to make. We'll get into it straight away. Is Angelo Peruzzi going to be keeping his job? Because if we have a look at the club vision, we are expected to qualify for at least the Europa League this season. I actually think I was maybe expecting a little bit more. We finished 6th last year. We brought in great players. The signings we made in the summer at the end of last episode were great. Guardiola, Kulusevski on a permanent, James Ward-Prowse, and then Rasmus Højlund coming in to replace Harry Kane, who got that injury. If we could sign Erling Haaland, that would be pretty useful, actually. But Højlund in for Kane, who is almost back from his injury, by the way. I thought we'd strengthened. I thought we'd done quite well in the window. We do have a bit more money to spend. A lot of money has actually come out as well because we've been paying a few of those future clauses, those installments for transfers. But we've still got £29 million to spend. We've still got some wage budget to use. In fact, over 100k of wage budget. We could go and do something. There's also some sellable assets as well. Do we, though? Do we continue with Angelo Peruzzi as our head coach, our self-appointed head coach himself here? Are we going to continue with him as our manager? I think he's pretty good. His people management is good. His motivation's really good. Very determined, very adaptable. Does he lack a little bit in tactical knowledge down at 12 here? Is this something we should be trying to improve on? Is this something we should be trying to improve on? He plays this 5-2-2-1 DM-AM. I'm not sure it's best for Spurs. It's because, although actually it hasn't even been an issue this year. Is it meta in FM? Is it good enough to make us a really strong team? Or are we just being beaten because we're not playing the systems that work best in Football Manager? That's kind of what I'm worrying about. I've put in the team that he seems to be picking most often then throughout this first half of the season. I'll show you some of the results, but let's have a look at some of the player stats before that. The goalkeeper, Diogo Costa, has been playing pretty much every game. Weirdly, Fraser Forster's played 1 game and so has Hugo Lloris. I don't know if that was cup competitions, but either way, they've played 1 each. He's been quite good, Costa, in goal, it seems so far. And hopefully will improve actually in the future too, because he's only 24 as well, which is quite young for a goalkeeper, isn't it? At the back, it looks a bit of a weird one here. He's gone Romero, Guardiola, Bastoni, but also Antonio Silva's played 14 games, so he must be rotating that quite a lot. I wonder if it's kind of with Guardiola, who's only played 19 himself. It seems like maybe those two are rotating. I'm not exactly sure who's playing in which role here. I had a look at the most recent game, which was a loss to Crystal Palace, and the back five looked like this. It was Silva on the right, Romero in the middle, and Bastoni on the left-hand side of the three. It was Guardiola not starting in that game, so I wonder if that's something. He's also playing Højbjerg. I've just seen that. He's playing Højbjerg as a number 10. Surely we've got better. Where's Kulusevski? Is he on the bench here? He was on the bench. It's such weird choices. It makes me think, do we need to see if we can upgrade on Peruzzi today? Do we need to go and see if we can headhunt a better manager? Because results haven't been as good as I think they could be if we had in a proper coach, maybe with that better style of play, maybe with that better tactical knowledge. I'm not sure. I'm 50-50 right now, and I just wonder if we need to make a decision. Are we going to need to go early? Because if we don't finish in this Europa League spot in the top 7, are we going to get sacked? Because I kind of feel like it might happen. That's the main aim of the season, isn't it? They're disappointed that we're outside, only on course to achieve a top half finish. I'm worried. We're at a C, so it seems okay. We've done great in the Carabao Cup. Apparently we're competitive, even though I'll show you we went out very early in that. And we're challenging for the Europa League because we're on course to go to the semi-final in that. I'll show you how that's gone as well. We've just gone through the group stage, so there still might be disappointment in that regard if we go out of the Europa League too. We'll come on to all of that though. Let me just continue to show you the squad that's been picked. Porro has been the right back. He's played 22 times. Udogie at left back, currently slightly injured, but he's played a lot of games at left wing back. 21 of those games. Look, great having him back from his loan spell at Udinese. Really, I mean, just look how good he is. Honestly, one of my favourite left backs on the game, I think. Anyway, I keep saying that because every time I look at him, I'm impressed, I think. In the midfield, Camavinga and James Ward-Prowse, I don't think they've been playing these roles. I can't actually see the roles that are being played in-game. I can just see where they're playing and who's being picked. I'm guessing that Camavinga's more of a ball-winning midfielder in this left-hand side, and then maybe you have Ward-Prowse as a playmaker. Ward-Prowse, by the way, 12 assists. That's pretty decent. Actually on course for a record for a season as well. Obviously, he's taking all of the set pieces, it would seem, and getting plenty. He got 3 assists in that one game we looked at in the last episode, didn't we? In front of those two then, Kulusevski and McAllister are the first choice starters there. Højbjerg apparently is getting starts at Cam as well, which is just bizarre to me. And then up front, Heung-min Son, he's first choice. Rasmus Højlund has started 6 and come off the bench 8 times, got 4 goals. So when he has played, he's been decent, but Son has got that starting berth. Again, if he's playing him as a deep line forward, I just don't know if we're getting the best out of him. His average rating is a 7, so it's not terrible, and he's scored 12 goals halfway through the season, which it's not awful, is it? But I assume that's not that many in the league. In fact, I think I saw it on here. It is, yeah, 12 goals. How many of those are league goals? 6. It's not amazing, is it? We're not exactly a free scoring team. Maybe the problem is that we're missing Harry Kane. I don't know. I did notice as well, by the way, Harry Kane has got himself a new contract. He has signed, I was looking at the contracts here, look. He signed, oh no, he's been offered one. I saw it coming up. Or maybe he hasn't got it yet then. Has he been offered one? I'm not sure. I won't be able to tell, will I? But I did see that they were in talks about a new, oh yeah, look, it says it here, look. New wage, 160k until 2026. I saw as well that Udogie signed the new contract too on 130k a week. I'm not sure the financial control from our manager here is too amazing, but at least he's signing our players. The only players that are going out of contract in the summer are Perisic, Sessegnon, Dyer, by the way, actually. Dyer, Perisic, Sessegnon, Kane, but I think he's going to sign a new one. Lloris, who's retiring, and Fraser Forster, who is also retiring. We're going to need a backup goalkeeper as well in the summer. That does make me think here. Let me just go back to showing you exactly all of the stats and everything on here. This is my squad view, which I really like. I guess, now that we've seen how the players been doing, let me show you the results to lead us to 8th place on January the 1st here. They've been up and down. Last time around, we were here. It was a 2-0 loss to Liverpool after beating West Ham and Brighton and drawing to Villa. It was a good start to the season. 2 4-0 wins at home gave me a lot of optimism for this season. I was thinking we could have a really good season here. And then we had back-to-back losses. Wolves and Manchester United. Wolves at home as well. That one really stings. Were we the better team here? It was quite even, and then they got an early-ish goal from Maxi Gomez, who they've signed to play striker for them. That's a bit disappointing, isn't it, that game there? And then from there, I get a loss against Manchester United. We did beat Kilmarnock 6-0, our Europa League group, by the way. I'll show you it right now. So easy. We won all 6 games, which is a lovely confidence boost and definitely helped with morale and things. We won 6 out of 6. Dynamo Kiev, Kilmarnock, and Maccabi Haifa were the other teams. I don't think we've had the draw. We're not in the draw yet because we're in the round of 16. So we've avoided the knockout playoff, haven't we? Teams like Inter are in there, though. There's some good teams. Napoli are in there as well. So Dortmund, hopefully we avoid those when we go through to that next round. It's not been drawn yet and it's not for a while. But yeah, after that point, after our Europa League games there, we lost to Chelsea. We beat Everton. We beat Watford. We lost 6-0 to Manchester City. They have got our number, haven't they? They outplay us. Oh, Haaland scored 5. I didn't realise that. He scored 5 and got an assist. Erling Haaland got a 10 out of 10. So, to be honest, yeah, we got done there. There's our team. It's pretty much the team that I showed you earlier. So we were first choice. Not a great game from Diogo Costa with a 5.8. Following from that, though, we lost to Arsenal in the home leg of our derby, North London derby home game. Not amazing. 2-0 win against Leeds. We beat Fulham. We drew to Brentford. We lost to Middlesbrough. We drew to Burnley, beat Newcastle, and then most recently lost to Palace. It's just up and down, isn't it? It really is just, there's no real consistency here. We've not gone on a run of consecutive wins except for like here, and one of those was the Europa League game. We need consistency in the league. I think I'm going to say something a little bit outlandish today. We're going to make the next game a little bit spicier because I'm going to say if we don't beat Burnley away from home, who are bottom of the league, I think Peruzzi's going to get the sack. That might be a little bit trigger happy. I don't know. Let me know in the comments down below. Like right now, in this situation, what would you do in your director of football says? Would you be sacking the manager after this start to the season to try and rescue your season with 4 points off 7th? 7th might not even be good enough for Europa League. We might need to finish 6th. We're 8 points off it. Would you be sacking the manager, or would you be holding out and giving him the chance to improve it over the rest of this season? Or would you be pulling the trigger? I'm tempted to say if we don't beat Burnley, they're bottom, by the way. 20th. They've only got 8 points. They've won 1 game all season, 5 draws. They've lost 14. If we don't beat them, I think I'm going to call Angelo Peruzzi into a meeting, and I think it might be bad news for him. The way that we're going to put a little bit of extra pressure on this and make it quite cinematic is that we're going to watch this game. I've added a new manager. As somebody said in the comments down below, great shout, by the way. We should definitely do this so we can do live comms. I've added a new manager called Watching Man. Let me just show you Watching Man. Fantastic manager is Watching Man. Here he is. Before I'm going to get ahead of things here. He's not very good. Before I know what the comments are going to do, the comments are going to say you should make Watching Man the manager. I'm not going to appoint Watching Man, okay? I don't want to see any campaigns for Watching Man to become manager, all right? Just I'm nipping that in the bud before it even starts in the comments down below. But with Watching Man, I've gone to the Premier League and I have... How can I get to the Premier League nice and quickly? If I go to here, I've gone to Tottenham's schedule. I've clicked that we're going to attend this match with Burnley. We're going to watch it. We're going to go, and it's like, you know, when the boards start to attend matches and you're like, oh, the manager might be getting the sack here. The director of football, us, we're going to be sitting in the stands watching Angelo Peruzzi take charge of this Burnley game, and we're going to make a decision. If it is terrible and we play awfully and we don't win, I think I'm going to sack him. Shall we get into the game? Okay, so here we go. We are going into the game now. But as a crowd member, as somebody watching the match rather than a manager or anything, we get to see exactly how they're going to set up. Weghorst is back at Burnley, by the way, which I quite like. There's the Burnley team, 4-2-3-1 from them. There, okay, what is going on? McAllister's playing up front, Highland's playing as a cam. Perisic is playing centre mid. What have I just seen? But hang on. Is Angelo Peruzzi losing his mind? I've seen Perisic playing defensive midfield. I've seen McAllister striker with Highland in behind him. I didn't even get a chance to see the rest of the team. Okay, I think Highland is up front because he's just taken the kickoff. So maybe that's okay. Let's actually look at it in game here. We've got Kulusevski and McAllister in behind Highland. We've got Porro, Antonio Silva, Romero, and then I assume down this side is Perisic, which would make a lot more sense. And do you know what? Maybe I was freaking out a little bit. It's like when they get it wrong on the... maybe they've read it. You know, when they do the team sheet and it's in like number order. And it's like, why'd you do that? Put it in the positions. Maybe that was why. Either way, I think it is no reason to panic here. We're going to kick off here. I'm just going to move these up a little bit. I'm going to put my correct view in that I like to use, which is this one. And we're now underway. There's Perisic down this side. We're going to watch on key highlights. I'll jump to the big moments in the game, but let's see if Peruzzi can keep his job, because I think I've made a decision. I think I'm gonna remove him from his post if we fail to win here. It's pressure on. They are bottom of the league though. If he gets a win here, he's gonna buy himself a bit of stay of execution. Is that a word? Is that a phrase? I feel like, is that a thing? Anyway, he's going to avoid being sacked is what I'm talking about. What's going on? Why have I got so many visualizers here? Let me change those. Highlight here, 23 minutes in, 0-0 then. Perisic down the left. Kulusevski, I've just checked the team and it is as we would have expected it to be. Kulusevski is going to come to him. That's a terrible baby leg finish. Straight into Ante Muric in the goal. And yeah, like I mentioned, Highland is up front. Look, Kulusevski and McAllister in behind him. It wasn't that weird lineup that we saw at the start of the game. Maybe he did the old switcheroo right at the start there. I'm not sure. Kulusevski driving into the middle, looking for Highland, who puts it wide. Was he onside? He was onside. It said that was a sitter, and I feel like it actually was a sitter. Oh my word, that's a shame. To be fair then to Peruzzi, as we go in at half-time, having a look at those match stats, we have been the better team by a long shot. Burnley haven't had a shot. They've not had anything towards our goal. They've only had 29% of possession. It's going to be now up to Angelo Peruzzi to turn this domination into a victory. We've only had a couple of highlights. That Highland chance, that Kulusevski chance, not much else. There's the team. Look, Guardiola starting on the left, Silva on the right, Romero through the middle, McAllister and Kulusevski in behind Highland. That means that Heung-min Son is on our bench. It means that Harry Kane is back on our bench, by the way. Now back. He wasn't even registered for the first half of the season. He's obviously been registered since the window is open now. He could make his return from his ACL injury. He might be needed because it's still 0-0 and we're into the 60th minute. An hour has gone. Peruzzi needs a goal to save his job. This feels really slow. Like maybe 2 up is the way to go. I felt like it was too fast before, but that felt too slow. I feel like I've got used to using it on 2 up from the middle. Anyway, here is that highlight. Silva into Camavinga. Kulusevski. That's good football. Perisic. That's great football. Perisic has scored down the left-hand side. Our left wing-back in for the slightly injured Destiny Udogie. Perisic gives us the lead. And it might mean that Peruzzi stays in a job. Now I'm even second-guessing that. I'm thinking, but are we going to qualify for the Europa League? We've got a long way to go. A lot of ground to make up. That is a good goal, though. And it does give us the lead. It gives us the goal that we deserve from our domination so far. 68% possession. No changes yet, or any changes been made so far? No. Oh yeah, Porro off. Højbjerg on at right wing back is the only change so far. There's another one though. Who just came on there? Highland's gone to attacking midfield. Son has come on. So we've had another change. Dyer's on in midfield. He's also brought on Eric Dyer for, I think, James Ward-Prowse. Again, that's weird, Peruzzi. I'm not going to question it because you are winning this game, but it's odd, isn't it? It wasn't Ward-Prowse. It must have been Camavinga then. Dyer, Kulusevski. Good save by Muric. Went low, and he managed to make the save. There's Rasmus Highland looking very tall, I was just seeing there. Is it him there? That might be Kulusevski. Anyway, corner from Ward-Prowse. He's good at these. We know this. In-swinger. Headed away by Brownhill. Perisic might recycle it. Ward-Prowse is going to get another chance to deliver. Weird. Romero, Guardiola, Son down the right-hand side. It's good football, actually. It's now cleared, though. He worked it. He played it in behind Highland, so he couldn't get the shot away. We're into added time. It might just be a 1-0. It's going to be a 1-0 win. And with that, I put the pressure on, and he did get the result. It means that we stay in 8th. We're just a point behind Chelsea now. They do have a game in hand, but do you know what? If we sneak into 7th, that sounds... It's still disappointing, isn't it? Like, sneaking into 7th wasn't what I was hoping for this season. It's Villa that have disrupted things. They've got themselves into 5th. They're having a really good season. They just won 3-0 away at Middlesbrough as well. Okay, it is a win. This means then, I think, that I'm going to have to go and do some transfers and see if I can improve this team in this January window. I'll show you how we get on in those games in January. And maybe, just maybe, we need to keep him in his role for a couple more months. I think we're going to have to give him. Let's see if we can bring in any really good players and how the rest of January goes. January looks like this for Spurs, along with me doing some transfers. We've got games against West Ham, Tranmere in the FA Cup, Chelsea, Newcastle and Brighton. It was, who was the team just above us? Was it Chelsea? That game with Chelsea could be really vital. If we beat them, in fact, they've just played the late game there. They lost. So we are only a point off 7th now. And technically 7th could be Europa League, I think, if certain things go the right way. Or is this where the Europa League, do we get an extra spot in it? I'm not exactly sure, but I think basically we need at least 7th, but probably 6th, which means United or Villa need to drop off at some point. We're a long way behind, but I think I'm going to keep Peruzzi in the role. I'm going to go and play up until the end of January now. These 5 games, I'll show you how they go, and I'll also let you know any signings that I managed to make. I'll see you on the 31st of Jan. All right, so it's the end of January, and what a difference a month can make. We have had some huge results and one huge new signing. I can't wait to show you this one because we have signed Jude Bellingham. Jude Bellingham is now a Spurs player. We've gone big and spent basically all of our budget for the January window on a new man in our midfield. Jude is a Spurs player. Very exciting. I'm not quite sure how we've managed to persuade him to come. It might be the £220,000 per week. It might be Peruzzi as the manager, but we're a Europa League team and he was happy to come here. A bit like the Camavinga signing. We're being able to persuade some really big names to come and join us. We are building an amazing midfield, aren't we? If you think of McAllister and Camavinga, James Ward-Prowse and now Jude Bellingham, I'm in love with this midfield. It's so good. He's made his debut as well. He's played in 3 matches already, 4 in all comps, because one of these games in January was a cup game, and he's been pretty good. He's got 1 assist and 1 player of the match, 7.27. And that just goes to show that clearly we were playing quite well over this January. We've won every game. I talked about needing some consistency, and out of nowhere, Angelo Peruzzi might well have saved his job because we have become more than consistent. We've become brilliant. It took this 1 win against Burnley, the game that we went and watched in the crowd. After this game, which was quite a tight affair, that 1-0, we've gone and just let loose. We beat West Ham 4-1. Here are the goals in this one. We just swept them aside at the London Stadium as well, away from home. Even though it's quite tight if you have a look at the stats here, we just swept them aside with Son up front, with McAllister and Kulusevski in behind him. I don't think we'd signed Bellingham by this stage. I'm trying to think now. It's gone off the screen. I don't think we'd signed him by this stage. It was Porro down the right-hand side, losing it but winning it back. Son in the middle. That was 1-0 after just 3 minutes on the clock. Then we did concede an equaliser. It was Ben Johnson down the right-hand side. How funny, by the way, that I've never thought of this, that they've got a player that they play right back called Ben Johnson after having Glenn Johnson for so many years. Anyway, we've been distracted there because Son made it 2-1, dinking it over the keeper. He has hit some form and starts to score some goals. Even with Harry Kane returning from that injury, he's not fully fit. That is awful from the goalkeeper, by the way. Areola was it in goal there, I think. Gives it straight to Son, and that made it 3-1. And then 4-1 was towards the end to cap off a brilliant win away at West Ham. It was our star number 10, Højbjerg, who had actually some interest from Juventus. I almost sold him to Juve for about £30 million, but they didn't end up making a bid. They were linked. You know, when you get the news article saying they're going to make a bid for 35 million. I thought, do you know what? I'd probably sell him for that. They didn't make the bids. So he is still here. There has been some actual sales that I should show you before we go through these other games here. The other sales that I've done in January are Ben Davies has gone to Southampton for £9.25 million. He has played no games, really, since Peruzzi came in. And I just thought, do you know what? We'll take the £9 million. It helps to pay for a little bit of Jude Bellingham, which is going to cost us a lot, up to £100 million. He had that £99 million release clause. So I had to spend 75 guaranteed on him. It was 25 up front. So I think over the years, as long as we improve as a football team, as long as at some point we go and qualify for the Champions League, which with the players we've got, we should do. If we need to swap the manager, then maybe that's the case. But I think we can afford it long term. And selling players like Ben Davies for £9 million, I think will just help with that. We sold Alfie Dorrington and Eric Dyer for £2.5 million. I know that is cheap, but we've brought in so many other centre-backs now, and his contract was going to run out in the summer, and he didn't want to sign a new one. So I just thought we'll take the 2.5 now, get his wages off for another 6 months or so. It kind of made a bit of sense just to let him go. So that's what we've done. That is our January business. Back to the results to show you how the rest of Jan went. It was, after the 4-1 win at West Ham, a 3-0 win in the FA Cup. We had Highland scoring a goal in this one. Won't show it because that was pretty run-of-the-mill. I will show you, though, Destiny Udoji's goal in a 1-0 win against Chelsea. Now, this game, if you remember back to the table, was vital. They were the team that were in 7th when we were in 8th. If we beat them, we'd overtake them. Bellingham started in this game, look, in behind the strikers. I think it makes more sense for him to play a little bit further forward with some of the midfielders we've got, by the way. Destiny Udoji scored the winning goal in the 4th minute. An early one. Jorginho did get sent off late on, but this was the goal. It was from a James Ward-Prowse free kick, back post. It was headed away. It bounces down or comes back to Udoji on the edge of the box eventually, look, and he just drills it. Oh, he actually curls it. Left-footed, top corner. I mean, I'm going to keep waxing lyrical about Destiny Udoji. I think he's one of my favourite players this year on FM. He's so good. And he's getting better as well. Look at these up arrows. It's beautiful to see. He gets even better acceleration. Wow. Like 17 acceleration, 18 pace. I'm all over that. 6'2" as well. So he's not even small. He's tall. I'm going to keep clicking on him and keep talking about him, I think. He was the goal scorer, the match winner in that 1-0 win. And then this is huge. I guess I will show you this because this is Newcastle, who are a very, very, very decent team this year. In fact, I want to show you where they are in the Premier League table because I think it helps to give the context a little bit in this one. They are 4th and quite happily in that top 4th now. If they win their game in hand, they would go up to 3rd. So this was a really impressive win away from home at Newcastle, beating them 2-1, really stamping some of our credentials. Bellingham played a little bit deeper here, look, in this one. Kulusevski and McAllister back in. And it was 2 goals from the first from Kane and then Kulusevski with the winner, who got us this win. A huge win in the context of our season. Here is the penalty from Kane, slotting it past the goalkeeper, which is Ugurcan, the Turkish keeper that I did want to sign. They did equalise. Lobotka, Anderson starting a game here. Isak with the equaliser, getting away from our defenders there a little bit too easily. Costa couldn't keep it out. And then we got the match winner, though, through... I don't remember who it was now. It was a Porro free kick and then headed in, I think. No. Kulusevski, this was it. He just got it, picked it up, drives back into the box, and no one goes with him. The great goal, really. Easily recycling that set piece. 74 minutes on the clock. We got ourselves a late-ish winner in this one. And that, basically, at that stage, I was like, this January's been brilliant. Regardless of what we do against Brighton, this has been brilliant. We backed it up with a 2-0 win against Brighton anyway. So confident, so good. Maybe Bellingham has been that missing piece. He's really taken us to a new level. I wonder. That's the question, isn't it? I'm going to go before next video to the end of this season. And I guess, actually, we might come back before the end of the season if I need to make a decision about sacking the head coach, which I'm hoping that isn't the case, and that next video can be end of season, season 3 transfer window, summer transfer window for our 3rd season. That's the plan anyway. These were the goals in this 2-0 win against Brighton. Udoji through ball, Son with the lovely first touch and a decent finish, dinking it over the keeper, Robert Sanchez. That was in just before half-time, and then into the second half, towards the end of the game. Porro, very involved. Here's Bellingham. First real involvement we've seen him in the match engine, isn't it? And then Perisic. We saw him score that goal against Burnley. He's got another one. He's played more games than I expected him to. That was Udoji on the pitch there. No, he wasn't. He must have come off, look, for Perisic in that game, because we saw him set up the first goal, and then Perisic scoring the second. I thought they might have both been on the pitch at the same time, but they weren't. All good. That is the situation. I'll show you the league table because it's looking a whole lot rosier, and it does give me hope. I've hoped we can finish in this top 6 here and get that Europa League finish. And I know it's not amazing, but it at least puts us in a position that maybe in the summer we can push on. I was hoping we'd push on this year. We weren't able to, but let's just keep our job. That's the main thing, isn't it? We are now just 1 point behind Manchester United. If we win our game in hand, our game in hand is against... I'll see who is maybe this Villa game we play before they play, so we could maybe see what the table might look like at that point. Villa is a huge game as well at home. If we beat them, we would only be a point behind them as well, which we're not out of the race for a top 4 place here, because even Arsenal are on 50. If we win our game in hand, well, I mean, we're 5 points behind them is what I should say, with 13 games to go. It's difficult, but it's not impossible. We are currently 5th in the league, and I say currently because the season is not yet over. It is the 18th of May, 2024, the end of the second season, but there is one game to go. We're going to do 2 live comms. And when I say live comms, we're going to go and sit in the crowd for 2 matches and watch our head coach, Angelo Peruzzi, in 2 matches in today's video. And that is because there is one game to go in the Premier League where if we win it and if we beat or better Aston Villa's result, yes, Aston Villa are 4th and they are a really good team. I don't know where that's come from, but if we can better their result, we will qualify for the Champions League, which is very exciting. I am sure you would agree. I'm actually just thinking as well, we might even qualify for the Champions League anyway, which isn't being shown in this league table here, but it is the start of the new Champions League format, isn't it, in 2024? So I do wonder if we're going to qualify anyway, which would be glorious and above our predicted finish or suggested finish of Europa League. That's what the board wanted. At the moment, Peruzzi is on course to do better than that. But even more impressively for Peruzzi is that we have made the FA Cup final. There is the chance for silverware. Spurs fans, I know, don't get too excited. We're playing Liverpool, but there is a chance of silverware here. We're going to go and play the FA Cup final. And when I say play the FA Cup final, I mean we're going to go and watch the FA Cup final because Angelo Peruzzi could put himself down in the record books here at Spurs. If he wins a trophy and a decent one in the FA Cup too, I think he's done something that a lot of managers have failed to do in quite a long time, which is not a dig, Spurs fans. It's just going to show how well he's actually doing. We're going to go and become Watching Man, who is the added manager. Lots of you were suggesting to do this in the save, where add a second manager who can just go and watch the matches so we can watch them live. We're going to do that. 2 live comms. Watching Man will attend. We'll watch the game. We're going to find out how we finish our second season. Before we go and do that, though, let me show you how the rest of this season has gone then. From that January spell where he was so good. We won all of those games in January. These games here, look, Burnley all the way down to Brighton, all wins into February. And to be completely honest, the amazing form just continued. There was a bit of a hiccup where we drew to Bournemouth at home. We then went and beat them away from home in the FA Cup. Although that was actually a replay, sorry. It was a replay. We drew with them at home, beat them in the replay. But in the league, look, and in the Europa League too, we were just flying through matches. We were scoring so many goals. We beat Bruges 6-2. I think of Bruges right now. They've just sacked Scott Parker on the day that I'm recording this, which I think is just hilarious. By the way, have you seen the picture of him with the tiny tie? Like teeny tie? Tom, you're going to have to go and find the tiny tie of Scott Parker's. Sorry, that's a bit of an extra side quest for you in today's video. Anyway, Club Brugge, we beat them 6-2, scoring loads of goals. Heung-min Son scored 4 in that game. You see the other goal scorers here. I've put all the goal scorers on here so that you can see what formation is being played by Angelo Peruzzi, who stayed in the job. He's still here, and we're pretty safe in the job as well as this goes through. I wanted to show you this game. This, for me, sums up how far we have come. If you think back to the start of this save, we had that horrific start, if you remember. We lost to United comfortably. We lost to Liverpool. We even lost to Arsenal in the first 3 games, I think, of our new save. Nowadays, though, we're beating Man U 5-0, which is, I mean, they've got off lightly there. It's only 5. I mean, they're used to losing 7-0. Am I right? I've just annoyed so many United fans as well. I've annoyed Spurs fans and United fans today. Let's see which other ones I can tick off. Anyway, we beat them 5-0. It was Bellingham, Son, hat-trick from him. McAllister got 2 assists, look. And finally, McAllister got himself a goal as well. All of those goals inside an hour, which I think is quite good. You can see the team that he is playing as well, which is more towards what we suggested when I went through the team in the last episode, which is this Guardiola, Bastoni, Romero back 3 partnership? Trio. Porro on the right, Udogie on the left, Camavinga, Ward-Prowse, McAllister, Bellingham, Son up front, Costa. This, I think, was before Harry Kane came back from his injury. He is now back from his injury, and you will see that he starts to score some goals towards the end of the season as well. He scored one in this 4-4 draw with Manchester City, which, again, I know it's a draw, and Haaland scored 4, but I think this does show how far we've come. We were being humbled by these teams. Manchester United, Man City, Liverpool were regularly humbling us in those games. This 5-2-2-1 system that was being played by Peruzzi just wasn't getting results. But nowadays it kind of is. We did lose to Arsenal here, but it's led us with some really good results towards the end. We beat Manchester United again in the league, this time Bastoni with the winner, and then a 1-1 draw with Liverpool, the most recent game. Really important draw that. I guess if we'd won, we'd be in the Champions League place right now, in the top 4 right now. As it stands, We're exactly even on goal difference, and we have the same points as Aston Villa. Villa are going to go and play Brighton at home. Our game is away at Wolves. You'd probably suggest that they should beat Brighton at home, but Brighton are in 9th. Wolves are all the way down in 14th, so maybe things are in our favour. I guess we're going to find out. I'll show you before we jump into that game some of the player stats. I mean, the one player stat that I've just seen on there is that Erling Haaland has scored 39 goals in the Premier League this year, which is just terrifying stuff, really, isn't it? Terrifying. Here is the team if I was to pick it right now. I'd probably go back to Harry Kane up front, and of course some of these roles will be slightly different. But continuing this 5-2-2-1, we've got Costa in goal, played 52 games this season. I suppose you want to see as well. Europa League finished in the quarter-final. We lost 3-0 away at Marseille. They humbled us like the Manchester United and Cities used to do. It was really good. Cengiz Under had one disallowed. Harit, Under and De La Fuente with the goals. We beat them 2-1 in the return leg, but it was not enough. And yeah, we went out of the Europa League. A bit annoying. I would have liked to have got further in that, but at least we got this FA Cup final, right? And then, yeah, to go back through these player stats, then we've got Silva, Bastoni, Guardiola, 35, 43, 32. Lots of games still being played by Romero, who played 43. Look, he probably comes in maybe for Silva, but they are rotating quite a lot, and all of them playing a lot of games in there. Porro on the right and Udogie on the left, 43 and 41 games between them. You see the assists as well, 10 apiece from those two. Really, really important, actually, chipping in from those wing-back positions. Ward-Prowse and Camavinga were our first-choice central defensive midfielders. 50 games for Camavinga. Ward-Prowse 35 games, 35 starts, that is. 17 assists as well. He had loads at the start of the season. Still, well, he finished with 17, which is quite a lot, isn't it? Lots of games as well on the bench to show you that. Kulusevski played 44, which is in a more attacking position. I think Bellingham played a lot deeper as well in lots of games to let Kulusevski come back in, which is why you might see less games on Ward-Prowse. I think that's the way that he was working it anyway. Not many games for Bissouma, only 7 starts. Look, Højbjerg only 8 starts as well. So you can see really who are his favourites by looking at this, can't you? And then in front of him, Bellingham, who I said played a bit deeper sometimes. He played 24 games, of course, only joined in January as well. 3 goals and 4 assists. 16 goals from Alexis McAllister, which is outrageously good, isn't it? Really, really good. 12 assists as well. Honestly, been probably the most effective of our signings so far in this save, which is really cool to see. Really good 50 games from him. Harry Kane back in from sort of March, I think, was when he came back from his injury. 11 games. Anyway, Heung-min Son was the big main striker this year. 28 goals in 39 starts. Some appearances from Highland, who got 8 goals in 12 starts. So a decent buy, I think, all things considered. The squad looks like this. We will think about transfers and signings after we finish the season. I know that you want to tell me about things like homegrown, which maybe I messed up. Maybe I done goofed on by selling people like Oliver Skipp. I'm sorry to Spurs fans as well for selling Oliver Skipp. I feel like I should apologise. I know he's pretty good in real life. I don't think he's quite as good on FM, which is maybe why I've sold him on. And I probably should have held on to Tanganga as well, because they were homegrown at club. We do have, in fact, let's talk about it right now, because whilst I'm thinking of it, we don't have many. We've got Harry Kane right now, but we will have Antonio Silva, who gets it next year, which will be helpful. I wonder if we go and see if we can sign some other players too. But there are some backup players. I know that I'm quite good at getting away with it with our different squads for different competitions. In the under-18s and the under-21s, though, we do have players like, to scroll down here, players like Alfie Devine, who's a really good youngster that now maybe I do need to hold on to because he's homegrown at club. He's decent. We also have Dane Scarlett, who turns out pretty well in FM, doesn't he? He's homegrown at club, so maybe we hold on to him. And then the other one, Evans Musa, gets it very, very soon. And he's our only really good youth intake player so far, who's going to be a future right wing back. Apparently has loads of potential, so I'm hoping that he can turn into something. That's another homegrown at club. I know that we're maybe a little bit light on the ground with those. I do probably accept your criticisms in the comments of the previous video. You were right. Probably should have thought of that, shouldn't I? Either way, though, I think we'll be all right in the future. I think we'll work our way around that, and it'll be fun either way, won't it? I guess, though, have you all been updated on everything? Again, keep asking questions in the comments down below. I'm quite happy to jump into the save and do screenshots and Gaiazzo so that you can see all of the things you want to see. I think that's quite a cool way to do things with the YouTube comments. So if there are questions like how many games did this person play, or who's training where, blah, 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 whatever it might be, let me know, and I'm happy to provide some of those screenshots. I guess, though, we should get up to this Wolves game here, go and watch it as watching man, and find out if we can finish in the top 4. I'll see you on match day. Okay, we are now watching, man. And we are ready to go and attend Wolves versus Spurs. Followed then a week later by going to the Liverpool Spurs FA Cup final. I'm looking forward to seeing how he sets up, how this actually goes. We are now in the crowd, ready to see. Let's go find out what Peruzzi's team looks like for this make or break Champions League qualifying last game of our second season. How much fun is this save? I know I keep saying it, but it is so much fun. I love reading your comments as well, by the way. All the people who are doing a similar save and trying it out yourself. I did remember put the original save file over on the Claytron, which is our Patreon. So if you are a Patreon member, you can have access to the original save file. I might put some updated save files on there as well, so you can join in from different episodes a little bit further in the save too. I guess that'll be fun too as well, won't it? Anyway, here we are. We're at the game. Let's go through to the match preview. Find out what teams have been picked. It's a 4-2 to 4-3-3 from Wolves. Neto, Traore and Maxi Gomez up front for them. For us then, Kulusevski and Kane, Bellingham striker. Now I feel like this is where it's messed up and this is not how it's going to look. That's definitely not how it's going to look. James Ward-Prowse is playing centre-back. Do you remember this happened last time as well, didn't it? Ignore that. I saw that it was pretty much the expected team, but definitely not in those positions. Let's see how they actually end up lining up on the pitch. Okay, it's more like this. It's Kane with Kulusevski and Bellingham in behind. I didn't quite make out the rest of it. I can see some of the players playing now, but we have a highlight. Perisic has started left wing back. No Udogie. I wonder if he's on the bench. He wasn't injured. We saw that. Early chance. Oh my word. Early chance. Early goal. It's Jude Bellingham from a lovely cross from Ivan Perisic down the left-hand side. And inside 2 minutes, about 1 minute in, we've taken the lead. Kulusevski through to Perisic. I was talking about why is he playing instead of Udogie. Maybe this is why. He's whipped in a beauty, and that's flush on the volley as well from Jude Bellingham, who smashes it home, and we lead, which means if we go to our latest scores, I mean, we can't because there's already another highlight. This is, I mean, it's thrill per minute, literally thrill per minute. We've got another highlight now in the second minute. Is Wolves going to equalise here? No, surely not. Ward-Prowse has won it. He's lost it again. Neto, it could be, you know. It's off the post. It's, oh my word, what has happened there? It's a Maximiliano Gomez goal, but what? What have I just seen? I don't know how it actually ended up going in. I guess we'll see from this replay here. Ward-Prowse wins it and then loses it again. It's not great. Neto crosses it. It hits the post. Guardiola smashes it in off Gomez. Guardiola, that is not good, is what that is. We were getting ahead of ourselves. I mean, look at that for a start. First minute, third minute, which I think is almost, I think it was almost 1 minute, 2 minutes on the clock there. There's already another highlight. 5 minutes in now. This is ridiculous. It's all attack, no defense sort of vibes from Peruzzi here, which I guess makes sense with some of the results we've had this season. It's good football from us though. He does like to play that tiki-taka, doesn't he? Are we gonna, how many goals are we gonna see in this? That looks a little bit loose. Diogo Costa, Guardiola in that back three. Play it forward. I mean, so that is a whip. Out wide. It's Basuma playing right wing back, by the way. I didn't quite notice that one. Basuma's playing right wing back, which he can play. But interesting that he switched it up. Oh my word, the keeper didn't even move. Perisic just hit the bar with a really dippy, whippy, swervy shot from outside the box. Okay, now it feels like it's settled a bit. If it stays like this, because Villa are also drawing, we would finish 5th in the league and probably Europa League. Although I still wonder about the new format of the Champions League. We might just get lucky. We will see. 71 points each. We're now approaching half time. There's been a lot less action than there was in the first 5 minutes. We do now have a highlight. Jose Sarr boots it forward. Højbjerg's playing centre back. I think Pierre Højbjerg, I can't remember what his middle name, Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, I think that's it. I was going to say Pierre-Emerick, and that's just not his name, is it? I think he's playing right centre back with Bastoni and Guardiola. Either way, Wolves are on the attack. It's Neto straight at the goalkeeper, that's a comfortable save. That's a really weird choice. It is. It's Højbjerg playing right centre back, look, which he's got Antonio Silva on the bench. I think he's got Romero on the bench as well, which is just bizarre. I'm trying to keep an eye on this Villa score as well. I think it was still 0-0, but we'll check it after this highlight. Straight away into the second half. We can at least put the pressure on if we can take the lead again. We might not even have any pressure on them because it might be a Wolves goal here. It's Dani Ceballos gives it away. Basuma, Kulusevski. We've got runners. One of them is Bellingham. He's got Kane in the middle. England teammates. Can he find him? He goes back to Basuma. There's Kulusevski. There's Harry Kane. And we take the lead again. All right, better. We're back in the lead, which, if it is 0-0 in the Villa game, this would put us into that 4th spot. Let's go and find out. It's good play from Bellingham down the right. He pulls the ball back to Basuma. It looks like it's going to Kulusevski, who just leaves it because Harry Kane is there to slot it home. Villa are losing. They're losing. They're drawing. They're drawing to Brighton, which is still fine because as long as they're not winning, we'd actually go to 3rd above Arsenal. It's St. Totteringham's day, but the opposite. If it was to finish like this, that is, I did not expect us to get there, but oh my word, that should have been 3. Bellingham, I think, was offside. This could get even better for us. No, Villa have scored. Villa are leading. Ollie Watkins has scored. Arsenal, though, 2 injuries, are losing to Chelsea, which on its own would mean we'd get into the top 4 above Arsenal. I mean, I didn't even think of that as being an option here. Has he made any subs, by the way? Bentancur is on. He has brought off Jude Bellingham for Bentancur. He's also took off Kulusevski and Bastoni to bring on Romero and Silva. I feel like I've get those wrong somewhere, but Højbjerg went to Cam. Doesn't matter. I'm being distracted. We finished 4th. We finished in the top 4. Chelsea 2, Arsenal 0. Even though Villa won, we finished joint on points with 3rd, actually. We finished in a Champions League place. We will definitely, regardless of whether it's the new format or not, we will definitely be playing Champions League football next season. That should give us a decent amount of money to go and spend. It should, I suggest, keep Angelo Peruzzi in a job, would you say? He's doing a really good job. We probably need to decide on parameters for next season. Maybe together in the comments we decide on what he needs to achieve next season, and if he doesn't achieve them, or if it looks like he's not going to achieve them, that's when we have to try and replace him, because I feel like we can maybe, this seems harsh the way that he's done, but I do feel like we can do even better. Our team, our squad is probably stronger than 4th. Would you agree? So maybe let me know what you think he should do in the comments down below. Does he need to challenge for the title? Does he need to comfortably get into the top 4? Does he need to win another trophy? Even if we win a trophy now, is that the parameters? Either way, let me know in those comments. And I think what I'm going to go and do now is go through this next week. I mean, let's just see, has it been confirmed? Let's go back to us here, return from our holiday and find out, have we qualified for the Champions League? Yes, we have. We are a Champions League team, and we have been given our budget, by the way, which is going to be, let's find out live together, £73 million. I think we take that. I think we take that. That's a very, very juicy transfer budget to go and spend. I don't know where or who I'm going to sign for this team, which is already so good, but I'm going to have a look at things. Perhaps next video will be our transfer window video, because there's a lot in this one. We've also got another cup final to go and play in a second. So maybe I'll take on your suggestions and go and sign some from there. In fact, whilst I think of it, I want to do something which a few people have suggested. I want to ask Angelo Peruzzi to recommend us a signing for the summer. However, I can't, because you can't speak to current members of staff. You can't ask them to suggest those signings. You can ask them when you first hire them, but right now you can't. You can do it for players. So if I went to here, I could ask James Ward-Prowse. If I went to speak about, I could ask him for a recommended staff addition or a recommended signing. I can't ask a member of staff, which is annoying. However, there is a workaround that I've thought of, and that is to go to the recruitment team. I'm going to have to do something weird here, but I guess we don't need a director of football if we're the director of football. So I'm going to remove Paratici, which, again, sorry, Spurs fans, you might be against this one, but I'm going to remove him for 100k. I'm going to just move through to 1 day from now. And I think I found a little workaround for getting some suggestions for signings from our head coach, which in real life you would, right? You would ask, you speak to the manager or the head coach about which players you want, and then ultimately be up for the director of football to go and find and sign the players at the end of the day. But I think you'd ask him. I've now removed our director of football, which means I should be able to go to here, go to director of football and suggest transfer targets. And all of a sudden, it's Angelo Peruzzi who's going to suggest them. And I can pick a position now, and we can ask our head coach to suggest who we want to sign. I think it's a lovely little workaround. For example, let's say we do want another striker. Who does Peruzzi suggest who we should go for? Enrique Arroco, Callum Wendo, or Santiago Jimenez would be his suggestions. When I go into the market, I'm going to be looking at these suggestions for each position and maybe see if any jump out. And then that way, we're building a team for our head coach specifically, aren't we? I like it. Do you like it? I think that's a nice little workaround. Anyway, we've been distracted. I will see you once we are at cup final day. We're on our way to Wembley. See you there. Hello, sorry for jumping in right at the end of this video, but it's me from the future, and I've got a mini little announcement that I'd like to make. I have added a brand new tier to the Patreon, the Claytreon, which I have called board member. I think this could be a super cool way to involve you guys in this save even more so than you currently are. Thank you so much for all the comments and getting involved with, you know, having a bit of a discussion about what we're doing in this Spurs save. I'm having so much fun making it, but I was thinking, after putting out a few social media posts where I was asking the question, are you Peruzzi in or Peruzzi out? And finding that it seems like more people are out. I was thinking maybe I need a board of directors behind me to help me make the tough decisions. So I have added a board member tier to our Patreon for just £2 a month. We are going to do exclusive votes on the Patreon. We'll have a bit of a discussion and we are going to decide things like whether we should sack Angelo Peruzzi, because it feels like the overwhelming pressure from social media is saying we should get rid of him. I'm going to do a vote tomorrow, if you're watching this as soon as it comes out, Wednesday the 15th of March. We are going to decide, me along with the board members and Claytreon members are going to do a vote and decide whether or not we sack Angelo Peruzzi. I know it feels a little bit knee-jerk, but so many people are telling me we need to get rid of him if we're going to push on as a club that we are going to do an exclusive Patreon vote. For just £2, you can get involved in this vote. You can have your say and decide, are we going to sack him? And you're going to find out in Thursday's video. Hopefully, I'm really excited about this. Hopefully, it means that people can get involved, put across their points of view. And we're going to find out if we're going to be keeping Peruzzi based on a board member vote. Sounds fun, right? Anyway, sorry for jumping in. Just thought I'd announce this one. The link to the Patreon is in the description of today's video. Okay, so with one fantastic result in the bag then, let's go and see if we can go and do, or Peruzzi can go and do what a lot of different Spurs managers have failed to do, and that is to win a trophy. Liverpool at Wembley in the FA Cup final. We are attending. We've got ourselves a ticket. We've got our seats in the stands. The team's warming up. Let's find out what is the Spurs FA Cup final team. I guess we ignore completely what comes up in the graphic here because that is always wrong. Let's find out by going to our match preview here. Welcome to Wembley, it says. There's the Liverpool team. It is Kelleher in goal. So Klopp sticking with his cup goalkeeper. They've got Taremi as their striker. Here's the Spurs team. Yeah, it's all muddled up. They've got Jude Bellingham playing centre-back, which is probably not the case. It looks like it's Udogie and Porro as our wing-backs. I think it was Harry Kane up front. I saw that Antonio Silva picked up an injury as well, so he will not be available. He hasn't made the bench, I don't think. Let's just pause to have a look at the squads, or the teams then. It's Costa in goal, Guardiola, Romero, Bastoni. I think that's strong. Weird to have Guardiola playing on the right-hand side. He's very left-footed, isn't he? I'd maybe swap and put Romero there, but he's chosen to go this way. Porro, Udogie are the wing-backs. Camavinga, Bellingham, Kulusevski, McAllister and Kane. He's gone for Bellingham slightly deeper then, something we did talk about. There's the Liverpool team. It is Diaz and Salah with Taremi. Oxlade-Chamberlain starting games, starting FA Cup finals in 2024. Well, I never. Milinkovic-Savic has signed for Liverpool. Henderson still playing. They've got Van Dijk, Matip, Trent, Robertson, and then Kelleher in goal. Any big names on the bench? They've got Cody Gakpo. They've signed him in this save as well. Our bench looks pretty good. Heung-min Son is on our bench. Oh, Antonio Silva did make the bench, which is a surprise. I thought he was ruled out. James Ward-Prowse only on the bench for this one then. Let's get ourselves underway and watch out. Can he win a trophy? Oh, it would be glorious if he could, wouldn't it? It really would be glorious. They've had a good start. First 13 minutes, it's only Spurs that have had a shot. Or two for them, one on target. Here is our first highlight. Udogie into Camavinga. Slightly almost giving it away, but we've actually sprung at Porro down the right-hand side. He's got Kane in the middle. Can he get a cross into the box? Oh, that's awful. He's gone back to Luis Diaz. Won it back again, though, Camavinga. Porro, Kulusevski, big Van Dijk there, big tackle. We've given away possession twice here, and Liverpool look a little bit dangerous. It's Robertson down the left-hand side. Into Luis Diaz. Into the box. I'm scared. It's Oxlade-Chamberlain. Of course it is. After I pointed him out in that lineup, of course it is. The former Arsenal man has scored against Spurs in an FA Cup final. For God's sake. Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, are you serious? Diaz picks him out. It's a good finish from Oxlade-Chamberlain. We're 1-0 down. Peruzzi is 1-0 down. Does he get the sack if he doesn't win this? That's probably a little bit harsh, isn't it? It might be 2 here. It is. It's Luis Diaz. It's all going wrong at Wembley. 23 minutes on the clock. And Luis Diaz couldn't miss. He's tapped it in on the line. Was it going in anyway? No, it wasn't. It's actually, he had to put it in. And he did. And oh no, we had a good start and we've just done nothing since then. Liverpool look rampant. It could be 3 here. Headed away. Is there a break? Harry Kane does have runners. He's played it off Kulusevski, but it's come back to lovely through ball. McAllister. Oh, Kelleher makes the save. Good break. Showing we do have a bit of a threat on the break then. Corner to us. Pedro Porro. Near post. Is it straight to Virgil van Dijk and cleared away? Guardiola. Can we recycle this? I doubt it, but no, we can't. Okay, 40 minutes on the clock. Another highlight before half-time. He's gone wide from Bastoni. So, at half-time, it looks like it's going to be a big team talk needed from Angelo Peruzzi. Unless they can give themselves a little bit of something to cling on to with a goal here, it could even get worse. It's Liverpool on the attack with a highlight right on the stroke of half-time. Porro wins it back, loses it again. Taremi through to Salah for 3. It's a good finish. It's 3-0. It's 3-0. It's a horror show from Spurs. We've got to a final and we've just not shown up. Porro loses it after winning it back. Taremi's ball there is beautiful. Cuts us open. And the finish from Mo Salah is really nice into that top corner. It's a mess. This is a mess. This is going to have to be one hell of a team talk from Angelo Peruzzi. It's going to need to be some type of Wembley Istanbul. Doesn't work, but you know what I meant, right? It doesn't look like it's going to happen. As he made subs, Basuma's on, Højbjerg's on. That's his change, to bring Højbjerg on as an attacking midfielder. That's your change. He's taken off Camavinga, Jude Bellingham and McAllister for Basuma, Ward-Prowse and Højbjerg. It's, I mean, it's different. Corner from Ward-Prowse. I mean, if we get a goal here, mate, who am I to judge? Gone just wide from Kulusevski. They've brought on Connor Bradley. Are they taking the mick up? Sepp van den Berg's on the pitch for Liverpool. I feel like they're taking the mick. They're 3-0 up and bringing Connor Bradley on. Ward-Prowse crosses. We might get one back here. Ward-Prowse, good chance. Good save, Kelleher. It's all going Liverpool's way, isn't it? We're going to get another corner here. I think Ward-Prowse has made a difference, actually, with his set pieces. These corners look threatening. Headed wide or over by Basuma. There's 12 minutes to play. We're going to have to watch as Spurs don't win the FA Cup. It's very Spursy. It feels very Spursy, but unlucky Angelo. Unlucky Angelo. Is that... I don't really want to... Has this guy got like red glasses on? What a boy. Look at these glasses this guy's rocking. Who is he? He's the one handing out the medals and stuff. He's got lovely... Anyway, I've been distracted. Are we saying that next season Angelo Peruzzi has to win a trophy, otherwise he gets the sack? That's what I maybe suggest. In the comments down below, I really want to hear what your thoughts are. Should we say he has to get top 4 and win a trophy? So if he goes out of all the trophies, and I think we sack him. Good afternoon, ladies and gents. I'm going to read you a short press release statement. Following the end of the 2023-24 season, Tottenham Hotspur FC as a club have decided to part company with head coach Angelo Peruzzi. On behalf of everyone at Tottenham, the club would like to place on record its gratitude to Angelo and his staff for all of their efforts during their time at the club. Angelo will rightly have a place in Tottenham's history after reaching the FA Cup final and qualifying for the UEFA Champions League last campaign. We believe, though, that with this springboard, the time is now right to go in another direction, and with a new man with new tactical ideas in charge of the team. A new head coach will be announced in the coming days. Thank you. We've done it. We've made the move. Angelo Peruzzi has been sacked as our head coach, and we're going to replace him. It's not a decision that I've taken lightly. In fact, I'm still maybe a little bit wondering whether it is the right decision after all. I guess the proof will be in the pudding. We'll find out after this season, but we've decided that Peruzzi is not going to take us any further. I felt like we were maybe just a little bit limited. I think that you guys sort of agreed with me in those comments on the last video, in the community post that I did, in the tweets that I put out, in the Patreon conversations that we've had. His 5-2-2-1, was it holding us back? I think it might have been. So we've made the decision. Yes, he finished the season well last year, but he's shown that he's got weird team selections in him. He's shown that he's just going to keep playing this 5-2-2-1. I think a change was needed. You guys, I thought a change was needed. So a change has been made. We have appointed a new head coach, and it's Will Still. Welcome to Spurs, Will Still. Did you know that Rants are currently paying him 22,000 euros per game until he gets his continental... the memes, right? I feel like we're going to remind you of that fact every time. If you've been following football in the past few months, you know who Will Still is. And I think it's quite exciting that he was available on the game. So we've appointed him as our new head coach. He's willing to come in as the assistant manager. He was one of the few actual managers that would come in to be an assistant manager for me. I've done it organically. He was available in the game, and I think it is going to help us. Now, I've started to compare him to Peruzzi. The big change, the big difference, and what I think is going to make this hopefully work is the fact that he is going to play a 4-3-3. He's still got a tiki-taka style, which is similar to, well, it's the same as what Peruzzi wanted to play, but with this 4-3-3 and it being slightly more meta, I hope we're not going to be held back by that 5-2-2-1 that Peruzzi was playing last year. He could play a 4-4-2 as well. He is slightly better in his tactical knowledge as well, which is the one big change from Angelo Peruzzi. Let me go back and compare him because... I mean, we are limited by managers that want to come in and be an assistant manager. I could go to the editor and bring in a real manager. Maybe that is still something we will do later on down in this save, by the way. But I kind of want to do it organically if it's available. And Will Still being available, I like the storyline. He is, you know, Belgian born, but English as well. He could come in and he wants to manage in England. He's done great with Rants. He's currently got a bit of a media profile with how well he's doing in Ligue 1. I like the storyline. I think I'm going to like what he does with the club as well. Let's compare him, look, as if I highlight his roles as a manager. In terms of people management, Peruzzi is slightly better. In terms of judging player ability and potential, they're very similar. Peruzzi is slightly better at judging ability, but they have the same potential. I think they're similar enough that this can work with the different formations and tactics they're going to play. The big one being the tactical knowledge is 15 compared to Peruzzi's 12. I hope that's going to make a difference here. The motivating on both is good as well. 17 for Will Still and 18 for Peruzzi. Let me know in the comments down below. Are you on board with this appointment? Are you excited for the future with this appointment? I'm pretty excited. This save, I felt like we had to try it. This type of save is all about the players you sign in the transfers you're doing, but also who you bring in as your head coach. And we've tried it with Peruzzi. We got fourth. We got to an FA Cup final. I felt like we have to try it in this save and go in a slightly different direction and see if it works. I'm going to establish for one season now some very clear objectives for Will Still, and if he doesn't meet them, we are going to change again, and maybe we'll do that thing where we bring in a real life manager using the editor, potentially. I think we should aim for Champions League qualification, top 4 definitely, and I almost want to say he has to win a trophy. Is that pushing it? I mean, looking at the team that he's got, is that pushing it? Let me know in the comments down below. I know that I ask you these things as well, but it's really good to kind of gauge what you guys think as well in this type of save, especially you guys who are the board members over on the Patreon. Thank you to everyone who has signed up for the Patreon, by the way. Loving that support. It really, really does help me out, so thank you for that. Will Still is the new Tottenham Hotspur manager, and we're going to go now and make some signings for him that hopefully fit his 4-3-3 system. I'll see you when I've done a bit of transfer business and I've set up his tactic in our tactic screen so we can have some discussions about where we go from there. I'll see you in a couple of weeks' time. Okay, so I've actually just gone a couple of days, but I have done some significant business already, ready for Will Still to take over as our head coach then. Some transfers out. So let me show you some of this transfer business then, and we can have a big chat in today's episode about where the club is and what we need to do next, about what we're going to do this next season. So as you can see on the screen right now, there's a lot of activity going on in our transfer activity hub or screen, if you like. The big ones then, let's go from the top to the bottom. I say the big ones and then start with Adam Hayton, who is a young goalkeeper. He is leaving on a free. Fine. Ryan Sessegnon, his contract is expiring at the end of this season. He is joining Vallecano in Spain, so he's leaving on a free. Do we need more backup left backs? He's barely played any football, Sessegnon, whilst Peruzzi was the manager. So I'm not too upset with this, but it does maybe leave some spaces in the squad. Something to consider. Harry Winks is also on his way out. Now, I believe Harry Winks was homegrown at club, so it is another one of those, but he's been out on loan at Sampdoria and then he's joining Brentford now for £1 million. He was on decent wages as well. He's on 90k a week. So we are going to have a load of money to spend once you see all of the other players I've let go as well. The homegrown thing is definitely something I'm going to be considering. I've got some ideas and I've made some bids for people. I'm going to come back for a couple of other people. Just know that that is in the back of my mind when I'm thinking of our transfer business for this summer too. I've got a good plan and I think we're going to be fine. Harry Winks leaves. Now, two big players exiting. The first of which is maybe a bit of a loss. Rodrigo Bentancur is going to Manchester City. Now, should we be selling to our rivals? Possibly not, but they've bid £42 million for him. We had a bit of an auction for him. I managed to get his price all the way to £42 million up front, no instalments. We're getting £42 million to add to our transfer kitty for the summer, which is already up to £126 million with some of the sales that we've already done. Bentancur to City, big sale. We'll say goodbye to him. Maybe we need to replace him in that midfield. We do have a load of midfielders, if you think about it as well, though, don't we? With Jude Bellingham and Camavinga and Ward-Prowse and Basuma, and there's loads, is what I'm saying to this, right? Højbjerg also, though, is leaving. I think the final straw for me was when Peruzzi brought him on at attacking midfielder, played him as a 10 when we needed a goal in that FA Cup final. I think that might have been the final straw. Maybe one of the final straws that made me think we need to sack him. Not Højbjerg, but Peruzzi. Højbjerg, though, is also leaving. £17 million straight up, no instalments. He's going to Monaco, and I'm not too upset with it. I think maybe we could have got a bit more, but he's 28, and I just don't think he's going to be a starter, especially if we're going to continue to do the business that we've been doing in the past few seasons. 17 mil. Hopefully Spurs fans, you're not too upset with that one. He moves on too, but replacements are in the works. Not necessarily for these midfielders, but Marcus Edwards is... I've just spoken to him about a contract. I've made the contract bid, and he looks like he's happy to come and join us in our squad. Now, the reason for this is we are lacking in wingers. If I show you the setup of the team, I've put them into this 4-3-3 DM wide tiki-taka system that I think Will Still is going to go and take on and use in our future matches. We've got some friendlies coming up, by the way, once it ticks over, that we'll check on Will Still's progress. Is he using this system? We will be able to check it by going to the form and having a look at the player roles. But I would guess it's going to be something like this. A back four then now, no longer playing that back five, where we've got Costa in goal, Udogie, Bastoni, Guardiola and Porro. We've got good backup centre-backs already. Guardiola could be Silva and Bastoni could be Romero. Those are all right-hand side. If you wanted to play two left-footers, you've got the Bastoni, and I quite like the Bastoni-Guardiola partnership. I think that is so good. This defence is like... I mean, this squad is a bit of a dream squad. It's a bit of a god squad. I don't know... Is this why I'm expecting us to at least win a trophy? Is that shouldn't be over the top, right? If we're going to play a 4-3-3 and the squad looks like this, I surely think we can win a trophy, especially if we go and strengthen it too with all the money that we've got to spend. I've put the players that are staying, by the way, on the bench, the players that won't be leaving in the summer, because there are a lot that are leaving. Forster, Lloris, Bentancur, Højbjerg. Troy Parrott actually is staying, but I just didn't add him to the bench there. Sessegnon and Perisic are all going. Perisic is retiring at the end of the season. Another left back, so I mean, we don't really have any left back cover here, so we are going to need to come bring in some... Well, we haven't got a right back or a left back. Oh, we got Jed Spence, I suppose, for right back. We haven't got any left back cover, though, so fullbacks might be something to look at. I suppose Guardiola could play left back as well, though, couldn't he? Pretty well stocked is what I'm thinking here. Midfield, though, Camavinga, Ward-Prowse, Bellingham. We've also got McAllister on the bench. We've got Basuma. We're pretty good there. Maybe one more so that we've got a replacement for each of the three. I think I'd be more happy with. Then, on the wing, we didn't play wingers before, so we've got Heung-min Son on one side, Kulusevski on the other side. If these don't play, that's kind of it, really. We've got Troy Parrott. So I think a winger is definitely something we need to look for in this window. And then potentially a striker as well. I've seen a few of you telling me to go and sign a new striker too, because Harry Kane is now 30 years old. Heung-min Son is now 31 years old. They're not getting any younger. And I think we might need to go and bring in some new young blood, which takes us back to the transfer we're bringing in. Marcus Edwards as one of these wingers. He is homegrown at club, which is why I really like the look of him. I did a search to look at who was available. In fact, I'll show you on here. I did a search of who was available as a homegrown player. There's me looking at some wingers. We'll come back to that. Homegrown players trained at Spurs who are interested in us. If I go by world reputation here, there's not a whole load is the answer. Marcus Edwards is right at the top of that. Gareth Bale, bring him back one more time. Not so sure. But if you go to not interested yet, I am going to be keeping an eye on Kyle Walker-Peters. I talked about needing new wing backs. He can play left back or right back. He's only just joined Brighton in January, which is why he's not interested now. I think when it ticks over, he might be interested in us, and I think he'd be a really good signing to beef out the squad with another homegrown player. That was my plan. Anyway, Marcus Edwards being the other part of that. And then finally, I've made a big offer for Benjamin Sesko. Is this the natural next big replacement for Harry Kane up front? I love Benjamin Sesko in FM. I think he's going to be the next big thing in real life as well. He's very me. If you watch any of my videos, 6'5" and fast and can finish. This guy is the meta for a striker, and I think he scored a lot of goals for us. He might be one that can only transition into the team long term, maybe bring him in as a squad player, a bit like Rasmus Højlund. But after that, he should develop into one of the best strikers on the game, and I think he'd be a worthwhile investment this summer. Let me know if you agree. I saw somebody did suggest it a few videos ago as well. Let me know if you agree in the comments down below. But Benjamin Sesko is my big striker option to hopefully bring in this transfer window. And then the final thing that I think we need to do, maybe not even the final thing, we'll look at once we get all the money. Did I miss anything actually? Just to show you anybody that did leave later on. No, it was Ben Davies in January, the most recent exit. Nobody's come in yet in this window, so you're all up to date on transfers. I was just having a look as well though at players that could play on the wing, players that were interested in us and could play on the wing. Let me just show you the list, and then if anybody jumps out and you think we need to be trying to sign them, let me know. Obviously, Kylian Mbappe probably not going to be interested. There are some huge names that would be considering us as a potential destination for them, which I think is intriguing. Players like, let me just let it load here. Players like, as I scroll down, Ivica Kvaratskhelia and Rafael Leao, two players that I absolutely adore in FM that would be so good for us. They would cost a lot though. 161 mil for Leao, 200 mil for Kvaratskhelia. Probably a little bit outside of our budgets, to be completely honest, but the fact that they're interested, I just want to keep an eye on in case. I mean, we've got a load of money coming in. If I show you here, we've got £25 million coming in even after we signed Sesko and Edwards on top of 126 million. We should have about 150 million pounds to go and spend, and a load of wage budget. I might even be more on wage budget because of Perisic leaving too. Pretty much the bottom line is we've got loads of money to go and spend. I need to go and beef out the squad. That's what I've done so far. Let me know if you like that business. I guess I'll go another couple of weeks, try and get it to go to the tick over day, see if Kyle Walker-Peters is interested. Maybe just see if the prices of any of these players on the screen here come down. Players like Kvaratskhelia or Leao. There are other ones. There might even be more that become interested. Yeremy Pino is a fantastic player on FM. Maybe even him to play on one of our wings. I think then we're building a team that should be good enough to win the Champions League. Whether we can do that with a manager that is an assistant manager remains to be seen. But I love this save so much. I'll see you in a couple of weeks when I've done a bit more business. Okay, so it's the 1st of July and I've stopped here because it's actually Will Still's first game in charge as our new head coach. I've scheduled a fixture, a friendly, against Stade de Reims, his former team, if you remember. And I did want to mention as well how he did whilst he was the manager at Stade de Reims on the game. He got relegated, which is why he lost his job and got sacked, because I've not got the 2nd division in France turned on, and they sacked him at this stage. They actually finished 17th in this season, which was the 22-23 season, the first season on our game. A little bit unlucky, 39 points, 2 points away from being safe. They got relegated and then sacked him. If I go to their managers here, you can see, look, he was there for, doesn't actually say how long he was there for, but he was sacked after not winning. His win percentage, not amazing, 28%. So am I getting slight worries about how he's going to do here? No, not yet, because the team that we've produced is going to be so strong. We're going to find out if he's going to play this 4-3-3 that he says he prefers by having a look how he does in his first friendly today. I did have high hopes to see who he was going to pick, and then I realised it's the European Championships, which is going on until about the 15th of July. So we will go to the end of that today in today's video so that we can find out who wins that and also hopefully see how he does when he's got most of his players at the club. So far in the European Championships, we're at the quarterfinal stage. England are going to play Wales. Norway or France are going to play Italy or Croatia. Spain, Portugal. There's some big derbies in there. Even Holland, Belgium, a bit of a derby. Some great draws in this European Championships. We'll find out who wins that anyway. But for now, in terms of our team, our tactics, this 4-3-3, it's most of them are international duty. Sesko is here though, so some of the new signings have joined. Sesko has arrived. Marcus Edwards has also arrived at the club. He is homegrown as well. I did check, which is cool. And I know that a lot of you might be thinking this. I did check Noni Madueke as well, who is of course also a homegrown at club Spurs former player. He wasn't interested in joining and he's just joined Brighton in game. So maybe one for the future, but not one that we could actually sign at this stage. So before you comment, maybe you've already commented, just to mention that one. There is one other new signing that I need to show you, and that is Victor Christiansen, who is a left back who I went to Director of Football up here, our little workaround, and asked Will Still who is his preferred left back signing, and he did say Victor Christiansen. So here he is. He has joined pretty cheap actually, £11 million. It was about £5 million up front, and Manchester United were trying to sign him at the same time as well, which made me think he's actually pretty good. Having a look at his profile too. He starts at Copenhagen where he's played a load of games. Still only 21 years old as well, which I quite like as a signing. He's going to be the backup to Udogie in our squad. Think it's a smart signing. I'm quite happy with it really. There are still though transfers to be done. You can see the squad is now a little bit light. A lot of greyed out players in this squad because so many now have departed. With the transfer window officially opening, some players have now left. They are Sergio Reguilon has gone to Fiorentina, £16 million. That was part of his loan deal. Harry Winks, we talked about before, has moved on. Richarlison, right at the last minute, Valencia decided to use the clause that they had in his loan contract. £12.75 million. He joins them permanently after doing okay, to be quite honest. They paid us £1.4 million to have him. He scored 16 league goals, 19 all comps, so he's done all right there. Didn't really have a future here. I guess he could play on the wing, so maybe that would have been an option, but he didn't play under Peruzzi, and he had that loan clause in there so that they could sign him. So there you go. Pape Matar Sarr has also moved on. If I go back to the end of last window, we can see those ones that I talked about before. Højbjerg and Bentancur have gone. Alfie Whiteman went on a free, and most recently, there's our signings. Edwards, Sesko, and Christensen, which have all gone on to last year's window because we hadn't ticked over to the new season yet. I think there's some exciting ones there. £55 million is what we are guaranteed to pay for Sesko, but it was about £20 million up front. A lot of that is in installments, and some of those is after 50 games as well, which I think by that time, if he plays that many games, he's going to be worth it because he will have developed into such a good player, as he usually does, Sesko, doesn't he? I guess though, with that in mind, I just need to continue to think about other players that we want to sign. Kyle Walker-Peters still not available, still not interested in joining us. I was looking at some other options too. Haven't really decided on who exactly, but we do have so much money to go and spend. Look at this wage budget, £675,000 in wages to still go and spend. If I put that into the transfer budget, it's £134 million. We can go big on another player here. Do you think we need to? Where do you think we need to really? Is it another midfielder? Is it a first choice striker? Is it one of these wingers? I still think it might be a winger. Heung-min Son did pick up an injury for 4 to 5 weeks. He's now nearly back. I suppose though, I'm going to, do you know what I might do? I might unfilter out the under 21s and under 18s. If I unpick this now, how do I do that? Clear the team selection. I'm going to go a day on so that we can find out what system Will Still uses and maybe some of the player selections too, just to see how he's going to set up this team. Have I got it right with my predicted tactic here, which is this 4-3-3? Let's go one day and see if we beat Stade de Reims, his former team. Okay, so we've played that game against Reims and, well, we lost. Is this worrying? I know a lot of our players were missing, and this team, maybe it's set up so well because he was there previously, but we've lost the first game of Will Still's reign as manager. We were maybe the better team, but we ended up losing it 2-1. Better XG for Rance as well. Look, they had a penalty, so maybe that's in there too. Basuma got one back. The team looked like this. It was Scarlett up front, Edwards, Spence, Kulusevski in midfield, Basuma with Ward-Prowse. He did play the 4-3-3 then, so as we expected, Musa, the youngster, Evans Musa, one of our youth intake players, our only real good youth intake player playing there. Okay, it was a young team. It's not a full strength team. Sesko came on, got an assist. Maybe a little bit worrying that we did lose it though, but he is playing that 4-3-3. One thing I want to check, who played right wing in that game there? It was Jed Spence playing right wing. I just want to see what role he is playing in, because the default 4-3-3 tiki-taka preset tactic plays with an out-and-out winger on that side, whereas most of our wingers are inside forwards or you know, they play inverted on those sides. I do wonder if he's playing an out-and-out winger on there. Okay, no, he is playing an inside forward. Okay, this is one of the things with Peruzzi, by the way. I know a lot of you did suggest to go and look at the form to find out what the roles were. Peruzzi last year was changing the roles pretty much every game, so there was no real nailed down role for me to go and recruit for. So the different midfielders in Peruzzi's 5-2-2-1 were changing every single time. Both defensive midfielders were changing from ball playing midfielders to defensive midfielders to DLPs. Both attacking midfielders were always changing too. So it was a little bit tricky. What I kind of need to do in terms of recruitment is to pick up players that are maybe quite versatile and can play different roles and are going to be good in all of those roles, to kind of show that and make sure that that works. I will check as well. It was Dane Scarlett that played up front, wasn't it? Let me check what type of striker he's playing there. Because with Kane, he's more of a deep line forward, isn't he? Dane Scarlett played as... Was it Dane Scarlett? I feel like it was, but maybe... Oh, that's under 21s. All teams, it was a deep line forward. Okay, so he did play as a deep line forward, and then he was off on 45 minutes. Replaced by... Actually, let's check this too, because this is part of being a director of football, actually. These are the things that you need to look out for and kind of make sure you're on top of. It was Sesko that came on and did play as a deep line forward. So I think he's quite well suited to that DLF role because of his height, because of he's got decent passing and off the ball and things like that. But maybe something to bear in mind as well when you are doing your recruiting. Speaking of recruiting, I'm going to go and continue doing all of that recruitment now, alongside bringing in a load of new scouts, by the way. We had loads of spaces, so I do need to keep bringing these in. I'm going to go through the staff as well and see if I can make these the best in the Division 2, something that I'm working on as well in my role as the DOF. But now I think my next part of this is going to be, I'm going to go and play all of these friendlies, or Will still is. I'm going to come back for Fulham on the 10th of August, when I should have done some more transfer business with all of this budget that we've got to spend, where the team should be ready to go for a new season. And we're going to go and see how he gets on in the very first game of our new season. I will see you on the 10th of August. See you then. All right, so it is the first day of our brand new season. It is the 9th of August, and we've played all of our friendlies. The friendlies have gone well for Will still so far. In fact, he's only conceded one goal. He got off on a pretty bad foot losing to his former team. Since then, though, 11-0, 9-1, 4-0, 3-0, and most recently 4-0. Some of these teams decent as well. He's played Celtic, he's played Lyon here. You can see the team that he's picking for these friendlies. He's gone strong, and he's gone close to what I'd expect as maybe my strongest team as well. Maybe Romero out and Guardiola in, but Romero being right-footed, maybe he will be first choice in here. It's not a bad problem to have, is it? And it seems like this 4-3-3 is working quite nicely. You got goals from Bellingham, Son, Kane, and then Basuma from the spot. He's taken penalties, apparently. All bodes well for Will still, and I've done some more transfers as well. You may have noticed it, maybe in some of the players that played in there. But I talked about going big for a new winger, didn't I? I've gone big for a new winger. We have signed, this is ridiculous, Rafael Leao. I pointed him out. I talked about how much I liked him. It was him or Kvaratskhelia. And we've spent a lot of money, £135 million guaranteed. It could go as high as £165 million. We had all that money. We had all those wages left over. I would regret it if I didn't spend it. We've now invested in the future in a big way. 25 years old. He is one of the best wingers, I think, that you can buy. Could also play up front as well, couldn't he? 6'2", pure pace, great dribbling, first touch. I mean, look at his profile. Look how good he is. He is one of the best young talents in the world, and we spent massive money on him. It is outrageous money. I've also signed another youngster, by the way. Vitor Roque was available with his minimum fee release of 18 million. I thought, do you know what? we don't have that many strikers now. And I do wonder, I don't think he will, but we did sign him when he was 18. I don't think he would become homegrown at club, but I kind of wanted to just look out in case he did. I have started to put my scouts on to look for players that, if we sign them early enough, would become homegrown at club later on, just to kind of go with that sort of side of things as well. I know it's still an issue that we do need to solve. Part of that issue as well was Kyle Walker-Peters, who just isn't interested in joining at the moment, and we don't really have the money to go and sign him. I might come back and try and sign him. I did do a deal for him, which was structured so that we would be able to get him right now, but the board cancelled it because they didn't want to pay more than his £25 million release clause. So I think we'll come back for Kyle Walker-Peters. Maybe if we sell Jed Spence, who has got some interest. Alexis McAllister as well. Loads of interest this summer. Villa made a bid for him. I think Juventus will link to him. A few other teams too making a play for some of our players. But pretty sure that is all of our transfer business done now. One or two things might happen, but this is the start of our new season. I've put the players in for what I think is my strongest 11, and we saw the team that he picked for that Lyon friendly. I think he should go with something that is a bit like this. Costa in goal, Porro, Udogie, wing-backs, Guardiola, Bastoni. As I mentioned, it could well be Romero coming in, who is really, really good. Romero himself as a centre-back, really strong anyway. So if he starts on the right-hand side, I wouldn't be too upset with it. Camavinga, Ward-Prowse, Bellingham. Could well be McAllister, who is injured at the moment, out for 3 days. But as that roaming playmaker, I think he'd do a good job in there as well if we wanted to. Bissouma also could do a great job in that midfield. In front of him, though, or in front of these guys, let me just put Ward-Prowse back in. Kulusevski off one side, could even be Son. Easily be Son on this side. Leao on the other side, could easily be Son on that side as well. They can definitely interchange on these wings. Leao, it looks so good. And then up front, Harry Kane or Benjamin Sesko, if you do fancy that as well, which we have got options. This squad, and it's now quite a big squad as well. I've managed to bring in enough players to make it a good squad, like Christensen as our backup left back. Highland we didn't even mention as an option as a striker. This squad is so good. I'm now going to clear it completely as to not influence what Will still does in our very first game here. And now I've moved over to Watching Man. We're going to go have a look at this first fixture. We kick off the Premier League season, by the way, on the Friday. We're going to attend it as Watching Man. We're going to find out and watch it together. Can Will still win his first game in charge at the club? I'll see you at where are we playing? Craven Cottage. I'll see you there. All right then, here we go. We are at Craven Cottage. Match preview. Let's have a look at this lineup from Will Still. There is the Fulham team. I am always aware that this will probably be wrong on this graphic here, but let's have a look at the players that he's picked. Is it wrong on here? Oh, it actually looks like it might be correct. You know, he's gone Romero and Bastoni at the back. It was Harry Kane at striker. That actually looked like it was probably the correct lineup. Maybe because of his better tactical knowledge. I'm not sure. I think it should be down to what Watching Man has anyway, right? Either way, it's Kane, Son, Kulusevski as the front three. No change there. Camavinga as the left-sided midfielder, he's left-footed, actually. I did wonder if it's going to be Camavinga deeper rather than Ward-Prowse, but he's gone this way around for these three. Udogie, Bastoni, Romero, Porro as the back four. Costa in goal, of course. On the bench, we have got Leao. So he's not picked Leao, actually. That's a good point. Didn't really consider that to start with. Leao not making the starting lineup, even though I spent over 100 million on him. Is that scary? Maybe. I'm sure you'll get into the team at some point. I'm sure. Will, please don't do anything silly. We're 1-0 down. I say don't do something silly. Fulham are in the lead. I did wonder if it's going to be offside, but Mitrovic has just scored a header. Do we give him time, right? And I talked about before, his aim for the season is top 4 and a trophy. Top 4 and a trophy, and he keeps his job. If not, we're having very serious discussions about his future. I think that's fair. Let me know if you think that's fair in the comments down below. I'm already a little bit nervous that we are losing to Fulham on the first day. Look how strong this team is, and we're losing to Fulham. Worrying. It's been pretty close. Only a shot on goal each. A shot on target, one apiece at half time. Do a good team talk, please, Will. I'm scared. We're not winning. We're not winning, and this is kicking off the season. Of course, we've got the Friday game here. That Fulham team's decent, but it shouldn't be making us look silly. Corner. Okay, this is where we can bounce back. It's in towards Camavinga, I think. Headed away by Adarabioyo. Bastoni with the effort from centre back. That's our only highlight so far. No changes yet. He's brought on Leao. There's the change. Leao is on. He's moved Son over to the other side. So it's Kulusevski who's gone off. It is Leao then introduced for his debut. Didn't join all that long ago, so I suppose maybe that's why he started on the bench. Can he make an impact now? There's 15 to play. We've still only hit the target once. Will still... have we made a grave error? Getting rid of Angelo Peruzzi? Surely not. Ward-Prowse. Free kick. Camavinga. It's bouncing around. It's cleared. That was a real good chance. Still doesn't even register as a shot on target. Now we've had 2. That might have been the chance. It looks like, and now it is confirmed, we're going to lose. There's Will still there. Like I saw his little ginger head right through the back of that graphic there. We've lost our first game. When we had Peruzzi in such good form that was good enough to take us to the top 4. Now we're losing, even though I've strengthened the team. Now into January, the 2nd of January 2025, where we're about halfway through our 3rd season at the club. Will Still's 1st season at the club, and we set him the pretty tricky challenge of finishing in the top 4 and winning a trophy, because that's where Peruzzi fell down last season, wasn't it? He got us into the Champions League. He managed to get to an FA Cup final, but he was comprehensively beaten by Liverpool in that final, which we watched. Will still needs to go one better this year. And so far, in January, about halfway through the season, we're 5th, which in itself looks a little bit disappointing because he's not meeting... I mean, we maybe had some ideas to maybe challenge for the title, and we said the very bare minimum was that we need to finish in the Champions League spots, which could well be 5th, by the way, with the new format of the Champions League. On the surface, it looks a bit disappointing, but there's a few things I want to say about it. I'm sort of okay with how we're doing in the league. I want to come back to that in a second, though, because first of all, I want to show you how we're doing in the other competitions generally, to give a full context to how Will Still is doing in his first half of a season in charge. Champions League, let's start with this one. We are in the brand new format, look, with the 36 teams in this massive group stage, the league phase of our Champions League. We're 7th, which I'm pretty happy with. We've played 6 games. He's won 4 of them. We've beaten Rangers, Olympiacos. We beat Juventus 4-1, which in itself is wild, isn't it? And then we lost 2 of those games. They were Real Madrid and Porto. Real Madrid, perhaps you can sort of, expect. And then Porto maybe a little bit more disappointing. But all things considered, 7th out of 36, that is fine. If we can go through automatically, you skip the knockout phase, don't you? If you finish in this top 8 here, that's sort of the bare minimum, I think. That'd be, well, I say bare minimum. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. And we've started well enough to... I think make that the plan from here. Champions League then, so far so good. Premier League we'll come back to. FA Cup, not entered it yet, but we have drawn Newcastle, who are a decent team. They're actually 11th this year. They were right up there last season, down to 11th this year, so maybe we'll be favourites going into that. I think we play them. Let me have a look actually on here. We play them at home as well, so I think we'd still be favourites to go through there. I'll have a look at these results again in a little while. But finally, this is why I wanted to talk about the competitions first. Carabao Cup, that chance for a trophy. We've made a semi-final. We've got Brighton in a 2-legged semi-final. I think it is 2-legged. And if we win, we will play Liverpool or West Ham in a final. Liverpool to get a bit of revenge for last season, the FA Cup final. It puts us in a good position to try and get this trophy, which is the minimum that we were expecting from Will Still, which I wanted to show you first because I think it kind of sums up that he's doing okay. He's not doing amazingly, but he's doing okay. Let's have a look then in more detail how we're doing in that league campaign, and then I'll show you how the players are doing, and we'll get into maybe how we're going to do some transfers in today's episode, because it is January. The problem is that we don't have any money, so I want to do some transfers, but to do so we might need to sell somebody, which is a potential problem, isn't it? Highland is actually attracting a little bit of interest. We could sell him. We'll talk about those things in a little while though. Let me show you first of all then the league table, some of the results as we sit 5th after 22 games. So over the halfway mark. We've won 13, we've drawn 3, we've lost 6. I seem to remember last season Peruzzi had lost 8 by about January, which isn't too different to how Will Still's done. I'm sort of okay with it though, mainly because if you have a look at the teams that we've lost to here, we've lost 6 matches away to City, which I can't show you on here, but I'll just hover over. Away to City, away to Chelsea, away to Liverpool, away to Brighton. Maybe that's a bit disappointing. At home to City, a home game, but it is Manchester City. And then away to Fulham, which is the first game of the season, which we played or watched as that live com last time out. Do you see what I mean? That the results are against teams that they're really tricky games. We played City, Chelsea, Liverpool away there. I think that means that in those home games, if we can make up for 1 or 2 of them, it's not the worst thing in the world. And the other thing to think of is that he does have a game in hand here. 22 games played for us, 23 for the other teams. If he wins that game in hand, we'd be on 45, easily 4th, 2 points off 2nd. And I mean, not completely out the title race, but probably. We'd be 10 points off the top, so probably out of the title race. But that means we're in that top 4. So I think if you really think of the entire context, 6 losses seems bad, but not the worst thing in the world, is it? It really isn't the worst thing in the world. Arsenal, by the way, down in 13th. They have sacked Mikel Arteta and replaced him with Luis Enrique this season. Just thought that as this is a Spurs save, we should keep an eye on what Arsenal are doing as well, shouldn't we? Let me show you the results then as we go through this season. A load of games played, and I've been paying a really close attention to what he's doing to see how he's using some of those players that we brought in, players like Benjamin Sesko and Marcus Edwards on that right-hand side. We'll get into all of that afterwards as I look at how many games people have been playing. But from that first game where we lost to Fulham, this was the live con, wasn't it? Where we were not very good, to be honest. I mean, maybe we just weren't very good, were we? Where it was Kane up front. From then, we had a really good run. Look, I think I can highlight them from here. Following that Fulham game, we beat Palace. We drew to Newcastle. We beat Arsenal. First North London derby of the season. Camavinga and Romero with the goals. Beat Bournemouth. Drew with Manchester United. Winning against Club Brugge in the Champions League. Beat Everton. Beat Chelsea away from home in the Carabao Cup. One of the games we lost in the league was to them away from home. Lost to City. We saw that one. Bit unlucky. Not great. There's that 4-1 win against Juventus. Let me show you this one because, again, I like to pick out 1 or 2 results that I think show how good we've become now and maybe give us a proper measure of, are we a good team? We were dominant playing away at Juventus. Yes, it's group stage, but look, Kane scored twice, Son played, Camavinga, Bellingham, Ward-Prowse. There's a lot of players here not playing as well, like Leao, who did play a load more games more recently, wasn't starting at the start of the season, has now played 20 times, look, 21 starts and has been pretty good. 3 goals, 4 assists. All competitions, he's got 7. 3 goals in Europe in 4 starts, so really good in the Champions League. So he's coming into his own, hopefully settling in a little bit. It was a pretty big transfer fee we spent on him, wasn't it? But yeah, 4-1 against Juventus, I think kind of shows that we're really good. Beat West Brom 4-1. That was a friendly. We beat Leicester. Here's that 4-2 loss to Porto. Bit weird, but I think it's 36 teams in that Champions League. I think you're going to lose 1 or 2 games, aren't you? Beat Middlesbrough, beat Leeds, lost to Brighton. That was a bit of a tough one to take. In November, we were playing a lot of games. Look, 30th, 2nd, 6th, 9th. The fixture schedule has been congested, to say the least. We played a lot of games in short amounts of time. Lost to Liverpool 4-0 here. Again, if I point out games like the Juventus one, I should probably point out games like this one here. Leao got sent off second half, but we were dominated by Liverpool. We've done this a few times in this save. Peruzzi had it happen to him a few times. Will Still is seeing it happen to him as well, which is a worry. We are playing this 4-3-3 system, and I still don't really know the roles, by the way. I've been checking, he's changing them loads, so I can't really nail down exactly what roles are being played either. But yeah, 4-0 there, but then bouncing back with a 6-0 win against Rangers. 2-0, lost to Chelsea, lost to Real Madrid there, look, after beating Villa. Villa really good, weirdly, in this save. Beat Fulham in the Carabao Cup quarterfinals, beat Leeds, lost to City, beat Everton, and then beat, most recently, Leicester City away from home. 2-0, Camavinga and Harry Kane. Overall, I think that's not too bad. There was a pretty rough patch here, look, at the start of November where we lost 3 of 4, or we won 1 in 4, which that's probably not good enough. But I think we've recovered quite nicely since then. The only games we really are losing are those games away at really good teams, which it'd be nice to pick up 1 or 2 results, obviously, but losing to City away from home, it's not unexpected, is it? I don't think. City are really good. They've got Erling Haaland. Erling Haaland is still a joke. I think we can all agree. How many goals has he got? He's got 21 in 23 games. Salah's actually got 23 in 23, which is pretty outrageous, really. Our top goal scorer, if we go to the Premier League stats here, is... we don't have one in the top 18. I mean, I'll show you the player stats now because we've been sharing the goals around, I suppose. Let me go through the tactic then, this 4-3-3. These are the roles that I've picked out that are being used most frequently, by the way, but they are changing. It's a bit weird with like a fullback at the left-hand side and things, but I looked at all the form to pick out the roles that are being most frequently picked, and it seems to be these, but they do change quite often. Goalkeeper has been Diogo Costa very regularly. At right back, Pedro Porro's played loads. Centre backs, Romero has played the most, alongside... It's been Bastoni playing left-hand side. Guardiola has played a load of games at left-back, but Destiny Udogie is still first choice there. If I just put them up here, look, you can see the games they've played on this side here. Midfield, it has been mainly Ward-Prowse. He's played 29 times. Lots of games, by the way, for Bissouma, who, not as a starter, but 13 games, look, for him. You can see that he is being picked to come in and play quite a lot. Jude Bellingham on the right, and then Camavinga on the left. A lot of times as a Metzala, which I find kind of strange for how he is as a footballer. I'm not sure I would use him as a Metzala, but that seems to be what Will Still's doing. Look, you can see Metzala has been his role quite often when he's been not an unused substitute, that is. Right-hand side, inverted winger Kulusevski most often. Leao has played a load, but has been rotating with Son. Son has played 20. Leao has played 21, so pretty much sharing that role on this left-hand side. And then up front, Harry Kane has been first choice. 18 starts for him. However, to show you, Benjamin Sesko's started 9. Son as well has been playing a few up front as well. Highland, who we brought in to be a young pretender to that role, no games. Hasn't played a single game this season, which makes me wonder, do I loan him out or do I just sell him? There's been some interest from a few teams on loan. Dortmund were interested in buying him, and it rumoured 60 million. If we get a bid of a decent amount for him, I kind of think we should maybe sell him now. Now that we've got like Sesko as well to come and play that role. I'm not sure. Let me know what you think with Rasmus Højlund, but he hasn't been playing that often. And this is pretty much the way it's been. You can see some of the substitute appearances here. Loads of games from Bissouma. 5 goals from him as well. Guardiola only playing 12. McAllister only playing 4. He did have interest earlier as well. No interest in him right now, but another one that we could sell. Finally, I've just offered a new contract to Heung-min Son. He's got some interest too at 32. Should I sell him in this January window? I am debating it. Inter are linked to offering him a contract as well to sign him on a free because his contract's up in the summer. He is the only one of our players who is going out of contract, but there is a decision to be made there, isn't there? Oh, another thing I wanted to show you too. Evans Musa, our young player that came through our youth intake, 17 years old now, has actually played some games. Look, a start in the Premier League and a game played in Europe as well, where he played pretty well. Quite cool that Will Still is deciding to use some of our youth players he's got good potential. So hopefully he plays a few more games at right back too. That is the team. Those are our results. This is how we've been doing. We don't really have any transfer money to go and do much in the window. That's kind of where we are in today's episode. What I'm going to go and do though is play all of January in this episode so that you can see how we get on in some of these big games. Can we reach the Carabao Cup final? Maybe we'll play one of these games as a live con. We'll see how the rest of this window goes. And I'll let you know if I do any transfer business as well, because being a director of football, that's obviously a massive part of our role here, isn't it? We need to go and do those transfer deals. And with no money, I'm kind of hamstrung by the fact that I can't really do anything. That's because our financial situation is not amazing. £91 million in the negative. It looks like it is going to improve. We've got a load of money coming in actually for players that are like we just got another 10 million for Dele Alli coming in, I think, after one more game. So I am actually not too worried about this, but I mean, it is a little bit worrying. I'm just spending the money they're giving me though. They gave me the money. I'm spending it. I think it's going to be fine. I do this in most saves, but something to look out for. £91 million in debt. Doesn't look amazing, does it? But anyway, there we go. Right, I'm going to go and play the rest of January now. I will see you on deadline day just to let you know what I've done in terms of business. And I'll also let you know how we've done in these games here. Big ones, Brighton home and away. Can we reach a Carabao Cup final? I will see you at the end of Jan. Okay, so I've only gone a couple of days, but there's some big news that I need to come back and share with you. I've sold Heung-min Son. That feels like massive news. I wonder if you're going to agree with me on this one and whether this was a good idea or not. I've sold Heung-min Son to PSG for just about £15 million. His contract was going to expire in the summer. I could have given him a new one on about 170 odd thousand pounds per week. He's 32 years old and we've brought in Leao. We've got Kulusevski. I feel like we've got good players there. And the other part of this is that our money, our financial situation isn't amazing, isn't it? I've decided to let him go. I've had a bit of a turnaround. I did offer him that contract. I decided to withdraw it and offer him out to see if anybody would pay any money for him. PSG came in with that £14.75 million bid, and I've decided to let him go. He's on £115,000 per week there. I'm still paying him 96k a week, which I know seems like a lot, right? But this will only be until the summer, so it's 6 months worth of this, and then he will be off our wage budget. He was on about £200,000 per week before he left us. So I know that it is a lot to still be paying him for him not to be playing for us, but long term, I think it still makes a bit of sense. And they've kind of paid for that with the £14 million and then some, in terms of we get to just get that money right now. And if we want to, we could go and buy somebody if we felt like somebody good was available. The other thing that has happened since you were last here is that we've got a bid for Rasmus Højlund. It's £29 million from Monaco. £29 million up front. Feels like an okay bid. I've decided to list him to see if there was any other interest in him. We've got that loan interest. I don't know if there's any teams now. Okay, Dortmund are now interested in him in a transfer as well. I want to kind of get a bit of an auction going with him. I really like him. I think he's fantastic. He scored goals for us last year as well. 6 goals in the league, which is not to be sniffed at in 9 starts. This year, he's just not had a look in. Will Still has played him 0 times in any competition. So we signed him for £21 million. Do we let him go for 29 and take a little bit of a profit on him? Gives us that little bit of money. I'm debating it. I'm not going to confirm it until I kind of make up my mind. But that is something that's happening right now. Since that last section as well, we've played 1 game. We beat West Brom 3-1. Do you know what? Let's go and indulge ourselves by watching the goals in this one. So dominant. West Brom were the bottom team. They were 20th in the league. They are not very good. It looks like they're going to go back down this season. But they actually took the lead. It was Daryl DK who scored first, and then we charged back with 3 goals in the second half. Let's have a watch of those. Here is that DK goal. It was Basuma that gave it away. He gives it to Diang, gets himself back in the box, and then it's a tap in. I mean, it's not great defending. Is that Silva? Romero? Guardiola. Not great from him. Second half, though, it was all about us. 3 goals in this second half period. Here's Leao, one of our big money signing in the summer, driving into the box and getting his cross over to Kulusevski, who taps in. That was the first goal. 2 more after that one followed then. The first of which was from a set piece. Corner from Ward-Prowse. Headed in or headed away by Mepa, but back in by Udogie. In off Guardiola with the little header there. Like that one. A weird goal. Checked for offside but given. And then Udogie, good tackle he was involved in. Both goals then, but the last 2 goals. Leao driving in and smashing it into the keeper's hands, who fumbles it into the back of the net. Leao gets himself another goal for the season. How many is that now? I feel like we're paying quite close attention to him, but he did cost a lot of money. 4 league goals, 8 goals all competitions. I mean, it's not sensational, but it's decent. He doesn't score that many, he does play wide, so I suppose it's not the end of the world. If he gets more than 6, he's done better than he did for Milan last year. So 7.07 average rating is not the worst thing, is it? I'm going to go and continue now. I'll make a decision about Højlund. I'll maybe have a look at who's available. Where do we need players in this squad? Where are we lacking slightly? Is it a midfielder? Not sure. Is McAllister the guy now? If there was a bit of interest in him, would I sell him? I'm going to go and have a look at what's available and maybe come back if we do any business. I will continue to do our January window, and I'll see you whenever something happens. Okay, so it is the end of the January window, and I've been tempted in to make one last signing. And actually, it's a signing that doesn't even come in now. I'm signing Steven Escobar. There was so much of me. The majority of my thoughts were thinking the financial situation at the club is just really not very good. So just take the money in and then just be sensible. And then I started looking at young players, and now we've agreed a deal to sign Steven Escobar, who's a 17-year-old striker who plays for Porto, can even play on the wing as well. I think he looks like he's going to be quite good. Our scouts seem to think he's going to be quite good in the future. He's labelled as the next Radamel Falcao, which hopefully he does better in England than Falcao did. But I think that's quite exciting. And he's called Escobar. So I felt like we're going to do it. We've agreed a deal with Porto to bring him in. He joins in January of next year. So that's why it didn't go through during the window, which is now closed. But I wanted to get it done to show you. He joins next January. He joins for about £10 million up front, rising to £22 million. I think in terms of future-proofing, we're signing really good young talent, which I think is always a smart thing to be doing in these saves. He's also 17. I don't think that means he's going to become homegrown because he'll be 18 by the time he gets here. Either way, though, you want to sign these young players, don't you? And actually, just going back to the homegrown things, I know a lot of you are commenting that in the comments. We're not too bad, really, on it. We've got loads that are homegrown at club now. 4 of them in the first team squad, if you include Musa and this young backup goalkeeper called Brandon Austin, who's not very good. So I do probably need to sign a good backup goalkeeper in case Costa gets injured. Then Marcus Edwards and Harry Kane, though. I'm not too worried about it, especially with Silva becoming homegrown at club next summer as well. I think we'll be okay. Actually, it is until 21, isn't it? It's 3 years. So if they join when he's 18, he actually still can become homegrown, I think, right? Anyway, it's always a little bit confusing, but I think he can actually if we sign them young enough. So there's even that as well potentially in the future. He joins a couple of outgoings in the January window. One of them, or in fact, I'll just go to them here. One of them being Luca Gunter, who is just a young goalkeeper who wasn't very good. He went for about 100k or so. Highland has gone on loan to Valencia, who are going to pay all of his wages. I was very close to selling him to Monaco. I accepted their bid. He actually rejected the contract, but I kind of was hoping that he was going to do that, and I was going to cancel it anyway because I decided I think he's a bit too good to just let go for 29 million. I think if he gets a decent spell now at Valencia and plays some games, he's played one game so far, I reckon he can develop and become a better striker. Maybe we sell him for more in the future. So we've loaned him out. I'm going to see how he develops and see what happens with him. Maybe he leaves in the summer. We will see. There is no future clause in this loan deal. It is a straight up. He's been said, they've told me that he's going to be a regular starter and they're paying his wages, £115,000 per week. And actually, and 50k per month as well. So a little bit extra on top to have the privilege of having him. I think it kind of makes sense. He is out alongside Heung-min Son, who we talked about earlier. No incomings except for, well, no incomings in the January window except for the future transfer then of Steven Escobar. We've had a good month though. We talked about, is he doing okay, Will, still? Have a look at the January window now, or the January period, I should say. I think he is doing okay. We have beaten West Brom 3-1. Here's the good bit though. We have beaten Brighton home and away. We have made a Carabao Cup final. We are going to go and play another final at Wembley this season. It's against Liverpool again. There's a chance for some redemption after last season's FA Cup final. I'm worried because we seem to lose to Liverpool every single time, but we are going to be playing a Carabao Cup final. That final isn't that far away, actually, on the 2nd of March. I think we'll have to play that one before next episode. I'll show you how it goes in our next episode. The rest of the results in January, though, were also pretty good. We beat Leeds. We beat Salzburg. We drew to Palace away from home. Not too upset with it. Probably should have won it when I looked at the stats as well. And then we drew to Borussia Mönchengladbach. That's not the end of the world as well. We still find ourselves in the top 6. We've qualified through to the next round as well as the 6th seed in the Champions League. So we've done our job in that. In all competitions, Will's doing his job. Will's still doing an okay job. We're in the top 4, 2 games in hand. If we win those games in hand, we go to 55 points. We'd be 2nd in the league. So he's doing okay. I think I'm quite happy with the job that he's doing. We definitely don't need to think about sacking him right now. He could go and get that trophy. He should go and get that top 4 position. All things are pretty rosy. He has got himself, Will still, to a cup final. Spurs have the chance of winning some silverware, and I am not looking forward to it, which is a weird thing to say, but Liverpool are really, really good, and I'm worried that the same thing's going to happen that happened in the first cup final against them, the FA Cup final from last year, where we're going to get trounced by them, because we've been trounced by them a lot recently. Hopefully he can change that. We're going to go and do a live com. In fact, we're going to start right now by switching over to Watching Man. He's going to return from his little holiday that he's been on, and we are going to go find that Carabao Cup final and make sure we attend it with our favourite man, which is Watching Man. Let me just search Carabao here. There's the final. I've clicked to attend. We're going to go and watch this match to start today. But before that, I suppose I've got some things to update you on, haven't I? I've got us up to the 15th of March is what I'm trying to say here. I did say that I'd go to the end of the season to start off today's video, but then I thought, I don't really want to miss the final. I don't want you guys to miss the final. I'd rather go to it live so that if he does win a trophy, our first trophy on the save, we're there to witness it. And I feel like that makes a bit of sense. So we are going to go and watch it together with Watching Man. And then we'll go to the end of the season. And then I'll show you how the rest of the season has actually gone properly. I've sat down to record it now. I'm going to go through all of that as I record it. So hopefully that's all going to work nicely. I'll show you, though, how it's gone up to this point, I think. It is, as I mentioned, the 15th of March. Will still very much still in charge. He's running the team. He's still using, if I go to the results here, he's still using his 4-3-3 DM wide. He's stuck with it all year, despite changing the roles pretty much every game. He's still using it. And as you can see by some of the results on here, pretty good. It's pretty good. He had a good start to the season, I think. We talked about the fact that he was 4th at the end of last episode, but could have gone up to 2nd if he won a few games in hand. The results were really good. There was 1 or 2 poor ones, I suppose. Villa was a bit poor, although maybe that came a little bit later. I think we looked at actually results like the Southampton game to start off the season. That was a poor one, wasn't it? All the way back at was that first game of the season? Oh, it's Fulham, sorry. The Fulham game at the start of the season. That wasn't particularly good, was it? And then there was, we lost to Man City. And yeah, Brighton was a bit poor as well, wasn't it? Other than that, he's beating the teams around him. And you can see by some of these results here, He's kind of improved since that last time. Since the end of January, through February, into March, they've been really, really good. End of Jan was here, look, against Gladbach. We have played Gladbach. I make myself laugh by the way that I say that. It's definitely not right. Gladbach, sorry, everyone. Otherwise, we will get YouTube comments, which, fair enough. Do you know what? I'll let you off on this one. If you want to correct me on how to say Gladbach, go for it in the comments down below. Engagement. After that, look, we went on a 4-game winning run against Wolves with the Doji scoring. Newcastle in the FA Cup in a replay. We beat them away from home, Newcastle, who are a good team as well. I like that one a lot. West Brom, we beat 4-2 in the FA Cup. Fourth round, so we're still in the FA Cup so far, look. We beat Brentford in the league 1-0. Sesko, last minute goal, 94th minute. He doesn't get a lot of starts, but he's doing really well. He scored in back-to-back games here, look. We talked about whether he was going to get enough game time. He seems to be getting quite a lot. Also, Rafael Leao, another one that we talked about. Can he get into this team? He's definitely been able to get into the team since last episode where we sold Heung-min Son, and he's been great. Probably our best player. I think he is our top goal scorer as well, which is, I mean, it's nice to see when you spend that much money on a player that he actually starts to deliver. So well done, Leao. Then it was Villa, which we lost. Not great. We lost 1-0. It was Danny Ings who scored. Beat Fulham, though, in the Premier League. Beat Chelsea in the Premier League. Big win this one. Camavinga with 2. Love that. Lukaku back at Chelsea, look. And then, wanted to mention this one too. We beat Manchester City 2-0. Leao and Kane. FA Cup 5th round. So did they rotate? I can't quite remember. I think they played a strong side, though. We're still in the FA Cup. Quarter-final now. We play Villa, who we just recently lost to. Maybe some revenge there. Quarter-final of a FA Cup, final of a Carabao Cup. In the Champions League, we have got Atletico Madrid in the round of 16, and we drew the first leg. Harry Kane scores an equaliser. We've got a draw in Madrid. We now play them at home. I'm quietly confident, you know. I'm quietly confident we could go through to a Champions League quarter-final, which would be a really good first season. I think we're getting into the territory now, especially if he wins this trophy in our first game, which we're going to go and watch now. We're in the territory of this being a really good first season for Will still. Hopefully you guys agree with me. I did feel like it should happen. I felt like the reason that we were being held back was because of Peruzzi's formation, his tactics. If Will still play something a little bit more attacking, this 4-3-3, I felt like we could kick on. It seems to be happening, and I like the direction the club is moving in right at this point here, because we sit second in the league. This is the big one here. We have played 31 games. There are games in hand. I will preface this by saying that Manchester City could go above us if they won their 2 games in hand, as could Manchester United. We would, though, still be confidently in that top 4, but we're second. 13 points off Liverpool, who we now go and play in a cup final, which is why I'm so scared of it. But 31 games in, 19 wins, 5 draws, 7 losses against good teams, look. Villa, meh. City, Chelsea, Liverpool, City, though. 4 of those losses are against really good teams. Most of them away from home as well. I think this is okay. I think this is all right. I mean, let me know what you think in the comments down below. How's Will still doing in his first full season at the club? I think he's doing all right. Leao is the top goal scorer. Look, highest average rating as well. Most assists from James Ward-Prowse. Not a surprise on that one. Diogo Costa's got our best pass completion, which I quite like. The goalkeeper there. And Harry Kane, Udogie and Leao have all been sent off this season. There is the competitions as a whole, look. I guess I've talked quite a lot. Oh my word, I've just seen. Our previous meetings with Liverpool, we've not won in the last 5. We've won. I mean, there are the results. This is why I'm not confident. There's 1 draw in there. And the rest were all losses. 5-1 loss, 4-0, 2-0, 1-1 draw, 3-0 loss. That was in the cup final. And a 4-0 loss. Yeah, I'm not, I haven't got massively high hopes. So I guess we should just get into it, and then we'll go to the end of the season. I can show you the system, who's been playing the most and who's playing where. You'll see the team that he picks for the cup final. I guess, less waffling. Let's get into it. I'll see you at Wembley. All right, then here we go. Ready to attend. If I press continue now, we should be taken into the match. The team's warming up. Here we go. Let's have a look at what Will Still has chosen to do in a cup final. Can he do better than Peruzzi did? Surely. We lost 3-0 in that one, and it was a bit of a trouncing by Liverpool. I am worried that that might happen again, but I've got hope. I've got a little bit of hope. A little bit of hope. There is the team then. It is Harry Kane up front. I can't really tell by this because that is just confusing, to be honest. We'll wait until it starts. I think it was Harry Kane up front. That was the main thing I saw. There's the Liverpool team with Gonçalo Ramos leading the line for them. They've got Milinkovic-Savic, Seavald. I love him in midfield too. There's Will Still with his, I think that is him there, right? With his ginger hair. Lovely to see him in game. And We're underway. There's the team. It's Kane, Leao, Kulusevski. So Leao, we've got a free kick early. Ward-Prowse, chance, Bellingham off the bar. What a chance that is to start things off. That would have been a perfect start. Klopp has gone for Kelleher in goal. He did this last time and they beat us. Those set pieces might be our way to goal. Here are Liverpool attacking with Gonçalo Ramos coming deep. Robertson, if we go really close. Do you know what? Bellingham's won this. Keeper's off his line. Bellingham, he might go alone. He goes to Kulusevski. Cross it. We've hit the post again. What an effort. What a start we've had here. How are we not leading? We've hit the post and the bar. Kulusevski across the goal. Because Kelleher just picked it up calmly. Now Liverpool attack with Robertson. That would, oh God. I'm actually like, imagine the DOF being this animated in the stands. That's kind of what I'm doing right now as Liverpool go close, but not close enough. Lively start to this game. 3 shots from us, 1 from them. They are really dangerous. I was looking at their team. Salah, Diaz and Ramos up front. Seivold, Milinkovic-Savic and Fabinho. Van Dijk, Konate, Trent, Robertson, Kelleher. Our team. Adoji at left back, Porro at right back. You see the roles on here, look, by the way. They do change a lot, but this is a good way for me to see the roles as going into these games. The Metzala and a centre mid as our 2 midfielders. The pairing in there of Bellingham and... who was the other one? Was it Camavinga? I think it might be Camavinga. With Ward-Prowse deeper. Yeah, you see them there, look. I'm scared now because they've got the ball. 35 minutes in. This is pretty much the team that he's been picking most weeks, by the way, with most of these names in the team. Ward-Prowse giving away a pen. It's so silly. He didn't even really need to make the tackle there. He's going wide. John Brooks, the referee, has given it. I think VAR definitely confirm it. It's a penalty. So stupid. Before half-time now, it's going to be Mo Salah with the chance to give Liverpool the lead. Saved by Costa! Yes! Saved by Costa! Our keeper that we brought in has saved it. And maybe, it feels like maybe this is our night, our day at Wembley. Are things just going our way now? That's the type of thing that makes you start to believe, isn't it? Saved by Costa. Can we get to halftime at 0-0 now? I didn't think I was going to be as animated and into this as I am right now. I am very invested. Perhaps because there's that chance of seeing them pick up that trophy at the end. Salah's down to a 5.9. We've got a free kick. Ward-Prowse, swing it in. Make up for that penalty that you've just given away. Find somebody at the back post. Bastoni I can see lurking there. There he is, Bastoni. Headed back, Leao. Bellingham, he's got to be offside, right? He's going to be offside. Why is Leao injured as well? Surely he's offside. I mean, he was on the goal line. We have got the ball in the back of the net. They're checking it on VAR. It's in. It counts. He's on. Yes. Let's see it now in the replay. He's just on, you know. He kind of just edges in there. I felt sure that was going to be off. We lead at Wembley. They've missed a penalty. We're leading, and it's still the first half. This episode could be very long, by the way, because I want to go and play till the end of the season and do transfers, but we've got a Wembley final to try and win. Trent, up the other end for Liverpool. Salah. Oh, it's in, right. Easy as that. Was there... I felt like the linesman put his flag up there. I don't know what it could possibly be for. I think it was a deflected shot. I mean, yeah, it's 1-1. Maybe calm down. Calm down. Because does this deflect? Yeah, it's Bastoni in front of the keeper. It's not great, to be honest, from any of them. All right, Salah's made up for that penalty miss. He's now going to be flying and his rating's going to be much higher. At half-time, I'll leave it up to Will still to hopefully do a good team talk and maybe keep us... Get our heads back up. There's a corner. Oh, my word, we've hit the post again. Camavinga's header. We've hit this woodwork 3 times, genuinely, haven't we? Can I see that on here? Match stats in some way? Match stats. Does it show me... So it shows me clear cut. Yeah, woodwork 3 times. That's a little bit unlucky, isn't it? Has he made any changes? McAllister's come on the left wing for Leao. There's probably that injury actually, wasn't it, for Rafa Leao, he was carrying that in the first half. So that's the one change that I've noticed so far. Kane here. There is McAllister playing left wing, not necessarily his natural position. Can he get across him from there though? Kulusevski gets over. Good attacking play. The highlights are going our way. And I think he's brought... Did he bring Romero on? No, he started Romero at centre-back with Bastoni. Liverpool have brought on Kessié, who's attacking now. In the box, still going. Shoot, scores. Great goal. Second of the season. Right. That's a little bit heartbreaking, actually. I feel like we've been quite good. They've brought on Matip for Van Dijk and Elliott for Milinkovic-Savic. And Kessié just picks it up in the corner and just runs into the box. I mean, there's so many players between him and the goal, and he just puts it. That is disheartening. Oh, they'd hit the target twice when that went in. Right, I'm getting my head down, but I'm not the manager, so I can. I'm just a fan here. Kulusevski, get us back in it. There's a cross. There's Kelleher in the goal. 10 minutes to play. We're gonna win. That's a weird kick. We've got the ball back. It's Ward-Prowse, I think. And then Porro. Loads of space here. 3 men coming into the box. Kane's one of them. Kane! 2-2! Harry Kane has equalised. It's horrible defending. It deflects up into the air. Kane's made it 2-2 and we're still in this. What a Carabao Cup final this is. Porro makes the run. Loads of space for him. Deflected cross up into the air. I mean, that is terrible from Ibrahima Konate. He just stands still and doesn't head it and Kane puts it in. 2-2. Any more subs? Anybody coming on to try and win this? Jed Spence is playing right wing. He's brought on Harvey White in midfield, I should say. Harvey White, a youngster, 23-year-old, is on in the midfield. Does that tell me we need another centre mid? I feel like it kind of does, doesn't it? Maybe that's an area to look for. I've also seen that at left back he's brought on Guardiola. Silva's on at right centre back as well. He's made loads of changes. Loads of changes as we go into extra time. Liverpool with the changes too. Look, Taremi's on. Tsimikas is on. We've got a corner. Ward-Prowse should be good from these. Back post corner, is it? I think it's Jed Spence there. Instead it goes, Konate heads it away. Put the ball back in there. Guardiola, McAllister, Basuma's on. Basuma's on! What a goal! From Yves Bissouma, carrying an injury, smashes it in from 30 yards. We lead in extra time. I'm so invested in this. Way more invested than if I was the manager. I'd be like thinking about what to do next. I'm just watching this. Basuma drills in. That is dreadful from Kelleher. Why does he go to ground? I don't know. I don't care. It's 3-2 to us. What a game. All right. We've got 1/2 of extra time to get through. 1/2 of extra time to get through. Has he made any other changes? No. I think that might be it for changes as far as we're concerned anyway. Liverpool might have a couple more to make. I'm not sure. There's 10 minutes to play. Just waste time, lads. No more highlights is fine. 5 to go. 4 to go. 3 to go. Will Still is going to do it. There's a highlight. There's a highlight. We're on the attack for it, though. Surely, Jed Spence puts it over. That should be it. That should be time. Will Still's going to do it. We're going to win a trophy. Spurs are going to win a trophy. And all it took was sacking Peruzzi and spending about £1 billion. Blow the whistle, ref. 47 seconds on the clock. Konate plays it forward. Just do your job, Romero. Guardiola. Just kick this ball out of play. Boot it, Basuma. Don't lose it. Time's up. Time is up. And we've won a trophy. Will Still, you genius. Look at him at the back of the line there as the players come and get themselves ready to lift this trophy. Harry Kane, the captain. There's Will Still. Just stood to the side. Look, letting the lads do what they need to do. Harry Kane has the trophy in his hands. The prestigious, the iconic Carabao Cup trophy. Spurs are champions. I feel like we should just end it there. That feels like the perfect place to leave it. But we are going to go and continue. We've got a trophy. Will Still has done what he set out to do. The target that I set him was to win this trophy. There were doubters in the comments down below. And I feel like you should own up right now. If you doubted him, put your little comment in the comments section down below now and just admit and say, do you know what? I didn't believe in him, but he's done what Peruzzi couldn't do. He's beaten Liverpool in a final. He's won us a trophy. Now he just needs to go and qualify for that Champions League. Maybe even go further in the Champions League. Maybe even get us to another final at the end of the season. The FA Cup is still up for grabs. And the Champions League, technically. We've won it. Yves Bissouma with a brilliant goal to win it at the end. There's the team. I'll see you. See you at the end of the season when we... Let's hope these adventures continue. I'm knackered. I need to lie down, but I'll see you in a bit. Okay, so there we are. It is now the end of the season, and we have finished second in the Premier League. Will Still has delivered us a trophy this year and delivered us back into the Champions League for next season by finishing second in the league. Truly, it's a really good season. It's a definite step forward for Spurs, and I'm quite hopeful now for the future. He's had his first initial season. What can he go and do next year? What a good season it ends up being with that Carabao Cup win, second in the league behind Liverpool, who kind of ran away with it. 89 points for them, 77 for us. Above Manchester City, 74. Above Manchester United, 65. And then Chelsea was 64. We qualify for the Champions League again. Only 4 spaces have gone to us in the Champions League. I do wonder if there's going to be a 5th. I don't quite know exactly how it works with who gets the extra spaces. We got 5 last year. It seems to be 4 this year. Whatever it is, anyway, we are in the Champions League. We've made it so that was confirmed by finishing 2nd. I'll show you how the end of the season went here because there was a little bit of a wobble following the Carabao Cup final. There is that final there. Look, winning it in extra time. We then lost in the next round of the Champions League. We went out in the round of 16. We drew away at Atletico Madrid and then lost at home. Kondogbia with the winner in the second half. It was really disappointing, actually. I wonder if we went out celebrating with the lads after winning that trophy and they were hungover, because it wasn't great, and it kind of carried on because we also went out the FA Cup straight after. Bellingham got sent off early against Villa, who have beaten us more than once this year. They beat us in the FA Cup final there, and not the FA Cup final, the FA Cup there, and in the league not that long ago as well. They beat us again, and then even the game after that was only a draw against Middlesbrough, who aren't a great team. Marcus Edwards with a fairly late equaliser against those. So a bit of a wobble. 3 matches without a win. Thankfully, we did get a win after that, beating Brighton. Bastoni and Bellingham with the goals in that one. And then some really tough fixtures, actually. I wasn't worried that we were going to drop out of the top 4 because Chelsea were a little bit below us. But I was worried that we might finish 4th and it wouldn't look quite as good as a nice 2nd, but we kind of rallied. We got a good draw against Liverpool, who did actually end up losing a few games before the end of the season. They lost 3-0, I think it was, to Crystal Palace, which was just weird. We drew to those. We drew to Arsenal away from home as well, goals from Kane and Leao, and then we just won the last 3 games of the season. 2-0 against Newcastle, who actually ended up finishing 15th, I think, in the league. Not great from them. We beat Manchester United 2-1. Massive win this was, because they were in the hunt for 2nd as well. It was Bastoni late with an 88th minute winner, and then it was Bournemouth in the final game of the season. A comfortable 2-0 win in that one. Just wanted to show you as well as something that just popped into my mind here as I show you the table. Haaland got 28 goals, Salah got 27, Marcus Leonardo for Manchester United, our top goal scorer, was not on the top 20 or so, because we didn't get that many goals really from our strikers. We did spread them around because we had a good goal difference. 26, look, very comparable to teams around us, but not quite. In fact, if I go on here, I think I can show you how many goals we scored. We scored 58, which is a lot less than everybody else. We did only concede 32, but that's why we don't have anybody in the top goal scorers list, because look how many goals that Liverpool were scoring, or City, or Man U. We won so many games with this new Will Still system, 2-1 or 2-0 or 1-0, or not many goals. Considering actually he started with a load of goals, like 4-1, 4-0, 4-0, 4-0. Well, these are friendlies, but 4-0. He started with loads of goals and then seemed to just shore up the defence and win by the odd goal for the rest of the season. Does that mean we need more firepower? Do we need more strikers? Do we need to develop Sesko? I'm not sure, but that's kind of what we're going to discuss right now. Let's have a look at the squad, and I think we'll end today's video not by doing any transfers, because I've got some news about that, but instead going through the squad, and maybe you guys can help me to decide, what do I need to go and buy in this window? Where should I be prioritizing to bring people in? Are there players that you would be trying to sell? Let's go through the squad and do a little bit of squad analysis. I've put in here the team that has been playing most frequently. I've put in the roles that I think are most likely to play, but these will change. As I mentioned before, there's a CM playing in midfield here sometimes. We've got a whole range, inside forwards, inverted wingers. Pretty much it's these roles, and that's why I'm kind of going for players that can play lots of them. This is the squad that's played the most games. Goalkeeper, Diogo Costa, 59 games. He did not get injured all season, which is a bit lucky. I do probably need a backup goalkeeper. Brandon Austin, homegrown, but not a great keeper. Probably need a more established goalkeeper to be a backup, but at least he's happy to be a backup. Somebody left a comment about having quite a small squad because it means there are less people complaining about playing time. It's kind of the way I go on FM usually. I feel like it just works better in FM because of the way that if you rotate loads, it disrupts your momentum and you can end up losing games just because you rotated. And as soon as you start doing that, you get players moaning about playing time and things. Just having a small squad seems to work for me. So I've built that for Will Still. It seems to have worked all right. We've finished 2nd in the league. We've won a cup. Maybe we could have gone further in the FA Cup and the Champions League. Maybe that's something to look for next season as a few of these young players get older as well, which is going to be something to keep an eye on. We do actually have at the moment Harry Kane, who is upset. What was he upset about? I can't actually remember, but Harry Kane was upset about, it's about wanting a new contract. No, he was upset about failing to reach the latter stages of the Champions League. So he's not very happy right now. I think he'll be fine and get over it though. But either way, there's the squad dynamics has been okay and not too difficult to manage, which is one of those weird ones because how much do I get involved with that? How much is the manager's job? Will they actually go and do those things? Probably not. It's been a bit of a weird one. I think having the smaller squad helps with that though. Let's have a look. Let's go through the rest of the team. Porro has been the right back. Jed Spence has played a fair few games, 5 starts, 28 sub appearances. Lots of those as a right winger, which is fairly odd. And but he's our first choice right back. Romero and Bastoni, first choice centre backs. 43 goals. I thought 43 goals. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? 43 games apiece from those. Guardiola played 23 sub appearances. And our other centre back, which is Antonio Silva, had 19 starts. So lots of games from them. And we are rotating, but first choice very much Romero and Bastoni. Because he's right-footed, he's left-footed. Seems like Bastoni is in ahead of Guardiola, which I wonder as Guardiola gets a bit older, he's 23 now, maybe he will step in, become a first choice centre-back. We'll see, won't we? We're pretty well stocked at centre-back though. Maybe, I think we're pretty well stocked. I don't think we need to go and sign one. Adoji is first choice left back. The other left back is Christiansen, who had 12 starts this year, which is quite a lot considering that he was brought in very much as a backup, wasn't he? I think a smart signing, one that Will still suggested himself, wasn't it? Midfield, Ward-Prowse, 47 games for him, 14 assists. Getting a little bit older is James Ward-Prowse. He is now 30. Is he good enough to continue playing? His last 5, 6.86, overall 7.02 average rating. I think he's good. Is he or does he need to be a starter? Do we need to be thinking about one more midfielder? We saw players like Harvey White being brought on in cup finals. Maybe suggest that in midfield there might be room for another. The fact that Bissouma played 28 games and you've got McAllister playing 17. We kind of lost his position, so he didn't play as many. Is he one to try and ship out in the summer? He's got a load of value. Not starting all that many, 17 games here. Is he one to try and sell on? Possibly. Maybe keep an eye on it. Bellingham and Camavinga, both brilliant. Camavinga, by the way, PSG have been trying to sign him all year. Keeps coming up that they're linked with a £94 million bid. I've put his transfer value up to 118 million, hoping that if they do make a bid, we can at least hold out for that. But watch this space. I'd love to keep hold of him, but PSG seem to be pretty adamant that they want to sign him this summer. Front three, Kulusevski, Leao and Kane. Do we need one or two more in there? Sesko played 15 games, 10 off the bench, 9 goals from Sesko. That's not too bad, is it? We had Victor Roque, who didn't play many but has been injured for ages. He pulled his knee ligaments. 2 starts for him. And I guess he is very much a backup. I have loan listed him, but nobody wanted to sign him on loan. Maybe next or in this summer they might loan him. Marcus Edwards played 6 games. Just to show you the goals from these guys. Kulusevski scored 7 assists. Leao scored 16, top goal scorer this year. See, we did really not score many goals, did we? Kane got 15 from 39 starts. That's the squad. My question is, what would you be looking at next? But as you think about that, bear in mind, we've only got 20 million to spend. It's not like we've got a whole load of money that we can go and spend in this summer window. We are struggling financially slightly because we are still very much in debt. £117 million is the debt. I think it's going to be fine. It will be fine if we can continue to qualify for the Champions League, go a little bit further in the Champions League. I think we will pick up some money that will make up for this a little bit. I'm hoping maybe the board jump in and give us a bit of money too at some point. Maybe sponsorships as we're in the Champions League regularly now. It means that we're not getting a lot of money though in terms of transfer budget. We will get another £10 million because I think Dele Alli's about to make his 80th appearance for Everton, which is outrageous, isn't it? We are going to get some more money for him. But either way, money not looking great. We do have the boy Escobar to come in though, don't we? So he will be around the team from January next year. Keep an eye out for that one. That's the squad. That's the situation financially. What would you guys be doing? Let me know in the comments down below because I really do want to hear from you. I might even set up, if I do a little bit of transfer business, I might set up a bit of a board member vote between players that we might sign before next video. So keep an eye on that if you are a Claytreon member or a board member over on the Patreon. I think that could be a little bit of fun. That is, though, where we're going to be leaving this. I did want to show you before we go that I just think this is really cool. In one of the months, Will still actually won Manager of the Month because he is, of course, taking charge of all the matches. I love that it gives it to your assistant if he is in charge of the matches. He won 5 out of 6 games. Oh, no, he won 4 out of 5 games in February and got Manager Month, which I just love. I'll leave you on that. Will still is a trophy-winning manager, head coach in our DOF save. We go into season number 4, a little bit of money to spend, a little bit of recruitment to do, maybe some players to sell, but building on the fact that we are a second place team with a trophy in the bag, onwards and upwards, I say. We're just about to start our 4th season at Spurs, playing as this director of football. We've had Angelo Peruzzi in charge for 2 seasons. We've had Will Still in charge for 1 season. We're about to go into his second one here. We've found the club now in a decent place. One of the things that has most recently changed is this here. As we jump into the save, our overall balance is looking much healthier than it did. If you remember to the end of last season, we're in quite a lot of debt, which was not a shock because I've spent a lot of money on some really big, high-profile players, Camavinga and Bellingham and loads of other ones. And we ended up having a little bit of debt. It's now up to £67 million in the green, in the black, I think we call it, right? It's looking much better. Some of that came through some prize money that came in. Some of it has come in through player sales, which I'm going to show you now. It is the 26th of July. 2025. The transfer window is well and truly open. There's about a month and a bit left of it before the deadline. I'm going to show you what I've done so far, talk you through some of my thinking. I'll show you the players I've bought. I'll show you the players that I've sold. I'll talk you through what my plan is for the rest of the window before going to play it. And then the end of the video will be showing you what I've done as the window closes and we start off our next season in charge at the club. Let's jump in straight away to our transfer history. Let's go to the club overall screen. I like this screen here because it kind of sums up everything about the club. And if we have a look at what is listed as the starting 11, you may notice some changes here. Some big names have been added to our ranks. Now you must be thinking, how is this the case? Because our transfer budget at the start of the season wasn't very much, was it? We talked about maybe a little bit disappointing because of all the money we spent. I've managed to do what I do, which is to do some wheeling and some dealing. And I've brought in some big names. The first of which, let's start here. He's listed as our key player. Some of you suggested to get a new winger. I did ask and read all of your comments, by the way, in the last video. Lots of really good suggestions about which positions you'd be looking to bring in. Lots of you said wingers to rotate with Kulusevski, especially on that right-hand side. Lots of you are saying another midfielder. I've done both, and there is still some plans afoot to add to these in the future. The first one, Yeremy Pino. I'm very excited about this one. We've brought him in. Manchester City were linked with him. I've decided to pull the plug on this deal here. Pull the plug, pull the pin on this deal, I think it is, right? Let me know. I don't know. Yeremy Pino from Villarreal, one of my favourite wingers in FM23. So good. Only 22 years old, and this is a few years in now. Have a look at some of these physicals. Have a look at some of these technicals. I love the dribbling at 17. Alongside that agility of 17 as well. It's going to be so difficult to deal with. Right-footed, in off the left-hand side is what I'm thinking. To rotate with Kulusevski. If Kulusevski becomes a backup player and Pino can start, outrageously good. We have spent £48 million on him. It will probably go to £80 million with future incentives. Being at Villarreal, this was quite cheap. I mean, 48 is what we've paid so far. It will probably go up to that £80 million mark, which you're also maybe thinking, how have you done that with the money you didn't have before? I think it was about 10 million up front. I've definitely done the installments thing, which is why we end up being in a little bit of debt. I understand that, but I also think on FM, you have to go big with signings. You have to take the club to the next level. And then as soon as you start to go deep into the Champions League, as soon as you start to challenge for league titles, make all of this money back and more, especially if you can do a bit of good business in selling players. So I kind of back myself on that one, and that's why I choose to spend big. I know some of you are like, how much money? Like the Leao deal and things. I get it, but we're being director of footballs. I'm a brave, bold director of football. I like to spend money, and hopefully Will Still can then deliver the goods on the pitch. Pino is the first one. The second one, we moved down through this starting 11 at the moment here, which, I mean, there are more to show from this one. The other big one, though, is Enzo Fernandez. Chelsea, of course, buying him in real life. On this save, because it was pre-update, he was still at Benfica, meaning we could go and pick him up. And a lot of you were saying, go and get a midfielder that can be like a more suited Metzala, a more attacking type midfielder. I know he can play a bit deeper too, but what we really want here, and loads of you said this in the comments actually, is a midfielder that can go and play in the centre mid position so that Camavinga can go deeper. Camavinga playing in this deeper role here. This midfield three, I think, is so good. Maybe, surely one of the best in world football, right? Enzo Fernandez has joined. We have spent on him £30 million, could go to £50 million. This was actually a bargain. I know it's because he's at Benfica and in real life he's at Chelsea, which makes him, or post update, he would have been more difficult to sign, but I've gone for him. It's Fernandes, Bellingham, Camavinga as a midfield. Pino, Leao, Sesko as our strike force. And you might be thinking, where's Harry Kane? Where are some of the other strikers about? There's some stuff to talk about. Let's go to the actual transfer screen now with everything that is happening, and you will see some transfers out. Have a look at these guys over on the side here, some cheaper youth prospects, which I will show you about, or will show you their profiles because I'm quite excited about both of them. But transfers out. The big news is that I've sold 2 players. Rasmus Højlund has moved to Leipzig. £60 million up front, straight into the transfer accounts. And I felt like we kind of had to do it. I know that he's good. I mean, he's good. I love him in FM. And I know that loads of you love him too. And maybe you're a bit disappointed that I've let him go. But he was so far down the pecking order. We've got Sesko ahead of him. We've got Kane ahead of him. There's someone else ahead of him now as well. We'll get to it in a little second. But Rasmus Højlund for 60 million, considering he was out on loan at Valencia last year, I think I had to do it. It's a huge profit. Look, 60 mil up front. I know his value is up at 76 million pounds now, but it means we can go and do business this summer. He's gone out. Let me know what you think of that one in the comments down below. I don't know. I'm kind of, hopefully he proves me wrong. Hopefully he doesn't, I guess, but I would not be shocked if he did. And then finally, the last big out is Yves Bissouma has moved on to Real Madrid. Yves Bissouma, I think he might be just one little tier below the type of midfielder that we want in our midfield if we're going to go for the title this year. And the fact that they would spend £58 million straight up, there is no future incentives. There is none of that did we get over installments. That is straight up £58 million. This is where we've got our money from for this summer. And we could yet get a little bit of extra money too if we want to do more business. I think that's pretty decent. I've also loaned out Vitor Roque, by the way. He's gone to Lille on loan. I think he's a little bit further down our pecking order. Didn't play that much last year. I think I want him to get some game time and hopefully then come back a more developed player because he does get really good in FM. And then we've signed some youth. Hopefully you enjoy this, by the way. I feel like this is a big part of our DOF saves. I kind of just jumped into it and started talking to you. Loads of you seem to want longer videos and things. So I'm just going to talk to you about the save and hopefully you don't mind. But we're going to do a lot of transfer stuff today because I think there's been a lot of on the pitch stuff in recent episodes with like the cup finals and things. Loads of transfers today and then maybe some more pitch stuff coming up in the next couple of episodes. Today though, let's go back to these transfers. I've signed 2 youngsters. I've been on the prowl. I've been doing my best scouting for the next generation of player. Looking for bargains, I've signed players from Oostende and Toluca. Oostende, which is in Belgium. I have signed Sylvain Awono, who is a right back who I think has phenomenal potential. He's either footed, can play both fullbacks. I mean, he can come into the first team squad immediately as far as I'm concerned and cover both of those sides. Could play further forward too, but have a look at this profile. He's 18, Cameroonian youngster, signed from Belgium for 6 million. Literally just 6 million. And I think I only paid 2.5 up front. So, I mean, this is a bargain if you've ever seen a bargain, right? Surely he is. Determination up at 19. He's already got good physicals. He's already got attributes in all the right places. He reminds me a little bit of a Doji. I think we found a real gem here. I just asked what I was doing to find these, by the way, if you are wondering. Kind of a little bit of a bigger peek behind the curtain is I was just doing recruitment focuses. You see some of the completed ones, looking for players that were 15 to 17, 15 to 18. Look, I mean, just using my recruitment focuses, having a look at these near matches on here and signing players from here because I'm finding brilliant players. I'll show you this one. Here's an example right now that I could go and try and sign from Real Madrid. 18-year-old striker. He's got 17 pace, 16 acceleration, 15 finishing. He's 18, would cost £12 million. I mean, I might even go and do this if we get to the point. He's got a minimum fee release of 18. Like, use your recruitment focuses. They can be so good at finding you really good players for the future. And there are more where these 2 came from. This is the first one, Awono. The second one, listed as our hot prospect, by the way, Ulysses Chavez Carretero, a Mexican striker with great physicals, fantastic technicals, great finishing at 16. Look, hopefully a load of potential to go and get to as well. 37 to 45 million pounds is his value now, and we signed him for 8 million. Again, about 2 million up front, so it didn't even really come out of our budgets for this year. Really, really excited about him when he comes back. Him alongside Escobar, alongside Sesko, Vitor. We're pretty well stacked, aren't we, in most of these positions now? And I don't know about you guys, but looking for these youth players, these new gens, do you find it so fun? Because I love finding a good one. You're like, this is him. This is who we need to go and sign. I've also done some future transfers too. But before we get into those, a few transfers happened before the tick over, before the new season came through here. And they were some big ones. I mean, I'll just get it. I'll just say it. The big one, the biggest one, I've signed Victor Osimhen. I mean, if you've watched any of my content over the years, any of the Twitch stream, you will know how much I love this guy. I mean, he's taken the world by storm in real life, isn't he? Playing for Napoli in that amazing Napoli team this season. I know that we've got Sesko, and loads of you are saying we need to let Sesko come into the team and develop and turn into the beast he can become. But Osimhen was available. And I wanted to sign him, and I've signed him, and he's on huge wages, and I just really hope he can score a load of goals for us. I mean, we signed him for £69 million that could go to 112. I couldn't resist. I literally couldn't resist. I think it was like 20 up front. After we sold Highland and Basuma, we had that money to go and spend. Some of it is that future incentives, these future fees, but Osimhen's in now as well, and it does beg the question, and I asked this over on the Patreon to the board members, now that we've signed Osimhen, now that we've got Sesko, now that we've got these youngsters that could come in, Escobar and Chavez is what I'm just going to call it. Carataro, I think his name was. Do we sell Harry Kane? Do we sell Harry Kane? I think that's what I need to decide in today's video. Because he's wanted, or he was wanted, by Newcastle, by a few other teams. His value is at 90 million, but I think that's where I set it at. It's actually around about, if I unspecify it, 54 to 73. He's 31. He had that massive injury, didn't he, back in season 1. He's not scoring loads of goals. He got 8 goals in the Prem last year. He got 4 in the season before. Yes, he was injured, but is Harry Kane a problem for us? Because he's Harry Kane, because he will get picked by the manager for every game. If he's not scoring goals, is this a problem? Because I don't know is the answer, and I don't know what to do. I asked the board members on Patreon, and I said, should I be selling Harry Kane? And it was unanimous. Everybody said, sell Kane, sign Osimhen. I've signed Osimhen. Do I sell Harry Kane? I'm going to let you guys write it in the comments right now, and then I can see. I'm going to make a decision before the end of the video, but I guess I can read what you guys said at this point and see whether or not you agreed with what I've done. Tell me right now, should I sell Harry Kane? If we can get, I don't know, 50, 60 million for him, I think that would be really good. It would really help us out financially. It would give us over 100 million here, and we'd be able to have a pathway to the first team for some of these young players that I've signed, like Escobar, and there are more coming in. I don't know. You need to let me know. That's not even where the transfers end, though. To finish off before we go and look forward to the future, there are more signings coming in. Marco Pinto is a youngster who is joining next season, a 17-year-old midfielder, defensive midfielder, playing for Dusseldorf. I've signed him for, what was his transfer fee in the end? £9 million. And we don't pay it till next year, most of it. He is a youngster who's actually at the moment got a broken leg, I think it is. Yeah, broken lower leg, but 20 determination. We needed that deep line midfielder. I think we needed a few more midfielders, especially with Basuma moving on. I think he looks really good for the future. Let me know what you think of him. And then I think it's not even finally. Then I've also signed Martalotta. I've signed Martalotta players, that's for sure. He is a left back with a lot of potential as well. Very cheap him. He is signing for... Actually, he's not even that cheap. £17 million it could rise to, but it was quite cheap up front. But another left back, because we are a little bit lacking at fullbacks. I mean, we're not anymore because we've signed a few youngsters, but a 17-year-old who is at Lazio, hasn't made his debut for them yet, but I think he's got a load of potential, could be good in the future. And then finally, goalkeeper, Lautaro Bataro. Fantastic name, by the way, Lautaro Bataro. 6'3" goalkeeper for Estudiantes. The scouts loved him, and he costs about £7 million. We are well and truly stocked. He doesn't join for another year, so he comes next summer. But we're pretty well stocked for the future, aren't we? If I go to INS here, you can see where they join. 9th of the 6th, 2026. January for Martalotta. July next year for Pinto. And then Escobar is January of this season as well. The final thing, and I'm a little bit breathless because there was a lot of transfer stuff to update you on there. Mateus França has agreed to join us. We're just waiting on a work permit for him. I had a look at which players had really low values for being really good with really good attributes. This guy looks way too good to be valued at £16 million. I'm signing him for £16 million. And I think he is good enough to play in pretty much any team. I don't know if he's going to be a starter. It's going to be up to Will still. We don't really play with an attacking midfielder or a 10, but he could probably play as that more attacking midfielder in a midfield 3, him or Enzo Fernandez. But for £16 million, I think we could flip him for a massive profit in the future if we needed to as well. So I've gone for that one. That's the transfer business. The squad, let me just sort this, which is on some random thing here. The squad looks a little bit like this. If I unselect I clear this team selection here and just sort this by positions, we have Costa with Bataro coming in. We have the defenders here. Maybe I'm looking to sell on Jed Spence. He could go. Maybe, I mean, Awono now comes in as the backup left back or right back, so Spence could probably go in that regard. McAllister, is he needed anymore? Not sure. Alfie Devine, by the way, I actually had a look at him. I know we talked about him in the last episode. This guy looks good. I've put him into the first team squad because I think he's homegrown at club, and I think he looks quite good. His attributes are better than I thought they were before. Kulusevski, Edwards, I think I'm going to probably keep Edwards about the place. I know he's not amazing, but he's homegrown at club. Kane, there's that massive decision to make about him. Troy Parrott, I might loan him again. Pino, Leao, Osman, Sesko, Dane Scarlett, I might loan Scarlett as well. The squad looks, I mean, it looks quite big at the moment. Pape Mate Sarr as well might go as well. We got a bid of 5 million. I might just let him go for that, to be quite honest. Big breath. That's all the transfer stuff. I think that kind of updates you. What I'm going to go now and do is I'm going to go and do transfers up until the 16th of August, where we play our first game of next season against Manchester City. I think we might watch it in today's episode when I've done a few more transfers up to this point before the window closes. But some big decisions to go and make. I'm going to go and make them. I'm going to go and play it. I'll see you in about 3 weeks in game. And breathe. I have decided not to sell Harry Kane. Well, I say I've decided not to sell him. I did explore the possibility, but if I just go to his profile here, as it is now the 15th of August, but there wasn't really sufficient interest, and I did manage to get a couple of teams to bid for him, and they bid like 30 million or like 35 million, and I just decided I don't want to sell him for 35 million, mainly because the comment section would eat me alive if I sold him for so little. He is 32. He's on big wages. I could kind of get myself, I could probably talk myself into it, but it felt like just a little bit too little for what is a club legend. He's literally just had his testimonial against Porto for some reason. He was actually injured for this with blisters, which is, I mean, ridiculous in itself. But I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Spurs fans, I think you would just hate me, and I don't think 35 million, I think it's worth keeping him for the sake of 35 million. I do wonder what that means for the sake of this squad. If I now sort these by their positions, we are still overloaded in attack, aren't we? We've got Kane, Parrott, who I think is going to be loaned out. We've got Osman, Sesko, and then Scarlett. Really, it's just Sesko, Osman, and Kane, which 3 of them, 3 brilliant strikers. I just wonder if Sesko is going to become third choice, and I don't really want him to. He's the young one here. He's 22. I guess we've got other young ones coming in. We've got this guy here. Oh, that actually has changed. Silvano Wono is now our hot prospect, but we've got Chavez, who is, I mean, I'll show you in here. I think he's going to be so good, by the way. Where is Ulysses Chavez Carretero? I think I've got really high hopes for this guy. I'm looking at his potential here, and he is going to become amazing. So, I don't know. Kane's got 1 year left on his contract, and I've decided not to sell him because there wasn't enough good bids coming in for him. We're going to find out what Will still chooses to do in terms of it. Does he keep picking Kane, or does he give Osman a go, or does he pick Sesko? I guess we're going to find out, and it will be his last season at the club. I'm not going to give Kane a new contract, and his contract does run out next year or next summer. So it will be a final season. Will he play loads of games? I'm going to guess he probably does. Will it hold us back? If he does, maybe there'll be big bids, or maybe we cut our losses in January or something. I think for now, I'm going to stick with him. And I've come back today on the 15th, the day before the Manchester City game, the first game of our brand new season, our 4th season. So I wanted to show you this because I think this is important. There was a press conference that asked Will Still the question, are your intentions to attack from the off? And he says, and I love this quote, champagne football is the aim. Sometimes the tactics of the opponent can put a cork in that though. But I like the idea that we've got a manager here who plays a 4-3-3, who's going to go and play champagne football. I think it's just a nice thing to come back on right before the game, which we're going to go and play now against Manchester City. Let's, before that though, tell you some of the updates from the transfer window, because there were a couple very minor things. The big thing that's been going on in my head is, are we going to sell Harry Kane? The answer in the end is no. I have bought a backup goalkeeper. We do have in the future, we have future transfers on here. We do. In the future, we do have Bataro coming in, who I think might be a little bit better and could end up being better at 17 years old, and he's already this good. But I've decided to go and spend some money on Ricardo Ramirez, who is a 6'4" Mexican goalkeeper. I told you I've been scouring these obscure leagues looking for these new gen wonder kids. 18 years old, maybe not quite a wonder kid, but I signed him for, it's 5 million. It was 2 million, no, 1 million up front and then 4 million in the future. So I think he's all right. And he's better than, who was the name of the other backup we had? He's better than Brandon Austin, and he will become homegrown. If I show you on the homegrown status thing, we've got then Iwono and Ramirez that can become homegrown at club, which would add to, already we've got a few of them. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 homegrown at club players. Does include Parrott, does include Scarlett, who might go out on loan, does include Alfie Devine, who I've promoted, does include Marcus Edwards, who is wanted, by the way, on a couple of loans. But we're actually well stocked in terms of players, homegrown players at club, as long as I keep them in the squad. Those are my 2 extra signings. Have also, if I go by date here, I have also loaned out Pape Mate Sarr. He's got a future fee attached to that of £5 million. And Jed Spence has gone to Norwich on loan. They're paying his wages to be there, and 300k total fee too, which I think is just worth it. We've got now Iwono to come in and take his place in that squad. I think he's going to be better than Jed Spence, and it hopefully means that Jed Spence isn't going to play right wing, which he ended up in a few games, didn't he? Off the bench. I think in the final he came on at right wing, which just seems bizarre. So hopefully that doesn't happen anymore. That's the transfer business. There is a couple of weeks left. I think that's probably going to be it pretty much from me though. What we need to do today is get ready for this Manchester City team. Before I do that, there was one thing I wanted to show you, which was this here. I wanted to show you, I think, a pretty useful tool if you're doing your own DOF save, which is to see what is the opinion of your assistant manager or your head coach, Will Still, in terms of who are the best players in each position. This screen here exists in the squad planner, which I did go through and actually do for this season and put the players in the order that I want them to start. I don't know if this has any influence on what Will Still will do, but I've moved Osimhen to the top, then Sesko, and then Kane to third, so that hopefully he does pick I don't know if it influences it. It probably doesn't, but I just thought we might as well try it anyway. But this screen here, really useful to see. It's the best 11 opinion of Will Still. You can see which goalkeeper, which player in each position he prefers to start, as well as his best prospect in each position. Interestingly, in this, Mateus França is his best Metzala. I think it's going with the tactic that I've picked. So you might not play these tactics, but if you have a look at what he's been playing most recently, you can see who he prefers in each position, and maybe that can influence who you want to go and buy and things. I think this is good information to have anyway, and I wanted to show you that in case you're doing your own DOF saves, which I know a lot of you are. So anyway, let's get into it. Manchester City is our next game. I'm going to go and get Watching Man to return from a holiday, and he can come and watch this game. If I just search for Man City, go to them and go to their fixtures. I don't know why I've gone to City rather than us, but let's get him to attend the Spurs game there. I'm going to go on holiday, and I will see you when I return, or I'll see you at the match, I should say. Don't click any of these things. Return after 1 day. I will see you at this Manchester City. I mean, it's a big game to start the season, isn't it? Man City at home. I'll see you there. Okay, so let's find out what Will Still is going to be playing in this first game of the season, who he's going to be playing, who's going to play up front, what that midfield is going to look like. It's Manchester City. The team's warming up, and here we go. Let's have a look at this team first and foremost. I think it's going to be our team first. It is Osimhen up front. Okay, so he has made the change there. Kulusevski, I think that's a Pino injury. It was Enzo Fernandez as well. I didn't see the defence in time. There's the City team with Haaland up front. Rodri Stones playing centre mid is a wild one. Is it still Pep? I actually don't know. if it was or not. Of course, we don't need to look at the table. That looks like it might be Pep. He has... No, maybe it's not, actually. Oh, I think it might be Company. Actually, I just looked at the bold head, to be honest. Let's just pause and digest this a little bit. It's Udogie, Bastoni, Romero, Porro at the back. Camavinga's playing deep. That's actually really important, isn't it? We can't see the roles yet, but Camavinga playing as the DM is exactly what we wanted to happen to improve on last season's team. It's Osman, Leao and Kulusevski. I'm fairly sure that Pino had an injury. I think he's out for a few weeks and is seeing a specialist. So, yeah, he's not on the bench either. This is encouraging. You know, compared to what we want to happen, this is encouraging. It's Man City, so whether we win this game, I guess, is still up for grabs. But we've got a really good team, and I think I like the lineup that Will Still has gone for. You see him there with his arms crossed. He's just unfolded them on the touchline. Udogie's in the box here. Udogie, Osman, debut. Not a debut goal. Deflected over. It'd be cool if Victor Osman could score immediately there, but not quite. 5 minutes in, though. Still encouraging. Porro is on this corner. Is he our best corner taker? I guess with no Ward-Prowse in the lineup, he might well be at this stage now. There's Enzo Fernandez. It's cleared. The first highlight, though, going our way. First 10 minutes, looking like a good start for us. They've had a shot, and it wasn't a very, very high percentage shot with a 0.04 XG. So far, I'd say our team is playing quite well. Do we get to see what their... No, there's no roles on there yet, is there? Just their player statuses. Half an hour in, literally just that one highlight. Here's the second one. Right-hand side, Porro. Can drive into the box, can go alone, can boot it over the bar. And it's going to be a goal kick. The chances haven't been amazing chances, have they? But still, we're dominating City here. I know we're the home side, but we are actually dominating them. Half time, that's a very good first half. I think 11 shots, 4 on target. We've had more of the ball. We've had a really good pass completion rate as well. I'm encouraged. I'm not getting carried away, but I'm encouraged. Let's see what changes he makes as we head into this second half. Porro free kick. Bastoni back post. Did he hit the post? He's hit the upright. Best chance yet. The closest we've come. We're going to get a corner, which I don't know if it's a separate highlight or not. I think it might still be the same one. Leao is straight at Edison. Another shot on target, though. We're knocking on the door slightly. Any changes yet? No. I'm looking. No changes from the bench. Nothing moving yet. Another free kick. Porro. We went low with that one, which seemed odd. Considering we hit the post from a back post cross last time. Udogie, though, driving back in. Goes alone. Knocks it over the bar. The chances the highlights don't... I mean, there's a lot of those ones. Bastoni's just controlled that with his back. That was outrageous from him. Wow. Camavinga in that deeper role. Here's Enzo Fernandez. Osman. Kulusevski. This team is so good. Please, Will Still turn them into title pretenders this year. Please. Or contenders rather than pretenders. Enzo. Good football from us here. Back to Bastoni. Out wide to Enzo. Picks it up. Back to Bastoni. Patient. We're playing that champagne football that Will Still talked about. Udogie. Can we get that ball into the box? Again, back to Bastoni. I mean, triangles over here. Bellingham. Now we incise through the defence. And Kulusevski curls it in on his left foot. And we've taken the lead. That is a fantastic goal. Genuinely, the football, the patience shown there. We give it to Bellingham, and Bellingham makes that pass look that cuts them open. And the finish is really nice. Left-footed curling into that far corner. Kulusevski on just past the hour mark. And we're leading against City. This would be a really, really encouraging start to the season. I'm now worried that City have the ball. Bellingham's won it back. He's on a yellow card, but he did win it back cleanly there. Enzo. Romero. We're not going to just pump it forward. It is tiki-taka that Will Still chooses to play, isn't it? Kulusevski. There's Osman running into some space. Needs a bit of support. There's nobody in there. Holds it up, though, for Kulusevski. There's Enzo. Camavinga. We just work it. Play it. Oh, my word, Enzo Fernandez. That was close. I mean, we played some lovely football, then he booted it from 30 yards. It almost went in as well. Pedro Porro with the corner. And it's headed away. I thought it might be. Enzo Fernandez picks it up again. That probably ends the highlight. Maybe not. Camavinga, Bastoni, Udogie. Udogie goes for it, and that one is over the bar. First change. There's Mateus França then for a debut. We saw in that assistant report that he does fancy França. He's just changed as well. I'm just going to pause it to show you. França's playing wide right, or right side of midfield as a CM. We've got Ward-Prowse coming on now for... That was for Enzo Fernandez. He's playing as a box-to-box midfielder. Those are the two changes off the bench so far. Bellingham and Enzo Fernandez going off. And he's changed both midfielders. Ward-Prowse still coming in. Not playing deep. He hasn't moved Camavinga with Ward-Prowse, though. That's maybe interesting, too, for the rest of the season. Has Camavinga got that DM place locked down for himself? França on his debut. Out of his feet. Drives through. It's deflected. Encouraging. I keep saying that. I'm encouraged by the way we're playing. He picked up the ball and just moved past a couple of players. I kind of hope that França turns into a really smart signing. He might well go some way to proving that. Now, if we see this through, we've beat Man City. In the first game of the season, we've turned it into this weird live com thing where we watch the game, but we have dominated them. Really? 1-0 kind of flatters City there. They didn't have a shot on target. Haaland, 6.2. Our team, Sesko came on late, by the way, so that's good. Sesko coming on ahead of Kane as well there. That's, I don't know how noteworthy it is, but it feels slightly noteworthy. Kane stayed on the bench for the entire game, but Sesko coming on. He played the players in the right positions that we wanted to. This looks good, doesn't it, right? Are you feeling as enthused as I'm feeling right now? Let me know in the comments down below, but we've got off to a fantastic start there. I just want to continue here and come back from our holiday. I just want to show you, before we finish today's video, what the squad looks like as a whole. I feel like I've not really shown you the tactics screen too much today. So we'll have a quick little look of it. We'll have a little bit of a chat about who's going to play where. We kind of touched upon it there. And then we'll finish up for today. And I guess the next video is going to be us playing through all the way till January and finding out how this season goes. I'm loving playing this. Genuinely, I'm loving playing this. Let me just get Watching Man to go back on holiday and bring me back off holiday. We'll have a look at that squad. Okay, so I just wanted to finish off this video by having a little look through the squad with you guys to make sure you are all up to date about exactly what it looks like and some of the behind the scenes stuff as well. Some of the things that I do in between games. Just wanted to touch upon things rather than rush through. I know it's been a lot of tactics and then that game there, but I kind of want to just talk you through things as well before we finish up for today. And some of you, loads of you actually asking for longer videos. So here you go. This is like an extended cut right now. In goal then, our options are Diogo Costa, who, just to update you, he is kind of upset at the moment. He's been asking to leave because Bayern Munich made a bid for him and I had to reject it because I don't know if there's many better goalkeepers that we could go and get. So I rejected it. He is kind of upset right now. His value 73 million. I'm going to just try and hold on to him. But just in case, I just thought I'd mention that one as well. We've now got Ricardo Ramirez as a backup if we need him. Hopefully we use him in the cup as well. The squad looks a lot bigger than it did last season. I do like to use quite a small squad, but with us playing now in the Champions League, obviously, same as last year. And I think hopefully going for the title, we might just need to be a little bit bigger. And that's kind of where we are right now. At the back, the defense seems pretty solid and sorted, to be honest. We've got Porro as our main right back. I think Sylvain Awono is probably my second choice. Whether it will be Will Still's second choice, we'll have to see. We've got Evans Musa, of course, as well. But, I mean, Awono, I think, is probably good enough to be playing games right now if we need him to. He's got 2 stars according to the star rating system, but I don't think he's that far away as maybe like a complete wing back or a right back. He's got the physicals. He's got great mentals. And I think his technicals are pretty good. He's got the tackling. Look, it's not often that you get these new gens who play wing back and can kind of cross. I know it's not amazing crossing, but he's still got 10 crossing. That's the one thing that doesn't seem to happen, isn't it? He is a right back option. Left back, put it as a full back because that seems to be what Will Still plays. Destiny Udogie and Christiansen and Guardiola. Fantastic options. And Awono, we are more than stacked at left back. If we needed to play any of those first 4, I'd be happy. Awono, by the way, is either footed, so I'd be happy to play him on that side of 2. In fact, I think Awono is, we were just on him, weren't we? I think he's actually more naturally suited to the left-hand side. He's got a strong left foot and a very strong right foot, but he's naturally suited to left back, which is an odd one, but there we go. Centre backs, we've got loads of them. I've put actually I've put Romero and Silva as our right-sided centre backs, and then Bastoni and Guardiola as our left-sided centre backs. I've just given as well, by the way, Antonio Silva a new contract. He signed a contract until 2030. His contract was up next summer as well, so I thought we'd lock him down for a long time. 115k a week, it's a lot, but he's happy to be a squad player as well, so I think it's well worth it. That's a little bit of extra news as well. Let's just remove him from the position. DM, Camavinga, Ward-Prowse, Divine. I don't actually mind Divine. I think he looks really good. He looks like he's got a load of potential. So if he plays games as third choice central defensive midfielder, I think that's fine. McAllister can play there. Fernandes can play there. They are going to interchange these midfielders. We saw Ward-Prowse come on as the left-sided midfielder, didn't we? Right-sided midfielder, Bellingham. Maybe França we saw come on there. I think you could happily see McAllister. Oh, sorry, well, yeah, McAllister or Fernandes play there. Marcus Edwards can play in midfield. I didn't realise that. That's interesting. Do you know what we should do? And I can't do this because I'm not the manager. What we should actually be doing is making Harry Kane a centre mid, like a DLP. I've made him a DLP in previous saves and he's been really good. That's maybe something we should be doing, but I can't, can I? Well, still, if you're listening, do that. Left-hand side of the midfield, we've got likes of França and Enzo Fernandez started there in the last game. Right-hand side of midfield, Pino and Kulusevski. There's the Pino injury, by the way. It's shin splints, 2 to 4 weeks left on that one. Left-hand side, Leao. Are we a little bit light here? Who's our backup left winger? I guess Pino. He's either footed, right, Pino? No, he's right-footed. Is he got a strike? Well, I think he's natural on this side as... Yeah, he's natural as an inverted winger on this side. Fairly strong left foot. So, fairly strong... Oh, very strong right foot. But I guess, yeah, actually, he's more suited to the left-hand side as an inverted winger. I think I'm more likely to see him play on this side, but can kind of play both. He's almost either-footed, isn't he? We are maybe less... Maybe that's less of a worry then with Pino being able to play there too. And then strikers, we know all about these ones. We've got Osimhen, Kane, Sesko, and I have loaned out now. Who's the other one? Dane Scarlett and Troy Parrott. Troy Parrott's also gone out on loan in between, right at the end of that game, actually. He has gone out on loan to Pamplona, which is Osasuna in Spain, right? This is why Will Still might just be a genius. At the start of January, well, the 31st of December, heading into that January window, we're top. We are top of the league in our 4th season here at Spurs. Will Still has turned this club from just about scraping into Europe under Angelo Peruzzi to title challengers. We're top above West Ham, who are 2nd. Manchester United 3rd. Aston Villa 4th. It is a truly bizarre Premier League season. And at the moment, we are primed to take full advantage of it. Man City down in 8th. Liverpool down in 9th. This is the season that sometimes you just need if you're going to go and win a title in the Premier League. It's like being in France and PSG just having a bad year, or in Spain and Barcelona and Real Madrid are just completely off it. You have to take advantage. At the moment we are top of the league. As I mentioned, then heading into the January transfer window. I'm very excited about this. He seems to be doing all of the right things, does Will Still. The best thing yet, though, is this isn't even my favourite thing that he's done in this save. The best thing that he's done in this save is he's turned Harry Kane into a midfielder. We were debating whether or not Harry Kane should even be in this team, whether he should be our starting striker. Is he scoring enough goals? Will Still's just come in and done something that I didn't even think was possible for an assistant manager to go and do. I guess it is though, right? We see AI managers change position of players sometimes. I saw Jordan Henderson turn up as a right back for PSG in a save. He's made Harry Kane a centre mid. Genuinely, he's playing him there pretty much every game. If we have a look at his form here, he's played as a centre mid in his last 6 games. And he played there a few times before that as well. Look, a couple of games here. Still playing as a striker every now and then. And weirdly, as a left winger, as an advanced playmaker as well. I love this from Will Still. He's done, like, he's thought outside the box. Now, Harry Kane has a place in this side. He's going to play every game. Like, he's not going to miss the lack of pace that he's going to have as he moves and gets a little bit older now that he's 32. I almost feel like there's a decision to be made here. Do we give him a new contract? Because right now, he's about to go into the stage where other teams can offer him a deal because his contract is going to expire. Surely, right? Just let me know. Give me some feedback here. I should be offering him a new contract. Is that right? Let's give him at least another year because I love it. He's playing as a centre mid. He's such a good DLP, by the way. Have a look at those attributes. I mean, as a DLP on support, or even a DLP on defend, he's got 10 tackling. DLP on support, though, just look at this. He's playing him, I think, as it's a CM, a central midfielder. So maybe let's put him on support. Look at the attributes. His passing's so good, 18. Vision's amazing. He's got, I mean, like decisions, 18. Composure, like, he's a really good midfielder. And this is my favourite thing about it. I mean, we should go back though, right? There's a lot to update you on. Today's episode is going to be a bit of an update video, how the first half of the season has gone, as well as showing you some of the future things that we might do as well. A little disclaimer. A few players got wage rises because of playing enough games. We've now got no money for January, so it's probably not going to be a transfer episode. More so looking at the new players that are about to join and trying to sell on one or two players, because this wage budget at £223,000 over is probably a bit of an issue. So that is something that we're going to look at today. But I guess we should have a look at some of these results. The league table then, I showed you it before. 20 games in, 44 points for us. We're 3 points clear of West Ham in second with a game in hand. If we win that, we would go to 6 points clear. 6 points clear at 21 games in is a pretty nice position to be in. At this point, are we suggesting that we're favourites for the league? I think we possibly are, aren't we? Let me show you the results then so far through the season. We had a storming start. After the game where we watched it in the last episode, beating Manchester City at home, Kulusevski with the winner, we went on a run of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5 wins in a row, some of them in the Champions League. It was wins against Newcastle, good team them as well. Brighton at home 3-0, Crystal Palace beat them 5-3 away from home. Camavinga scores a load of goals for us, by the way. Leao got 2 in that one. We also beat then Villa 3-2. Ajax 2-0 before drawing to Arsenal away from home. That's not the end of the world. Again, I mean, like, we didn't play particularly well. That was Kane up front in that one. I think this may be before he started playing him as a centre mid. He did that a little bit later on. When Osimhen was settling in, I think that he gave him a little bit of a settling in period, Victor Osimhen, and then he started scoring some goals. If you look at the goal scorers going down here, it definitely, he does kind of take off a little bit as we move through. After the draw with Arsenal, we beat Fleetwood, Carabao Cup. We're still in the Carabao Cup, by the way. We beat Everton 3-0, 2 from Osimhen here. Look, this might have been around the point. Beat Villarreal, lost to Leicester. There has been 1 or 2 losses. In fact, how many losses has there been? There's been 4 losses in the league so far, all away games. So maybe it's showing that we are a good home team. We lost to Leeds, West Ham, Chelsea and Leicester away from home. 2 draws. Again, both away from home, which means we've won all of our home games so far. I was going to say White Hart Lane. The Tottenham Hotspur Stadium is becoming a bit of a fortress under Will Still and is 4-3-3. I'll show you all of those player stats as well in a second. Winning all of our home games so far. We'll just continue to go through these results because I think you do want to see them, don't you? It was after here we beat Wolves 3-0. We beat Rangers 4-2. We lost to Chelsea, one of those losses there. Again, it was, I mean, should I show you the stats? I want to show you some of the stats where we lose because some of them, it was a bit unlucky, really. Lukaku with the winner. We were definitely competitive in this one. There's the side that he's playing. He has moved away from using James Ward-Prowse as a DM. So he is using this 3 in midfield, even though slightly different way around that I would have used them. I think I would have put Camavinga deeper and then maybe Enzo Fernandez further forward, but I don't mind Enzo as the 6 either, so that kind of works too. James Ward-Prowse off the bench or coming in is a decent backup, but maybe just probably good enough to be a backup. I think a few of you suggested that in the comments as well, didn't you? Moving on through, as we continue then, we beat Brighton 5-3, another 5-3 win. Very, very odd. Then Watford 5-0, Galatasaray 2-0, Brentford 4-0, Liverpool 3-1, just dispatching them with a hat-trick from Victor Osimhen, who we've seen us lose to Liverpool so often. I know we beat them in the final of the Carabao Cup last year, but 3-1 dispatching them at home. Lost to Dortmund in the Champions League. Drew to Blackburn in the Premier League. They're back in the Premier League, by the way. Middlesbrough beat them. Southampton 3-0. We beat PSG, look. That's a big win, isn't it? Heung-min Son scoring against us, which is, I mean, kind of nice, actually, that he comes back to Spurs and scores a goal there. But the winner from Bastoni. Lost to West Ham. There's a few more iffy performances, or losses I should probably just call them, more recently. So I hope that trend doesn't continue too much and we find some really consistent form like we had at the start of the season. But 1 or 2 losses creeping in. Still though, beating Newcastle 4-1 Carabao Cup quarter-final, beating Manchester United 2-1, losing to Leeds, and most recently beating Leicester 2-0. Carabao Cup, we are into the semi-finals of this competition, where we will have 2 legs against Manchester United. If we can beat them, you'd have to say we're favourites. It's Burnley of the Championship or Wolves that we could play in the final. Please let us beat Man U over 2 legs, because another great chance for some silverware again. I mean, I kind of want to win a trophy that's better than the Carabao Cup, but we're not into the FA Cup yet, and we are still in the Champions League. So far in that competition, 6 games played, 5-1, 1 loss to Dortmund. We are looking good to go through. In fact, we're joint on points with the top of the Champions League group stage as well. It's all pretty good, isn't it? It's all pretty good news so far. I'll show you the tactic, which I've not put any players in, but I've just kind of guessed on which roles are being played. These might be different with like a CM here, and they do change, don't they? Maybe like a DLP if it's going to be Enzo Fernandez. But if I just pop in the players that are first choice, Diogo Costa, still very much first choice. Wanted by Juventus at the moment. Ricardo Ramirez has played one game as the backup goalkeeper, but he's a good backup goalkeeper as an 18-year-old. I think there's a player with a bit of potential there, so I think he was a smart signing. Right back has been Pedro Porro. We've had some games from, I think James Ward-Prowse might have played there actually a couple of times. We've also got Awono, who's played 3 games, the young Cameroonian who looks like he's going to be so good. Look at those attributes, hopefully on the way up as well. But Porro is first choice. First choice left back is still Adoji. 4 games from Christensen, 12 games from Guardiola. Again, I think some of those playing at left back as well, but Adoji, very much first choice. Bastoni's first choice at centre back. Romero is also 8 games from Antonio Silva. We're still well stocked, aren't we, in the defence, especially with Guardiola coming in as a central defender as well. DLP, it's either Camavinga or Enzo Fernandez here. Sometimes James Ward-Prowse, but you see the games played by these players here. For me, I'd be going for Camavinga. I think more often than not, though, it's Enzo Fernandez with 21 games. Lots of rotation. We've got players that can rotate. I'll show you the players that aren't getting their game. Maybe we think about selling them in this window. But into this midfield, Jude Bellingham plays most games. Camavinga plays most games. But as we've seen recently, Harry Kane popping himself into this midfield quite a lot. And I mean, he's got 12 goals and 4 assists and a very good average rating, which is kind of nice. He's wanted, look. Man U, Milan, Juventus, Barca, ready to offer him an end of contract, new contract. I feel like we need to offer him one. I don't know if we can. I mean, I feel like you'd agree with me. Some of you may say we'd let him go. I don't know if I can offer him the contract that he's going to want because we're over the wage budget. Let's just see what we could do. I'm not going to promise him that because I don't want to play him there. Can we even offer him... Here, we can offer him 160. Do you know what? 2 years? Should we see if he'll... Okay, yeah, let's do 2 years. Another year after this year. Let's do this now. I think he deserves it. The fact he's playing in midfield, I think, gives him a viability in this team. And I think it's worth doing. We'll give him that. Maybe we'll do... Will he go for it? You'd think he'd want to stay, wouldn't you? But that is quite a lot lower than what he wants. So maybe I need to put these up, these appearances... Ugh, that's kind of as high as it can go as well. If we give you a wage after, can I give you a... No, I can give you a... I mean, if you get 30 goals, you can have a load of money for that as well. 2.2 mil. Let's up that. Okay, 160k a week. It's at least we could offer it. It's actually, I think, a little bit of a wage cut for Harry Kane. He's on 160k now. I think we keep him in the team. He's a club legend, isn't he? I know that lots of you playing FM are like, he's older than 30, get rid of him. But club legend, willing to play in new positions. He's charmed me. So let's put him back in. Let's give him a new contract. Of course, this would change in this midfield. We definitely see a lot of Jude Bellingham coming into this as well. Maybe even like doing it this way around. That might even be my favoured midfield 3. Maybe swapping these 2 over. But this midfield 3, I think, makes a lot of sense. Enzo Fernandez is a great backup there. Right-hand side, Yeremy Pino played a load of games. 18 starts, 3 goals. Kulusevski, 13 games. So those 2 are rotating. Leao is a first choice left winger. 22 games from him. And then up front, Victor Osimhen did decide to bring him in. I love the star. The roll ability has gone right up now because he's got 14 goals in 19 starts. 5 assists as well. He is now our main out-and-out goal scorer, which I think is really, really cool, isn't it? 10 goals in the league, 16 in 16 appearances. That's better than I think we had last year from any players. So we've got a striker that will score our goals now. Does mean, and there's a lot of talking, I just I feel like this save, we can have really long episodes because I can just talk to you about the game, which is such a nice thing. I literally sit down not knowing how I'm going to do the video, but just want to talk to you about this save, and you guys seem to love it. So thank you so much for watching. I'll say it now. Thank you so much for continuing to watch this. Do like the video as well. It does really help to keep the getting pushed out into the algorithm. And leave me those comments too. I love reading them. Let me know what you think about Harry Kane. Should he get this new contract? What should I do about Sesko is another question. He's so good and he's going to only get better. He's only 22, but now he's 22. Is it too much to be spending 200k a week on for a player that's played... He's played 11 times, but only 2 starts. Are we stifling his development? I'm worried we are kind of, but Osimhen's better and we want to win the league. So I don't know. There is a bit of a conversation to be had there, isn't there? These are the backup players. You see how many they've played. Guardiola 12, just 4 games for Christensen, but he is a backup left back. Marcus Edwards, I think I'm going to sell him. At least I'm going to try to sell him. He's still got value. He's got 3 years left on his deal here, and he's played 0 games this year. I know he's homegrown at club, but is that even an issue at the moment? Let me just show you what the homegrown at club situation is. Like, we've got loads of homegrown at club anyway, with Antonio Silva, Divine, Scarlett, Musa. They're not good players, I suppose, but is it good enough? We've got Awono who gets it in 3 years and Ramirez who gets it in 3 years. It's not many, actually, is it? What we really need is a good youth intake with good players. Another one to add to Musa, who's our one player that we've had through a youth intake that's actually been good so far. I don't know. Let's see if anyone will buy him in this January window. If we get a good bid, I think I'd accept it. If the bids are rubbish, then maybe we'd keep him around to fulfill that homegrown quota. Alfie Devine does that too. Doesn't play any games. Dane Scarlett's not played any games. Probably should loan him. Who's actually played a lot on here? Ward-Prowse has played 10. Kulusevski's played 13. But that's the squad. The main thing here is we're top of the league. I'm going to go through January today in today's video. Let you know how we do in these games here. There's actually a whole load of games in January. Everton leads Man U in. There's the 2-legged affair against Man U with Millwall in the middle in the FA Cup. Chelsea in the league at home. We don't play. Where are Chelsea in the league? They're 7th. Our main title rivals are Man U and West Ham. West Ham. Wait, I mean, who have they even got? Their manager is Bilic again. Skamaka is unbelievable, actually, in FM, isn't he? How many goals is he scoring? I mean, he's only played 9 games, so maybe not that many. There's their team. Palinia's good. It's a weird team to be challenging for the title, would you say? I thought that was Rob Green there. It's Etienne Green, of course. Back, I say back in England. Was he ever in England? Etienne Green, by the way, one of those weird things in football. He played for Saint Etienne, didn't he? It's like Arsene Wenger managing Arsenal. I feel like we don't talk about that enough. It's one of the weird, like, as a child growing up with Arsene Wenger in charge of Arsenal, I was always like, guys, do you not see how funny this is? It's such a, like, but everyone just kind of carried on. Anyway, we digress. We're going to go through these games here. Chelsea, Lyon in the Champions League. I think we're already, are we already through? There's 2 games to go, so we're not technically already through, but maybe 1 win away from going through automatically to the knockout. Is it the round of... No, there's like a playoff round and then the round of 16, I think it is. I get confused with the new format. Then it's Wolves, Shakhtar, Newcastle. We'll play these games so that I can keep you up to date with any transfer business that's going on in January. And I will see you probably around about the end of January to give you an update on how things have gone and anything that I've decided to do. Will Kane sign that new contract? Will we sell any of our players? Actually, just to go back to it really quickly, players that probably need selling. Alexis McAllister, he's lost all of his value because I think his contract is going to run out in got a year and a half left, look. Wanted on loans. Maybe if we get 15 mil for him, we kind of cut our losses a little bit. He was great for us until we kind of replaced him with amazing players. Just to mention as well, Mateus França played a whole load of games and has been really good for us. And yeah, so he's going to stay. Maybe it's just McAllister, Edwards. And that's kind of it, really, of people to sell. Sesko, I don't want to sell. Maybe Dane Scarlett, it might be time as well. And just bring in those 18. Just homegrown at club is just an issue, isn't it? But if we run a small squad, we just keep gaps in the Champions League team squad. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'll see you at the end of January. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you in a minute. All right, we're back. And it is now the end of January. And there are some big things to update you on, actually. Been a busy January, lots of matches, no real signings. Well, no signings, except for some future ones that have now gone through. But there have been some sales and there are definitely some updates to tell you about. Jumping into the save here then. And as you can see, 31st of January, we remain, this is probably the most important thing, we remain top of the league. It's a 4-point gap to second and Manchester United are now that second team. West Ham have kind of fallen off. They're down on 42 points, look. 11 points behind us. We are just about edging ahead of Manchester United. The top 4 looks a little bit more familiar these days. It's United, Arsenal and Liverpool. City, though, way down in 10th. I've just seen that they're selling Rodri to Barcelona as well. It's all kicking off at City. I mean, it's fantastic news for us. Liverpool in 4th as well. The results, they've been okay. Before I click on this now, I just need to tell you, remember how we had Man United in the semi-final of the Carabao Cup? And if we beat them, it was like Burnley or Wolves in the final. Fantastic opportunity for some silverware. Or some more silverware, right? Yeah, we binned it off. We were 4-1 up. We beat them 4-1 in the first leg of this semi-final. dominated them, coming from behind as well. They scored early with Fernandes, Bruno. We scored Leao, Kane, Bellingham and Kulusevski. Kane playing in midfield, look. 4-1 up from home, going to Old Trafford full of confidence, and we binned it off. We lost 3-0. They came roaring back, the headline said, and we lost on penalties. It was James Ward-Prowse as well that missed the penalty. We were a Kulusevski penalty away from going through to another final, and he missed it. And we lost to them. James Ward-Prowse missed. Sesko scored his. There's the team that played. Look, it was Fernandes, Bellingham and Camavinga in the midfield. They swapped. It was Pino on the left-hand side, so no Leao. I think, did Leao come on in this game? I don't think he did, no. We're out in the semi-final, so there will be no Carabao Cup final this year. There could still, though, be an FA Cup final and a Champions League final, because we are still in both of those competitions. By the skin of our teeth, I will say, though, it was Millwall at home in the FA Cup third round, and we needed an 87th minute equaliser from Pedro Porro to stay in the competition. We're going to go to a replay at Millwall in one of our next games here. So not amazing, but at least we didn't lose. Porro with the saving grace right at the end there. Other results though: 3-1 against Everton, 5-0 against Leeds. This was outrageous. Osman got another hat-trick. He scored a couple of hat-tricks this year now. Millwall and Man United we've looked at. We lost to Chelsea. That's why the gap at the top of the league has now closed slightly. A 1-0 loss. Kai Havertz with the winning goal there. I will show you as well, just to keep you updated, because I still find it amazing. Harry Kane still playing in midfield. This midfield, Kane, Bellingham and Camavinga. I love it. It's just so much fun that the AI, Will Still went and did this, right? I find it so good. We lost that game. Anyway, it was Lyon in the next game in the Champions League. Then we've just beaten Wolves 1-0 with a 95th minute goal from Destiny Udogie from our left back. And then most recently, we've lost to Shakhtar in the Champions League. That doesn't matter though, because we have qualified from the Champions League. We've qualified 4th seed going into the knockout phase. We won't be in the playoff round. We go straight into the round of 16, which is quite a nice place to be. Can we go one step further than we did last year? Last year in the Champions League, we lost to Atletico, wasn't it? We drew with them and then we lost to them. That was in the round of 16. So I want to go one better this year. I want to go and make it competitive. We're top of the Premier League. We must be a good football team. Go and have an actual run in the Champions League, please. That's my aim. Other things that I need to update you on. I'll show you the finances. We are in loads of debt is one of the big things, but transfer budget, we now have some money in the bank and we have wage budget available. I actually changed our season objectives from top 4 to challenge for the title, because I feel like at the very least we challenge for the title. It helped us with the wage budget, and I've sold on some players too. The players that have gone out, let me know what you think of these in the comments down below. I think it's pretty good business, all things considered. One of the things to consider as well when we look at it is the fact that Francesco Martolotta has joined us. He's a young left back. He joins for, it's £17 million in total guaranteed, but it's a lot cheaper than that up front. Young 18-year-old left back that can come and join as our backup left back, meaning Christensen. Not so necessary anymore, and that's why I've sold him. In this January window, I have sold Christensen to Juventus. £33 million up front, 33 mil. Yes, his value is way up high now. Yes, he's a fantastic player. Suggested to sign by the way, by Will Still, wasn't he? Which is really cool. But he's 23. We've got an 18-year-old who's not that far off him, and he was only a backup. He's only played for us 11 games, 4 starts this year, 15 games last year with 12 starts. By no means a starter. For 33 mil and this profit, felt like it was something that we should do. We'll invest in the youth instead. So he's moved on. That helps us massively. Harvey White's gone on a free. He was not playing any games, even though he made that weird sub appearance, didn't he? Coming off the bench. And I think it was in a final, wasn't it? Other than that, though, he's not really played. The other 2 big outgoings are Alexis McAllister has gone to Porto on loan. They are paying his wages here. They're paying 100% of his wages, £93,000 per week, with an optional future fee of 11 million. Seems low, but there's another like 12 million, 13 million on top of that they will pay over time as well, which I don't really know how the transfer clauses work, but like, will it be on here? I think if I go to McAllister, it's 11.5 there, but they've said that they're going to pay about 11 million pounds in installments as well. So there is more money coming in for McAllister at somewhere. It ended up saying if they take up the option to sign him, it's about 25 million pounds, even though it's weird because it's a loan. Don't know how that works. Does anyone know exactly how that works? Explain to me in the comments down below. Similarly, we've done a similar thing to Marcus Edwards, who's gone to Atalanta. They've got an option to sign him for £18 million. That goes to about £30 million with the extra money too. There's a percentage of next fee that will go to us as well. And he is there. They are also paying his wages. £92,000 per week is Marcus Edwards now playing for Atalanta. 500k. Look, it says 500k for the loan, but there's an optional fee that goes to 33 million. Again, I don't know how it works exactly, but he's going to go and play there now, meaning homegrown players, they are kind of light on the ground, but we've got a few that are going to get them in the future. Martelotta coming in. Escobar has arrived. Not Pablo, it's Steven. He has arrived at the club and he's got a load of value, look, already at 18 years old. Young striker, young poacher, perfectionist personality, has made his debut. Played not very well in the, I think that was in the Millwall game. He managed to start. I think he started in right wing, Will, still, and he got a 6.5. We didn't play great in that game. In fact, I want to show you the side that played because a lot of our youngsters actually played in this game here. So there is that team. Look, it had Sesko up front. By the way, Sesko's not in a great run of things. It keeps coming up about his goal drought. He scored a penalty in the shootout in the United game, but hasn't scored many goals. I think it's just 4 starts for him this year. So it is definitely a conundrum that we are going to need to consider in the future. When he has played, look, it's a 7.06 average rating, but only 4 starts, 19 off the bench. Hasn't scored that many, just 4 goals. It's definitely a conundrum because I don't know where he's going to get his starts from with Victor Osimhen being in the side and being so good. I guess going to get a bit older. Maybe we just hold up. Those are our 2 strikers forever. Maybe he'll get chances. Anyway, it's something to think about, isn't it? Escobar played on the right-hand side, which is a nice option, actually. He can play there, look. Doesn't necessarily suit it as well as playing as a poacher, but can definitely play on that right-hand side if we need him to. And then a lot of other young players in there, actually, too. Like Awono at right-back didn't play very well. We had França, not a youngster, but he started with Kane in midfield. Martelotta played left-back, played very well. And then Ramirez, the young goalkeeper, playing great. Reminds me, actually, I just want to show you this because this is a player that I really, really want to sign. You'll have to let me know if this is somebody that you think we should sign. Just having a look at whose contract was expiring, by the way. Not a load that were any good. I don't think I'm going to make a bid for any of them, really. But this guy here, would you be absolutely all over this guy and trying to sign him? Yes, he's £68 million, but this guy's amazing, right? Is there anything that lets this guy down in terms of being a goalkeeper? He's 18 years old, US keeper called Matthew Colon. Fantastic name as well, by the way. But he's 6'1", so he's tall enough just about. He's got good aerial reach and jumping reach, though. Very agile, good reflexes. I think he looks amazing. Loads of potential. He's playing for Freiburg. He's their #1 goalkeeper already at 18. I just feel like, do we sell Costa in the summer for big money and replace him with a worldy young goalkeeper? He's got a minimum fee release clause of 84 million. I don't know if we're going to have 84 million to spend on somebody, but doesn't he look good? I was just looking at all the other youngsters. I've scouted loads. Look, I found loads of really good ones. Pinto we're signing. Have a look at which one did I find that I thought looked amazing as well. One Tempo looks pretty good. Plays for Brøndby. Got loads of pace about him. I could look at new gen signings. Ivan Yankov, I think, looks great. 18-year-old Bulgarian striker, I think would just be really, really fun. Loads of flair, very determined, loads of technique. Anyway, I could definitely be segued away and talk about youngsters for ages. But there is a bit of news that I do need to tell you. If I go to the squad screen, this is the biggest transfer news in terms of keeping players. And that's Harry Kane has signed a new deal. 160k is that contract we offered him. He is going to be here until 2027. It's a new 1-year deal, and I'm quite happy to keep him. I know that a lot of you wanted me to sell him in the last video, but I'm quite happy to keep him now. Now that he's playing as a midfielder and can play in these positions here. He played as a Metzala off the bench in a game that I watched not that long ago. I think it's really cool. He is staying, as is Pedro Porro signed the new deal. I've signed him till 2030. And finally, Eduardo Camavinga has signed a new deal as well. Again, till 2030. Still worried about this, by the way. Is it in here? It is this here. I'm still a little bit worried about the fact that Real Madrid can buy him back for £117 million. His value's gone down a bit, but it was about £117 million, and I thought they might go for it. I guess it's a load of money if they do it, but hopefully now with his new deal, he is sticking around for the long term because he has been so good for us. We signed him now 4 years ago. What a player. What a player he is becoming and already is. Eduardo Camavinga. That is the situation. This is the situation. We need to go and win this league. There's 14 matches to go. 4 points clear. Can Will still win the Premier League title? Can he? Please let him do it. In fact, we are still top of the league if we jump into the save after 35 games of our 4th season. Will Still, our boy, in fact, let's go and have a look at his profile here. Will Still, our assistant manager in game, our head coach in what he's actually doing in the game, is leading us to a sensational season. Top of the league on the 3rd of May. It's our title to lose. It's ours to blow from this situation here. We have got 35 games played, 24-1. We've got a 4-point gap to second place Arsenal. 4 points is the buffer that we have to play 3 more matches, all of which we are going to play in today's episodes. Well, I say play them. We're going to go and watch them because Will Still's the manager, but we will be watching, as well as the small issue or the small fact that we could make a Champions League final. We've got PSG in the Champions League semi-final. We are trailing 3-2 from the first leg. Can you see now why I'm as excited as I am? Also because we have to play Arsenal. We play Arsenal at home in the run-in. We're going to play 4 games live. It could become 5 and a very long episode if we beat PSG. We are 3-2 down from the first leg in that Champions League semi-final, but I think we're in with a chance. We play them at home. If we can get ourselves a decent result here, it could be the end of the save. I think I might even call it, no, actually, no, that's a lie. That's a lie. It could be the end of our time at Spurs. If we win the Champions League and the Premier League in today's episode, I'm going to resign. I'm going to go and take over at another club because I feel like we would have done what we set out to do. Where could we possibly go if we win the league and the Champions League? That is a big if, though. We are trailing in the Champions League semi-final, and we do have to play Arsenal as well. We should win the league, really, right? We play Arsenal at home, but we've got Brighton and Villa away from home as the other 2 games. Brighton are where? Down in 17th. Villa are down in 9th. Away from home, it's tricky, but we should be able to do this. It's a 4-point buffer. We can lose 1, maybe even 2 of those by the time that we get to the end of this season, but I'm actually quite nervous. I'm actually genuinely worried. But if we win both, it's going to turn into a journeyman DOF, where I'm going to go and find another club to take over as the director of football. I think in the same universe, in this save file. I think is going to be more fun. We'll debate that. We'll talk to the board members. We'll talk to you guys in the chat as well, in the comments down below. But I think we need to get into this a little bit more. I'm going to quickly update you how things have gone since January then. The end of Jan was here. This was the very next game after last episode, where you remember Harry Kane became a central midfielder. We lost to Newcastle. We then went on a very good run. I mean, we've been good for the rest of the season. Some losses in there, but a lot of really good results. We beat Millwall. We drew to Middlesbrough, but went through in the FA Cup. We beat Chelsea in the FA Cup. Just to talk about that FA Cup run, it eventually ended with a quarter-final extra time loss to Fulham. So we are out of the FA Cup. We played against Manchester United. We drew. We beat Chelsea in that FA Cup, I just said. We went through the Champions League. We beat Fiorentina home and away, 4-0 on aggregate. We did lose 4-1 to Southampton in the league, which is a bit of a weird one. You'll notice here, there is no Harry Kane in this side here. I don't think he's on the bench either, because it was around this time that our friend Harry Kane, if I just scroll up to show you him, he broke his leg. He's had a broken leg. So all of that talk we had in the last episode about him becoming a central midfielder has kind of been stopped because he broke his leg and has been out for absolutely ages. He did it. Can we see when he actually did it? If we go to injuries, he did it in the match against Chelsea in the FA Cup way back in February. And he's been out now for 2 months already and is out for possibly another 3 months as well. So a major injury, a broken lower leg for Harry Kane. I mean, it hasn't affected his attributes all that much so far. Penalty taking's gone down. Well, I don't think it's even gone down 1, but it's got a downward arrow. So is dribbling. Otherwise, he's kind of just the same, which is kind of good. Considering the fact he's 32 and isn't playing football now, you could see him really digress. It hasn't seemed to have happened so far. So far, so good. Maybe we'll be able to use him next year in midfield. Don't think we're going to see him again before the end of this season, though. Just to continue through these results, there was a loss to Liverpool. Osman scored, but we lost 2-1. Really good run here. Blackburn, Real Madrid, by the way. We knocked Real Madrid out of the Champions League. I'll go to the second leg here to show you. We beat them, what was it on aggregate? I think we won the first leg. It was 2-1 in the second. We beat them 4-2 in the first leg. We beat them 6-3 on aggregate. What a team. What a team. Look at the players who are playing here. Camavinga, Ward-Prowse, had loads of games. Since the Kane injury, Ward-Prowse has played loads. Leao, Kulusevski, Osman. I mean, it's the team that we know and love. It's all the players that we know are at the club. Divine Look coming on in that game, maybe an issue for the future. We'll talk about all transfers and things probably in the next episode. Today is going to be all about playing these games. Loads of you have been asking for more matches to go and watch as well. More than one match per episode. So today is that episode. It could be a long one. Loads of matches to go and watch, though. Just to round things off, we beat West Ham. We beat Brentford. Lost the first leg against PSG. We have it all to do. Have a look at this PSG team. By the way, there's our team that played. There was Bellingham, Camavinga and Fernandes in this one. Guardiola playing left back. Mbappe, Depay, Sancho, Pulisic, Rice, Vitinha, Marquinhos, Kimpembe, Noon Mensch, Hakimi and Donnarumma. Neymar on the bench. They've got some other players, weird players in there. Calvin Phillips plays for them, which is just bizarre, but it's just FM things, isn't it? We were good. They could have scored more. They had a 3xG, so they are a dangerous team. Got a small bit of hope. That's where we're going to start things today. We're going to go to this PSG game in 2 days' time. We'll go and watch it. I actually need to go to Watching Man, bring him back from his holidays, which he's been on for a while now, and send him to... Let's just have a look, actually. If I search PSG, maybe this is the easiest way to do it. Go to their schedule. We are going to go and make sure we watch that. Oh, my word. They've just lost their last game 4-0 to lose. And they did lose. Did they rest players, maybe? Because we've got a big second leg coming up. Did they rest players here? Yeah, they did. We sold them Jamie Donnelly. A former Spurs youth player, Jamie Donnelly, played up front for them. So they did rest players and they lost 4-0. So maybe their morale will take a bit of a hit. Either way, we're going to attend this one. I actually need to go and make sure that Watching Man is going to go and attend all of our games for the rest of the season. There we go. This Arsenal game is going to be huge. Can we win it if we beat Brighton and they lose? There's the 4-point gap with 2 games to go. Will it be done by then? It might. If the gap is more than 6 points here, we might have already won the league. We could win the league quite quickly. I kind of hope we don't and there's a bit of drama, but then again, I do hope that we do win the league. But the drama would be good for the video. So anyway, let's get ourselves up to this PSG game. I will see you as the team is warming up. I guess I can talk you through the player stats and things like that as well, closer to the time or at the end of the season. For now, though, I think we want to get into the action. I'll see you as we play PSG Champions League semi-final. Big one. It's a big one. I'll see you there. Okay, here we go then into this match. We are 3-2 down from the first leg away in Paris. A chance to make a Champions League final. It's a slim chance, a very good PSG team. Let's have a look at that team now, actually, as the teams are about to be shown. Also, let's have a look at what our team is. There it is. Osman, Leao, Bellingham, Fernandes, Kulusevski, Camavinga, Guardiola, Bastoni, Romero, Porro, Costa. That's a strong team. The midfield 3, Bellingham, Camavinga and Fernandes. I quite like it. There's PSG, Heung-min Son against us. Depay, Mbappe, Sancho, Vitinha, Rice. I mean, it's a strong PSG team. Heung-min Son playing up front against Spurs with a chance to knock them out of the Champions League. Oh look, we've got some music playing there. Nice. We are now underway. Champions League semi-final. Huge. We are watching as somebody, just a spectator, as PSG have the first chance. Vitinha swings it in, cleared by Bastoni. We've got nobody forward though. We are playing the 4-3-3. It kind of looked like a flat 4-1-4-2. 4-1-4-1. It's not. I think it is the 4-3-3 that Wilstead is playing. As PSG go very close early on there. It's not a goal. 10 minutes in. A 1-0 win is enough to take us to extra time here. There is no away goals, obviously. PSG on the attack again. Still not ending this highlight. Marquinhos, that is now... Oh my word, that hit the post. I thought it was just going to go wide. It was, I think, Kimpembe with the effort. Osman, by the way, I just looked at his goals. Has scored 27 goals this year. So he has been a real goal-scoring threat over the course of this season. Replacing Kane up front, of course. There's the team. It is the 4-3-3, as we said. Look, can we do anything? We've had no shots. We are the home team here. First shot. It was off target, a 0.15 XG. Come on, lads. You can do this. Fernandes down the right-hand side. Into Kulusevski to the byline. What? He just jumped over the ball. I was going to say win a penalty or something. He just jumped over the ball. That was bizarre. We're going to recycle it, though. Porro has, again, still been the first choice right back. Kulusevski starting here ahead of Yeremy Pino. There's a ball over the top. It's Heung-min Son. Don't make me regret selling you, Son. I am now. Of course it's him. It had to be him, didn't it? I still think it was the right decision to sell him last season. It was only 15 or so million, but the wages, and he's just popped it in the back of the net. Romero's not covered himself in glory. We're now 4-2 down. We really need to go to it. Will we see a change, actually, from Will Still here? Now that he has to chase this match, will we go more attacking? Will he bring on a second striker? He's got Sesko on the bench, I'd imagine. Hakimi down the right. It could get worse here. Vitinha. The cross is in. It's Mbappe. It's Mbappe. I think it might have even been deflected. We're now 2-0 down. It's a disaster. Please don't make this whole episode be a disaster, Will. Please. See, I knew that the Champions League was going to be a long shot. Semi-final is progress as well, isn't it? We've knocked out Real Madrid, for Pete's sake. But I did want to make it competitive. We're now 5-2 down on aggregate, and it looks like we've got no hope. I mean, is Sesko on the bench? Will we see him brought on? Pino could be a good shout. France has a good attacking option. So far, no changes. We haven't decided to go more attacking. We haven't decided to throw that other striker on. At least maybe half time he'll make those changes. Let's see. It's a tough job now, isn't it? In this second leg. Mbappe, Son, it could get worse. There's a highlight for Real Madrid, for PSG. Mbappe still going. Son, he's done again. He scored another. Okay, this is chastening is what this result is so far, because Heung-min Son has scored twice and Mbappe is just tearing us up down the right hand side. Porro can't stick with him. The pullback's good and it's a good finish from Heung-min Son. We're 3-0 down. It's 6-2 on aggregate. PSG might just be a slightly higher level. I mean, the players we've got, I don't know if they are a slightly higher level. Our team is stacked. But is it the Will Still versus the PSG manager? Who is the PSG manager actually at the moment? I'm not even sure. I kind of want to find out actually. Who is the PSG manager that's teaching us a bit of a lesson? It is Lucien Favre. So, I mean, is he... I mean, if you actually... Let's compare to Will Still's profile. You can see, coaching-wise, yeah. Tactical knowledge, not that much better, but maybe just the judging player ability. I don't know, you know. He plays a 4-2-4 tiki-taka. 6 motivating. Is he that much better than Will Still? Maybe. Maybe it's the rep as well. Either way, we're... They've actually scored 4 from 3 shots. We're being taught a bit of a lesson, aren't we? Any changes from us? Sesko is on. Pino's on. France is on. But he's taken off Osimhen, Kulusevski, Leao and Bellingham. He's also brought Ward-Prowse on. So he made 4 changes. No change to the system, though. He's stuck with the 4-3-3. So far, it's not really done much. We've had 4 shots. They've only had 6 shots. But they've scored 3 of them. We've had 4 and... yeah, nothing. I don't think we've not even had a highlight, have we? This could be the first one. France, he's playing off this left wing here. More of a centre mid for me, but he's playing left wing. Guardiola, good chance. Straight up Donnarumma. It was a good... I kind of opened up for him there a little bit, didn't it? But no. Don't make it worse. I don't want to concede a 7th in this tie. Maybe we won't. France is in behind again here. Got support. Is it... Wait. Where is Sesko? I was going to say it's him in the middle. I'm not even sure it was. Guardiola. Pino. We've got one back. Do we start to believe? We need 3 more. In 17 minutes. It's a good finish. It's a good attack, actually. And we've given ourselves a glimmer of hope. Guardiola into Yeremy Pino. Past the defender Nuno Mendes. Into that top corner. I don't think it's going to happen, but at least we've shown something there. We've shown that there's a bit about us. They've taken off Son and brought on Neymar. Which is just as terrifying, isn't it? 5 minutes to play. A goal here makes it a nervy final few minutes, I suppose. Can we beat them? Can we... I don't even think it's good enough. We need 3, right? Yeah, no, they've scored another. It's Mbappe. 35th of the season for Kylian Mbappe. Cool, it's 7-3 on... Right, get me to the end of this game. I didn't want to see it again. Get it off. I don't want to see it again. Don't you dare score another one. This is where I want to make changes, but I can't because I'm not the manager. Neymar's corner. Sesko heads away. Nuno Mendes. Jesus Christ. It's 5. It's 5. Remember when I was saying about, like, if we win both, I'll resign and join another... I don't think we're going to win both. It's 8-3 on aggregate. Just end it now. There's another highlight. Don't even bother trying to score another goal. Sesko. You could do... Alfie Devine's on the pitch. It doesn't matter how many midfielders we sign. The youngsters are just being brought in. Will still loves to bring him in. How did he not score there, França? Good save from Donnarumma. Alfie Devine is... Actually, I actually think Alfie Devine's quite good, but still. I feel like he's not... Is he that high up the hierarchy to be being brought on? How do we play? Sesko did all right. França Pino did okay. Really poor from our defence. 5.8 from Costa. Okay, do you know what? The quicker we get out of there, and get ourselves up to the Premier League game and try and win this Premier League title, the better. Let's that's the Tottenham I'm all flustered. I'm clicking on the stadium. I want to just show you the Premier League table here. 3 matches to go. We're playing Brighton next. If we win it, we take a huge leap towards winning the title. Arsenal play before us. They play Watford. So we'll find out if we win that. I will see you at this Brighton game. And I'm just sad because we didn't even really compete, did we? I'll see you at the Brighton game. Come on, we have to at least win this title. Please don't bottle it from here. I'll see you then. Okay, then, ready for this crucial game away at Brighton. Arsenal played earlier than us, and they did win. They've won 5-2, which means the league table going into this game looks like this. They are 1 point behind us, but we do have this game in hand. If we win it, it goes back to 4 points with 2 matches to go, which is getting to the point where we need to win 2 games, right? If we win this one, plus if we beat Arsenal, it actually means that we can go and play Arsenal and win the title against them. If we win this game, let's go and find out what Will Still is going to do with his lineup in this Brighton game. I guess that's a good thing that Arsenal won for the drama. It means that there will be some type of shootout against Arsenal in that next game, which is the hugest game you can imagine. Imagine a North London derby with that riding on it. A title race between the 2 North London sides as well. There's the Brighton team. Shaqiri, Trossard's still there. You've got Fastnacht. It's very bright in that team. Lots of sort of obscure names. It's Osimhen, Leao, Pino, França, Bellingham, Camavinga. So a different midfield here. It was Enzo Fernandez that's missed out from the game, or the team that played against PSG. There's that league table. What an ending of this season we are seeing. I want to make sure we have that league table on here so that we can see it. With Arsenal not playing, I suppose we kind of don't need to keep an eye on the league table too much. Really, what we're keeping an eye on is, are we going to win this game? We have our first highlight, França, who did come on and do well, didn't he? He got the assist, I think, for maybe it was a Guardiola assist. He was involved in the goal that was scored by, I can't remember who scored our goal now. Either way, he was involved. Osimhen's in behind. Good save by Reed. I think he was offside. He was. First highlight ends with a free kick to Brighton then, and we continue from here. Are the other teams close to us? Can Liverpool catch us? Probably not. They're, 8 points behind with what will be 2 games to go after this game? Probably not. Brighton have got Walker-Peters, a target of ours in the past, wasn't he? Here's Trossard. Of course, an Arsenal man these days in real life, but has never been there in game, so maybe we don't need to hold that against him in this universe. Anyway, Osimhen now coming deep. Camavinga playing in that 6 role, which a lot of people wanted to see him in. I like it when he plays that little bit deeper. I did give him that new contract as well. I will show you all of the player stats as well at some point in this video, so you can see who's been scoring our goals, who's been playing in most games, kind of help you to think about who we're going to sign in the summer. I've also seen, oh God, Brighton are on the attack. Oh, good save from Diogo Costa. I've also been thinking about our summer transfer business a little bit. We've been given our budgets, £17 million to spend, because of our financial situation, which should improve a lot, by the way, because we got to the Champions League semi-final and we've qualified for the Champions League again. We don't have a lot in terms of transfer budget, but we do have some players that we could sell. Players like Ward-Prowse, players like maybe if we get a youngster, somebody like Antonio Silva, maybe Kulusevski. We've got loads of really good assets, haven't we, that we could sell. And I'm thinking again about that goalkeeper, Colon, who seems really good. Maybe we sell Costa and get Colon, the youngster. Not sure. Anyway, that's for a future video. Right now, I'm a bit worried that Brighton are definitely in this game. It's Walker-Peters, Fastnacht, offside, please. Put that. He's got his flag up. It's fine. I'm not worried. It was a nicely worked attack from Brighton. He looks well offside though, Fastnacht. It has been disallowed. Thank you, VAR, for that. We approach half-time. It's 0-0. Is a draw okay for us here? A draw would mean it's 2, but it's not really, is it? We really kind of need to win. It means that we'd have to go and beat Arsenal and the last game of the season. They're not great, Brighton. Although, yeah, they're down in 17th. This is a game we really need to go out and win. Can Will still make sure that that happens in this second half? My word. Oh, we're giving it away. Guardiola's giving it away. Zakiri's in. We're 1-0 down. Oh, my God. Panic? We could be bottling the title here. If we bottle this is going to be an almighty bottle job. It's a terrible mistake from Guardiola, who just heads it down to Fastnacht. And Zakiri, who had that goal disallowed, has given them the lead. It means, I mean, that needs to update. It means we'd be 1 point clear of Arsenal with 2 games to go, and we play them next. It means that if they beat us, it's suddenly in Arsenal's hands. Have we made changes? Not really. Kulusevski's on. Off the bench. There's a highlight. Oh my God, we're giving it away again. It's rubbish at the back. Oh, it's deflected. It's okay. It's going to be fine. Costa has it. Will that be the end of the highlight, or will we get a chance? We've really not had any chances. No highlights. I can't remember any highlights that have gone our way. Could this be it now with Camavinga running through the middle? He hasn't gone up front. What's going on there? Oh my word, that looks a bit loose. He's won it. Guardiola. Camavinga. Cross it. Penalty. There's going to be a penalty for us here. We could salvage at least a draw, which could be vital because it means it's 3 points the difference, right? If we do get a draw, 3 points. And do we have a better goal difference? I think we might do. It's going to be a penalty. Victor Osimhen is going to take it. It could put us in a position to go and win this game too. He scores it, rifles it home. It's 1-1. 28th of the season for Victor Osimhen. This is squeaky time, isn't it? I'm worried. I mean, I'm obviously happy that we've scored an equaliser, but it's really close up there. It'd be 2 points. Go on. Oh my word, I thought he was going to get there. One back by Guardiola, trying to make up for that mistake he made. Leao. Okay, there is a highlight here. If we could turn this around in the last 10 minutes, it would be massive for us. Leao over the top. Kulusevski headed wide. Keeper didn't move. It looked like it might sneak in, but not quite. Will we get one more chance? We will. Ward-Prowse off the bench. Osimhen. Fernandez off the bench too. Gives it away. Okay, one back by Guardiola. He does look like a man possessed since that mistake he made. He's lost it again, though. That looks risky. That's a good ball out, though. Walker-Peters. Brighton are on the attack. Won it back. It's end-to-end. Like a basketball match. Pedro Porro down the right-hand side. Kulusevski. Ward-Prowse. We've lost it again. So many turnovers of possession. And again, we get it back. Whoa, my word. He may be scared there running back towards his own goal. Ward-Prowse towards Camavinga. Wins the header. Ball over to Osimhen to win it. He's in behind. It was deflected straight to the keeper. That was maybe the chance. Will we get another highlight? We've actually hit the target once this whole game. It's not been great. There is a highlight. I suppose at this stage, it's almost like if we concede, it's as in, like, we might as well go for it, is what I'm trying to say. Kulusevski. There are players in the middle. Osimhen's one of them. Osimhen has scored. There's going to be a VAR check. The linesman's got his flag down. We're going to check with VAR to see if this is going to be given as a goal. Goal awarded! We've won it in added time. Surely, Victor Osimhen with a vital goal that might just mean that we win the title this year. We're going to go and play Arsenal, and we can really, if we draw against them, even if we lose, we still have the chance for this title. That could be such an important goal. It's Kulusevski who crosses it. He's just about onside. It's the left back Alzate who keeps him onside. It kind of squirms into the goal. That should surely be the end of the game. It is. And we've turned it around in the last 10 minutes. 79, 90 plus 1. We hit the target twice, but we won the game. Oh my word, what drama. This is why we need to watch loads of matches. The league table looks like this. It's a 4-point gap, meaning if we beat Arsenal in the next game of the season, Spurs are going to win the title. Will Still is going to win the title for Spurs. What a game we have up next. I suppose we got ourselves straight up to it. I will see you. Again, we're at home. I'll see you as we play Arsenal. Relax, breathe. Okay, so I suppose this is it. We've got Bellingham rallying the troops. We've got Jurgen Klinsmann recalling his North London derby spirit. Klinsmann, by the way, who is the Jamaica manager, is getting involved with this. We play Arsenal in the final, well, not the final, in the 37th, the penultimate game of our season. And if we win, if Spurs win, they win the Premier League title. It's at Spurs as well. 4 points is the gap. We need just one win from our final 2 games. If we don't do it today, we shouldn't panic, but I would definitely panic because we've got Aston Villa away in the last game. We need a result. A draw? Is a draw enough? If we both get a point, so we go 79, they go 75, a draw is enough. If we draw with Arsenal, we also win the title. I feel like maybe just lock it down, Will Still. Go for a 0-0. We are going to go and get ourselves ready. I'm going to go on holiday for one day because I'm not taking charge of this game. Will Still is, and there's a save going in there, apparently. I will see you as we get ourselves into this game. In fact, we'll stay with it. We'll watch this save. Let's go and see Watching Man as he gets himself ready to go and watch this game. I hope he's attending. I don't want to miss it. I think we are. Here it is. Yeah, he is attending it. Let's find out if Will Still can do what we thought might be the impossible. Maybe it wasn't the impossible. We've had a really good season. We've been top of the league for most of it. He's got a super team, but with having an AI manager who has to be an assistant manager, it adds a level of difficulty. It makes it tricky. We might just be able to do it. And I guess because we didn't win the Champions League, even if we win it, I feel like we need one more season at the very least with Spurs, with the big aim being, can we go and win that Champions League, right? Does that sound right? Let me know in the comments down below. What would you be doing with this save from this point? If we do win the league today, as we attend this match with Arsenal, let's get ourselves into it. I'm actually scared. I'm like, oh, this is perfect if we can beat Arsenal in the title decider, but I'm kind of scared that we lose this game and it has to go to the last game away at Villa, and we have to bet at Arsenal's result. For drama reasons, that would be insane. There's our team, by the way. I didn't really pay too much attention to it because I feel like I was pretending I was playing. It's Osimhen, Pino, Leao, Camavinga, Bellingham, Fernandes. It is this midfield three. Silva and Bastoni. Udogie back in the team instead of Guardiola, Porro and Costa. It's a strong team. There's the Arsenal team. Jesus, Martinelli, Smith Rowe off the right. Fratesi is a new signing here. Coop Miners is a new signing here. Ben White is at right back. A strong Arsenal team as well. They've got some players on the bench like Conor Gallagher as well, which is a weird one. Our bench includes, there's no Benjamin Sesko, which makes me think he might be injured. I'm not sure. Anyway, less talking, more doing. Spurs go and win the game, go and win the title. Let's all have a lovely time. Yeah, let me know in the comments what you'd be doing with this save. Do you think the idea of like a journeyman, go and find a team that maybe is a little bit lower down the pecking order and make them a bit of a rebuild job as a DOF? I feel like that could be so much fun. Camavinga almost in behind Leao. Us on the attack. First highlight. Pino in the box. Can he find a cross? It's a good turn. He goes alone. Penalty! It's going to be a pen to us. Simon Hooper has given it. He's pointed to the spot. We saw Osimhen score a penalty in that last game. Gets back into the game against Brighton. He now has the chance. I imagine it's going to be him to take it. It's not. It's Jeremy Pino. We now have the chance, though, to take the lead against Arsenal. Pino, saved by Ramsdale. I kind of felt like he was going to miss it, and he did. It was saved by Ramsdale. What a chance that could be. His rating's going to take an absolute hit as well. Swings in the corner. Leao on the volley. Loses it. Tierney can break for Arsenal. It's going to be, hopefully, us winning the ball back before the end of this highlight. Tierney's still got it, by the way. Some break away from Kieran Tierney. Goes back to Saliba, Odegaard, White. Highlight ends. What a chance that was. Still, a draw is enough, isn't it? We've been, the XG's massively inflated because of that penalty. We've been pretty competitive. We've had more shots than them. We look like the better team against a very good Arsenal team, who are second in the league, of course. Half time. Annoying that we didn't score the penalty, but all things considered, good half, right? Let's just start the second half. Let's keep an eye on these subs as well. Will there be any changes? Corner to Arsenal. Highlight for Arsenal. Odegaard. In swinger from this side, then down at this end. Headed away. Smith Rowe. Loads of space to shoot. Straight into Costa, who makes the save. Maybe he should have taken it a little bit earlier. Bellingham's playing well. Coop Miners is playing well. That's kind of it. No changes yet. No, there is. Now, big changes now. Guardiola's on. Was one of them. Ward-Prowse is on. He has a free kick. He's not headed it over. He's kicked it over. The hour mark then. 3 changes, I think, from Will Still. It was 4 changes. Bastoni, Pino, Leao and Porro off. Ward-Prowse is playing right back. Guardiola is on in central defence. We have got a change in midfield. No, it was Leao for Kulusevski. Sorry, Pino for Kulusevski. Leao for França. He's made 4 changes. Is he going for it? It would be nice to wrap it up. The narrative of wrapping it up against Arsenal, even if it's a draw, I suppose, is good enough. But going for it to try and get that one goal means that you're pretty much assured of winning the league, aren't you? Because you have to concede 2 to not win the league. Seems to be the method from Will Still. Arsenal on the attack, though. Back to the keeper. A long way out of his goal there, Ramsdale. Playing it around the midfield. Arsenal. Coop Miners, a goal for them now. And it is maybe panic stations. Martinelli down the left. 20 to play. Martinelli driving into the middle. Odegaard can shoot. Hits the bar. Costa was just watching it and then caught the rebound. Good chance for Arsenal. The closest they've come anyway. First, it wasn't even a shot on target, but first time that we've seen a highlight of theirs go close. 8 minutes to play. 5 minutes to play. I'm just pausing it. Any more changes from us? I just want to see any other change. He has made a 5th change. It is, I think, Silva that's come off. He's brought Romero on, I think, at the back here. Strange subs, but we're 4 minutes away from winning the title. A goal here would just completely rubber stamp it. Would make it sure. It's Camavinga. It's through to Kulusevski, who smashes home. Spurs are going to win the league. Will Still is going to win the league for Spurs. The director of football save is going to see us win the Premier League in our 4th season. It's Kulusevski who smashes home. Lovely pass from Camavinga. Ramsdale can't keep it out. We're going to see the trophy lift. They're going to win the league against Arsenal. It's a glorious moment for Tottenham Hotspur. And we're just waiting for that title, for that whistle to go and that title to be confirmed. Camavinga now, space out wide for França, who's going to just walk it around, just waste time. I wonder if Will Still is telling them to waste this time. They seem to be passing about. That's a terrible pass. Arsenal, even if they equalise, it should still be confirmed unless there is a late show from Arsenal here. Bellingham turns away from his man. That is just pure quality from Jude Bellingham. França, he's lost it twice. He's got it back again. He's definitely told them to waste time, hasn't he? Look at the way we're passing it around at the back. Booted long now by Costa. There's 3 minutes of added time to play. Flicked on into the corner by França. Tomiyasu, they've got a long way to go if they're going to build an attack from here. He's going to start from the back from Arsenal. Gabriel Erdegaard given away. Camavinga over the top. Osimhen's put it in. There's going to be a VAR check. He looked offside. But if this is given, we're now partying at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. It's disallowed, but it's wasted a few precious moments towards the end of this game, hasn't it? We don't need to see it again. I guess we can just see. Was he offside? I mean, that's very tight. He looked almost on for me. Very tight. But there's now a minute to go. Tottenham Hotspur are Premier League champions. Will Still, who you see at the back of the line here, walking or seeing his Tottenham side walk up to collect the trophy, has led us to the Premier League title. We've done it. We've not bottled it like I thought we were in that Brighton game. There was trials, there was tribulations, but Spurs are champions of England. And what a glorious moment this is. Here we go. Lift the trophy. I don't even know who captain is. I think it might be Jude Bellingham who has lifted the trophy for Spurs. We've won the league. We don't need to go and watch that last game. We're going to leave it, I think, at this glorious moment here. Let's talk about last season where this happened. We won the league. It was 81 points in the end that we finished up on to win the league up against our nearest rivals, Arsenal, which was just beautiful. So poetic to win it against them, wasn't it? We did bomb out of the Champions League, as I mentioned earlier, too, losing to PSG. Less said about that, the better. But it kind of leaves us in a place right now today where we're going to talk about the future of this save. What do we go and do next? How are we going to improve this team in the transfer market? And what are our long-term sort of goals? If that sounds nice, if you're ready for a chat, then let's get into things. But first, let me just say thank you to everyone who's subscribed recently. We hit 40,000 subscribers. If you've not already subscribed, do so, please. And let's make a new goal. Let's go for 45. Let's go for 50. That seems like a way off, but that would be amazing, wouldn't it? Thank you so much. If you have joined in recently to come along with the ride, I really, really, really appreciate it. So thank you so much for that. Let's jump into this save then. And today, there's a few little things we're going to do. We're going to talk about last season, talk about who performed, who was not so good, and then think about our transfer window. I've not moved through and done the transfer window as I previously would have done before. Instead, we're going to do it together because it's a little bit like last season where we haven't got a lot of money to spend. But last season we had about, I think it was like 20 million, so a little bit more than this season. This season we've got 11. 12, if we're being a little bit more generous. 12 million to spend is not much, but last season we had 20 and we spent 75. I mean, there are the sales. Look, we sold Basuma for big money. We sold Highland for big money and Christensen for big money. That financed our summer. I'm going to have to try and do the same this summer. Loads of you were asking questions about this, saying, how do you even manage to get these bids in? I have methods. I've actually recorded a lot of the ways that I managed to do this. The auctions that I managed to create. Maybe a little bit of that in today's episode. Maybe that'll be a standalone video anyway at some point, because I have, as I say, recorded the footage of that. We're going to have to do something similar today. And I wanted to bring you along on the ride with it. So I guess we'll get into it. The first thing to say is we've got a couple of players coming in. Lautaro Bataro, fantastic name, is a backup goalkeeper that joins in June, I think. It is the 25th of May, by the way. We've just finished our season. I actually lost the last game 2-0. Well, I did. Will Still did lose the last game 2-0. Villa are a pretty good team, and it didn't matter because we'd already won the league. He actually played a few extra different players. Escobar started, didn't play very well. Our young Colombian striker. He played on the wing again, I think. I think both of his appearances so far have been as wingers. Look, winger, Trequartista he played in before, and then inside forward here. So he's playing a different few roles, but also always on the wing, which I'm not sure is his best position. Either way, he's young. He's only 18 years old with loads of potential too. So he is one that hopefully grows next year, and he'll be joined by some other youngsters. Lautaro Bataro, young goalkeeper, joining on the 9th of June. 6'3", looks like a bit of a talent. I think he's got a fair bit of potential as well, although we've lost our scout report on him now because it was a while ago. There's still the question about the goalkeeper, by the way, which I think we need to make a decision on. I mean, let's talk about it now. This guy's on the market. He's not called Clon. He's actually called Colon. Matthew Colon at Freiburg. God, he looks good. He's only 6'1", which is a bit short for me, but he is 19 and looks really good. He's not actually wanted by anyone. He's got a minimum fee release clause of 84 million, which is maybe a little bit out of our price range now, but I think this is our goalie for the next. And I do wonder if there's a little bit of business that we could do with our goalkeeper, Diogo Costa, who is wanted by Leipzig and Juventus and is valued at enough money that we could then maybe put it into the Matthew Colon signing. Do we invest in youth ahead of Costa, who's obviously really good, but is 26, and we could get Colon, who I think probably becomes better? Costa's been good for us though, so I don't know. Is it a necessary risk? I'm not sure. This is part of my thinking for this summer though. Another thing that is coming in, or another player that's coming in, I should say, is Marco Pinto, a young defensive midfielder. I think it was a while back that we were talking about needing some more central midfielders. This guy was available. Couldn't sign him till a year in the future. That is now. And he's going to come in for, how much will it end up being? I don't know if I can actually see it on here. £9 million all in, I think. And I think he's quite good for a £9 million. Youngster, 18 years old. He'll come in as a backup option in our midfield. I kind of want to get rid of this. 12's on board is not a nice player trait, which is something we maybe, I was going to say we need to train out, but again, I can't do that. I hope Will still does that, although I'm not sure he's going to, is he? Although he did change Harry Kane to a midfielder, so maybe there is that after all. These are a couple of players that are signing. Before then we talk about who is going to be in our team next year, let's have a look at some of the player stats from our previous season, because I think that's important when we are evaluating our squad. This is what I do at the end of every season. I look at the squad and think about who's really good, who's not performed, who could we sell, who could we try and move on. Victor Osimhen as our striker. Let's go from the top to the bottom here. Was pretty good. He got 29 goals in all competitions. He managed to make Harry Kane move position. I was worried about whether that was going to be a thing or not. He got 19 league goals, enough to win us the title. 29 all comps. That was 5 in the cup and 5 in Europe as well, as we made that semi-final. I think he can go even more than this. I wonder actually, what role is he playing? Is it advanced forward? It is advanced forward, so that's good. Because I think the change of striker from Harry Kane to Osimhen just meant that actually we were using an advanced forward rather than a deep lying forward, which I think changed and helped us a lot for the better actually in Will Still's system, which is still this. If we look at the systems he's still using this 4-3-3 DM wide, and there's no change there. He really doesn't waver from that system at all, it seems. Osimhen was the striker. Right hand side, we had Pino and Kulusevski actually. 43 games for Pino, 27 for Kulusevski. It makes me wonder. Brandt actually played 27, but I don't think on this side. Pino, I think, is now his first choice. He is only 23. 150k a week. Only going to get better, though. He is definitely a mainstay. Does that mean we sell Kulusevski? He's 26. Loads of value. Is that his actual value? Is that what I've set it to? I think that's what I've set it to. What's his actual value? 70 to 84 million. No interest right now, but I saw a comment from somebody who said you should sell Kulusevski. Is this too much money to have on a backup, or is that what we need if we're going to do what we want to do next season? Which, by the way, let's talk about it quickly, is going to be a one-season shootout of winning the Champions League. I think this might be like my last season at Spurs. Revelation. I think with winning the league, we've got one goal now. Champions League, right? But if we go for it this season and don't win it, am I going to have the motivation to go for it again? I'm not sure. I'm kind of fancying a bit of a change. I don't know really how we improve this team much more than it already is. But I do want to try and win the Champions League with them. So I think I'm going to have one season here. I think it's going to be a one-season shootout at winning the Champions League. And if we don't win it, I think I'm going to move. I think I'm going to move either abroad and try and win some trophies there. Maybe a team that needs a bit of a rebuild. Or, and let me know what you think about this. Thank you for all the comments about this last time, by the way. Or I might drop down some divisions, or at least one division, like Championship, and go to a Championship team like someone who is in here that deserves to come back up. Like Fulham are going to still be down. You've got teams that used to be good. Derby, Sunderland. There are some projects that, I don't know, is that mental? Is that crazy to do in a save like this? But I kind of fancy changing pace a little bit. And I think it could be quite fun. Let me know what you think about that in the comments down below. But even saying that, I think we are going to do one more season at the very least at Spurs and try and win this Champions League. Let's finish going through this team. Leao was the first choice left striker, or left winger, I should say. Inside or inverted winger or inside forward. I actually don't know. What role was he playing most of all? Probably inside forward, although he did play as a winger. Out and out winger against Villa in that last game, which was just odd. Inside forward, most likely. Advanced playmaker against Liverpool. He does like a playmaker wide. He played Harry Kane there a few times, did Will still, which I think is quite fun. Leao, though, scored 14 goals, got 10 assists. Pina got 17 and 12 assists. Our backup on that side was probably França, who played there quite a lot, actually, which was maybe an odd one. Do we need another one? I don't know if we need another one. This team is stacked, isn't it? Midfielders, we had Bellingham. We had probably actually Camavinga and then Enzo were probably the three. Usually this way around, although it could go this way around, which is what I probably would have guessed at beforehand. But these three anyway, it kind of doesn't matter actually, as long as, because I mean DLP for Fernandes in behind there is pretty good as well. But these three were usually our midfield. 40 games for Enzo, 49 for Jude, 51 for Camavinga. Camavinga does still have a buyback clause. I don't think I can see it in there from PSG, but he's not wanted at the moment. I did give him a new contract. He signed a contract until 2030 now, which locks him down, ties him down, hopefully. In behind those, we do still have James Ward-Prowse. We have Alfie Devine still in there. França played loads of games, 27 games from França. So a really good backup option. Fantastic midfielder, actually. Matheus França can play on the wing as well. So I'm quite happy with that purchase from last. A little bit one that kind of went under the radar a bit, but I think a really good purchase, Matheus França. 6 goals, 6 assists, look, from not a starting position most of the time. By the way, just to go back, it was 11 goals from Kulusevski as a backup right winger. He's pretty good, isn't he? Harry Kane as well, someone to mention in this midfield. Someone I didn't mention, but Harry Kane as a midfielder, 32 games, 14 goals. Most of those games in the second half of the season before he broke his leg were as a left winger according to this, but were as a central midfielder. I think we saw that in one of our previous videos. Did break his leg though. Don't know if it's going to hurt him too much, but can't be good at his age, breaking his leg. He's still out for another 4 to 7 weeks, which is kind of rough, isn't it? Harry Kane missing a load of games there. Defense, we are pretty well stocked still. Porro on the right, Udogie or Guardiola on the left-hand side. Guardiola played a load of games, 31 games, look. Udogie got 39. Sometimes playing central defense. In fact, we go to the form. You can see sometimes playing in the middle, sometimes playing at left back, kind of swapping between the two, which, I mean, he's a really good option on both of those, isn't he? At least he gets his game time, I suppose, because weirdly he's not first choice, which seems odd because I think he's one of the best defenders on the game, but not first choice because Bastoni is also brilliant. I think is the only real thing to say there, isn't he? Bastoni's excellent. He played 46 games on the right-hand side of defense. Christian Romero, been a mainstay in this team. Not one that I usually would sign. Not usually a defender that I'd usually play, I don't think. But our managers have stuck with him and he's performed pretty well. I mean, the average ratings have dropped off a little bit, down to 6.79. He did have 7s or above. First season, a 7.18 look is outrageously good. But he is still a mainstay. He starts on this right-hand side, maybe because our backup option still not quite there. Antonio Silva, 22 now. Is he developing? I mean, he probably is. I know he's got downwards arrows now, but he probably is developing. He did play 21 games. It's it's quite a few games still, isn't it? And then in goal, we talked about it before, but Costa's our main goalkeeper. There are the lines. Look, I like the lines when they develop. Our backup goalkeeper for this season was Ricardo Ramirez, a young Mexican goalie. Played 1 game, I think. 2 games. 2 games in the cup, conceded once. £5 million for him. Decent. I mean, he's a decent backup, isn't he? He's probably going to become third choice when Bataro signs in the summer. This is the squad. What would you be doing with that from here is kind of the question. Martelotta is our backup left back, or another backup left back, a youngster that we brought in, 18-year-olds. We've also got, just to go through them, Awono, unbelievable prospect at right back. Probably going to try and make sure he plays at right back. I think that's where he played for Will Still. He played his games at right back. Look, when he has played 3 of them there. Because he's right-footed, actually, even though he's very strong. Well, he's very strong right foot, strong left foot. He's either-footed, but stronger on the right, even though he's naturally a left back, which, I mean, it's good that he's got the versatility, but I'm not sure I'd want to use him there as much. He's really good. The rest of the squad, though, just to look through, Tesco, 6 starts, 35 sub appearances. He does come off the bench pretty much every game. 10 goals from Sesko, so great squad option. Are we kind of stifling him? Probably, but we've got Victor Osimhen, who is obviously brilliant, so I'm not sure it's that much of a problem. We've got Escobar. We talked about Evans Musa, came through the youth intake. Oh, we had another youth intake. I don't think I mentioned it. It was rubbish again. In fact, I'll show you here. Youth candidates. Actually, they will be the... Oh, look, we've had this. Look, every year in March. I mean, this is what we came through. Poor intake. D being the best. Our under 18s are they're rubbish. We had no potential in there at all. The best player was Oliver Iro. No, he wasn't even a new gen. It was... I don't even know. It was rubbish. I don't even know if we signed any of them. We've had really bad youth intakes so far. The best of the bunch was Evans Musa, who is... I mean, he's good. He is good, actually, to be fair. I'm not sure he's going to be better than Awono, which is the problem here. But who in this squad would you be trying to sell? I guess there is also something to show you. Marcus Edwards and McAllister come back from their loans. They have options to make them permanent, but I don't know if they're going to take them up. So those are 2 players that we will try to sell, McAllister and Edwards here. The rest of the squad, though, let's go down through it. Kane, probably that horse has bolted. Kulusevski seems to jump out as the one for me. At least he's got value attached to him that we could try and extract. Sesko, I kind of want to keep him. Silva, I don't think we've got enough depth if we get rid of him. Divine, homegrown, he's kind of like, he's probably not going to get us too much money anyway, although he does have value, you know. I think as a backup, he's pretty good. He does have loads of potential too. I think he's going to improve still. But anyway, I think as a homegrown backup, he's pretty good. França, if there was interest, maybe. The goalie in Costa, if we could get Colon cheaper. I'm worried that with the release clause, we can't get him cheaper. There's not a lot we can do with this squad, is there? If I move the wage budget over to the transfer budget, it gives us £20 million, which we can do future installments, but I kind of want to not do too many of those because of the balance thing. This will go up, by the way. This is why trust me on the balances. I know it looks terrifying and the overall balance being this much in the red is scary, and loads of you are mentioning it in the comments. But watch as we go through. We're now champions of England. Watch as we tick over to the new season, and you'll see that actually there's nothing to worry about. It's going to be fine, I hope. Ward-Prowse, actually, just that I've just gone on him. Is he somebody that we should sell? If there's interest, 31 with a bit of value attached to him still. Maybe Ward-Prowse. I'm thinking maybe Ward-Prowse. So look, Kulusevski, maybe França if there was interest. Possibly the goalkeeper, and then the 2 players returning from their loans are probably the 2 that we tried to sell in this summer. Maybe just going down to the under 20. Oh, yeah. Just realised this guy joins as well. Does he join? Is it in January? It might be in January. It is on the... No, he's joining now in this Ulysses Chavez Carretero. I think it's going to be a great backup for as well. So we've actually got another player joining anyway. I don't know if we need to sign loads of players, but it's the transfer window and I like to do that. What I'm going to go and do now is I'm probably not going to do any business, but if I do, I will let you know what it is. But I'm going to go to the tick over day so that we are now confirmed as champions, so that we can see exactly what we're working with when a few players start returning, and then we're going to go from there. I'm not going to do any business until that point. So I'll see you in June, towards the end of June. All right, I've actually just gone forward a day, but I did want to show you this as well. Will Still was named as Manager of the Year. I do actually love that FM do this because he was the manager or the person in charge of the games, because I holidayed all of them. He's actually been named Manager of the Year. Daniel Levy is very happy with this, which is excellent. I love how it actually does come up. Okay, just on the money thing really quickly as well. It's now the 31st of May, so another couple of days later on. And we've been given this. It's our annual review of our money, basically. We got our sponsorship deals. We've got a new sponsorship deal here of 169 million. Club sales of shirts and things here. Match day commercial, blah, 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 blah. Financial stuff. It does mean, though, whilst I've explained it brilliantly there by saying blah, 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 we are now £43 million back in the black, which is, I mean, it's not a lot of money for a team like us, but it is now no longer debt, which is the main thing. We do have some transfer debt and there's big stadium debt, which existed at the club anyway. Our transfer debt, I think of 176 million. That might scare a lot of people, but actually I think for what we've managed to achieve now with it, I think that might be less than a lot of you might have thought as well. Transfer debt of 176. I mean, the 1 billion is more terrifying, but that wasn't me. That was the stadium. The transfer debt, that kind of was me, which doesn't help, but still, it'll be fine. If we continue to be successful, you'll notice that in FM, your finances will recover because you get a lot of prize money. The Premier League, there's a lot of money involved in it. I don't know if you've noticed, but the Premier League there's a lot of money in it. Anyway, I just wanted to show you that one as well as we continue to the next day. We've got our new scouting budget. We've also had a few things like player contracts. We've got Troy Parrott and Dane Scarlett, who are about to leave the club on free transfers. I just can't really be bothered with them. They're not, I mean, they're not terrible, but they're nowhere near our level. And I don't think they're worth a new contract where both of them would want something like 40, 50k a week. So I just don't think it's worth it, even though they are homegrown. Our homegrown status actually is sort of improving now we've got plenty at home if we keep like Brandon Austin around. But like Evans Musa is now divine. Silver is homegrown at club. Harry Kane we've kept at the club. These guys become it in a couple of years. I actually think we're going to be fine with the homegrown status. And I don't think we need Dane Scarlett and Troy Parrott to help us with that. So they are going to go. I'm going to continue working through now up until that tick over day to the new season. But if there is anything else I want to show you, I will jump back in to show you it. I'll see you in a bit. Okay, so it's not actually the tick over day. It's now the 11th of June. So we've got about 2 weeks until it goes through to the new season. So we're still showing as the champions still in this season. But I wanted to come back briefly just to say that Lautaro Bataro has now joined the club. Here he is, our young 18-year-old goalkeeper. I've put him into the first team squad because I kind of want him to be the backup, him and Ricardo Ramirez. It does probably mean that Brandon Austin is going to drop down to the under-21s, even though he's a bit too old for that. I don't even know if he's going to play or not. But there's Lautaro Bataro. The reason, though, I did want to come back is because we do have some interest in Dejan Kulusevski, which makes me wonder, do I now need to offer him out to try and sell him on? He was one of our players who was on that list of maybe somebody we could sell. I think he's brilliant in FM. I think he's an excellent player. I really like his 17 dribbling, great technique and passing and things. He's a real creator on this right-hand side, but I think Pino's better. We did actually have a weird Pino... where is it on here? Pino news article about him maybe. Yeah, here, look. Transfer saga set to develop. Real Madrid are in for Yeremy Pino at £92 million, but I think we're going to try and hold on to him. It does say that he would reject them, so maybe they'll turn their attentions to Kulusevski, and maybe now is the time that we do offer them out. I'm going to offer him out straight away, just unspecified, to try and get some bids in. This is usually what I do. Offer out unspecified, see if anybody bids and see if we can create a bit of an auction. If nobody bids, I'm going to offer him out really low because it might seem weird, but that does mean loads of teams come in to bid for him, and then we can play them off against each other to try and drive the price up. If that happens, I'll talk you through the process and we'll see. But I've now offered him out. Let's see if Real Madrid or Inter Milan were the other team who are interested in him. Let's see if they make that bid. Here we go. Look, it's Parthenope, which is Napoli, plus Inter, plus Newcastle. We do have bids from 3 teams. £50 million is the best bid. 50 mil, which is probably a little bit low. It's from Newcastle in our league as well. I'm going to straight up reject the Inter one at 34, which is locked. But I think now, let's see, first of all, can we get Parthenope with Napoli to go to the 50? Can we go above 50 million? That's made it worse, but there we go. Can they go above 50 so that we can make them? All right, so that's now 54. I'm just going to try and do a bit of an auction. Can we now do... So what you want to do is just see what the highest price you get. So 60 million from Newcastle, I'm now going to accept, which might seem weird, but I think if we get above 70 here, especially straight up cash, that is basically financing our summer, isn't it? I'm not going to give an ultimatum. I'm actually just going to straight up reject the 45, which went to 50 something from Napoli. And I'm going to offer him out again. It was 60 million, right? Let's offer him out now at 65 million and see if we get a bite on that as well from Inter, maybe from Napoli coming back in. And if they do, we've got ourselves an auction. There we go, Real Madrid. They're in for 65. Now this one, you might be saying you could probably negotiate this one. I've got a feeling if I negotiate, they're going to straight up reject it because I asked for 65. They kind of get annoyed if you ask for the money and then they give it to you and then you don't accept it. So I'm actually just going to accept it at 65. And what I'm now going to go and do, and this is the auction technique. This is how we got that money last season for players like Highland, 60 mil, Basuma, 58, Christensen, 33. You might have been like, I know loads of you, people actually said, you use the editor. Listen, you use the editor. Like, no, it's just that I've made videos on this in the past. This is something you can do in FM. You can make auctions happen by playing teams off against one another. Here is Kulusevski. Look, 60 million from Newcastle. I'm going to reject that now. 65 from Real Madrid. I'm going to ask for, let's go to 68 and see if Newcastle or Inter or Napoli come back with the 68 million pound mark. And hopefully they do. And we're going to keep driving this price up. If they don't come back with 68, I'll ask for 67. If they don't do 67, I'll ask for 66. And maybe we'll go from there. To be honest, 65 million pounds straight up front isn't a bad deal at all, to be honest. I'm quite happy with that. straight up money. We might maybe be able to ask for 65 plus some future incentives. We can negotiate from here, but we've already gone from what, 34 million pounds, which is what Inter offered, to 65 now. No bids coming in. Let's try 60. Let's try 67 and just see. And I'm going to transfer list him now. Otherwise, he might reject the contracts, which would be annoying because I kind of want that money now to see. We can go and buy in 1 or 2 players, maybe some young players too. That's kind of where I'm at with things right now. Let's see if they get any more bids and continue this auction. 65 might be the upper range because it's straight money up front and he was valued at 70 something. So they don't usually go to the value, do they, with these types of things? Let's ask for, let's see if we can get 70, but we'll pay a bit of his wages. When does his contract run out? He's got a contract until 2028. So he's got 2 years left. So we'd have to pay 2 years worth of paying some of his contract stuff, which is maybe quite a lot, but maybe 40k I wouldn't mind if we get that 70 million pound mark. And actually just transfer list here. Maybe they'll come in with that, with the contract incentivizing it slightly. Usually it would pop up straight away here if you're going to see a bid come in, and they haven't yet. So I wonder if 65 million is enough. What do you think of that deal? Let me know. Is that a bid? No, it's not. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Would you sell for 65 mil straight up front? Would you try and look for a little bit more? So no bids there. Let's try 65. Well, let's try 63, but with installments that would then go to make it 70. Look, so it would be more overall, and but a little bit less up front. So maybe teams like Napoli or Newcastle will actually come in for that one there. As we drop a save here, let's see if my auction technique works. This is kind of what you do. It's kind of a bit of trial and error, a bit of give and take, bit of this and that to see. Will we get a bid here? I think 65 million is a good bid. I'm kind of tempted just to take it. He's a backup player and it's really good money, and 65 million pounds into the coffers, which by the way would help because 14 million is probably not enough. And does that money come out of this? I think it might do actually, with Marco Pinto joining at the end of the month. We're almost at tick over there actually. We might as well continue with this live. As I say, any more bids? We've risen up the club rankings, which is nice. We're up to 12th. Which is kind of low considering we got to the semi-finals and we won the league. But Liverpool have been ranked as the top team. Premier League is top. Homegrown players in the Champions League, there they are. That's just an update on our homegrown stuff. No more bids for Kulusevski. He's probably talking to Real Madrid right now. Maybe actually about to sign for them. The window is open. So I do wonder if this one goes through quite quickly. It's moved fast, hasn't it, at the start of this window. I'm going to do unspecified again, just to see if we can get any of those other teams which we can then negotiate with. Just to see, you know, Newcastle and Inter and Napoli who were interested. There they are, look. Napoli, Inter and Newcastle all getting involved. Can we negotiate any of these so that overall it's more than the 65 million pounds we've got? Do you know what? That's a really good offer from Napoli at 63. That gives us a bit of scope. And Man United coming in for the first time as well. Not negotiable, which is annoying, but 63 here. If I was to do maybe 3 installments, 10 million pounds, 73 million overall, maybe a little bit after I don't know, maybe 30 games if they give us a couple million. Will they go for this? Look, no is the answer. There is maybe something to work with though. Let's try, do you know what, maybe we go actually less overall and it helps us long term. But if we do something like this, would I just prefer the 65 up front? I kind of wonder if I would, but this goes to 70. Maybe we'll do 50 plus these. Because that's 80 mil there. They've gone to 49, which isn't quite what I was after. Let's try... actually, they do quite like these. You just need to play 30 games. And we get that 754. Okay, I'm going to reject these because not quite, but I might just offer out again. Let's reject Inter. Let's reject Newcastle. Let's offer out again for just a non-negotiable or unspecified, I should say, and just see if they come back in. We might be able to do some suggesting terms with them, so negotiating with those. Let me know if you like this type of video, by the way. It's very different to the other ones. It's more in the save, getting to know things as they go on. A bit of behind the curtain, a little bit of what I usually do. I'm trying to do a little bit of both because I know lots of you prefer it the way we did it before. Lots of you prefer it this way. So I'm trying to do both really to appease everyone. It will be a quite nice long video talking about everything. Here are more bids. 59 million. Let's go to... They offer the 65 plus anything. It is actually a better bid, isn't it? So 65, let's make that orange locked and give them 5 million in installments. They've gone to 60. That's just not that good a bid anymore, is it? Non-negotiable. Negotiable from Newcastle. This kind of tells me that we're right at the very top limit of where we can go with this type of deal then. Let's try orange locking in the future incentives. Do you know what? Even if we do like that and orange lock these in. They've gone for 57 overall. We need to get that over 65 if we're going to make this worthwhile, aren't we? Oops. Let's make this 10. Let's make this 5. 57 mil. Yeah, I think basically the Real Madrid bid of 65 looks like it's going to be the way to go. 63 is just still under what Real Madrid offered, isn't it? So it does make me think now he might just need to go to Real Madrid. Man United are offering 30 million. Just that's it. That's the whole bid. I mean, that is seriously trying to undercut everybody else, isn't it? Not undercut, you know what I mean. Let's go 60. Let's just see if somebody offers 66. Because sometimes it's weird. They will not do anything, just out of nowhere, they'll make a bid. You'll see like a team like PSG just jump out of nowhere and make a big bid. You've got to keep offering out. You've got to keep negotiating. Look, we've had another bid from Man United, I think, after that offer that I've just done for 66. Did we? Is it a new offer? Yeah, it is. Look, it's 31 million from Inter, which is non-negotiable. Maybe I just didn't reject that one, actually. Not sure. I'm going to keep going with this. I'm going to see if I can get anywhere else with it. Just doing the same thing. You've seen how I'm doing it. I'll go a few days and let you know how it turns out. Okay, and with all of that negotiating, and I did negotiate with a fair few different teams, actually. He's going to go to Real Madrid for £65 million. I'm still a little bit half I don't know, I'm umming and erring a little bit about it because his value was about 70-ish million. If I go back to here and take away this, look, his value is well, it is now apparently 65 million, even though I can't actually change it. 70 to 80 I think is what it said, but you never really get that much, especially if you're going to get all of the money up front. 65 was just the maximum that teams would offer. I did have negotiations with Inter, Man U. Barcelona came in late on with 43 million. Napoli and Newcastle, nobody would offer more than the 65 million. Even when I offered out some of the wages, even when I did future installments, nobody was offering more. So he's going to end up going to Real Madrid for 65 million. We've got 90% of transfer fee going into our transfer budget at the moment because of the club finances. So 56 million pounds, that's still adequate, I think, for a proper transfer window now. It's a big name going out and a very good player, I will say. A player that I sign in other saves because I recommend him as a winger. I think off both sides, mainly from this right-hand side, though, being left-footed, cutting inside with that dribbling, that passing technique. Decent pace, but maybe not electric pace. Maybe that's where we upgrade with Pino. 13 pace and acceleration. He's played a lot of games. 27 starts last year. 46 the year before Pino came in. We are maybe going to need to replace him in the side. Is it where Escobar becomes the backup here? Or is he good enough yet? I'm not sure he is necessarily. He's lacking a little bit in some areas, isn't he, as a right winger here? But maybe he does. Maybe he steps up next season and becomes that backup right midfielder. And it does give us 56 million to try and find a new starter in this side. Where is that starter? I'm not quite sure, to be honest. Is it Romero that we upgrade? Who's wanted himself, by the way, by Atletico Madrid. Could we sell Romero and get ourselves a right-sided defender, centre-back that is better than Christian Romero? There's probably some that are available. I am maybe thinking it. He sticks out a little bit, even though he's been a really good servant for us. Maybe because he's been here from the start. But could we go and get a right-sided defender and then maybe sell Costa to replace him with Colon? Or maybe get Colon I'm not sure. Costa's now not wanted by those teams that won him before. Leipzig and Juventus, I think it might have been, who were in for him. Either way, though, that's where we're going to go here. I'm going to accept this. We're going to sell Kulusevski to Real Madrid. I'm going to go now through as we sell him on. Look, sad goodbye to Dejan Kulusevski. Let's go through finally to that tick over day, to the new season. And let's get signing some players now that we've got some money. All right, so we have ticked over to season number 5 now then. And the first little bit of news is that A reminder that we will play the Community Shield this year, which is actually something a bit of a surprise. I forgot about that. It's Leeds that we will play. Obviously, Leeds won the FA Cup last year, which is quite cool. We play them at Wembley on the 1st of August, so not that far away, a month and a bit away. We've got the chance at some more silverware for Will still. I want to see new season. Where are we predicted to finish then? Second. Okay, City are favourites, even though they finished... Where did they finish last year? Something ridiculous, right? Down in 6th. They've qualified for the Europa League, but they are now favourites for the league, which is interesting. Which players of ours get into the Dream 11? Just Jeremy Pino, which is disappointing. Camavinga's close to it, according to the key players list anyway. So, predicted second. The squad looks like this, with the players that I've picked just on there. I've done a little bit of transfer business, which I'm going to show you. But before we look at that, a quick look at our budget. £72 million to spend then after the sale of Kulusevski. £126,000 in wages in the bank. Might just actually tweak that to give us a little bit more leeway on the wages. 62 million. Not sure I'm going to put it all up front anyway. Kulusevski hasn't actually gone yet. He goes on the 1st of July, obviously, when Marco Pinto also joins too. I've done some business, or I've tried to do some business. Now, I don't know whether I should actually do this or not, but I found this guy. And he looks unbelievably good. He's 16 years old, playing for Bilbao, a Spanish under-20 international with a release clause of £15 million. And I feel like he's way too good to turn down. Could he be our backup right winger to replace Kulusevski? I'm almost thinking he's good enough to come in and do that. Plus, he's 16. It's just future-proofing us so well. Either-footed, very strong left, strong right-footed. Like, look how good he looks. I found him, by the way. Lots of you were asking how I find players like Awono. Simply just filtering by 15 to 19-year-olds so that we can see which players are the new gen players, and then going through looking at values first and foremost to see which players are valued at the most at this age range, because those are usually the better players, but also going through and looking at world reputations, and then also doing some attribute searches too. So say I was looking for a right centre back, I'm just going to search by my right centre back or ball playing defender, defend ones like this. Let's put this down a little bit, see who the best players are that are coming up on this, matching maybe 15 out of 17, and then you might find some players that are playing in like Argentina and things like that who are at this age range. Let's go to 11. Look, these players here are probably going to be quite good. João Fonseca, let's have a look at him. 6'1", only 19. He's a real player, but this guy is a 18-year-old who could turn into something 5'8", so probably not for me. But just to show you the method there, this guy's 6'2". Look at 19. That's how I'm finding these players, and then what I'm doing is I'm giving them a scout, and then if they come back with really good scout reports, they're really good. I've scouted so many. Look, if I just show you, that's what I'm doing using my scouts. Look, basically getting scout reports on all of them, using my scouting budget, which is huge at Spurs, to find the future stars. Players like Josep at Real Madrid is going to turn into a world beater. He's just at Real Madrid, and I don't think I want to spend however much money he would cost. I mean, it's 18 million. It's quite cheap. I think we looked at him in a recent video, actually. But that's what I'm doing just to show you. That's where I found Matthew Colon. Look, the young goalkeeper with so much potential. I just wish he was a little bit cheaper, and then I'd actually sign him instead of Costa. Is Costa now attracting any interest? He's not. Romero, though, is from Atletico. 38 million was the rumoured amount for Christian Romero. Is there a right winger? Let's look right now, actually. Is there, sorry, a right winger? A right centre-back that could replace him? Maybe not a youngster, but let's just look generally which ones are interested in joining. Let's put the transfer interest on. Should I be making... I mean, I just thought Edi Militao would actually join us. Ahmed Hozic, I think he's at Real Madrid, 60 million. These are guys that I've just had scout reports on. If I go world rep, maybe that's a good way to search it. Van Dijk would join. Would probably cost too much, but that would make us good, wouldn't it? He is 34. I mean, he hasn't got an agent. Why don't you have an agent, Verge? That seems odd that you don't. You should. I recommend it. Guillamon, who is that guy? 26-year-old Hugo Guillamon he's a midfielder, that's why. Maybe I'll have a little look through these and see if there's anybody that I can pick up. Kurt Zuma would actually be great for us, but does kick cats, unfortunately. We've got Lusmar Vital. He's 17. I think we looked at him before. Can't really jump. Just scrolling down these, seeing if anyone jumps out. Edi Militao I'd love, but look at his price. It's way too much, I think. Let's just go maybe by value and scroll down and have a look at these ones. Akanji, Zabarnyi. I like the idea of Ahmed Hozic, maybe. Maybe someone like Fikayo Tomori would be a great signing. Doesn't quite have the jumping reach that I love, but I think he'd be an upgrade. Again, though, look at that price range. 113 million. I'm not going to sign Tomori for 113 million, even though he'd be homegrown, which I think is quite good. To be honest, are any of these better than Romero? Debatable, isn't it? Oh, I love Wisdom Amy. Are you looking good in this, say? Oh, you are. Wisdom Amy is maybe a viable option. Might think about him. Is he actually better? Let's compare him with Romero. I love the physicals on Amy. I mean, he's worse at defending mentally, aerially, technically, and vision. Is faster. I mean, that is basically it. To be honest, I was looking at like the physicals. Romero's aren't bad, but these physicals are brilliant. So quick, really good jumping reach as well, but kind of lacking in other areas. Is only, what, 20? He's 20 years old, so he does have age on his side. First touch, the heading's way lower, isn't it? Marking way lower. Romero's good. 17 tackling, 17 marking. Yeah, maybe not Wisdom Amy. Maybe a different option. I kind of want... If we're going to go for the Champions League, is it worth going for these youth players if we're going to leave after a year? I mean, if we do stay in the same save file, I would like to see how this Spurs team develops. Players like Awono. However, if we're going to go for 1 season and 1 season only, maybe I should be going for like the big names here. Maybe I should try and sign a Van Dijk. What about Arthur Theater? Yeah, you're valued at loads. You're really good though. Tatalo's Timber. Bit short, but again, the values are just so high on these players. Ake's left-footed. We kind of want right-footed here, don't we? Inaccio's good. I mean, how much would Van Dijk actually cost? Let's just see. Would you accept like 80 million? I mean, that's silly for a 34-year-old. But if we've got a one-shot opportunity at winning this Champions League, I mean, they're gonna reject this. But like 90 mil? Oh God. I mean, that's too much. I'm going to leave it a little bit and maybe come back to that. If we sign Van Dijk for 1 season and 1 season only, would that be completely crazy? Let me know in the comments down below. I'm going to go a few days, do a bit of business here and there, make some decisions on some things. Probably decide to sign this Iker Euskera, who looks unbelievable. I'm just waiting on a scout report for him, but I saw him when I just did an attribute search for a right winger, because look at his attributes already at 16 years old. We'll see what his scout report says. If it comes back and says that he's got massive potential, I think I'll sign him, even though we may never see him play, because if we do just do 1 season... Am I being silly if we're doing 1 season? Should I just keep going until we win the Champions League? I don't know. Oh, he's got a work permit. So that's actually almost... I can confirm that soon. He's got his work permit. We've just got 80 million pounds, by the way, which is good because we're back into debt after some... some weeks have gone past, which is not great. I'm going to go and do some business. I'm going to go wait for Kulusevski and that lot to leave and things and those new players to join. I'll see you when I've done a bit more debating. Oh, this was a slight miscalculation on my part. I've just seen that Will Still's contract expired. It's fine though, because he's staying on a month-to-month and we can offer him a new one. But that was close. I'll give you a pay rise as well because of that. You can have 10k a week. Sorry about that, Will. Yeah, please stay. Oops. Okay, so it's the 1st of July, and with that, we've confirmed the signing of Marco Pinto. Here he is, our newest addition to the squad. 18-year-old German under-20 international, defensive midfielder, deep line playmaker, good passing, good vision, great teamwork, determination, composure. I think he looks like a really good player, actually. Only 18 years old, of course. Loads of potential for him too. 6'2", so I do like him a lot, actually. He's going to come in and bolster our midfield ranks. It means that our squad is looking a little bit bloated right now. It's because also we have seen the return of Alexis McAllister, not wanted by anybody. His loan he was at Porto. They've decided not to keep him because he only started 4 matches. There was a big actual optional future fee involved in that. They've not taken him up on it because, well, he just wasn't playing. His actual value now looks like 16 million pounds. It almost feels like the time to just cut our ties with Alexis McAllister. He's down to his last year of his contract as well. So I'm going to offer him out as one of the things right now. I will leave him as transfer listed too to see if we get any bids for him. He is back. So is Marcus Edwards, who is wanted, this time on a loan. It's Roma that are interested in him. Again, another team or another loanee that decided not to have his loan made permanent. He only played 4 times for Atalanta. They paid 500k for 4 appearances. 0 as starts as well. It was 8 sub appearances. Some of them are I mean, where did he? I mean, it's only 4 league appearances. It's not great. He did actually score 1 goal as well off the bench there. I'm going to offer him out as well. Not for £48 million, because I don't think he's going to be valued at that anymore. He's going to be valued at about... Let's just get rid of this. I'll just leave that, to be honest. He's valued at what? 24 million, which actually seems like quite a lot still. So I'm going to just do unspecified. If we get anything close to that, I think we sell him too. I was going to say, with the addition of Marco Pinto, I do wonder if we look at potential suitors for James Ward-Prowse. He's getting on a little bit. And again, he's got 2 years left, I think. The other thing, though, is that Jed Spence is also back from his loan. He won Championship Player of the Year playing for Norwich. Norwich finished. Did they come up? They got promoted as well. So he had a really good season for them. Well, let me see, actually. Did they win the league? They finished second to Bournemouth, but 88 points. He won Championship Player of the Year. So, I mean, surely that means he's got a bit of value attached to him now. Let's see. Unspecified. £7.4 million. Another one whose contract is expiring. So I will offer him out. He is wanted by... Who was he wanted by there? Fulham in the Championship would be a great signing for them. So let's just see. If I transfer list him, offer him out, maybe there's a bit of money to come in for some of these players who are back from their loans. Also returning is Vitor Roque, who again another loan for next year. Is he good enough to start now? Could be one of these right-sided or left-sided backup wingers, as well as an attacker here. I'm not sure. I'm going to offer him out for a loan and see if anybody will pay his pretty big wages. Actually, didn't quite realize he was on £125,000 per week. That's quite a lot, isn't it? Anyway, yeah, the squad looking bloated like this. I think actually for the next few days in the window, going to be about seeing if we can sell on a few of those players. And then if we do, with our £53 million and decent wage budget available, maybe going to sign Van Dijk. Should I? And maybe this guy too, Ika Ezkura, who I'm just waiting on the scout report. He has got a work permit. I'm just waiting to check that he's got good potential before I actually sign him. If it comes back that he does have loads, he'll probably be the next signing in, but won't join until next year. Oh, look, offers. This is kind of nice. We've got a £12 million bid for McAllister from Villarreal. Let's see if we can bulk it up to 15 mil. And if they do that, I'll sell him. Do you know what? I'm going to cut my losses on Alexis McAllister for £15 million. He was a really good servant for us in the first season or two. Out on loan for this one. He's actually been a good signing. £40 million to have him for 4 seasons or 3 seasons. And then get a return on him of £15 million. I think that's kind of realistic. I think I'll take it. £13 million bid for Marcus Edwards. I think I'm just going to take it, you know. But again, that seems really cheap, doesn't it? Especially as, what did we sign him for? 20, but we're almost getting our money back plus some of that loan fee. I think I'm just going to do it. He was there for homegrown purposes. I feel like it just doesn't make that much of a difference. So he's going to go. We've got a £6 million bid for Jed Spence. Let's see if they do 10. And if they do, I'm going to accept £10 million for Jed Spence. That is what? 10, 13, 23 million. About £38 million coming in for 3 players that weren't going to play at all. I think we take it. Put it into the Van Dijk fund. And Will Still, our head coach last season, won us the league. Fantastic stuff. We've been doing some season 5 transfers since that, though. We've given ourselves 1 season and 1 season only to win the Champions League. We got to the semi-finals last season where we were beaten by PSG 5-1. We did it as a live com as well. It was just, to be honest, a very sad time, considering we actually lost the first leg away from home 3-2 as well. With 5-1 at home, that was embarrassing. We need to go 1 better this year. In fact, 2 better. We need to get to the final and we need to win it, because after this season, I think we're going to leave Spurs. And we've given ourselves that 1 season shot, meaning we need to go big with transfers. I've done some extra transfers. At the end of last episode, we were debating whether or not we should sign Virgil van Dijk. And I can reveal to you right now that I didn't sign him. I didn't sign him, which that sounds weird for me, right? Here he is, look, still at Liverpool. He's 35. He's still got 1 season left at the club. The reason being, they wanted too much money. I asked them again for how much they wanted. And this, I mean, I offered them this. Like, this is 81 million, which is a lot for a 35-year-old. And, I mean, they'd actually say yes to it now. They said no to it. But I decided that, basically, it was too much money. Especially for a player that, I mean, Van Dijk actually is left-sided anyway, isn't he? And we were looking for a right-sided defender. So I've decided not to buy him. I have, though, as you may have spotted here, I have signed a new right-sided defender. He's very not me. It's Jurrien Timber. I feel like there wasn't many right centre-backs that could also play right-back if we needed him to, that were actually going to improve us, that I think Will Still would actually play ahead of Romero. And I've decided to go for Timber. Now, he's not massive. He's 5'10", which is very against my usual things here, but I've signed him for £50 million. It could rise to 78. It's about £20 million up front. We had the money to do it, and I've decided to pull the trigger on Jurian Timber. Let me know what you think of that one as a signing. I mean, I actually really like him in FM, but I don't tend to use a player that is this short at centre-back. Will it cost us? I actually don't feel like it will. I think he's pretty good. I really like him anyway. He's going to add some depth. He can play at this right back spot. He can play in centre mid. He could also play DLP as well if we wanted him to. We play a DLP on defend, don't we? Which, if we show him his attributes here to do that, I think he's pretty good. He's got really good passing, decent vision, and as a defensive option in there, I feel like he's going to get games for us this season with Will Still. He's our main big signing in the summer. Instead of Van Dijk, we've gone for Timber. Would you like to see the other signings that we made? I feel like you probably would. Let's jump across to them now and I can show you who I've been signing with the remainder of our budget. Actually, saying the remainder of our budget. We've still got loads left. If we wanted to do a little bit more, I'm not sure we will, but let me show you these signings. Here it is then, the rest of our business, most of it in outgoings. There is a couple of extra ones in here. I've fallen into a little bit of a bug here, and a little bit of a trap maybe. I saw some comments about this as well, and I suppose we need to talk about it a little bit. I keep signing youngsters, and I know that we've said that this is a one-season shot to win the Champions League, but I'm trying to apply a little bit more realism to it in a way with this, in that I think as a director of football, even if you've decided that you're going to move on to another club, you'd still be looking at signing players for the future, wouldn't you? You'd still be looking to sign players that maybe the manager wanted to build the team around in the future years. So I feel like ignoring that and just signing players like Van Dijk and spending loads of money and not protecting the future of the club is maybe not realistic. So I've gone down that route, and I have signed some new players for the future using some of the budget. We've still got loads of budget left if we wanted to, by the way. So these aren't players instead of signing players that we could go into the team right now, but instead I've decided to buy some youngsters too because they look so good. And I was just doing the thing where I've set some recruitment focuses looking for these players, and I mean, I showed you this guy last episode. I have decided to buy him in the future. His future fee is now done. He is signing for £15 million, I think, for a player that goes on to become really, really good. We're still waiting on his scout report, but I decided to just go for it because at 16, he looks like he's going to be ridiculous. I'm really confident that this scout report comes back good, and I mean, if it doesn't, then I've just wasted 50 mil. And then does it matter because we're moving on? No, that's not the point, is it? But he's got acceleration, he's got the pace, natural fitness is good, dribbling is amazing at 16. Look, crossing as well, really good for a winger. I mean, he's just good already, and he's going to become, I just know it, he's going to become really good. I've seen enough of youngsters like this, especially from places like Bilbao, who produce worldies on this game, don't they, of course? Then I think he's going to be one for the future. And if we do move on to another team, maybe we could loan him from Spurs, or maybe we can just watch his development at Spurs, because of course we're going to keep an eye on Spurs even when we move on, aren't we? Hopefully you sort of agree with that thinking, where I am signing players for the future, even though we're not going to even see them play it. Like, if we move on next year, Ezcura joins after we've probably gone in August next season. So yeah, I get it. I understand the comments, but that's sort of my reasoning behind it. Hopefully you agree with it. Here are the other things that I've done which kind of tie into that as well. We saw Marco Pinto last episode. He comes in as a backup DLP defensive midfielder, 6'2". He looks great already at 18 years old. Still loads of potential on him, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he's got four stars guaranteed, maybe 5 as well on his potential. Think he can become a pretty good player. I feel like he will get a little bit of game time as well, because Will Still's been quite good at actually giving game time out. Not a load of game time, but some game time out. Like if I go to where is Awono here? Awono, who came in as our big prospect last year, played 7 times. Look, 5 starts across all competitions. I think that's all right for a player that is now, what, 19 years old? Hopefully gets a bit more game time this season too. Did he play him as a winger? He must have played him as a winger at some point. No, I mean, maybe for the younger teams, or like the under 21s, maybe. I feel like he's not a winger. He's a right back for me. Anyway, there's Awono. We are distracted again. Pinto is our first signing. I showed you him last episode. I've shown you Timber, 50 million, rising to 78 million. Some of that done over installments as well. I didn't spend 50 million up front on him. It was about 20 and then, 30 in the future, but could go to 78 with appearances, would be that extra 28 million there. Liam Ferguson is the next one, and again, he was one that I couldn't really resist. He's a 17-year-old Scottish goalkeeper that, again, I got a scout report about him, and it says that he is going to be so good Better than Diogo Costa, better than Bataro. He is my alternative to this guy here that I do wonder if we should go all out for, or just leave him at Freiburg and maybe in the future with another team go and get him. Got a calf muscle injury at the moment, but this guy's going to be the best keeper on the game, I reckon. He must be up there, but he costs 84 mil, and it would be up front as well. We just don't have 84 million pounds to spend on a player up front, so I've ignored him, but gone for Liam Ferguson, homegrown as well, being a Scottish youngster. Feel like it's a decent option for the future. Again, future-proofing us, which, I mean, whether you agree with that or not, that's what I'm doing. Those were financed, and that just leaves us then with about 49 million to go and spend, with some wage budget to go and spend if we want to. I'm kind of thinking, where do we sign somebody? That was financed, wasn't it, by the Kulusevski sale last episode. We also sold Pape Mate Sarr. Let's put these in order of when they actually went out. Pape Mate Sarr went for 5 mil. Then there's Kulusevski. We also sold Jed Spence, then has gone to Fulham for 10 million pounds. Didn't play any games last year because he went out on loan. He was at Norwich, was the Championship Player of the Year. So we did manage to get a decent amount of money for him, I think. I don't think we'd get much more. He's 25 years old now, Jed Spence. Yes, homegrown in England, but we've got loads of them anyway. Marcus Edwards, we managed to get him a move for 13 million pounds. Not the most amount of money, but I mean, we brought him in to fill a homegrown quota, didn't we? We got almost all of that money back if you add the loan fee as well to that. I mean, he wasn't playing games for Atalanta. I think that shows you the level that he's at. He started 0 games on loan at Atalanta where they told me they were going to play him. So I don't quite think he was going to have an impact on the team, was he? Getting 13 mil for him, I'm pretty happy with that, to be honest. He's moved on. We've loaned out Ricardo Ramirez, another one of our young goalkeepers. We've got Bataro in, so I've loaned out Ramirez. We've actually got loads of really good young goalies now, which is a bit of a weird one, but there he is. I've also loaned Vitor Roque out. He seems a weird one. I just don't think he would have played for us. He's 21 now. I don't know if we're going to get the worldy Vitor Roque that you can get in FM. I mean, he's got a decent amount of, I think I put that price tag on him, but he's gone to Freiburg. Hopefully, you know, buttering them up a little bit. Maybe they'll give us Colon on the cheap in the future. Maybe, maybe not. They're going to pay a little bit of a loan fee for him. They're also going to pay a decent chunk of his wages too. 63k a week of his wages is going to be paid by him. And they've told me he's going to play every game, which I'm hoping is the case because then he might develop a little bit. Not sure, but he's gone out because we had so many. We've got loads of young strikers, haven't we? I've decided to let him go too. Alexis McAllister is the final one. 15 million pounds. I'm actually pretty happy with the money we got for him as well. He's gone to Shakhtar. Signed him for 40. He had a good run in the team. So I think getting 15 million back for him now is actually a decent return. I know he's not old or anything like that, but he was well down the pecking order, wasn't he? 15 mil. I mean, it's a bit of a loss overall, but is it a loss if he played 3 full seasons for you and then you sell him for 15 mil? I feel like that's just normal business, isn't it? He's gone to Shakhtar. Again, the fact he's gone to Shakhtar and not one of the biggest teams in the world, does that show you the level that he's actually at now? It probably does, right? Doesn't it? It gets his wages off our budget as well, helping us to have this amount of money. By the way, in terms of, sorry, I should show you, helping us to have this amount of wage budget left over. In terms of the budgets, by the way, 39 million pounds in the bank. That will probably eke away in the way that it kind of does in our save look, where you get a bit of money, we work it all away. We get a bit of money, we work it all away, and each time it's kind of diminishing returns. But I've got faith that once I've not really made that many signings where I'm paying loads of future fees and we're kind of paying them off. I feel like what's the transfer debt now? It's 200 mil. Yeah, it's not amazing, but we've built ourselves into a title winning team, haven't we? If we win the Champions League as well, that rep's only going to go up. You get the sponsorships. I'm kind of okay with it. It's a lot of you will disagree with the financial control that I've got, but I'm kind of okay with it. I think we've built ourselves, I mean, the team that we've built kind of says that we're doing okay with it, doesn't it? It looks like this, by the way. Just to show you actually, before we look at the team, one other little bit of business that might happen is I might loan out our boy Ulysses Chavez Carataro. I think he's good enough and should be playing games this season if we want him to keep developing. He's behind Sesko. He's behind Victor Osimhen. I think he probably needs a bit of game time. And Fulham, who are in the Premier League, have offered to loan him as a star player, I think it was. So I've decided to accept that. He might reject them. We'll see if he actually goes. But he should be starting every game. He becomes maybe one of the best strikers on the game, doesn't he? I mean, if his pace goes, he's 19. And look at the fit. Like, he's so good. I don't think he'd start for us is the problem. So maybe we loan him to Fulham. Maybe we bring him back in January if he has developed even more and he could be a starter. I think I'm going to loan him. We've got offers from Augsburg, Stuttgart and Fulham for him. And Fulham, they're going to pay 80% of his wages as well as a monthly fee. I think it's a deal that I'm happy to do. they're going to play him as well. So let's send him there and go from there. Let's have a look at this side, this squad then, as we approach our first game of the season, which is Leeds in the Community Shield. Let's go back to this season. We played some friendlies. We beat British Airways 17-0. We are absolutely flying. Don't unsub, please. Actually, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. There's my plug for you on that one. British Airways 17-0. We were pretty good in this. Harry Kane scoring goals from midfield as well in that one, I think, as well. Here's the Community Shield game against Leeds. Leeds won. I mean, what did they win last year? I mean, I guess they won the FA Cup. I don't think they did win the FA Cup. Did they? I feel like Liverpool did. No, they did win the FA Cup. Fair play to them. I was going to say they did win the FA Cup. So we're going to play them as Premier League champions. We're going to do that as a live con game. But let's have a look at this squad and talk about it. Costa, the goalie. Decided to keep him. Haven't had any big bids yet, but Man U and Juventus are still interested. Porro is our right back with Iwono as the backup right back. Also, Timber could come in and play there too. We're well stocked at right back now. Porro's still first choice though. Romero and Bastoni think are still first choice. I was just looking. I know I was debating selling Romero, wasn't I? But I think he's just a really good centre back. I don't know if we get much better than him. I know he's not fast with 13 acceleration and pace. Not even that tall, but he has been really good for us, and maybe it's just not worth selling him for the sake of it, which I feel like is maybe what we'd be doing. So he starts at right centre-back. We do have Silva there if we want to play him. We do have Timber there if we want to play him there as well. So both really good options. I actually want to see what type of development has Silva done in this save. Yeah, he's looking pretty good. He's maybe just a level below Romero, but he's pretty good, isn't he, Silva? If he actually played a long run in the team, I think he'd maybe be pretty good for us, but there we go. Bastoni and Guardiola are our left-sided centre-backs. I mean, both amazing. Guardiola not being a starter for us is just ridiculous, isn't it? He will play a lot of games at left-back though, won't he? With Udogie there, and also Martelotta. Martelotta is a good young left-back too at that position. In midfield, Camavinga, Bellingham, Fernandes. We've also got Harry Kane to come back from his injury. Could play as any of those midfield three. We've also got Pinto, who could come in as a backup in that midfield too. We've also got Ward-Prowse still about the place somewhere. Could play a lot of games this year. I mean, we've also got Timber who could play in DLP. Look at him as a DLP there. The coaches, or will still, actually, I should say, really rate him in terms of star rating. So I feel like he could play some games there. I wonder what his best 11 actually looks like on the squad report. Assistant report look, or I should say best 11 according to Will Still has... That can't be up to date. He's got Alfie Devine as our next best. This must be... Maybe this hasn't updated, but that seems a bit weird that he's not got a few of our players. I mean, maybe it is updated because there's Liam Ferguson. Oh, no, sorry. That's not backup, is it? That makes sense. That's his best player in each position and then his youth prospect in each position. So that makes more sense that it's Alfie Devine there. So Camavinga would be the starter. He prefers França as our CM at the moment, which is an interesting one. Maybe he'll get more game time this year. He's very, very good, Mateus França. Unbelievably good, actually. So maybe he will play games. But, Antonio Silva as our left set. These are the wrong way around. That's just weird. But Silva starting as a centre-back's a fun one. Timber as the right back too. Maybe we'll keep an eye on this because maybe this is the team that he chooses to play. We will see. Going back to the rest of the team though. Pino as our right-sided winger. França. Do we have another one? Do we still need one? We sold Kulusevski, of course. Is Escobar our next best right winger? Are we lacking a little bit at right wing now? I mean, that just says, do we need to go and sign Kulusevski, really? But maybe we get someone cheaper than Kulusevski. Maybe Escobar could do the job there. Keep an eye on that. I might have a look to see if anybody is actually available. Leao on the left-hand side does have... Pino could play there. França could play there. Are we a bit lacking on the wings? Oh, we have Pino and Leao. Are we a bit lacking in terms of wingers? Maybe. Maybe we are. I might have a look at what's available. And then up front, we've got Osman, we've got Sesko, we've got Chavez Carataro if we wanted to play him there, who's not far away at all, is he? We might loan him, though. And that's our squad, really. I guess I might have a look in today's episode at those other positions. But that's an update for you to really get you caught up ahead of this season. The final thing we're going to do in this episode is go and watch this Leeds game. Let's go across to Watching Man and get him to come and attend that Community Shield game. If I go to Spurs on here, we'll go to the games on the schedule. And can I click to attend on here? I can't. But if I go here, I can. No, I can't. Here, I can. Now Watching Man is going to attend. We go back to us. and we're going to go on holiday, and I will see you at Wembley for the Community Shield. Can we go and add another trophy to our collection? I'll see you there. Okay, here we go then. Let's attend this match here. I'm actually quite excited to see what team he picks for this. Looking at that best 11 thing and seeing that a few players that I'm a bit surprised about were making his first team squad. I wonder if we're going to see some changes from Will still here. Let's get into this match preview and find out. There's the Leeds team with Mopé and Almada. Dele Alli is playing left wing. Madueke's at Leeds. I swear, did he go to Brighton before that? We looked at bringing him in. Oh, look, hang on a minute. Whoa, pause. Kane's in midfield. Timber starts. Chavez Carataro starts up front. I guess this is the Community Shield, but that's already interesting. He's gone for Chavez as his striker. Kane in midfield. We'll have a proper look at this in a second. I want to see who the defenders are as well. Okay, I thought it might be Silva. It is Romero Bastoni, Udogie Porro Costa, Timber in midfield, Camavinga further forward, and Kane in that midfield is really interesting to me. Carataro starting. Chavez Carataro. I feel like we need a better name for him. It's long. It's a mouthful for me. I'll make an effort. Chavez Carataro is the striker. Pino and Leao on the bench then. He does have Osimhen on the bench. He does have... I mean, where's Bellingham is on the bench? Okay, Bellingham's a bit injured, so that may be why. But Kane is only just back from an injury himself, actually. He does have almost full heart condition there, so maybe he's just about okay. All right, that's fun. There's the Leeds team with Adams and Rocker in midfield. We are underway. Can we go and get ourselves another trophy? I feel like we should watch things where there's trophies up for grabs, even if it is the Community Shield. I feel like we should watch them, right? As a director of football, you want to go and win trophies. Maybe that was a mistake because so far we've had no highlights. Here is the first one. 24 minutes on the clock before we see the team in action. It's Udogie down the left coming inside. Kane through to Chavez Carataro, debut. He went for a dink there, which maybe was the wrong shot choice. But he got himself into a position, that's promising, isn't it? He's actually on a 6.4, so maybe less promising. I'd love to see him score a goal here. Maybe he fights himself in as first choice. He does have all of that potential, doesn't he? Maybe he does. Let's see as we head in at half time. That was the only highlight. The only other thing that happened was Tyler Adams getting a yellow card. We've not hit the target yet. Is that worrying? Might be. Leeds have hit the target 3 times. They are maybe just about shading it, but they've not had a highlight. We've had the only highlight so far. I wonder what Will say to them at halftime. Will he make any changes here? I guess is a question as well. No subs yet as we approach the hour mark. This is definitely not a classic, this game so far. It might be one of the worst live comms I've ever seen, actually. Oh my word. Chavez Carataro is down. He's off. Okay, I was going to say Carataro was down to a 6.3 now there, and he's now been replaced by Victor Osimhen. A bit of an inconspicuous first appearance from the youngster. 6.2. That might have been his chance, you know. Maybe he's blown it. I'm not sure. It's not a good performance. Porro's also off and Ward-Prowse is on as a right back. Having a look at these roles, by the way, it's a fullback for Ward-Prowse, fullback for Udogie. He's not looking to see these wing backs or right wing back, fullbacks, I should say, get forward at all. Box to box Camavinga. Out and out wingers for Leao and Pino. Seems odd with Osimhen now on, who's also apparently on a 6.3, although he's only just come on, so I'm not sure how that's the case. 10 minutes to play. And we've seen not a lot. Ward-Prowse off the bench. Can he score a free kick? No. He's a bit far out, I think. I mean, I'd be asking for my money back if I'd made my way to Wembley for this match here, which I have, I suppose. Can I have my money back? It's not been a classic, and I think we're going to go to penalties. That's it. We are going to have pens. I guess we put ourselves behind the goal for the penalties. I like this view for the pens. We've seen Loftus-Cheek come on as a striker for Leeds at the end of this one. Let's find out if we can win it on penalties then. It's Ainsley Maitland-Niles to take the first one. Can Costa keep them out? He nearly did. I was about to say yes. It squirmed in. Harry Kane with the chance to equalise for us. Usually good from the spot. Is good from the spot this time. Oh, look, we've got other changes there. França came up. Why have we got so many changes coming up here? I guess because we've not had the highlights. Dele Alli for Leeds. Also scores. It's 2-2. Or is it not? It's not 2-2. It's 2-1. He's made it 2-1. Osimhen can make it 2-2 now. Here's his run-up. Good penalty from him. It is now 2-2. 100% record so far. His Campaz, who I am not familiar with. Looks like a short guy, and he's put it down the middle. Good penalty. Costa diving out of the way. 3-2. Yeremy Pino to make it 3-3. I mean, I'm worried. Shouldn't have been worried. It is 3-3. The look at them celebrate when it goes in. Here's Loftus-Cheek. They did bring him on late, I think. So this could be deliberately to take a penalty. Sometimes that doesn't go your way, does it? This time it does. 4-3. Mateus França. I guess the same thing applies to him. I think he came on pretty late on in the game too. Also scores 4-4 at sudden death. We've got sudden death now. Nathan is going to take the 5th penalty for Leeds. Rolls it home. And is it Camavinga? He's got his name highlighted. It's not. It's a Doji. Not sure I'd be picking him to take our 5th pen. Maybe he's really good at penalties. He has to score. Otherwise, Leeds are going to win the Community Shield. And if he does score, we continue into actual sudden death. That's dreadful. That is a really bad penalty from Destiny Adoji, and it's Leeds that win the Community Shield. Will still, with the opportunity to win another title, another trophy, has blown it somewhat, and Leeds are going to lift it from this guy here with the red glasses on. I mean, we will watch it out of respect. I've made my team, actually not even me, is it? I'm in the stands. Will Stills made his team sit down and watch this one as they lift it. Look, Tyler Adams with the trophy dish bowl plate above his head there. Well done, Leeds. You deserve it. Great stuff. What a dreadful, dreadful game that was. Get me out of here. That was awful. Right. It's this season where we've given ourselves the target of winning the Champions League. Before we leave, I think I've made my mind up. There may be maybe I'll be swayed before the end of the season, but I think I've made my mind up. You guys seem to like that idea of moving on to another team. And I think with the situation we're in, I think it is going to be a one-season shootout to see if we can win this Champions League. Let's jump into the save, and I'll show you how we've got on at the start of our season. Here it is, look. After 11 games, we currently sit 2nd in the league. It's not all doom and gloom, though, sitting 2nd, because actually, we're unbeaten. It's not like we could ask for very much more. It's Manchester United currently top. We've played 11, so we do have a game in hand. They've played 12. They've got 33 points. If we win our game in hand, we'll be on 32. We're well ahead of the rest of the pack, actually. Next up is City on 22 points. They've only played 10, so I suppose they could get a little bit closer, winning that game in hand to 25. But, as I mentioned, unbeaten so far. We've won 9. There are the games there that we've won, including, you'll notice, a 2-0 win against Manchester United. They've only lost 1 game, but they did lose to us 2-0. So it's been a good start. I'm not worried about the fact that we're 2nd. I'm still pretty confident that we can go and win this league. And like I said before, the main aim is actually the Champions League. And if I show you how the Champions League has started, it's not been great, actually. We're 25th in the league stage of the Champions League. Only 3 games in, but we've lost 2 of those games. We've lost away at Inter and away at Real Madrid. Is that a bit worrying? I suppose it's maybe a little bit worrying, but they are Real Madrid and Inter Milan. They are both very good. We have beaten Dinamo Kiev 3-0. Our next matches in the Champions League are against Slavia Prague, Atletico at home, Bayern Munich, and then we've got Atalanta and Frankfurt. It seems like our ties are quite tough this year. Like, we've got Atletico, we've got Bayern Munich, we've got Real Madrid, we've got Inter. Usually get a load of easy ones. I guess we've had Kiev. Is that a really tricky run? I feel like it is. I don't actually know. How do they do the fixtures? Is it a draw to see who you play against in this league phase? Because if it is, I feel like we've been a bit hard done by. Is that fair? I'm not sure. Let's hope at least we can get into this top 24, and then even better if we can get into this top 8 and qualify for the next round automatically. Otherwise, that could be a really disappointing way to do it, isn't it? If we don't even make it through that league phase, surely we'll be fine though, surely. Let's have a look at our results. Let's show you the team in which has been playing. Let's show you what Will Still has been doing in terms of his tactics, as well as today, I think, going through and playing a live com game, because our very next game I've decided to stop at is against Liverpool. Liverpool at home, I think, is a tricky fixture that we can go and watch and see how this team is performing. Let's see who's being picked as the first choice players in each position, what the tactic looks like in game, and see if we can beat Liverpool. That's the plan for today's episode. So I guess we'll jump across to the team. In fact, you know what? Let's have a look through some of these results already, because it is important. Last episode was this game here, wasn't it, against Leeds United. We lost on penalties in the Community Shield. I mean, that's sort of acceptable. I don't really mind. It's a glorified friendly, right? That's what we're telling ourselves because we lost. Anyway, we have these games here. We did, though, start the league pretty good. I mean, we haven't lost a game yet, so they are going to be pretty good. We won 5-0 against Wolves. Something to mention here, Harry Kane, first game of the season, back at striker. Is that bit of bad news. I don't know what to make of it because last season I feel like we did better because we played with Victor Osimhen as our striker. Osimhen was on the bench here with Kane starting as striker. I mean, we won 5-0, so it's not that worrying. Matheus França, by the way, unbelievable player. He is definitely first choice right now. I've just noticed his wages did go to £350,000 per week, but he looks like he's about to accept a new offer on... But in fact, if I go to here, I can show you on contract. He looks like he's about to accept an offer on £230,000 per week, which is a much better deal. I'm glad that he's taken that pay cut. I am giving him slightly more sell-on fee if we do end up selling him, but I don't know if we will because he's really good. At least just wanted to let you know that I am trying to sort out that wage thing because that is it's not great, is it? It's quite a big wage. We are actually okay in wages though. We've got 47k left in wage budget and a bit of transfer budget left as well. We are now back into debt, I should mention as well. 35 million over, but yeah, I think we're going to be okay. Oh, I need to mention actually, sometimes when this happens in a save, you might see that the club has a takeover, and that was actually rumoured back at the start of this season. We had this pop up here, basically, an alert about this happening, and also this news article that I'm putting on the screen right now, talking about a potential takeover. In September, they did say that these rumours were not to be believed, and then later on into October, our chairman, Daniel Levy, came out and quashed the rumours completely. Right now, there is no board takeover in the works, so there won't be a takeover. But something to mention that is actually that sometimes when these takeovers are rumoured, they go away and then they do come back again. There might be a takeover. Is that something to keep us at the club if we get like a tycoon takeover? I mean, I might be tempted, but no, I think at the moment I am saying I'm going to leave. But yeah, let's go back to these results here as we talk about Matheus França starting there and Harry Kane starting up front. He did pick up a few injuries. We drew 0-0 with Watford. Really disappointing result that. Some good results afterwards though. 1-0 win against Villa, 3-2 against Arsenal. That was the away leg at the Emirates, so beating our nearest rivals. Maddison equalised on 88. Victor Osimhen off the bench to score on 89. Harry Kane did start up front in this one, but Osimhen came on and got us the late winner in that one. We beat Forest 3-0, Pino, Bellingham and Camavinga. Drew to Chelsea. Not the worst result away from home, I don't think. There's that Kiev Champions League game. Beat Leicester 2-0. 2-1, sorry. Beat West Ham 3-0 in the Carabao Cup. We are through in that one. We're through again, by the way. We just beat Bristol Rovers in the 4th round. Don't think... Yeah, we have had the quarterfinal draw. It's against Aston Villa in the next one. So still in that one. A trophy that I'd like to go and win, to be honest, as well. Why not? Try and add to our trophy collection. Then we beat Norwich. Oh, sorry, I should say, go back up. I've skipped a few. We beat Manchester United away from home. They've been brilliant so far, but this is why I'm talking about França. Started the game in this midfield spot. No, on the left wing, sorry. Leao actually picked up a ligament damage injury. So França's been playing left wing quite a lot as well. That brings me on to something else as well that I should mention. I did buy a new winger option who can cover both left and right that I mentioned in the last episode, didn't I? I mean, he's not played any games so far because France has been so good, scoring twice in this one. But I did buy this man here, Joan Raphael, a French winger. Say winger, he's kind of a striker but can play on both wings. He is 18 years old and I spent a fair bit of money on him. Again, I'm going back to that thing where I am buying players for the future. It's £37 million guaranteed. It was about £15 million this summer, as you can see by how much money we've got left over, and then it will go to 37, potentially 52 if he turns out to be a worldie, which I think he might do because at 18 he looks like a good player, doesn't he? Joan Raphael, he's got 20 under 21 caps for France. Bought him from Lyon, where he'd made his debut, played a lot for the under 21s team, or the second team for them, but did make his first team debut as well. And I think we've got ourselves, I mean, look at the potential there. I think we've got ourselves a decent player on our hands. I'm thinking he's going to be a backup for Pino mainly on this right-hand side, but could play on the other side, could play as a striker as well. He hasn't been needed just yet. If we look at the squad appearances here, you can see how many appearances people have made on this here and how many goals have been scored. Our top goal scorer, by the way, Matheus França with 6. It's hardly a lot of goals, but he's got 6. Camavinga's got 5. Kane's got 5. Osimhen's also got 5. Only 5 starts for Victor Osimhen this year. Not really sure why, but well, I guess it's because Kane's been starting as our striker. Sesko, by the way, actually has got himself 3 from just 2 starts too, so he is being used as a backup striker now and then. Let's go back to these results to finish it off. We've got a win against Norwich. Osimhen scored the winner in that one, actually. So, I mean, he is playing now and then. Brentford, Sesko scoring a late goal in a 2-0 win. We lost to Inter in the Champions League. We beat Newcastle 3-1. Big win against them. Sesko again with a late goal in that one. And then he scored again in a start. I want to show you this team because we beat Bristol Rovers But look at the team that he started. He's playing some different players here. I like it. Sesko started. Escobar off this right-hand side. Could well be an option. Did he get a goal in that one? Or was that an assist that he got? He got himself an assist. No, he did score as well. He scored this. Let's have a look at Escobar's goal. Why not? Let's load it up and have a look at how he scored this goal. Here it is. Look, it was Enzo Fernandez playing it through. That's nice from the right-hand side, getting inside and smashing it home. I don't know why we've chosen to watch Escobar's goal, but there you go. That was his goal. I wonder if he will get a start in this game here against Liverpool. Probably not, but that is the game that we are going to go and watch now. To do that, I need to change over to Watching Man, get that all set up, and I will see you at the Spurs Stadium. Is it still called, what is the stadium just called? The Tottenham Hotspur Stadium still? It is, yeah, the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. I'll see you there for this match against Liverpool. Okay, let's head into this game with Liverpool. I have got Watching Man to attend the match, and we'll watch this one. And I guess also in today's episode, what I want to do as well is have a look around the other leagues in Europe, maybe also the Championship too. See if we can start to think about what our next club or who our next club is going to be, because we're heading into November now. We maybe need to start making a bit of a decision of who we're going to go for. I mean, we also need the manager's job to be available. Are they going to offer it to us? It's a bit of a dilemma ready for the summer, isn't it? As we look at the Liverpool team there, we just missed the Spurs team, or at least I missed it anyway. I'm sure you saw it. It is Gakpo leading the line for Liverpool. There's the Premier League table. 4 points is the difference from us to Manchester United at the top. This is our game in hand right now then, I think anyway. I don't know if they're playing. Don't think they were, having a look at the preview beforehand. What's the there is the Spurs team. It is Osimhen leading the line. Jude Bellingham is playing left wing. That's an interesting one. We've got Timber at CDM. We've got Bastoni and Silva as our centre-backs today. Porro, Udogie as wing-backs or full-backs. Enzo Fernandez, Camavinga and Timber. Pino on the right, Osimhen up front. But Jude Bellingham as a left winger. Okay, there's a highlight here. It is Balde at left-back for Liverpool. Down the left-hand side. First highlight of the game, I think. Luis Diaz, Gakpo, chance. I thought I was going to deflect in off Bastoni, but he did manage to get it away, and it's a foul by Trent, which is a bit of a let-off. Half an hour-ish. Our first highlight there, and it was Liverpool's way. Corner for us now. Yeremy Pino swings it in. Away by Van Dijk, our target in the summer, remember. Still playing at 35. Pino, oh, it's in. It's squirmed in at the near post. Arakovic with the own goal. Strahinja Arakovic has scored an own goal for Liverpool, and it was Yeremy Pino, the architect of it. It's a lovely through ball, actually, from from Timber on the turn there, our CDM, and Pino just kind of shoots at Alisson. It bounces off him, off the defender, and it's a pretty fortunate goal for us to have scored. But we have taken the lead against Liverpool. It does put us now 3 points behind Man U with our game. Actually, that hasn't changed yet. 1 point behind Manchester United on level games now. In at half-time, there is the whistle. And it's a good lead for us. Bellingham's actually doing very well from the left wing. A 7 rating for him as we now approach the hour mark. Any changes yet from anybody? None. Oh, yeah. Osimhen's gone off. Sesko's on. He's gone pretty early then with the change there. Benjamin Sesko's getting definitely more minutes this year. Not necessarily more starts, but definitely more minutes. There's Timber making a challenge. Space for Trincao, the former Wolves winger. Down the right. Headed or cleared by Silva, but back in now. Trent. Oh, that might have been a foul. That was a foul, but that might be a penalty. Darren England, they're going to check this one on VAR. Was it inside the box? It was a foul by Bastoni, I think, and it is a penalty. It's going to be Fabinho to take it. Mo Salah's not in this Liverpool team. He'd probably miss it anyway. Fabinho misses it also. Good save by Costa. I thought he'd given another foul. I thought there was another penalty there. It was a strong challenge from Silva, but I think it's just a corner. I thought he was going to give another penalty straight afterwards, which would have been hilarious, to be honest. We've got away with it. We've got the opening goal. Oh, it was Salah gone off injured, actually. That he probably would have taken it then. Oh, my word. That's Harvey Elliott, who's just gone very close from a free kick. But Costa with the penalty save after they scored an own goal. I can't help but feel that we've been a bit lucky in this game. Our XG is way lower than Liverpool's. I guess that's the penalty accounting for that one. What other changes have been made here then? We've got Udogie off for Guardiola at left back is one of them. Trincao, Gakpo, Elliott. Liverpool do look quite threatening here. Timber, I think, has gone back to right back. So there is a change there. He's now playing in defence, which is closer to where we bought him for, really. Guardiola down the left-hand side. We bought him for centre-back. Will still just has other ideas, I think. We signed these players and Will's like, no, I'm not going to play him there. Here's Guardiola. Can he get a cross into the box? He does. It's Bellingham and away. Bellingham gets it back. Fernandez. Good recycling by us, this. Guardiola driving into the box. A cross now hits the post. Was it a shot? I think it was. I don't think he should have shot, but I think that was actually a shot. As we finish up the match now into added time, will there be one last chance? That probably should have been a chance, but Christian Romero was there. Bellingham out to França, who loses it. Could be a Liverpool opportunity for an equaliser here. We had it back and we've given it away again. I'm scared. Diaz, over. We've got away with it. It looks like, as long as he takes his time with this goal kick here, which he's definitely doing, a minute to play, we should manage to get ourselves through to 3 points here at home to Liverpool, which goes to show we are a team that compete at the very top level. You'd expect Liverpool to go far in the Champions League, the likes of which anyway. If we can beat them here, this might mean that we could have a run in the Champions League. We'd have to go and play teams like PSG, who are really good, Bayern Munich and those teams. But I think there's a chance here. I think we've got the players for it. We've got a January transfer window as well, where we can try and fill any holes that we might have got into our team. I love how long he has taken to take this throw, and he's just kind of going like that. There's the final whistle. Good wasting time from Guardiola. Maybe getting away with it a little bit. Not sure. I mean, we had more shots and a few more on target, but our XG is way lower. Liverpool probably can count themselves as a little bit unlucky in this one. We've managed to get the points, though. It takes us a point behind Manchester United. 12 games in. And we can now, I think, continue through. And I want to spend the last bit of this video just talking about and discussing our next options. Where should we be looking for a future team? A load of you did say, by the way, that a championship team would be a good idea. Lots of people suggesting Middlesbrough. I'm not sure why the viewership, the audience of these videos has a lot of Middlesbrough fans. Shout out you if that is you. A lot of people saying Sunderland as well. A few people saying some lower league teams down lower in the pyramid than that as well. I feel like I kind of want to keep it relatively. I feel like if director of footballs do move, some of you did mention this, saying keep it realistic. Director of footballs don't move around clubs that often. I looked at the big ones. I looked at Monchi, I looked at Ranić, I looked at Paratici. They've all been to 2 or 3 clubs during their career, so I feel like moving once after 5 seasons is probably realistic enough, but maybe not dropping all the way down the pyramid to, say, taking over at like a League 2 or a National League team. However fun that might be, maybe not quite realistic enough. So maybe a team championship that is a big team that's gone down, or maybe if we go abroad to one of the other top 5 leagues in Europe, that's more in my wheelhouse, I'm thinking. So let's have a look. Let's have a look at the Prem first of all. Is there another team that we should be looking and focusing on in the Premier League? I mean, let's actually look now. I'm going to go to, I mean, this is decent. It's a good place to be, actually. Watchman is keeping an eye on those jobs anyway. If we go to the job centre, are there any, or here, job security, are there any teams that have availability right now? Alaves, Leganés and Zaragoza are the 3 in the 2nd division in Spain. Probably not going to go to those. I'm probably not going to become a director of football for the Ivory Coast under 23s either, but let's have a look at the teams that are insecure, because there might be a job at some of these ones. Teams like Valencia, really, really big rebuild job on the go there. Ruben Baraka is the current manager. Is that caretaker? Because he was a brilliant player. I remember when he's actually the manager. I like it. Is he the real manager in real life? I'm not really sure. We've got Leicester and Palace. Graham Potter's at Palace, by the way. That's quite fun. We've got Pamplona, who are Osasuna. I'm not sure that I want to go for them when they've not got their real name. I probably should do the real name fix if I'm going to take them. We've got Celta Vigo, Augsburg. Don't mind going to Germany. I've done a few German Bundesliga saves, so I'm not as tempted maybe. I do like the idea of a Valencia. What do you think about Valencia as an idea? They are in the top division, but they feel like a team that I might move to as a rebuild. And you can go and get a manager, maybe take Will Still with us. I do like the idea of going to Italy and taking Don Peruzzi, by the way, but I'm not sure it's the best idea because he plays that horrible 5 at the back system, doesn't he? We've got Angers. I mean, if we went to Liga 1, Lille maybe, and took Will Still back to there, there's a bit of a narrative there. I don't mind that as an idea. I like Lille as an option. They're down in 15th in Liga 1 right now. We've got Eredivisie, Willem 2. Here's some championship teams that are insecure. Of course, some of these might not be there at the end of the season when we're actually looking. Some of them might be. I guess this is more to gauge what I'd like to do. What are my preferences here? I want to have a bit of a discussion with you guys as well. I think championship might not be my first choice. I think a team like Valencia or a team like Lille or a Bundesliga team or a Serie A team in that sort of wheelhouse would maybe be my preference. Middlesbrough are there, look, and we've got a lot of Middlesbrough fans who watch these videos apparently. Arsenal, that could be quite a... I mean, they are actually stable, but imagine that. The Sol Campbell move from Spurs to Arsenal. That would be... I mean, I quite like the narrative of that, but we're probably not going to do that, are we? Let's just let's just use this as a bit of a testing the waters type discussion. What do you think? Are there any other teams? Let's have a look at the leagues. Ligue 1, we've got Lille all the way down there. Challenging PSG could be fun. Nice and Monaco up there if their jobs are available, or even like a bit lower down like Reims. I mean, that could be quite fun, couldn't it? But maybe teams like Marseille who are a little bit out of it, that could be an option. Let's have a look at Serie A as well. Has anything gone on here? We've got Juventus who are top. Napoli actually won the league last year. I wouldn't mind going to a Napoli and trying to win something there, but is that too high up? Should I be looking for a team like Parma? I like the idea of a Parma or even a Fiorentina. Palermo are back in the Serie A look. Atalanta are struggling a bit. Roma, again, because of the name change thing, I feel like it's not quite as enticing because they are called Capitolini rather than Roma. Same with Parthenope, actually, in Napoli. Probably not. Let's have a look at Spain. Or I should say, is it Spanish? I think if I put in Spanish, it'll be, yeah, Spanish First Division. Any of the teams drop down massively from here? Valencia and Villarreal, Sevilla. Atletico are struggling a little bit. Where have they finished recently? They finished 4th, 5th, 3rd. Okay, they're not too bad. They are still up about those Champions League places. Bilbao, that could be a fun one with... Is it a fun one though, actually? If I can only use homegrown players, I'm not really needed as a director of football there, am I? So maybe not that one. We've got a few options there. I like the idea of Valencia. It is kind of jumping out at me as the best idea so far. But they're not. They might not be available at the end of the season when we're looking for a job. I'm not sure. They've got Coutinho playing for them. They've got Marcus Edwards, of course. I sold him, didn't I? They've been playing him. He's played one game. Oh, that actually reminds me. Another thing that I did want to talk to you about in today's episode. Ulysses Chavez Carretero, our young Mexican striker who we ended up loaning to Fulham. I don't know if I mentioned that actually, but I did end up loaning him out. We talked about the possibility of it. I'm regretting it slightly. He played the Community Shield, didn't he? He's only played 7 games. He's only made 1 start in fact, he's made no starts in the league for Fulham in the Championship. It's a bit worrying because I did think we could expect big things for him, but I mean, he looks good enough to be playing in the Championship. They've just been starting Mitrovic, who I guess is brilliant for the Championship too. They are second, so they're doing really well, but he is the top goal scorer as well. Do I recall him in January? Are we wasting his opportunity here if he's not even playing? I could actually, if it comes up in a new news item, maybe speak to the manager about his lack of game time, maybe try to recall him. We can recall him in, I guess I'm watching man now. I can't recall him until the January window, can I? But I think that might be something we need to do because he's being wasted. His development is maybe being a little bit stunted with that. Anyway, is there another league we need to look at? Let's go to the Bundesliga just to have a look if there's any big names struggling in this one. Not so much. Dortmund actually down in 8th. Where did they finish last year? They finished 4th. Second before that, oh wow, 2023-24, they finished 12th in the league. Maybe that was the time to go to them. If they do finish outside of the Arne Slot's the manager, if they finish outside of Europe, they might well sack Arne Slot this year. That could be something to watch out for as well. A Dortmund move would be quite tempting as well, don't you think? Welcome to January the 1st, 2027, where we sit top of the league. They're smashing it. Will Still is smashing it. From the last episode, we were a point behind Manchester United. We've turned it around completely in the next 10 games to now have an 8-point lead at the top. We are flying at the moment, which is just glorious to see. Will Still has got them purring. We're in a great place. We've got half the season to go here to aim for this Champions League. I'm going to show you all of the games we played, some highlights from those. We're going to talk about the end of this season. We're going to talk about some transfer stuff. We'll talk about all of that too. Let's have a look at these results so far in this save then. Since last episode, where it was this game here with Liverpool, we beat them 1-0. It was that own goal from Arakovic, who not actually a player that I'm too familiar with. I mean, he's worth a lot of money in this save here. 25 Serbian defender, not tall enough for me. Not enough green attributes for me, but I guess he does look pretty good. Not good enough to keep us out though. Scored an own goal, and then from there, have a look at the run that we've been on. Some Champions League games in there, some huge Premier League games in there. Beating City 3-0, for example. Camavinga, França, and James Ward-Prowse. França, by the way, did sign that new contract. He's down to just a measly £230,000 per week now, so we basically got him cheap. But I mean, what a player he actually is. He can play on this left-hand side. I didn't quite realise, and I kind of forget, because I think he's more of a midfielder. I forget how quick he is. He's got 16 acceleration, 16 pace, 16 dribbling. He's a great winger if we want him to be that, but he's more naturally a central midfielder. He's a great option to have in the club. Maybe one of our best players. Just looking at his attributes, maybe one of our best players, and we signed him for £16 million. I mean, go and have a look at him in your save and just see, can you pick him up? He does want big wages. That's the caveat, I suppose, but he's been really effective for us this year. 6 goals in 17 appearances, 1 assist, 3 player of the matches. He's got himself 7 goals, all comps, 7.19 average rating. Been really, really good for us in there. He scored in the City 3-0 win. Then it was a win against Bournemouth. Then it was a good win against Atletico Madrid, 2-0. Let's have a look at these goals, because I do like to show you some of the highlights. Remember, in the Champions League, we were down in 25th out of 36 teams in the league stage. We're still not in the automatic qualifying spots, but I've got high hopes that we're going to get there. These were the goals. It was Rafael Leao with the first one just before the hour mark. It was actually an assist by França as well. Let's see it. It was a ball into midfield. Here's França who picks it up and he just slips it through, does he? There's the run from Leao. Leao, I feel, has gone to another level, by the way. That's a good finish into that far corner. He scored the first goal and then the second one to seal the win against Atletico Madrid. Again, showing our credentials a little bit, was Victor Osimhen. He's got himself a few more appearances since last episode. Remember, it was Harry Kane starting up front. Kane's in midfield at this point here. It's Timber down the right, deflects back. Osimhen's on hand. Timber, by the way, has played a few more games at right back since last episode. So Will Still is definitely mixing it up. If I show you some of the, maybe some team sheets as we go through these. After that, we did lose our 1 loss of the season so far to Southampton. I mean, I'll show you the match stats here. Not sure it was deserved, but maybe it was. We had 18 shots. XG was quite close, actually. It was Correa and De La Fuente. Quite an interesting Southampton team there, actually. Some big names. Lavia's still there. I did look at him. I asked Will Still for some suggestions for players to sign. Romeo Lavia was one of those players that he did suggest. I really like him, both in game and in real life. I don't think he's quite of the quality that we've got. We've got Camavinga, for example, so maybe not quite there, but was one of the ones that he did suggest. We lost to them 2-0. How are they going in the league, actually, Southampton? Because they were relegated. Remember, we picked up James Ward-Prowse for like 16 million when we got him. They're 11th, so they're doing okay. Down at the bottom is Forest, Watford and Bournemouth. Forest are on 7 points from 21 games. Not amazing from them. Liverpool down in 5th, look. It's Newcastle in 3rd. I'm keeping an eye on these teams because we are looking about which team we're going to go to next. I don't think we'll stay in the Prem, though. I feel like that's just the wrong thing to do. If you're going to jump ship, you go elsewhere, don't you? Either to the Championship or, I think, preferably, we talked about it last time looking at Valencia, preferably abroad that's my preference at the moment anyway. Then it was a 4-0 win against Brighton and a 4-0 win away from home against Palace 2. And then a 2-1 win at home to FC Bayern. We're a good Champions League team and it has improved our situation. That was the most recent Champions League game, I do believe. Yeah, it was. We find ourselves now up in 9th. We are joint on points with a team that is 8th, which is Barcelona. There are, I think, how many games left in the group stage here? There's 2 games left in the group stage. If we win both of them, I reckon we get ourselves into this top 8 and we qualify automatically. That's what I'm hoping we do, at least anyway. The games that we've got left are Atalanta and Frankfurt, both away from home, potentially quite tricky, both in January actually, which I'm going to go and play these games in today's episode so that I can show you how they go. I like to do that for a January in case there's any transfer business that we do, in case something happens significant, which it could do here, because as we just move through to the rest of these games here, after some wins against West Ham, Villa, Leeds, Watford, a draw against United, not the end of the world, they're really good this year, and then a win against Leicester. We've got ourselves, after that win against Villa, where Sesko scores the winner in the 90th minute, we've got ourselves into a Carabao Cup semi-final. Again, 2 legs against Newcastle. If we win that, we'd have another cup final to play and another chance at some silverware, which is exactly what we want to do, isn't it? So yeah, that's where we're currently at. These are the results, some really good ones in there. Let's have a look at the most recent game so I can show you the team that is being played. Not necessarily most frequently, because he does switch it up, but just to give you a bit of a flavour of what he is doing. Costa the keeper, Porro and Adoji as fullbacks. Sometimes this is Timber, sometimes Timber is playing in this midfield too. We've got Romero and Silva. Silva I feel like has gone to another level. He's really started to develop as a centre-back, and he's played in quite a few of the most recent games I was seeing as well. Look, he is, I mean, starting more often than not in these games here, coming off towards the hour mark, you'd probably say, but is starting as one of our starting centre-backs. So has he replaced Romero as our first choice centre-back? I guess not, because Romero's played on the left-hand side of defence here, but either way, that's a slight change in the way that this team is going. We've got Enzo playing DLP with, well, I say DLP, the defensive midfield spot. Bellingham and Kane in front of him. France are playing off either wing, really. I think this was just to rest Pino, who is looking pretty good as far as a player in FM is looking. He's wanted by Bayern Munich, Juventus and Real Madrid. Just 24. Pino should improve from here as well. What a player we have on our hands. 48 million that's cost us. Could go to 80. I imagine it will at some point. And speaking of those future fees where we pay for players in installments, it's kind of bit us quite heavily recently. It was expected, but we've spent a lot on Sesko and a few other players, meaning I don't even want to show you this, meaning we're in a lot of debt. 130 million pounds is currently the balance. We've been here before. Last season we got it down to 157. The season before that 132. But we are struggling with the balance at the moment. A few of those clauses were paid, or installments were paid. Our transfer debt has actually gone down from 200 million to 174 million. But the net debt, at 1.2 billion. I think it'll be fine. And does it matter if we leave the club at the end of the season? I suppose I like to keep it fairly realistic. We will recover and do better than this. We're going to win the league, and hopefully we win the Champions League too. And we will pay off a lot of those players. The spending has calmed down, I think, more recently. If I show you here, look, 106 million in, 110 million out, and then 82 million in, 153 million out. Like, we are actually making some money. The first couple of seasons, that was not the case. 281 million and 301 million. But more recently, we have sort of calmed down on the spending quite a lot. This recent one, we spent 4 million net profit for the transfer window, and the season before that we actually made quite a big profit with the sales of Highland and Basuma and Christiansen. So I know, I mean, I feel like I'm just having to explain myself a lot with that, but I think it's going to be, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. That sounds convincing, doesn't it? Anyway, let's have a look at this team so I can show you some of the player stats on here. Costa always starts every game. Still wanted, by the way. Juventus looking at him. If he does get a big bid, his value is now at 73 million pounds. I think, did I set that? I did. What's his actual organic value? Down at 48 million, which seems a little bit low, actually. Our values are way lower than other teams' players. I was looking at just on a player search, and the values of our players way lower than others. I don't think that's his contract as well, although he does actually only have a year and a half left, so maybe it is time to give him a new contract to keep him here. Or do we sell him and go and get my favorite American goalkeeper Matthew Colon in, who is still looking unbelievably good? Actually, as he develops, is he just getting more and more worth that 84 million pound price tag? I guess it doesn't matter. We're not going to sign him in January, and if we move on to another club, maybe he's somebody to keep an eye on there instead. And can we pick him up and build our team? Can you build a team around a goalkeeper? Maybe you could, but 84 million is becoming more and more of a bargain, actually. He's only on 25k a week as well. I'm really surprised that other teams aren't looking at him, because that potential is outrageous. What are his cons? Not very consistent. So maybe it's that. Also, his adaptability is not too great, meaning he's struggling to adapt, although he is American in Germany. There are a few Americans in Germany, aren't there? Just something to keep an eye on, I suppose. Costa is the first choice goalkeeper, though. I just did a quick pick here of the best 11. It's put Timber in at right back, Romero and Bastoni in, but we are seeing that there are a lot more recent appearances for Antonio Silva. Just 8 starts, but a lot of them, it was like the last 8 games, basically. So I'm going to put him in there at the moment. Adoji's still left back. This midfield can swap around Bellingham there, maybe Camavinga there. Kane has played in midfield a lot. He's played as striker a lot as well, actually, to show you. You see, look, it's kind of switching between the two. Advanced playmaker in the last game, striker in the 3 games before that, then midfield for 2 games. So he's kind of flipping between the two when it's either Osman up front or Kane up front in this team. Other midfielders that are playing off the bench every game, Ward-Prowse with the experience. 12 starts for Enzo Fernandez as well. He's wanted by Leipzig. His values come down quite a lot as well, actually. He's got two and a half years left, so not really a contract thing for him. Maybe just a lack of game time. although he still played 12 times. France has played loads in different positions. Let me show you where he's been playing. Look, he's been playing on the right-hand side. He's been playing in midfield. He's been playing, I feel like he's played on the left and the right. Look, didn't play for a while here, but he was injured. Look, so he came back. When he's fit, he is usually playing Matheus França. He's a big player for us. And then other players too, like Porro on this side here, Pino on the right, Leao on the left. I did bring in the young Frenchman who has not started a single game, and I don't like these downward arrows, but hasn't started a single game. 3 sub appearances for him for the 37 million. Not sure he's quite living up to that price tag, but still very young. Hopefully develops. I don't like the way his attributes are kind of going downwards though, but he's not been needed. Do I loan him to give him some game time? Likewise, do I loan out a Wono who's only played 3 appearances and is too good to just be languishing? I wonder if that's the thing to do in January. Shall I loan him out? I'm going to decide what I do with him as I go and play the rest of these games. But yeah, this is the situation. Any other questions, by the way, please ask me them in the comments down below. I'm happy to, and I quite like doing this, jumping onto the save file, and I can reply to you with some screenshots like Gaiazzo's and show you what's going on in the save if you have any questions about it. I know that I can't talk about everything, but I like to try and update you as much as possible on the save, right? Marco Pinto, that signing in the summer as well. Looks like he's going to develop lovely, but hasn't really played too many times. 5 sub appearances from him. Just show you the rest of the stats here. Goals wise, Leao's got 8. I said I think he's gone to a new level. Maybe just because of his star rating now is 4.5 stars. He is so good, Rafael Leao. He's on 300k a week. I've offered him, if I can go to here, I've offered him a new contract on 230k a week as well, to bring that weekly wage down a little bit as well, hopefully. And he seems to have accepted that. So keep that in mind as well, that he is now on 300k a week. But the wages at this club are pretty absurd. A lot of people on over 100k a week. In fact, most people on over 100k a week. I mean, we've got the money to, I was going to say we've got the money to spend on it, but we do have the wage budget to spend on it. The board are giving me the budget. I'm going to spend it, aren't I? That's my job, right? We've got these guys as well. I was just looking, just to talk you through some transfer business right now. I'm bringing in a few more coaches so that hopefully our goalkeeping coaching goes to yellow here. I might try and get a new recruitment analyst as well, so that we want this to all be yellow. I mean, you're an FM player. You want this to all be yellow, the best in the league, don't you? So I'm trying to fix that. I also saw that Florian Wirtz is going out of contract in the summer. So I've offered him a contract. We might be moving on, but I feel like if he goes on a free, you try and get him. He's just really, really good. We don't even play with a cam, but maybe you'd use him in midfield. Still only 23. I think he's worth picking up on a free transfer. So I've made him a contract offer, and that's it really for transfer stuff. We've got Ezcura joining in the summer. Has he played any games for Bilbao? He's played 13 times. So he's actually making first team appearances at the ripe old age of 17. So he is one for the future. For sure, definitely one for the future. Also wanted to show you as well something to talk about and think about in this January window. In fact, I think I'm going to go and do it now. Ulysses Chavez Carretera, we talked about him in a recent episode about being this bright star that is up and coming. He's kind of struggled at Fulham in the Championship on loan. He's only started 4 times for them. He scored 3 goals, not a great average rating. That's in the Championship too. I just wonder if it's not the best place for him because of Mitrovic being way too good for the Championship himself. He is scoring a load of goals, look. Do we recall Chavez Carretero and get him a loan to a different team? I kind of feel like I should. It's now January, so I can recall him. I'm actually going to do it right now. Let's try and find him a more suitable loan. Maybe to the Championship, maybe to a team abroad, but somewhere where he's actually going to play football matches and from the start and hopefully develop. He does have upwards arrows, but I'm a little bit worried that we might waste him if he's not starting games where he wasn't starting games at Fulham. So I've recalled him. I'm also going to look at loans for Awono and a few other players in this team. Players like Bataro maybe could go on loan. Maybe Martalotta, barely played, does have loan interest. If they've not got into the team so far this season, I might loan them out and risk it for the rest. It might come back to bite us, but I feel like we need to try and develop these players. Or should I just be really selfish and keep them here and not play them, especially as we're leaving? I'm not sure. I'm going to think about it. I'm going to go from this point here to the end of January. These are the games we're going to keep an eye on over the course of January. Brentford, Newcastle, home and away in the Carabao Cup. Fleetwood in the FA Cup as we enter that competition. In the league, we've got Norwich and Leeds and Wolves. Leeds at home, Norwich and Wolves away, and then Frankfurt and Atalanta in the Champions League. So a few different competitions to make some progress in, hopefully. I will see you on deadline day in January, and hopefully we're still top of the league, and hopefully we're going through in the Champions League as well. I'll see you then. Okay, so we're back, and January then has been completed, and we've done all right. Let me show you the results then from this January period where we've played in all of the competitions, I think, actually. Carabao Cup, FA Cup, Premier League, and the Champions League. All 4 of those competitions we were in action in. The first game of January was this one here with Brentford. Let's click into it. Let's have a look at the teams that are being picked for these as well, because there's some really interesting calls here from Will Still over the course of the month. One of the big ones we'll come into is Benjamin Sesko, who scores a lot of goals off the bench, you'll notice. He scores one here, look, in a 3-0 win. It starts with Osimhen up front, but Sesko coming on and scoring, that becomes a bit of a theme, and actually he plays himself into the team, it would seem, by the end of the month, which I think is quite a big development, actually. We won this one 3-0 pretty comfortably. Pino, Osimhen, and then Sesko with the goals. They are 3 of our main threats, actually, in terms of goal scoring. Kane is there too, Leao there, of course, as well. Timber played as a DM in this one, but we were dominant, won it easily. Next one, I mean, talking about dominant, Newcastle semi-final of the Carabao Cup. We won our home leg in this 2-legged affair, 4-0. Very dominant. Adoji, Osimhen, and then Enzo Fernandez with the late goal there. Again, Sesko came in off the bench in this one as well. First team squad very much picked in this one. Kane on the left-hand side, Fernandez on the right-hand side of our midfield too there, with Camavinga in behind. Bear that in mind when we're seeing Kane play in different positions, aren't we? Next one, this is a really fun one. We beat Fleetwood in the FA Cup, but look at the team that was picked. It is a real change, actually. Some of the young players are being picked in this one, and they did okay in a 2-0 win away from home at Fleetwood. Of course, Fleetwood are in... What league are Fleetwood in? They are in... Let's check it. They are down in League One, which you'd expect us to beat them, but with the change team, sometimes FM can be a bit funny. We edged through... I say edged through. We came through with a 2-0 win. It was Chavez Carretero leading the line, and you might be thinking, hang on a minute, wasn't Carretero out on loan at Fulham? Yeah, he was. I've decided to recall him. As I mentioned, in fact, you saw me recall him in the last part of this episode, didn't you? I've come to realise since then that he can't sign for another club, because if I go to send him to another club, let's try and send him to our affiliate club, it says he would exceed the maximum number of clubs he can play for in a season. So slight misunderstanding from me there. Didn't quite see that one coming, but I have made him available for the under-21s, and he's going to hopefully get some game time here. He wasn't starting for Fulham, so I think actually bringing him back isn't the worst thing anyway. He's it seems to have some up arrows now, which is quite nice. And you may have noticed as well, if I just come back into that, you may have noticed that we've got an affiliate club now, QPR. I did want to see whether I could send some of these players on loans when they weren't having interest. There was no interest in Chavez Carretero, probably because they know that they couldn't sign him, the AI clubs, because he's played for too many teams. I did wonder if I basically, with no interest, I was like, well, let's get an affiliate club and then I can try and send him there. We've got QPR who are in League One. He, of course, we just saw there that he can't go there, but I did wonder if we do sign some youngsters, maybe it'd be good to have an affiliate club. We had none, so we've got QPR in, who are down in League One at the moment. And yeah, continuing from there, we had the 2-0 win against Fleetwood. Then it was the home, or the away leg, sorry, of the Newcastle 2-legged semi-final. We lost this one 2-1, but it's enough really to go through. Osimhen scored. Raphael starting on the right-hand side in this one, I think is quite fun. Pinto started too. Martellotto starting in this one. Those guys played in the other game. I think Chavez Carretero couldn't play in this one because he was cup-tied, because he played for Fulham. Otherwise, he might have been in this team, I think. Joe and Raphael, though, no appearances up until this point. Has played now twice. Once in the league, actually, as well. When did he play in the league? That must be in one of these other games as well, which we'll have a look at. We went through 5-2 on aggregate. We're through to the final of the Carabao Cup again. I think that's 3 finals in a row. Is it? At least 2 in a row. Because did we win it last year? Was it last year we won that one? I think it was, right? We won it before anyway, didn't we? We beat Liverpool in a final. Or was that the FA Cup? Maybe. Have we ever won the Carabao Cup? I'm confusing myself by going back. Let's go back to here. Carabao Cup this season. Let's look at the former winners. We did win it. Not the season, not last season, the season before. I think that was Peruzzi that won it. I seem to remember. I'm not sure. Anyway, we are in the final again. We are playing Manchester City, so it won't be easy. But at Wembley, a chance for another bit of silverware. So we'll keep an eye on that. Not sure I'll include it in the next episode, but I will show you what happens in it. I think the next episode probably will be at the end of this season, because with these results that we're looking at now, a 3-0 win against Norwich, comfortable. Porro, Kane and Osimhen. Kane starting, I think, in midfield in this one. Pino Bellingham playing that left wing thing again. We saw him do that before, which is a bit odd, but I don't mind. I guess that's because we don't have that many options, and we do have loads of midfield options, don't we? We won it 3-0 though. Atalanta, Champions League, 4-2 win. Let's click into this one and have a look at the team for this one. Osimhen, we're talking about Sesko. Was this a game? No, Sesko didn't come off the bench to score here. Did he come off the bench at all in this one? No, he didn't. I want to come back to that. Osimhen, though, did score himself a goal. Camavinga, Bellingham and Leao. Good away win at Atalanta, meaning we needed just one more result in the Champions League to go through. We actually ended up drawing our last game and squeaking our way through automatically in the Champions League. We've qualified 8th of the league phase, which means we go straight through to the round of 16, missing out this playoff round, the playoff round which will have Liverpool in it and Real Madrid and PSG and Dortmund and some really good teams in this. We've gone straight through with like Porto and Arsenal and Chelsea and Inter and Leipzig. So Bayern Munich topped the league phase, but I'm quite happy to have gone through it. Saves us one round of fixtures and we're straight through to the round of 16. Remember, the big aim for this season is to win that Champions League, isn't it? So getting straight through to the round of 16 is a good thing. The last things to show you in terms of results over this January were a 3-0 or 3-1 win over Leeds. Osimhen, Pino, França. Was this a game that he started Sesko in? No, Osimhen, of course, started because he scored in the first minute here. Quite comfortable. Sesko not getting his goal, but did come off the bench, I think. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Okay, but actually, no, I think he was injured, actually. He picked up a knock. We've got a few injuries I need to show you as well. Some big ones that are going to miss the Carabao Cup final, which could be a real shame, couldn't it? But Osimhen scoring the goal. França played left wing in this one. Timber really has this DM spot all to himself, doesn't he? Which is a bit of a surprise, actually, but there we go. Other than that, though, let's just move through to the final game, which was against Wolves. And this is the one that I wanted to show you because Benjamin Sesko started up front in this game. Osimhen was on the bench and didn't get brought on. This is where I think there may have been a slight change of guard. I'm not quite sure, but Sesko did score our goal after Enzo Fernandez was sent off. And then they did equalise with Rodriguez. Who is this? Jonathan Rodriguez equalised for them. Bit annoying that we dropped some points, but not the end of the world, because if I show you the Premier League table, we're 11 points clear of Manchester United in second. It's Newcastle third. If they win both their games, would they go? They go to 54, so they'd still be in third. We are kind of running away with it at the moment. 11 points with 12 games to go. Shouldn't be too long before we can confirm another league title. Back-to-back league titles, which is pretty impressive. Through in the Champions League, into the Carabao Cup final. We've got Stoke in the FA Cup fourth round. All things are going pretty well. And if I show you the team, I've picked the best 11 here. I can show you some of the injuries and things too. There's a couple of transfer things to update you on as well. But if I show you some of the stats in here, we've got, let me just sort those. We've got Osimhen still leading the line. He looks unbelievable. But we've got loads of appearances coming from Sesko, who has now got 7 goals in 5 starts. Those two are not that far away from one another, I do believe. Also, França we looked at before. I won't go through these in too much detail because we kind of did that earlier in the episode. But just wanted to show you some of the things like Leao, who is out for 3 to 6 weeks with a dislocated shoulder. I've sent him to a specialist. Jurriën Timber, who has been sent to a specialist as well for knee ligaments. He's gone, doesn't say specialist, but he's got out for 3 to 6 weeks too. Fernandez just got sent off. I've got a loan bid for Escobar. Cannot loan out Carretero. Did loan out, that's the in terms of transfers, by the way. Did also loan out Martelotta, who's gone to Vigo, Celta Vigo, for the rest of the season. Didn't really play, so he's gone to play some, hopefully, first team football there. Has he played a game yet for them? He has not yet. Hopefully that's not because they didn't pick him. But no, okay, they've not had a game yet since he's been there, which is fine. I've also loaned out Sylvain Awono, the big Cameroonian prospect in our team. He's actually, I think, playing left back, but he's gone to Wolves in the Premier League and is actually being picked for them. Look, the past 3 games, he has played at left back for them. Didn't play against us because he was ineligible, of course, but is a first choice for Wolves in the Premier League, which should be really good game time for him. So hopefully he makes the most of that and can turn into a real player. That's all we've done because transfer budget wise, we've not got a lot. I've given some new contracts to a couple of players. I gave the new contract that you saw before to Leao. He is now on 230k a week. I gave a new contract also to a Doji. He's on 150k a week. Just tying up 1 or 2 players. I am wondering about, if I just sort these, we've got Kane going out of contract in the summer. Don't know what to do with him. Should I give him another year? I did talk to him about another year, but he wanted like 250k a week. So I was like, no, to be honest. So if that comes down, maybe. Ward-Prowse is also going. Do need to give Jude Bellingham another one. I've just realised he's got 2028. So these 3, Costa and Escobar, probably need new ones. Oh, so that was the other one that I did give, actually. Awono, oh, he's out on loan. Awono did get a new 5-year deal as well after he'd gone out on loan to Wolves. So that was a big one. I think Jude Bellingham might be the next one I need to look at. Hopefully he doesn't go much higher than... Do you know what? Let's have a look at it. He's on 220k a week. I reckon he might want a lot of money. 300 to 400k. I mean, he is worth it, but can we keep this down somehow? Ugh, 275. It's actually not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Maybe if we can keep this down to 230, give him slightly more for appearances. Give him a little... I mean, he's got 10% already. Give him that, maybe. Can I keep this down to this amount? No, he really does want more. 240? And give him a little bit more in those. Maybe a bit more of his If he doesn't play, I don't mind paying him because he plays every game. 240. It's not the worst. It's still a little bit of a pay rise, but I think that's... I mean, he is Jude Bellingham. I think that's okay. That's the situation, I think. I'll go back to the team to show you. That's the situation right now. I don't think there's too much more to update you on. I'm going to go and play the rest of this season. We're going to go and find out how we finish our season here at Spurs for our final season at Spurs. I think one thing I actually do want to do is, before we go, let's go and have a look at the Spanish First Division and see, are Valencia still in the lookout or on the lookout for a manager? I think they've appointed Xabi Alonso. I think they've got a new manager there. If I go to teams that are potentially looking for a new manager, then if I go into job security, we do need to start looking for a team to take over. We've got Fiorentina insecure. These guys here. Can I highlight these? I don't think I can I? No. But from Australia up, these teams are insecure. Fiorentina are in an interesting proposition. Forest might be going back down, so that is a rebuild. Valladolid, maybe. That's none of those really jumping out. I mean, Portsmouth in the Championship is quite a fun one, actually. Maybe that's something to look at. I guess what we're going to have to do is wait until the end of the season and see which jobs are available and apply for them, like you usually would as a manager, and we'll go from there. I think at the moment, if it was out of these teams, I think Fiorentina would be our next stop. They're 12th in Serie A. They've got Divock Origi. That'd probably be the choice right now, but we'll see where things stand at the end of the season. With 4 games to go in the Premier League, well and truly top of the league. You'd probably expect that from the way that we're going in the last episode. The league form has been really, really, really good. We are 34 games in. Let's have a look at this league table. We've won 27 of those games. We've got 86 points already. We could be on for... How many points could we get here? We could get 98 points in a season, which is, I mean, just a measure of how good we've really turned into now under Will Still. It kind of does tell me that maybe it is the time to move on. We've built this dynasty. We've built this superb Tottenham Hotspur team. We're going to win the league again. We need, I think, 1 win to go and win this league. Our remaining games are against... We've got Villa away, Chelsea, Arsenal, Manchester City. I mean, they're actually some tough games. Chelsea and Arsenal really tough. But the league, I don't think is the focus here, because we've done that before. We've achieved that already. You can probably see it from here. We are still in the Champions League. We've drawn Barcelona in the semi-final of the Champions League. Let me show you our run up until this point. In the quarterfinals, we had Chelsea. We beat them 3-1 on aggregate. It was a 2-0 win in the second leg at home that set this up. Adoji and Enzo Fernandez seeing us through. You can see the team that was picked. No real changes from last episode. I feel like we've done quite a lot of this season to show you how things have been getting on, how we've been performing, who's been playing where, the system that is being used, etc., etc., to know that we don't need to look at every result, I don't think. Maybe just the Champions League run here. Maybe the FA Cup run too. We'll come back to that. We beat Chelsea in the quarterfinal. We beat no, it wasn't. It was Nice in the round of 16. 5-3 on aggregate in this one. We beat them 2-0 again in the second leg. Again, getting them back home for the second leg and winning it comfortably was enough to see us through in that one. After, what was the first leg result in that one? If it was 3, I can't remember now. I'm trying to work out the maths on my head there. I think it was a Yeah, 3-3 draw. I was going to say it was a bit mental. Sesko, we talked about him a lot in the last episode, scoring a late equaliser in that game. Enough. I think they scored fairly late. They did, yeah, 90th minute from them. He then equalised. That gave us a good springboard to go and win it at home. And that sent us through to the semi-finals. The game that we went straight through to the round of 16, didn't we? Because we managed to sneak through, if you remember, from the league phase with that 0-0 draw against Frankfurt. That sets us up for our ultimate aim of this season. We wanted to have a one-season shot at winning the Champions League. We're close. We are so close. As Pep Guardiola once famously said, we do need to get past one of Pep's former teams in Barcelona, though. It's not going to be easy. They are actually really good as well, to show you. And I'm going to concentrate on this a little bit more right now because that's the first game here. They're top of the La Liga. The La Liga? That's definitely not right, is it? They're top of La Liga quite comfortably by a load of points. They are, look, going to win the league. And what have they got? 4 games, 5 games to go for them. They're going to win the league there. We're going to win the league in England. So it is a bit of a clash of the Titans here. If we can make it through, though, it will be Milan or Bayern Munich in the final. I think both of those are winnable. Bayern tough, but Milan, I guess, have actually taken the lead in that tie with the, was that at Bayern Munich? It was. Sometimes it kind of, I didn't know if it was actually the right way around. It is. So they've won away from home there, Milan. They've put themselves in a really good position to make the final. Could we have Milan in the final? You'd have to back us, wouldn't you? If that was the case. That's what we're going to be aiming for. Alongside trying to win the league, we're going to go and play a few live comms. And I say live comms, Watching Man is going to attend these matches to watch how things go. We will watch Barcelona home and away. We'll maybe go and watch Villa, because I think that's the game that could seal our title. So it could be those 3 games. If we don't beat Villa, I'll see how we go. Maybe we'll watch the Villa game, watch those 3 games, and then the Champions League final, hopefully, if we make it, as well as the FA Cup final. There could be 5 matches that we're going to watch today. Like I said, it could be a really long video. And if it is, I feel like it's a fitting end to what has been an amazing time, actually, here at Spurs. We've made so much progress. If you go back to where we were in our first season under Don Peruzzi, our mate, our legend. I kind of want to be reunited with Don Peruzzi at some point in this save. I'm not sure how, because his football was a little bit defensive, wasn't it? Here was the first season, look, where we finished 6th in the league. And that was kind of after clutching it up towards the end, if you remember. We finished 6th, then we finished 4th. I think this is when Will Still came in and we finished 2nd. And then in Will Still's 2nd season, we won the league for the first time. It looks like he's going to go and do it again. There's been steady improvement over these years, which is what you want to see in a save like this. We have, I guess, ran the club into the ground completely in terms of the balance, but that's fun on FM. And if we win the league and the Champions League, this will improve and I think we'll be okay. I'm also sort of hoping that we get bailed out by a takeover, which was sort of being talked about and then it ultimately didn't happen. But that's one way to save it, isn't it? The transfer debt, by the way, has actually gone massively down. We're down to 135 million. That was up to over 200 million at one point. So we're paying a few of those installments off. Eventually, the balance is kind of suffering for it, which I know that a lot of you aren't going to like to see. A lot of you saying, go to Valencia, go to a few other teams that have massive, Fiorentina, I think it might have been as well, teams with massive financial issues. And I was kind of thinking, maybe not. That's maybe not something we should do, but either way, something to look out for. Thank you for all of your suggestions, by the way, in recent videos about which teams we should go for. Something I'm still looking at. Something that I think we're going to have to wait until the end of the season, because right now, if I go to the job center, job security, there's actually no jobs available right at this second. Look, Palace, Levante, Brianza, Pisa, there's no jobs actually available right now. So I think we'll have to wait and see as well when the season finishes, if anybody comes, if any good jobs become available. I'm still looking. I think my dream scenario, I think, might be Dortmund. Dortmund are 5th. If they miss Champions League, you'd really have to think that they would be thinking about sacking their manager, which is currently Arne Slot, who's linked with Spurs in real life, which I think is quite poetic in a way, isn't it? So something we will look out for there. I guess, though, we should probably stop talking about this too much and try and get... I don't know. There's so much to talk about in this save, isn't there? I guess we should probably try and get ourselves into this game here with Barcelona, who are a formidable opponent. We're going to go and play that game now. You can see some of the results on here. If you want to pause it and see how we've got on in the league to get to the point that we're at right now in terms of league results, you can. If I show you as well the players, I've put in who I think are the best 11 or the players that are playing the most right now. This is, I think, just picked it the best 11, isn't it? Yeah, it is. You can see some of the player stats there. If you want to pause it and have a proper look at those, have a look, by the way. This is my big success story. Benjamin Sesko, 8 starts, 17 goals. He is a super sub. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer-like. Coming off the bench and scoring goals. Can he do that against Barcelona in the Champions League? Something to look out for. I'm going to go and get ourselves ready. I'm going to get Watching Man to attend this game. I will see you when we play Barcelona in the Champions League semi-final. Oh, it's exciting. It's exciting. Have we got a chance? Can we get ourselves up for it on the day? And talking about things that go up, that is the worst segue ever. A word from our sponsors of today's video. I'm so sorry. Whoa, stop. Sorry to interrupt, but I must just say that today's video is sponsored by FlexiSpot. FlexiSpot are a leading brand in standing desks, and I completely adore mine. They've sent me out the E8, and here's the process of me assembling it, which, by the way, was very, very easy. With it assembled, I can be working away, and then with a touch of a button, I can adjust the height so much so that I can be standing next to my desk, which is a game changer when you're playing games like FM, and you know, when you just walk off for a bit and then come back to it. It's really, really convenient and so easy to do, and it's such a bonus to be able to work standing up and adjust the height of your desk, especially when it looks as good as this and it is as high quality as this product here. I promise you that if you pick yourself up one of these E8 standing desks or any of the others from the range, you will not be disappointed with the product. And you can do so by following the link that is in today's description of our video. It will take you to this webpage and you can browse away and purchase whatever you choose to. I promise you, as I've said before, you will not regret it. FlexiSpot, a fantastic brand. Thank you for sponsoring today's video. And let's get back to it. All right, then, here we go. We are set to attend. We are now Watching Man. I've unpicked the 11 and everything, not influencing anything at all. Will still is making these decisions. What a huge game this is. Away at the Nou Camp to see if we can make our way to a Champions League final. We probably need to get some sort of result here, don't we? Maybe a draw at the very least if we're going to go through. There's the Barcelona team. It's Torres up front, Ferran Torres, Gavi, Bentancur, a former player in there. Always terrifying. They've got Ake playing left back. Okoli's been a bit dodgy actually sometimes when I've used him. Not great on the ball. There is the Spurs team. It's França, Bellingham, Camavinga. Pino is back. Kane is playing striker. Osman is on the bench. Kane, striker, is the big call then from Will Still, as I'm probably aware that there's a lot of loud music going on right now with the Champions League music. Let me just turn it down slightly because I feel like I'm being drowned out by Champions League drama as I try to go through the team sheets there. But it always catches you off guard, doesn't it? But it's a nice little touch. I like it from SI. There is the Spurs team then. Adoji, Bastoni, Timber starts centre-back. Porro right back. First highlight, and it's Barcelona with the ball. I am tense. I'm scared. I'm worried. I'm also excited to hopefully make a Champions League final. It could end here. We could go out in the semi-finals, which would be it's an admirable effort. We've built a team good enough to win it, but you need a bit of luck as well, don't you? As Barcelona attack and Costa clears it long. There's Pino. Need a performance from him. We need a performance from our front three. Kane in that striker role. Will that hold us back? I think it kind of did for a while, didn't it? But he has scored a few goals this year. I don't know why he's not gone with Osman as Barcelona score. I feel like we could have cleared it at the end there. Ferran Torres has scored within the first 10 minutes here. Playing as a striker, he kind of goes round. I don't know why this is reversed. So there's one person who's going to be very annoyed about that in the... it's not actually reversed. I think we must be reversed. Why is... That's not... How do I make this not reversed? Replay... Why is my replay revert? I'll put it on TV and then it shouldn't be. There we go. I think that's why. It's it's just a little bit of camera admin there. He goes round Costa. He almost gets there. Is it Bastoni? It is. He almost gets a foot to it, but we're 1-0 down. I need a response here, Will. We need a response. 4 minutes later, we do have the ball on the attack. I hope there's loads of you cheering along. Lots of you say in these games that you get properly into them. I hope you do. Kane equalizes. Yes, what a response. And I almost criticized the call just before, but Harry Kane has scored at the Nou Camp and we are back on level terms. We've got what would have been an away goal. It's still an away goal, but it doesn't count extra, does it? It's Leao with the little pullback. Kane with enough power to beat Ter Stegen. 1-1. 13 minutes in. It's a bit of an electric start here in this game. I don't mind if it settles down and we play out a 1-1 draw here. I think that'd be fine. We've done that a few times in this Champions League journey where we take them back home for the second leg we get ourselves a nice 2-0 win. João Cancelo playing for Barcelona here. Araujo, Bentancur, here's Oscar. Not familiar with Oscar. Is that a new gen or is that a Spanish player, I assume? Is it? It's not the... No, I'm not sure who he is. Oh, God, that's deflected. It's Costa, who's managed to hold it. Will that be the highlight? I don't think it will, you know. Can we build an attack? Oh, my word. I was going to say Camavinga. I like him in that deeper role, but he's given it away there. Probably one of our players of the season. Camavinga. He's probably... Well, him and Bellingham are so good. A lot of our success is built off that midfield, I think. Here's Pino down the right-hand side. He's been good too. Leao as well. França, a bit of an unfamiliar star, has scored. We've taken the lead at the Nou Camp. From 1-0 down to 2-1 up inside half an hour. What a ball over the top from Yeremy Pino. What a finish from Matheus França. There are superstars in this team all over the place. He's just about onside. He beats Ter Stegen. Good finish. 2-1. Now just calm it down, Will. Calm it down, Will. They've got Rodri as well. I kind of like this Barcelona team. Who is this Oscar? I'll have a look at him afterwards. Who is this Oscar guy? Is it the one that I'm thinking of, or is it a new gen? I haven't seen a lot of new gens, actually. I guess we're, what, 5 seasons in? I expect to see a few more, especially in our new club. We're going to have a look at some of those new gens that we've signed. I kind of want to loan some of the ones, like Chavez Carretera, if we loan him for our new club. I feel like that could be really cool. Anyway, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Right now, the here and now is that we're in a Champions League semi-final. Doji's been injured and gone off. Guardiola is on. So we've been forced into one early change. Halftime team talk from Will Still. We'll get into the second half. No other changes. No changes from Barcelona either. It is all about, can we... I mean, we've put ourselves in a good position. Can we just get ourselves out of here with some type of result? We've won it back high up the pitch. Bellingham through to França, who's going to get there first. Oh, good save from Ter Stegen. Almost. He had the pace to get onto that ball there, and França almost made it 3. Imagine we could take a 2-goal cushion back to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Any other changes? Yes, Bellingham's gone off and Enzo Fernandez has come on. There's another one. Timber often has gone for Antonio Silva on at the back. He does love a centre-back change, does Will Still. I always find it a bit odd. I never really change my defence unless I have to, unless someone's having a shocker. He's changed, though, Timber off and Antonio Silva on, maybe for some fresh legs. Bit of pace in there. A bit more height, potentially, as they go close with Ferran Torres. I don't know why we need the height when we're defending against Ferran Torres, but there you go. Any other changes here? No, just those 3 so far. Keep it tight. There's 10 minutes to play, and we've got a 2-1 lead heading back to London. Can we hold on? We're going into added time. 4 minutes added on. This is fine. This is... What a result. Oh, my God. Maybe I've spoken too soon. Barcelona. Oh, my God. It's gone over. Good save from Costa. There's going to be another corner. If we can see this out, this is a glorious result in Spain. Gavi with the chance to the back post. He smashed it over. We're going to win. In Barcelona, we've given ourselves an unbelievable chance of making a Champions League final here. 2-1 is the scoreline. Kane and França with the goals. I think with Spurs' schedule here, I think I've made an executive decision to go and play this Villa game. And if we win the title, I'll record a bit of the celebrations and things, and I'll bring you a bit of an update on it. I don't think we need to do it as a live com, especially with the chance of having another semi-final game, a Champions League final potentially, hopefully, and then an FA Cup final game. I don't know if we need the extra league one. I think you'd agree with me that the league is kind of already won here. We can afford to slip up 3 times in 4 games. It shouldn't happen. So I think I'm going to skip the league game, and I'm going to go straight now to the Barcelona game here. I'm going to go and play the Aston Villa game. I will actually go and watch it, but I'm just probably not going to put it in the video. I'll let you know the scoreline at the end of this Villa game. I'll see you then. What a victory that is. I'll see you in a second. Okay, we're just coming to the end of this Villa game here. I've just jumped in just to show you the final few moments because we are about to win the title. I don't know if we're going to get trophy lift because we are away from home, but we're 2-1 up. We're in added time. James Ward-Prowse has just taken a free kick, which is tipped over. Benjamin Sesko has scored both goals in this game, and the whistle's about to go. And we are confirmed as Premier League title winners again. I didn't think it was necessary to do the whole game, but I wanted to show you the trophy lift as we've won back-to-back Premier League titles then. Harry Kane is about to lift it. Sesko starting, scoring both goals in this one. I mean, they've gone invisible. What is happening? What? Who is that? There's one... They're back. Okay, they're back. I mean, that was very much like that meme of like when the trophy disappeared, like Spurs win a trophy. But no, we've lifted it. Harry Kane lifts the Premier League title for the second season in a row. And now we have the small matter of going to play Barcelona and hopefully adding the Champions League to this. Because if we do that, it is the perfect end to our time at Spurs. Well done, Will Still. Back-to-back Premier League titles. It's helping our reputation as well when we go looking for another job. I hope it's not affected by the fact that we've actually managed 0 matches, technically. But I'm hoping our rep still goes up. There is the team that played. Look, Osman came on the left-hand side, by the way. I like the fact that Escobar made an appearance off the bench and Pinto off the bench, with Sesko scoring both goals. Either way, we are now champions. I will see you for the second leg of the Barcelona game. Can we make the Champions League final? I'll see you then. Okay, so straight back into it. We were confirmed as champions, of course, in the last game, but straight back into it because we've got another match to go and watch. We've got the Barcelona second leg at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium now. A 2-1 lead from the first leg. Can we go and do it? Here's that Champions League music about to arrive again. This time I'm ready for it. Shouldn't be as... Is there any? Oh, I don't think it's actually playing this time. Surely, right? No, okay. All right, whatever, UEFA. Fine. There it is. Right. There is the Spurs team. Bellingham's playing left wing. France is playing right wing. It's Timber at DM. So he has switched it up slightly. Guardiola starts left back as well because Udogie had an injury. So he's missing. There's that Oscar fella that I still don't know who he is. He doesn't have a face. So, I mean, there's more mystery to this Oscar guy now. I mean, in the comments down below, maybe you can let me know who he is. We are underway. A 2-1 aggregate lead from the first leg. Can we just see it through from here? 10 minutes gone. Perfect start. This is exactly what we are needing. Can I put something else on here? Because we don't really need latest event updates. Maybe a bit of a heat map. But nah, I'm not sure that's that useful. Maybe a Tottenham... What's a visualizer? That's a good way to do it, maybe. I'm not sure. Anyway, I actually like the momentum thing. Is that on here? As nothing is happening. I mean, we do have highlights on, right? Yeah, key highlights is on. But 36 minutes in, we're doing a brilliant job at just stifling Barcelona, it seems. They've had more of the ball, but there's not much happening, which is absolutely fine. We'll put the XG story on there, which is quite similar at the moment. A first half where they've had bookings and no highlights is fine. Maybe we should be making the running a little bit more, considering we're the home team. You'd want us maybe to get a goal to have a bit of a cushion, because they could just catch us out with a bit of a a shot in the dark here, and it could go to extra time. But I'm relatively happy with what you're doing here, Will Still. Nothing to say so far. No, there has been some subs actually. Enzo Fernandez and Romero are off. Kane is on in midfield. And also Guardiola, did he just move there? Who else came on? There's 3 subs been made. So he is doing changes. This is our first highlight. I was hoping it would just be a no highlight game. Kane's nicked it pretty high up the pitch as well. He's gone to Sesko on the left-hand side. That might have been one of the changes. Actually, was it Sesko who started? I didn't even notice. Was it Sesko or Osimhen? That's a penalty. No, it's not. Why did he stop? I thought he'd stop because the ref was going to blow, but he didn't. It's now a chance for Barcelona at the other end. Camavinga's won it back. We've got Ward-Prowse on the pitch as well here. This game seems to be getting away from me because it's going quickly, but not a lot has happened. It's nervy, tetchy in this second leg. We've got a highlight here to hopefully give us a little bit more comfort. Guardiola down the left. Crosses. Sesko's there. Sesko! He scored the 2 goals in the league. He's worked his way into this team. Sesko did start. It was Osimhen, look, who is on the bench. So, okay, it's not that big of a deal unless Kane started a move. Do you know what? I'm actually unsure right now. I've kind of lost track of what Will Still was doing. I think Sesko might have started this game up front, you know. França. Can he get a shot away? Goes back to Bastoni. That's quite careful, isn't it? França this time. That's not careful. He's lost it to Angelo. This could be heartbreaking. If they equalise now and take it to extra time, it could be heartbreaking. There's 5 minutes to play. We've won the header. França, you need to win that. He does. Well done. Ward-Prowse to Silva. Can you tell how nervous I am? I'm genuinely nervous. I really want to make at least the final. So we have a real send-off. Like, we had this 1 season shot at the Champions League. We want to make the final. At least to give us a chance. Pino down the left-hand side. Could confirm it right now. Sesko! Oh, it's clipped the crossbar. At least it was our highlight. There's 5 to play. The highlights are now coming thick and fast. Barcelona, I think, are probably going for it. Hopefully that leaves spaces at the other end as França loses it again. He's been a little bit lacking in keeping possession. They've given it away anyway, though. Camavinga loses it. We've won it back again. Silva, I think he came off the bench, didn't he, as well? Bastoni, Camavinga. Jeremy Pino's playing left wing now. He's come on for Bellingham. There's been a load of changes made by Will Still. Ball over the top. Pino. The Spaniard down the left. Can he pull it back? He can. Kane to confirm our place in the Champions League final. He's one of our own if you're a Spurs fan. It's Harry Kane. It's 3-1 on aggregate. And now surely, we've got our place in the Champions League final where we'll be playing Milan or Bayern Munich. I don't know the result of their game. I don't know if they've played it yet. We'll find out after this, though. We're going to have a Champions League final in today's episode. It could be the fairy tale end to our time at Spurs. Just see it through from here, lads. There, look how upset they are. That is the final whistle. Tottenham Hotspur. This Tottenham Hotspur. Sesko, Pino, França, Kane, Bastoni, Guardiola. These legends have taken us to the Champions League final. And we deserved it as well. A 3-1 aggregate win against the champions-elect in Spain, Barcelona. This Spurs team means serious business this year. We're going to go to a Champions League final. Let's go and find out who we're going to play in the Champions League final. It will be... We don't know yet. They haven't played. It will be Milan or Barcelona. Let's go and find out who our opposition will be. We'll start to prepare for that. We are Premier League champions. We're in a Champions League final. We've got an FA Cup final to go. Let's go and play those finals now. First up, I believe it will be the FA Cup final. So let's go and find out who we're going to play in the final. And I will see you for another final. I mean, there's a lot of matches in today's episode. Let's go to the FA Cup final next. Okay, so it's the day before the FA Cup final. It's Saturday, the 22nd of May. And we are playing Manchester City in the FA Cup final tomorrow. I wanted to just come in here, though, just to show you the context of the squad as we go into this cup final, as we go into this final, followed by the Champions League final, because we've got some injuries that we're going to have to contend with, or Will still is going to have to contend with. Costa being the first of which, he should return and he should be okay, but is carrying an injury, our goalkeeper, which means Bataro, who's on international duty, isn't going to be available. And then we've got Liam Ferguson, the young goalkeeper, who potentially could have to play an FA Cup final here. I don't think it's going to happen because I think Costa should return, but just keep an eye on it because that could be quite interesting going into this. We've also got a slight injury to Marco Pinto, who could be back as well, but Timber is going to struggle. He is a doubt for the Champions League final, which is, just to mention, against Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich did win against Milan on penalties. Let's have a look at the Bayern team, actually, because I think it's interesting. Darwin Nunez leads the line for them with, here he is he on the bench here? Did he play? Highland as their backup striker. They've spent big on a former Spurs player then. £76 million on him. 7 in 11 is not too bad. 9 in 12 too. He could be a threat. Could he come back to bite us after we sold him on for a decent profit, didn't we, earlier in the save? I just wanted to mention that because I'm a little bit worried about it in that Champions League final. It will be this Bayern team. Musiala, De Jong, Goretzka, De Ligt. I mean, it's a really, really good Bayern Munich team. Slightly worrying, but we've got a really good team as well, haven't we? These have been the results as well, just to show you up until this FA Cup game. We have beaten, we last saw it, of course, from this Barcelona game here. We have beaten Chelsea, London derby. It was Rafael Leao with the goal to win it early on. I say to win it. It was actually Kiernan Dewsbury Hall, who does have a name like a prom venue, but did score a goal against us there. 2-1 was the win there, and then another London derby, the North London derby. Christian Romero, 91st minute winner from him. Very nice indeed. Very good. Then it was almost perfect, except for the fact that we lost to rock bottom of the league, Nottingham Forest, who ended up actually the season. It was 2-1 in this game. They ended the season on 18 points. Well off the pace. 20th in the league. We won the league in the end with 95 points. 3 losses all year. Forest being one of them. Liverpool and then away at Southampton. All 3 away from home. 5 draws. Most of those away from home as well. 3 of those away from home. We also drew to Newcastle and Manchester United. A great season. It's actually a very high quality season if you look at the points totals. 86 points for Manchester United. That's usually not far off title winning points totals, is it? So they gave us a good run, but we were just too good. 95 points from us. As we head into now 2 crucial games. It's Manchester City. I should mention as well, I was going through the injuries. I need to mention a couple more because Yeremy Pino is going to miss this as well. We are really down to bare bones as in terms of wingers. I guess he'll go with França on one side. Maybe he'll go with Bellingham. Maybe we'll see an appearance from Escobar as well. He's been coming off the bench too. He's going to have to think outside the box in terms of our wingers because Pino and Leao are both out. Leao will miss the Champions League final as well. He is out for 4 to 6 weeks after breaking his toe in that game against Forest. So the squad is going to be tested here. It's Manchester City as well, who are really quite good with Erling Haaland playing. I am now going to go on holiday, though, with myself, because we're going to go and watch the match. I need to go on holiday for 2 days here because the game is tomorrow. We'll go across to watching man who is set to come and attend this final. We'll play the FA Cup final, then we'll play the Champions League final. We're going to finish up our time at Spurs. I've been looking as well at the teams that have sacked their manager. Bournemouth have sacked their manager. Sheffield United sacked their manager. I think Forest sacked their manager as well. No one really that's tickled my fancy as of yet has removed their manager. Dortmund still have Arne Slot in place. Valencia seem like they've sort of recovered over in Spain. I just want to see, actually, if I go and have a look at the Spanish league, because I'm tempted still by that Valencia job. They are outside the European places with 1 game to go. If they do finish there, maybe there will be a sacking. Hopefully there'll be a sacking. Who do they have in the last game? They are maybe the team that is... Them or Dortmund are maybe the 2 teams that are top of my list. They've got Sevilla. That's a real... They're right next to each other in the league. Sevilla, the home team. Let's keep an eye on that. The current manager is Xabi Alonso. Hasn't been there that long though, has he? When did he go in as manager? He went in on... He's been there 158 days. Do you know what? He went in January. If they finish outside of the European places, maybe, just maybe, they sack their manager. And that could be our next job. I do like the idea of it. They're a really cool team, aren't they, Valencia? Financial issues as well, which, I mean, if you've got financial problems, who should you bring in? I am an astute economic man. I don't even know what the title was. Yeah, do you know what? Let's cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's get ourselves up to this FA Cup final and see if we can add another trophy to our cabinet. Oh yeah, actually Bournemouth haven't sacked the manager. They were just on the insecure jobs list, of course. Okay, they've not sacked them yet, but they are going... I think they've been relegated, so I think that's why I assume that they had. There it is then. The team's warming up. Let's go and play Manchester City in the FA Cup final. Have we won the FA Cup yet? Or did we lose that final? I'm losing track of it. We're winning everything. It'd be really cool if we got I mean, we could get a treble here. And it's a proper treble as well. League, FA Cup and Champions League. The United treble. It would be quite cool, wouldn't it? There's the team. Osimhen, Bellingham, França. It is Bellingham playing wide. França on the other side then as our front 3. Osimhen in the middle. There's the Man City team with Foden, a bit of a false 9. They're playing a 35-year-old Kevin De Bruyne as a right winger. Probably an advanced playmaker on the right-hand side, but that's interesting. Let's have a look at the rest of this Spurs team. Kane plays midfield, Camavinga and Enzo. Romero starts, Bastoni starts, Udogie, Porro and Costa. So with the injuries, we're maybe a little bit weaker, but I still think we've put out a really good team there. 20 minutes in, nothing's happened as of yet, but that's okay. Just the 1 shot so far with City having it off target. 30 minutes in. It's another one of these live comms. It's not the end of the world. It means that we're in this game. First highlight, Kvaratskhelia, great player. Playing for Man City here. Koundé, really good as well. Kvaratskhelia's in behind. Oh, he's gone down. I think the referee's going to give it. It seems really soft. He kind of just nudged him over. But City are going to have a penalty here. I mean, why is it always City we play in these finals? Like, we beat them in the league and we finish above them in the league, but in the finals, they're just really good. Is it Kevin De Bruyne? It is. A 35 or 36-year-old Kevin De Bruyne slots it home. Keeper went the right way. It is Costa in goal, by the way. We didn't mention that, did we? He has seemingly recovered from that injury, which you'd expect him to with a day to go, but it was a bit worrying for a while whether he's going to make it or not. He has made it. He's not able to keep the penalty kick out of the net, though. We trail at Wembley. We have a highlight immediately, though, as Kane, who's carrying an injury. Is it Ward-Prowse that would come on for him? I think it probably would be, with France and Bellingham playing wide in these games. That is a little bit of a different approach, isn't it? 2 sort of central midfield players playing wide. Great ball, though. They've combined. França on one side has drilled it across to the other, and Jude Bellingham's headed it in. What a goal that is from the 2 players that I was discussing. We're back on level terms, and this is a fantastic goal. Look at the technique on this from Matheus França to hit it flush on the volley, I think. He does. Maybe a half volley. It's a great header at the back post as well from Jude Bellingham. Back to level terms. Things are looking up all of a sudden. As we approach half-time, come on, lads. Big second half from here. Will Still, are you going to make any changes at half-time? Let's find out. Good half in the end. We've recovered from being a goal down. We like to see that. No changes as of yet. Liam Ferguson, the young keeper, by the way, has made the bench, which I guess because Bataria was on international duty, that would be expected, wouldn't it? We've made a change or 2. Camavinga and Romero off. I assume Antonio Silva is one of the changes there. Ward-Prowse is the other man who's come on. He's hit the bar. He's hit the woodwork, and we've gone close. But now City have an attack. It's Michael Elise who's headed over. A few highlights coming in then. It was Ward-Prowse. Kane has stayed on despite that slight injury earlier. I wonder if that's going to come back to... It looks like he's recovered from it, but I wonder if that will plague him a little bit for the rest of this game. Caicedo brings it forward for City. Great run. Giving it away, though. One back by Porro. Fernandes into Osimhen. França. Good play this. Enzo Fernandez into Victor Osimhen. And we've taken the lead. It's a flowing attack from us. Enzo Fernandez heavily involved. A bit of a counter-attack, but Victor Osimhen has put it into the back of the net. It's a really nice goal, actually. We played through City here. Slipped through by Enzo Fernandez. Ederson kind of chests it. And it goes in there and we lead with 20 to play in the FA Cup final. We lead. Are there going to be more changes? Escobar is on. That is one of the changes. He's come on for Jude Bellingham, who scored our first goal, sorry. And that is our 3 changes so far. The youngster, the Colombian, Escobar is on. Free kick for City. Kevin De Bruyne. He's not letting his age stop him at all here. He's put that one wide, though. He scored the penalty. He looked to score from another set piece there. 10 to play. We just need to see this one out. There's a highlight, though. Dodo down the right-hand side. City will give it everything you'd expect, wouldn't they? It's De Bruyne. It's Foden in that false 9 position. Down the right-hand side, De Bruyne. He's got the pace to get away from a couple of defenders there. And get the ball into Bernardo Silva. Oh, it's a missed tackle. And Ivan Ilic has equalised. It's 2-2 then, heading into the final 8 minutes here. We were so close to securing it, but it's a lovely bit of play from De Bruyne into Silva, and then the finish from Ilic. Who's the desperate challenge from? It's Harry Kane, still carrying that injury. Maybe if he wasn't injured, he'd be able to get there. But no, we're going to go to maybe extra time here. Can we find a winner in normal time? Any other changes from Will Still? He has made one more, so I'm not sure exactly who it was. It was Guardiola on for Bastoni. Maybe a centre-back. Escobar, make yourself a hero. It comes to Kane. França, Escobar. Oh, it's deflected, and the keeper's got it. I thought that was going to be the moment. I thought Steven Escobar was going to write his name into the history books, but not quite. It deflected up, and now City actually have the opportunity to go and win it. This would be heartbreaking. Phil Foden's in, and they have. There's an offside flag. Is he going to be on, though? They're going to check it. VAR. There's a VAR check. Disallowed. Oh, my word. I was convinced that that was going to be given. It has been disallowed. It looks like we're going to go to extra time. It is. It is extra time. There's Will Still on the sideline. Apparently, we've been shooting very well. Not well enough, because we've only scored twice. We've been... I mean, it's been close. Only 2 shots on target apiece, look, actually, here. We're maybe a bit lucky that they didn't win it there. We had a chance of our own. Extra time begins. Let's just pause and just go through the team to see if there's been any other changes here. We have taken off, then, Kane, Romero, Bastoni. So Kane's just gone off. It's Raphael, the young Frenchman. He's barely played this year. We are so light on wingers, though, that the youngster is on the left wing then. Joan Raphael is on the left wing. He's a really good player. Can he have an impact here? I think that might be all of our changes as well. City have made changes too. Abada's on. I think he was a change. Foden's still on, though, looking knackered up front. De Bruyne playing in midfield. Knackered. I keep saying it. He's 36 years old. But we are then in extra time. We're almost at half-time in extra time already. It could go to a penalty shootout. It very often does, doesn't it, when you get to extra time? Half-time, extra time, a quick turnaround. There's going to be 10 minutes to play. Can we have a highlight to try and win it? De Bruyne looks dead on his feet in there. Is he going to be able to take a penalty? Maybe he won't need to. We've made another sub. Musa is on. The young Evans Musa, the youth intake player Evans Musa is on at right back. He needs to do his defending here because City have the ball. We've got the ball back, though. Fernandes. Victor Osimhen can win it for us. He's in to win the FA Cup. Round the keeper. He puts it in. Victor Osimhen has scored in extra time. Enzo Fernandez with the ball. Come on. It's 3-2. We've got 3 and a bit minutes to hold on. Adoji into Enzo. Look at this pass from Enzo Fernandez. And the finish is very cool. He almost just kind of taps it in, look, nudges it into the back of the net. It's 3-2. And now, a bit like before, we just need to hold on until the end. There's a minute. Okay, we've got a highlight. Ward-Prowse, that's fine. That's fine. It's gone over. It's going to be a corner as well, which means we can waste even more time. There's literally 40 seconds to go. There's not many people in this box. I'm surprised nobody has gone short. He's still going to swing it in, although he's taken every second of the time he's got here. He does swing it in. Headed away by Dodo. Should be collected, although it actually has been won by Elise here. They could break. There is a chance for City. We've been a bit naive there. Why do we not go short for it? Guardiola heads away. Dodo back in. Abada went down. There's no penalty. I thought that they were going to give a pen against us there. Just hold the ball. There it is. We have won the FA Cup. We've won the double this year. Will Still, who is at the back of this line here, has won the double. It's the second time we get to see a trophy lifted in this video, and it could be the second of 3. We go to Bayern Munich in the Champions League final after this one. Harry Kane will lift the trophy. Will he disappear this time? No, he won't. There's Will Still, look, with his glasses on. Harry Kane lifts the FA Cup. We've added another trophy to our repertoire, to our manager reputation, remember, as the DOF here, helping us hopefully to go and find a good job after this one. We're on top of the world. It's a 3-2 extra time victory in the FA Cup final at Wembley. We're going to go to the Stade de France next, though. The Stade de France, where we'll play Bayern Munich in the Champions League final in our final game as the Spurs DOF. We move on after this one. The series takes a bit of a change after this one. I'll see you in France for a Champions League final. Come on. So here it is then. This is what we've aimed for all season. It could be the fairy tale end. It could be, and probably more likely, I suppose, a little bit of a disappointing end, but we had to go for it and we've made it to the final. It's Bayern Munich in the Champions League final in the Stade de France. And let's have a look at the team that's available for it, because we've got a pretty clean bill of health, actually. There's only one major injury, and that's Rafael Leao, who we knew was going to be out with that broken toe. He misses out. There's a slight injury on Jurriën Timber. He's out for a while as well, so he's probably not going to play. He's not recommended to be available, but everyone else is available, barring those players that aren't registered for the Champions League. Escobar, not registered. Joan Rafael, those wingers that did play in the FA Cup final, not registered. Also a backup goalkeeper. We are kind of lacking there because Ferguson's not registered. I think he joined afterwards, and then Bataro is out on international duty, so we've only really got a greyed out keeper as a reserve, which is a bit worrying, but I'm sure it's going to be fine. Costa plays every game, and it's going to be fine. That is the situation. I guess all that's left to be done is to go and get ourselves to the Stade de France. I do, before we go there, just want to check on the job security, because a few teams have become available. A few managers have been sacked. It is Bournemouth still haven't sacked Sean Dyche, but Sheffield United, Strasbourg, bit of an outside shot there. Liga 1, they have finished. Where do they finish in the league, Strasbourg? They finished 15th. So maybe a chance at a real rebuild. It's not really one that takes my fancy that much, though. Levante, another one. In terms of those teams that we looked at, Dortmund, still stable. They finished, I think, 5th in the league. So Europa League, is that going to be enough to keep him in a job? It might be if they're stable, you know. So maybe that's a dream that dies here. What we might have to do after this game is just click the resign button and then wait until the job becomes available. I think that might be the best way to do it. I've debated whether or not we should just move our manager, but I think that's what I'm going to do. I think following this, we'll have a final little look at everything that we've achieved. Look at the players and how they did, and, you know, our best 11s and things like that. What we've built here at Spurs. And I think then we're going to resign. I think that's what we're going to do. Before that, though, the small matter of a Champions League final. I will see you in the Stade de France as I send myself now on holiday for one day. We're straight into it. Look, here we go. It's Watching Man is watching the teams now warm up, and this is the Champions League final in France. Let's hear that sweet, sweet music for the final time with Spurs as Haaland leads the line. The former Spurs player. Núñez plays out on the right for Bayern Munich. Let's have a look at this Spurs team now. What is the lineup? Does Kane play up front? No. Osimhen plays up front. Kane on the bench. Bellingham captain on the left-hand side. França, Enzo, Camavinga. In goal, it is Costa. I don't know why that would be a shock, but that's the lineup. We're underway. Please win, Spurs. Please. It's Porro, Romero, Bastoni, Udogie at the back. And we have the first highlight with Yeremy Pino, who starts on the right. Bellingham starts on the left in place of Leao, by the way. Pino out to Udogie. Loads of space. Could get a shot away. Does. It's tipped over by Meslier in the Bayern Munich goal. Good first opening for us. A good signs for the rest of this game. Pino takes the corner, and it's going to be headed away, and France will pick up the pieces and lose the ball to Darwin Núñez. In midfield, just to finish off going through this team, it's Camavinga, França, and Enzo Fernandez. Camavinga playing deeper there with Fernandez in front. Then Pino on the right, Bellingham on the left, and Victor Osimhen, who scored twice in the FA Cup final. leads the line for us today. That means we've got Kane. It means we've got Sesko on the bench. Here we go on the attack here. Bellingham in the box. Victor Osimhen, he's put it in. It's his 30th of the season. We lead in the Champions League final. Great finish from Victor Osimhen. And we have got the lead in the Champions League final. Those Spurs fans in this side of the stand look going crazy as the ball goes in. Adoji did enough. Bellingham slips it across and he finds a yard to just poke it home. Look, we're 1-0 up in the Champions League final. Oh my word, if we can actually do this fairy tale end to our time at Spurs, this would be glorious, especially when you've got so little control of what happens on the pitch. It's so... I mean, I'm getting ahead of myself. I know that Bayern Munich are really good tackle Jeremy Pino, but they're going to get it back. But it's quite... If you've done your own DOF save as... Oh my word. Is that going to be a penalty? No, it's not. They looked for one. If you've done your own DOF save, it's so satisfying to see the team win from what you've built. Knowing that you've got less control. It's a completely different way to play this game. And it has been so much fun. And I'm almost getting emotional by the fact that we could just go and win the Champions League here. Just see it through, lads. 23 minutes. It's still so early, though, isn't it? France is in for 2-0. Oh, it's a real chance. Meslier makes the save. That was a real chance. That could have given us a buffer. Instead, it's a corner. Pino will swing it in. And it's headed away by Rasmus Højlund, our former player. Well, that's that nice, Pino. Let that go out for a throw-in. Let's build from here instead. Half an hour approaching. We've hit the target 4 times from 4. We are knocking on the door when we go forward, aren't we? 2 from 2 for Bayern in terms of shots on target, though. Their performances, Meslier is having a good game. Davis is having a good game. Bellingham's having a great game for us on this left wing here. He's been used there a fair bit, you know. I mean, that we were looking, do we need extra wingers? What on earth have I just seen? That is... What is that goal? Oh my word. To happen in any game, that is ridiculous. In the Champions League final, did it catch the wind? What have you done, Diogo Costa? It's just flown in from over... What have I just seen? Oh... That is one of the most bizarre goals I've seen in FM, and it's just happened against us in the Champions League final. Diogo Costa, are you okay? Surely that's going to take a hit on his average rating here. He wasn't even playing bad. What have I just seen? It's 1-1 at halftime. Oh my word, the drama. I actually can't believe what I've just seen. That just flew in. It almost like caught the wind. Is it that windy in the Stade de France? Bellingham's won it back and lost it again. I don't know what to say. I'm almost speechless. If we lose this game from here, which it could happen, that's going to be so gutting. Bellingham, go and make everything right in the world again. Get to the byline. Get your cross in. Find Matheus França! Exactly that. Matheus França puts it in and we lead. And do you know what? Hopefully this means we can forget all about the sorry episode that was that goal that Diogo Costa has just conceded. Bellingham down the left. He kind of spins on it and finds Matheus França, who puts the ball into the back of the net. It's a good volleyed finish. Meslier can't keep it out. It's 2-1. And we're back in front. I mean, I still don't know what to say about that. Has he made any changes yet, Will Still? I haven't noticed any. Here come Bayern Munich immediately. Osman's won it back. França wide to Pino. Go and get a third goal, lads. Go on. Pedro Porro. França. That's going to be cut out by Darwin Núñez as he tried to find Bellingham. Højlund. Darwin Núñez. I'm scared. Oh, Osman's won it. Use your pace. Get away here. I like it. Turns back. That's a good ball into space for Jeremy Pino. He's got players at the back post. França's there. Oh, he's had another chance. Matheus França is finding so much space in this Bayern Munich box. He's that third man runner from midfield and he keeps getting in. If only he could take... He's had 3. He's taken one of them, but he's had 2 other really good chances, hasn't he? 53 minutes on the clock. Here come Bayern Munich again. This is definitely not one of those games where there's no highlights. It is a highlight every time the time progresses, it seems. Camavinga over the top. Looks overhit, but they have to defend it. De Ligt back to Meslier. What will they do from here? De Ligt again. Into Kimmich. Are they going to build an attack or will we get this ball from them? We do get the ball from them. Bellingham. He's having a really good game. Goes back, though, to Bastoni. Enzo Fernandez. He can unlock a defense. Jeremy Pino's in behind. Osimhen scores, but is he onside? He looked like he might be off. The VAR check here could be crucial. If this goal is awarded, we've got breathing space. It's disallowed. I just wondered if it might be given. He did look off, didn't he? He's just ahead of the defenders. It's a good finish. Just about an hour on the clock here. Have we had any changes? I'm just going to see. No changes from us. Couple of changes or one change from them. Kimmich has gone off. And I think it's Leon Goretzka that's come on. Only changes so far as the hour mark has hit. It's França who's nicked the ball in the midfield for us. Just run it. He goes to Osman. I think this time he's onside. Can he finish it? Good tackle. Bellingham. It was an open goal. How have we not scored from there? What is happening in this Champions League final? I swear it was an open goal. It's a penalty. Rasmus Højlund has handballed it in the box. Our former player. And he's on a yellow. You've got to send him off, ref. Surely. He's handled it in the box. His arm was up. He hasn't sent him off. It was actually Musiala. That's why. Musiala booked. We've got a penalty. Yeremy Pino can make it 3-1. And he does. We're 3-1 up in the Champions League final. Yeremy Pino has scored the penalty. This Champions League final has absolutely everything in it. It's a great penalty from Pino. There's half an hour to play, and we just need to hold on with our 2-goal lead. Changes from Will Still. Romero off and Antonio Silva on. Ward-Prowse is on for Enzo Fernandez, and Victor Osimhen has scored the goal, or scored a goal, but he's been replaced by Benjamin Sesko. 3 changes for us with 20 to play. Just see it through, lads. You've got a 2-goal cushion here. Don't concede and make it nervy towards the end. Zakarian brings it forward for Bayern. He's come off the bench. Højlund! The former striker curse, the former player curse, almost striking there. But we've hit... Well, look at our conversion here. 8 shots, 8 on target, and we've scored 3 of them. We've been really good in attack. 10 minutes to play. We just need to see it through. Another change. Bastonia's gone off. I didn't quite catch who had come on. Maybe Guardiola, I'd guess, has come on. It is Guardiola at centre-back. He needs to do some defending here. Musiala through to Zakarian. Can make it 3-2. It's a lovely play. Darwin Núñez. He's missed it. What is this game? What is this game? He baby-legged it towards the goal and it was cleared away by... I'm not sure who it was. I think it might have been Antonio Silva on the line. Adoji, Ward-Prowse gives it away. We're still trying to make this interesting. Højlund. He's put it wide. I swear we had a touch on the ball there. It's just like completely unraveled into chaos, this match. There's 4 minutes added on before we are going to be crowned the champions of Europe. Tottenham Hotspur have won the Champions League. We've won the Champions League. We've won the treble this year. Will Still, our head coach, has won it all. And Jude Bellingham, captain on the day, because Harry Kane didn't come off the bench, is going to lift the Champions League trophy. And we have won it all. Our final game at Spurs. After this game, we leave. We leave successful, though. We've taken them from nobodies. Sorry, Spurs fans. To champions of Europe. Champions of England, back-to-back as well. Look at the confetti. Drink it in. Drink it in. What a save. What a performance. We've won 3-1 against Bayern Munich. We're champions of Europe. And that means one thing only. We need to come back from holiday. Because we need to resign. We've done it. I guess we should take one little last look around this club, shouldn't we, before we do it? But this is the end. We've achieved everything we set out to achieve. We gave it a 1-season shot to do it. And they did it. They did it. Well done, lads. They did it. So before we say goodbye, let's just drink it in. Let's think about what we've achieved here. And I think a really good way to do that is to go to our manager, because I've got this now on my manager timeline. We have got Premier League champions. We've got all of these things down here. Carabao Cup winners. All of these accolades, despite never playing a game. Will Still, and before him his predecessor, Don Peruzzi. I think actually I want to go and have a look. What has Peruzzi been up to? That says Peruzzi. Peruzzi is still... That's not him. Has he retired? I think Don Peruzzi might have retired. I'm not seeing him on here, and he is pretty old. I think Angelo Peruzzi... Oh, what a shocking find. Don Peruzzi's retired. He's gone. No! That's the... Oh, my word. I was thinking about whether we could bring him back for the next club. He's retired. Do you know what, Don Peruzzi? Enjoy your retirement. You are a hero of men. You led us. You started this journey. If I go to here, look, the job history is a great way to show it. You started this journey. You didn't win a trophy, but you got us that 6th place finish. You started our building job. Then you finished 4th. You qualified for the Champions League. And then it was Will Still's turn. Will Still, if I go to here, and show you his profile. It won't show you too much, but it shows you enough. I mean, there he is. It will show you enough to see just, you know what? This is what we've been working with, isn't it? On his 10K a week, assistant manager. A really good way to show this actually is if I go to the Premier Division, if we go to award winners and we go to manager of the year, Will Still did win manager of the year for 2 seasons in a row now with his 2 trophies, even though he's technically only the assistant. He's won manager of the year twice. Manager of the month, look, he won it on 1, 2, 3 occasions this year, and he was 3rd or 2nd on quite a few occasions as well when he didn't win it. Did he? Yeah, he came 2nd on this one as well. Look, he was 2nd on this one. Deserved manager of the year for Will Still. Well, as he went through this team, actually, this team here, as we built this super team, which was good enough to go and win the title with players that, you know, I think we tick every box. We've got like aging players like Harry Kane still in the squad, who is now, how old is he? 33 years old. With James Ward-Prowse, 50 sub appearances for James Ward-Prowse at the ripe old age of 32. He's doing his stuff still. We've got Sesko coming off the bench, 9 starts but 19 goals. Osman scored 30, look. Harry Kane changed to a midfielder, a natural deep line playmaker in the midfield. I love it. His actual physicals have started to drop off, by the way, now that he's 33. So many twists and turns, so many big name signings. We've even future-proofed this club, though, haven't we, for the future, with some really good youngsters. Chavez Carretero, our next club. I would love to try and loan him in. Maybe see if we can properly develop him by getting him on loan. He's loan listed now. I don't know what Spurs are going to do with him. Another mention, by the way, Ian, I think, in the comments a couple of episodes ago, mentioned that when we resign, we should make Will Still the permanent manager here using the editor. I think I'm going to do that. I'll check it's possible, but I think I will actually do that because we want to see what he does with the rest of this for next season. We want to keep an eye on Spurs, don't we? And I think that kind of makes sense. I just want to, although it won't really show it in full detail, I do just want to jump over to the best 11 to show you some of the players that we've moved on from. Players like Heung-min Son, who went to PSG and has been really good for them. Scored against us in the Champions League last year, didn't he? But some of the performances in here, even though there are actually extra goals on this, because like Osman will have a load more goals on here. He's actually not in our best 11. But just to look back on some of the things that we've gone through, Ward-Prowse is the right wing back in our best 11. It's been a hell of a journey. A hell of a journey, look. From 6th to 4th, to 2nd to 1st, followed by 1st again with a glorious treble. Sylvain Awono, by the way, is our hot prospect. He's been out on loan at Wolves and playing a load of games for them, just as a bit of a check-in with one of our loan stars there. This is the squad. In fact, let me just go to here and get rid of the one so we can see our loan players. A few of these youngsters too. It's a packed out super squad, really, isn't it? Ramirez can come back, Martellotto can come back, Awono, Vitor Roque. I love the fact that Joan Raphael played in the FA Cup final despite not really playing all year. It's really sad to be saying goodbye, but I think the time has come. The time has come to go to here, go to our contract, and resign. Goodbye, Spurs. Oh, actually, they want us to reconsider. I've got no intention of changing my mind.